Volume 7. Chapter 601, Taoist Itinerant Immortal's Might. Chapter 601, Taoist Itinerant Immortal's Might. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. Although Qin Yun became alert, he continued sitting cross-legged on the surface. Aside from the Qingping sword in his sleeve, his intrinsic flying sword was ready to be released at any moment. I just broke through and my strength is extremely close to that of the perfected Great Tao. I'm just short of a sliver and even have the Misty Rain sword in Qingping sword on hand. I happen to be seeking an opponent to try out my newfound strength. The Qingping sword was now filled with valor. Compared to the time when he infiltrated the fiendish dominion to slay ancestral fiend Ma Xiao, his realm had increased tremendously. It gave him a lot more confidence. My intrinsic flying sword has warned me. According to the flying sword senses, there are 3 unfamiliar opponents. Who would they be? Qin Yun was somewhat puzzled. Did more experts enter after I entered MT? 3 blades? Wu Zhiqi and the single-horned godfiend took the front while the gray-furred godfiend took the rear. All of them saw the Taoist itinerant immortal sitting cross-legged. Guishuan, attack. Wu Zhiqi sent a voice transmission. He knew the strengths of his 2 companions very well. Treasure-seeking rat was good at non-combat techniques such as seeking treasure and inferring the heavenly secrets. In terms of strength, he was only at the ordinary mighty figure level. As for the single-horned godfiend, Guishuan, he was a lot stronger. He was most adept at dealing sneak attacks in a most unpredictable manner. In terms of sneak attacks and assassinations, he was ranked among the best of pinnacle mighty figures. He was only ordinary when it came to frontal assaults, so he followed Wu Zhiqi. Brother Wu Zhiqi, leave it to me. I'll squash him to death with a single claw of mine. Guishuan was extremely confident. Kill. He swooshed forward silently and closed in on Qin Yun without producing so much as a stir. In the meantime, he also waved his arm, turning it into smoke. Only the green claw appeared silently in front of Qin Yun instantaneously. Qin Yun so happened to open his eyes at that exact moment. It was only due to the numerous suppressions in MT. 3 blades that the claw's speed was greatly reduced. Outside, it would have easily penetrated the void and stabbed straight into the enemy's body. Of course, Qin Yun would have discovered the enemy from a great distance away outside. He would not have allowed them to come this close. When Qin Yun opened his eyes, he saw a green claw which was taller than a person appear in front of him. The claw was mottled and resembled a wild beast's claws, but it exuded the aura of chaos. Instantly, it attacked with an indomitable force, and the surrounding void was covered with a dark halo. The dark halo was, in fact, the near-range collapse of the void. Guishuan had a look of anticipation in his eyes. He was expecting to see the Taoist itinerant immortal unwittingly get squashed by his claw. Swoosh! Qin Yun remained in his spot as he sat cross-legged. All he did was raise his hand and send out a wisp of misty rain. The wisp of misty rain was gorgeous. It flew out without causing much of a stir like a gentle breeze. It simply struck the claw with what seemed to be the utmost gentleness. But when the collision really took place, the misty rain sword released its true might. Its might had been converged to the extremum and was now released completely. Boom! The intense clash released a humming and ear-piercing boom. The terrifying collision released blasts that swept through the stone walls, causing them to crumble. The instant the violent collision happened, the green claw that was extremely mighty was forcibly repressed and sent flying back. The misty rain sword flashed and slashed at Guishuan's body. What? Guishuan was alarmed. He was extremely confident when it came to sneak attacks, yet, he was completely repelled? Furthermore, the misty rain sword flash which was more terrifying than his killer blow was already right in front of him. The misty rain sword flash felt cold and lonely. It sent a chill down Guishuan's back. He sensed the terrifying sharpness contained within the sword flash. He did not hesitate to transform into a fog as the sword flash slashed through his incorporeal body. The endless sword intent it contained constantly slew every bit of energy the incorporeal body had. This caused Guishuan's incorporeal body to rapidly retreat as he exclaimed for help, "Brother Wu Zhiqi, save me!" Not only was he alarmed, even Wu Zhiqi and treasure-seeking rat behind him were confounded. A seemingly easy-to-deal-with Taoist itinerant immortal had overwhelmed the Chaos God Fiend with one strike? Furthermore, it was an utter annihilation. Boom! Although alarmed, Wu Zhiqi quickly joined in the fray. He had a black chain wound around his body. It was a long chain that he grabbed and lashed out. As it was released, it expanded immediately and tore open the void. Its might was clearly more oppressive than Guishuan's sneak attack. Of course, Wu Zhiqi was adept at frontal assaults and not sneak attacks. This chain collided with the Misty Rain sword in midair. Following a loud bang, the Misty Rain sword slowed down as well. The chain was sent retreating from the collision. As for God Fiend, he immediately escaped to a spot behind Wu Zhiqi. Only then did his fog-like body turn corporeal. His face was pale as there were gnarly wounds all over his body that were slowly healing. This Taoist itinerant immortal is too powerful. He heavily injured me with one strike. He will likely be able to kill me with 3, said Guishuan immediately. Treasure-seeking rat retreated further. Whoosh! Having paused for a moment, the Misty Rain sword transformed into 3 flying swords. They separated and instantly surrounded Wu Zhiqi and his 2 companions. Immediately, a blurry Misty Rain array trapped the 3 Chaos God Fiends. Wu Zhiqi narrowed his eyes and looked fiercely at Qin Yun with his golden eyes, sending a voice transmission, "Treasure-seeking rat, are you sure that he's only a Taoist itinerant immortal at the pinnacle golden immortal level?" "Absolutely," said the Greyford God Fiend immediately. He was already regretting his actions. He had been blinded by the treasure aura on Qin Yun and had never expected a Taoist itinerant immortal to be that powerful. Could it be that after all these years, Taoist itinerant immortals are this powerful? Wu Zhiqi found it unbelievable. "The 3 of you?" Qin Yun got up and walked over as he looked at the 3 Chaos God Fiends in the Misty Rain array. From Wu Zhiqi's appearance, with the chain binding his body, his green fur and white-furred head, golden eyes, and the connate numinous treasure chain weapon, he easily determined his identity. After all, Green Turing Palace had information regarding Chaos God Fiends. Wu Zhiqi, Guishuan, and treasure-seeking rat. "The 3 of you are actually still alive?" commented Qin Yun. "Ha, it seems the 3 realms still remembers us after all these years." Wu Zhiqi laughed oddly as he swept his eyes across the blurry Misty Rain array. "Punk, you sure are bold to use a sword array to deal with the 3 of us. You plan on fighting the 3 of us alone?" Wu Zhiqi. Qin Yun sneered. "Back when God King Gangang stirred the flood and wreaked havoc across the 3 realms, you, Wu Zhiqi, were the one who performed many of the meritorious deeds. I never expected that with God King Gangang dead, minions like you are still alive. Wu Zhiqi, your foul reputation is still remembered by the 3 realms even after all these years. The sins on the 3 of you are stunningly rich, especially Wu Zhiqi. Your body is constantly being burned by negative karma fire." "Negative karma fire?" "The burning is quite comfortable." Wu Zhiqi was rather smug. "We are Chaos God Fiends, the original rulers of the 3 realms. The 3 realms were originally our fief, so any slaughtering was within our privilege." "Is there anything wrong with that? As for the heavenly Tao? What crap does it matter? God King Gangang struck it and the heavens nearly collapsed. If not for Goddess Nuwa, the 3 realms might have been destroyed. Even if the 3 realms were destroyed, we would still live well in the chaos. Do you know that Chaos God Fiends these days keep a much lower profile?" asked Qin Yun. Wu Zhiqi revealed a puzzled look. "A much lower profile?" In his memories, Chaos God Fiends ruled over the 3 realms. Wars were engaged between chaos godfiends that would rend the world asunder. There was no race in the three realms which could vie for supremacy against the chaos godfiends. Now, humans are the rulers of the three realms, said Qin Yun coldly. Although existences like the Tao ancestors and Buddhist ancestor had immense power, their real bodies were unable to enter great or small worlds. In these worlds, it was true that humans ruled over them. Even the demons were secondary. Humans? Wu Shiqi and company exchanged looks. Where did humans appear from? Asked Wu Shiqi, puzzled. Don't know. Never heard of them. Guishuan shook his head as well. Wu Shiqi smiled nastily. We will know once we are out. Let me crack this puny array formation first. With that said, he kicked. Boom! His toes contained immense power as they struck the blurry misty rain array, but it only shook gently and withstood the blow. In response, the array's sword chi returned the blow and caused Wu Shiqi's toes to be sliced open, splattering his blood. What array formation is this? Wu Shiqi was somewhat alarmed. Brother Wu Shiqi, can you crack the array? Guishuan asked. By the side, treasure-seeking rat had turned flustered as well. He could not help but look at the Taoist itinerant immortal outside the array. Qin Yun looked in. I recently had a breakthrough in strength. This misty rain array has also undergone even more changes. I can take this opportunity to test its strength. I'm guessing that the three of you will be reduced to ashes in less than an hour. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 602, Qin Yun's Misty Rain Array. Chapter 602, Qin Yun's Misty Rain Array. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. Just as his voice faded, Qin Yun conjured the misty rain array with a mere thought. In an instant, the blurry misty rain array produced dense and minute sword chi which blew over like a breeze and enveloped Wu Shiqi, Guishuan, and treasure-seeking rat in the form of a fog. The trio did not dare lower their guard as the black chain on Wu Shiqi's body flew and circled his body once in a bit to sever all the sword chi. However, the dense sword chi easily broke through the black chain's defenses in an ethereal manner before penetrating Wu Shiqi's body. The single-horned god-fiend, Guishuan, emitted a blinding halo from his robes. As for treasure-seeking rat, he released a connate numinous treasure bangle to protect his body. However, regardless of the means he employed, the sword chi easily seeped into his body as though it faced no obstacles. There was no way to defend against the attack. This is the first refined move of my misty rain array. I've given it the name, Spring Wind Drizzle, said Qin Yun from outside the array. This was a move that was a natural result of fully comprehending the two great Tao of heaven and earth, with his sword Tao completely in control of space between the heaven and earth. It also combined the insights he had gained from his long research of the immortal vanquishing sword array. It could silently penetrate space and enter living bodies. Although it was weak, it was omnipresent and difficult to defend against. The immortal vanquishing array was considered to be the number one killing array of the three realms. Qin Yun's misty rain array had indeed drawn on many of the charms the immortal vanquishing array had, and also had the killing array's vibes. Brother Wu Shiqi, I'm feeling terrible. Treasure-seeking rat felt every bone and muscle in his body itching. Although the minute sword chi were weak, they were constantly eating away at his body. Blood was already seeping out of his mouth and nostrils. I probably won't last more than 5 minutes. Treasure-seeking rat. Wu Shiqi's expression changed slightly. He had the strongest body and was fully capable of withstanding the erosive force. However, his two companions had much weaker bodies. They were unable to remain unperturbed by Qin Yun's attack. I'm slightly better. If it's just this move, I can still last an hour, said Guishuan with a nasty expression. However, he did just mention that this is the first refined move of his array formation. He definitely has a second or third move after this. When Wu Jiqi heard this, he glowered at Qin Yun and bellowed angrily, "Do you think an itinerant immortal like you can use this crappy array to trap me? Be gone!" Followed by a furious bellow, Wu Jiqi's muscular arms flailed and produced a black chain that streaked through the void, ripping its surroundings apart with its trajectory and lashing at the Misty Rain array. However, the Misty Rain array merely trembled as it continued operating as per usual. Crack, damn it! Wu Jiqi's body phased away and reappeared as a three-headed and six-armed behemoth. The black chain had been transformed as well. Although it was still wrapped around his body, Wu Jiqi's every hand was holding onto an end of the chain. Instantly, 6 black chains seemed to dance like snakes as they lashed out with formidable might. Bam! 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 The relentless barrage of attacks would have reduced a 5,000-kilometer-tall mountain to dust, but the 6 black chain strikes only caused the blurry Misty Rain array to shake gently. This scene left Wu Jiqi's heart palpitating. "You can forget about cracking this array formation of mine even with stronger strikes," said Qin Yun nonchalantly, his tone filled with confidence. His sword Dao was split into heaven, earth, and man. It was best at sealing anything between the heaven and earth to begin with. Especially after he gained insights to the great Dao of heaven and earth, his Misty Rain array had turned even more mystical. Furthermore, the array formation was powered by 3 flying swords, a manifestation of his intrinsic flying sword. It was at present Qin Yun's strongest defensive and sealing means. Before he entered MT 3 blades, the Qingping sword's defensive moves were considered more brilliant, but now, with him having had an epiphany with the great Dao of heaven and earth, his Misty Rain array's defensive and sealing capabilities were better. This was because Qin Yun's realm was only short of a perfected great Dao at the moment. Furthermore, his intrinsic flying sword had manifested as 3, making it naturally poised to set up an array. Be gone! Wu Jiqi turned deranged as golden light suffused his body. The 6 chains flailed around as though they could destroy everything, but they failed to even perturb the Misty Rain array. Qin Yun did not dare make any bold claims. Although his sword array was far inferior to the best killing array in the 3 realms, the immortal vanquishing array, the 3 swords originated from the same source. It was already perfect without an array chart. Furthermore, it was an intrinsic Kane pinnacle numinous treasure and also a merit numinous treasure. At the very least, his Misty Rain array was definitely ranked in the top 3 of array formations among pinnacle golden immortals. Of course, the best array formation among pinnacle golden immortals was the massive array set up by his 3 senior sisters from Green Turing Palace. However, that was set up by the 3 senior sisters' combined efforts, while Qin Yun powered his by himself. How is it possible? How is it possible? Wu Jiqi stopped as his eyes were filled with disbelief. The golden halo that suffused his body also converged. How can a Taoist itinerant immortal have such a powerful array formation? Have I been trapped for too long that the experts outside far exceed us? Brother Wu Jiqi, Guishuan and treasure-seeking rat were already reeling in anxiety. Brother Wu Jiqi, even you can't crack it? Treasure-seeking rat's nostrils and mouth were filled with blood. He looked panic-stricken. I can't. Wu Jiqi shook his head. I can't even quake it. Even if I'm 100% stronger, I still wouldn't crack it open. Treasure-seeking rat and Guishuan's expressions changed, turning even nastier. Treasure-seeking rat, it's all your fault. It was you who said that he has treasures on him and urged us to attack him, said Guishuan angrily. The 3 of us agreed to attack him. I also mentioned that he was a Taoist itinerant immortal at the pinnacle golden immortal level, growled treasure-seeking rat softly. The 2 of you have always been the ones delivering the attacks. Faced with an enemy you can't beat, I'm now the first one to perish. Yet, you are blaming me? Guishuan, didn't you say you were good at sneak attacks? That you could squish to death the Taoist itinerant immortal with 1 claw? Clearly your sneak attacks are still greatly lacking. You were discovered by him early on. The 2 of them were also anxious and furious. After being imprisoned for so long, the first thing they faced after escaping was a life-threatening calamity? Guishuan and treasure-seeking rat were reeling in despair. Pooh! Pooh! Treasure-seeking rat's body began seeping out blood as he laughed tragically. I never expected that Goddess Niwa would finally give us a chance to live, only for me to die just moments after escaping the seal. Brother Wu Zhiqi, said Guishuan immediately. Quickly seek help. Get Shangliu to save us. He can definitely rescue us with his strength. Shangliu was the undisputed #1 general under God King Gongang back then. Wu Zhiqi also admitted that Shangliu was stronger than him. Seek Shangliu's help? Wu Zhiqi hesitated. He was extremely prideful deep down. He was unimpressed with anyone except Gongang. As for this Taoist itinerant immortal's array formation? Although he could not crack it, the dense sword chi were unable to injure him at all. He had the patience to play the waiting game. Brother! Guishuan urged in panic. If you make the request, Shangliu will definitely do it on your account. The countless forks make this place like a maze. Even if Shangliu comes to save us, I wouldn't be able to wait till then, muttered treasure-seeking rat as his breathing began weakening. What my elder brother said was right. I should shun greed while seeking treasures, if not I would one day succumb to my greed. It has indeed happened. Greed is truly my downfall. Treasure-seeking rat's aura dissipated completely as his body pulverized, leaving only his artifacts behind. After having sought treasure for so many years, his treasures remained, but his life was gone. Although the first move of Qin Yun's Misty Rain Array, Spring Wind Drizzle, appeared gentle, it was, in fact, capable of destruction at the deepest levels. Even Chaos God-fiend treasure-seeking rat had succumbed to this. Brother, are we not seeking help? Are you going to just watch me die? Guishuan yelled in a fluster. Fine, I'll seek Shangliu's help myself. Guishuan was actually under Wu Zhiqi. Under normal circumstances, it was not right for him to skip the chain of command to seek Shangliu's help. But faced with the threat of death, Wu Zhiqi was still hesitating, but Guishuan could not be bothered. He immediately sent a karmic voice transmission. General Shangliu, I'm Guishuan. Treasure-seeking rat and I left with brother Wu Zhiqi but bumped into a Taoist itinerant immortal. He's at the pinnacle golden immortal level, but he was able to set up an extremely powerful sword array to trap the three of us. Treasure-seeking rat is already dead and I can't last much longer. Please save us. Wu Zhiqi's ferocious golden pupils watched without a word. The first refined move is indeed weaker, said Qin Yun as he accessed the situation with a nod. He was also only testing out the Misty Rain Array. After all, how often would he get a chance to get powerful opponents to let him test out his attacks until their deaths? It can only kill a Chaos God Fiend at the ordinary mighty figure level in a short period of time. It poses no threat to you, Wu Zhiqi. But I said that you wouldn't last more than an hour. I'll let you try the stronger second refinement move. I've also given it a name, Wind Cloud Mirage. Just as his voice faded, the interior of the Misty Rain Array changed again. The minute sword chi that was gentle like a spring breeze continued blowing in every direction, but countless sword chi began to condense as a cloud above Wu Zhiqi and Guishuan. They suffused a pure aura and, beneath their feet, countless sword chi condensed into a cloud that suffused tainted aura. The pure and tainted clouds spun as they slowly closed in. When the sword chi crossed each other, they relentlessly slashed at Wu Zhiqi and Guishuan. The wind inside was penetrating their bodies, while the pure and tainted clouds outside were lacerating their bodies. The two combined was truly like a mirage of wind and cloud. It was a higher level move of the Misty Rain Array, and its prowess had greatly increased as well. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 603, Qin Yun and Yang Jian. Chapter 603, Qin Yun and Yang Jian. Translator, Situlin Editor, Situlin. No good. This array formation is too powerful. Just as he said, I might not even be able to last an hour. Am I really going to die in this array? Wu Zhiqi revealed a look of horror. His body not only began to suffer damage when the Misty Rain array increased in strength, wounds began to rupture under his green fur even as they healed. Brother Wu Zhiqi, I probably won't last 5 minutes. Guishuan yelled frantically. Think of a solution. I'm trying. Wu Zhiqi snapped back nastily. Following that, he threw out the black chain which was coiled around him and Guishuan. Its constant spinning formed an independent space that insulated them from the outside. However, the Misty Rain array's might was just too strong. The pure and tainted clouds tore through space under its repeated assaults. All the black chain could do was hold back a portion of the sword chi, failing to stop more than half of the sword chi. This still won't do. Wu Zhiqi's eyes were filled with a ferocious glint. Previously, he had not felt he was in danger of death and so managed to remain calm and composed. Even though he had attempted to crack the array for the sake of his subordinate, treasure-seeking rat, he had only delivered ordinary combat attacks. He did not use the means which he reserved to protect his life. I can't hold back. Wu Zhiqi took out a scroll from and unfurled it. Immediately, a earthly yellow beam emitted from it, producing a protective region that spanned tens of feet. Oh! Qin Yun was somewhat astonished. My Misty Rain array's internal and external attacks have all been blocked? That scroll's aura is Goddess Hutu's? This was bestowed to me by Her Majesty back when I was her subordinate. Wu Zhiqi begrudgingly watched as the powers in the scroll slowly drained. In his early days, he had been a subordinate of Goddess Hutu. Later, he became indignant about leading quiet days. The intractable and violent nature he had made him join God King Gongang. Under Gongang, he was able to fully express his ruthless nature as he wreaked havoc on the 3 realms. It resulted in him being tainted with grievous sins and also gave him his infamy. Even after so much time had passed, his infamy remained in the 3 realms. Negative karma fire burned at him all day, but a powerful chaos godfiend like him thought nothing of it. Try out the 3rd transformation of the Misty Rain array. However, this 3rd transformation has not been fully perfected, said Qin Yun. Array change. Qin Yun directed with his mind. The Misty Rain array changed once again. The sword chi within the array instantly turned 100 times more violent. Darkness ensued and within it, Wu Zhiqi and Guishuan had changes in expression. No good. These sword chi appear to be a lot more aggressive, but the array formation's might has only been raised by about 80%. Wu Zhiqi observed the speed at which the scroll's energy was draining away. This scroll can likely last 10 minutes. This 3rd change has not been perfected, thought Qin Yun. For this refinement move I drew inspiration from the immortal vanquishing array's return to chaos. My sword Dao attempts to replicate the concept of a return to chaos by controlling the great Dao of heaven, earth, and man, but my great Dao of man has not been completed. Although I'm just short of a sliver, the difference in strength is like night and day. Since I can't balance the 3 great Dao of heaven, earth, and man, the 3rd change's might is limited. Boom, dot. The sword chi inside the Misty Rain array raged in complete darkness. The 3rd refinement that wore down the enemy had been given a name by Qin Yun as well. It was a swath of emptiness between the heaven and earth. Once the array was activated, the array's interior would be flooded with white light in true purity. There would not even be a speck left of the enemy. Of course, it was still lacking greatly at present. Brother Shangliu, please rescue me. Wu Zhiqi finally gave up his obstinance and sought help with a karmic voice transmission. Haha, even this Wu Zhiqi has sought my help personally. In another stone tunnel, Shangliu was advancing rapidly forward with his 5 Chaos Godfiend subordinates. Shangliu was laughing quite happily. Brother Shangliu, Wu Zhiqi has already sought your help. Could the Taoist itinerant immortal be too powerful, an existence at the perfected Great Tao realm? His subordinate was somewhat worried. Wu Jiqi was one of the famous pinnacle chaos godfiends and his body was rather strong, yet, he was pleading for help? Impossible, Shang Liu said with a laugh. Although treasure-seeking rat is dead, he had sharp eyes. Since he mentioned that their opponent is an itinerant immortal at the pinnacle golden immortal level, it's likely true. Besides, if a perfected Great Tao existence were to cast an array to refine them away, why would they have allowed Wu Jiqi to last this long? It would probably only take seconds for Wu Jiqi to be refined to nothingness. Yes. What you said makes sense, Brother Shang Liu. Among pinnacle mighty figures, who is Brother Shang Liu's match? Quipped the 5 chaos godfiends. Shang Liu laughed confidently. Acknowledged by all as Gongang's #1 general, Shang Liu's strength was proven in the numerous battles he engaged in. Whoosh! 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 Tracing Guishuan and Wu Jiqi's karmic transmission through the path, Shang Liu and company flew quickly and arrived moments later. Shang Liu! Wu Jiqi saw them from afar and immediately revealed a look of delight. General Shang Liu. Guishuan was excited as well. There was little left of the energy contained within Wu Jiqi's scroll, but it was still able to withstand the refinement of the third Misty Rain array. Another 6 chaos godfiends? Why are so many chaos godfiends appearing inside MT? 3 blades? Qin Yun was somewhat astonished. Furthermore, he is the #1 general under Gongdong, Shang Liu. Apparently, he is considered to have an undying chaos godfiend body? Begone! Shang Liu held a short halberd in each of his hands and charged straight over, stabbing the massive array. In midair, the halberds phased and transformed into a black beam of light. Boom! It stabbed into the Misty Rain array as Qin Yun immediately transformed the Misty Rain array with a thought. Many of the operations of the Misty Rain array was used to withstand external attacks. The Misty Rain array was still very good at defense and was naturally able to withstand Shang Liu's strike. However, the operations of the array formation naturally had a bias. When the array formation spent all its energy on refining the enemy within, its defensive aspect would weaken. On the contrary, when it defended against external attacks, the refinement inside weakened. It has weakened. Wu Jiqi could not help but reveal a look of delight when he sensed the surrounding sword chi thin out by more than 10 times. From the looks of it, I still have to use the Qingping sword. Qin Yun's voice sounded as he took a step and entered the Misty Rain array. Shoo! A sword beam shot out from his sleeve. The green sword beam streaked across the air. It resembled the first wisp of sword beam in the chaos that split the heaven from earth. Put! The earthly yellow halo which protected Wu Jiqi and Guishuan immediately darkened drastically. This sharply changed Wu Jiqi's and Guishuan's expressions. What's happening? Both of them panicked. Pew! The green sword beam's second strike exhausted all of the scroll's energy. It then stabbed Guishuan as his body instantly evaporated while letting out a shrill scream, no. Under the green sword beam, Guishuan's gaseous body was rapidly annihilated. This strike was still Chaos Genesis Heaven-Earth split. However, after Qin Yun figured out the 2 great Tao, the strength he delivered with the Qingping sword was a lot stronger than back when he entered the fiendish dominion to slay ancestral fiend Ma Xiao. In terms of defense, the Misty Rain array still holds an advantage, but when it comes to killing, it's still much weaker than the Qingping sword, thought Qin Yun. The green sword beam did not stop as it went straight for Wu Jiqi. Stop! Shang Liu raged outside. Shang Liu brandished the pair of short halberds with immense might, stirring the space around him. He violently delivered one strike after another on the Misty Rain array, but it was for naught when the Misty Rain array was in full defense mode. Pwa pwa pwa! The green sword beam flashed. Wu Jiqi's 3 heads and 6 arms brandished the black chain to defend the impending strike while he roared angrily. However, it was useless. The green sword beam penetrated his body again and again, constantly eroding parts of him away. Even though his body was very powerful, it was left doing one last convulsion and stopping after resisting the 11th blow. Wu Zhiqi found it unbelievable as his body silently dissipated. Chaos God Fiend, Wu Zhiqi, perished under Qin Yun's Qingping sword. This scene left Shangliu, who was attacking the Misty Rain array belligerently, taken aback. He had a conflicted look in his eyes as well. Wu Zhiqi is dead? Inside a stone tunnel, God King Zhurong and a bunch of Chaos God Fiends were advancing quickly. God King Zhurong suddenly stopped, causing his subordinates to naturally stop as well. Wu Zhiqi is dead? Zhurong looked at a direction in surprise. He could sense karma there that implied Wu Zhiqi had vanished from the three realms. Wu Zhiqi is dead? In another stone tunnel, Patriarch Bloodsea was rushing back. He stopped and looked in a particular direction. This Wu Zhiqi is plagued with heinous sins. It's unlikely the Taoists, Buddhists, and various factions would spare him. He was most suited to be taken in by us fiends, said Patriarch Bloodsea. I never expected him to die so soon. Few of the released Chaos God Fiends caught Patriarch Bloodsea's eye. After all, the Chaos God Fiends in the most ancient period relied on their talent for combat, and talent varied. For instance, Taoist Wen was extremely talented, allowing him to create the spirit-devouring lineage. As for Wu Zhiqi, his talent was considered good. Even among the present pinnacle Taoist and Buddhist mighty figures, he would be considered pretty good. If he learned the various dharmic formulations of the fiends, his strength would likely improve a little. The state of divine powers and dharmic spells were a lot stronger than in the past. Back when Gonggang and Zhurong fought for supremacy, the Taoists' three pure ones were still experimenting. They had yet to reach the heavenly Tao realm back then. So, Patriarch Bloodsea continued moving forward. He had found the sealed land by probing the laws governing Imte. 3 blades array formation, so he took the easiest and fastest path. His route was even simpler than the one taken by perfect sovereign Erlang, Yang Jian. Although Yang Jian could sense the source, he had constantly taken detours to make progress, so his route was a little longer. So, Patriarch Bloodsea and another beam of light met in a stone tunnel. The stream of light suddenly stopped, and it was none other than Yang Jian. Patriarch Bloodsea. Yang Jian's expression changed. What a coincidence! Under Patriarch Bloodsea's long brows, his eyes sparkled with a strange glint. Yang Jian, I was still thinking of bumping into Qin Yun, but I never expected to bump into you first. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 604, Quickly Take Your Leave too. Chapter 604, Quickly Take Your Leave too. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. Escape. Yang Jian did not hesitate to turn around and escape. Although he was deemed as the #1 combat general of the heavenly courts, all he could do was flee for his life when faced with a perfected great Tao existence like Patriarch Bloodsea. Will you be able to flee? Patriarch Bloodsea laughed as he flicked his finger. Blood-colored lotuses flew out from his fingertips at astonishingly fast speeds and soon caught up with Yang Jian. The 12 blood-colored lotuses floated and formed a massive array which consisted of churning blood waves. With that, Yang Jian was trapped. Boom! Yang Jian brandished his 3-pointed, double-edged lance that exuded extremely horrifying might, but he was unable to break out of the crashing blood waves. Yang Jian, this negative karma fire red lotus array is not something a junior like you can crack, said Patriarch Bloodsea with a smile. Yang Jian's heart tightened as well. MT. 3 Blades interior is so vast, and I had retreated ahead of time, yet I bumped into Patriarch Bloodsea. How is it so coincidental? Yang Jian turned anxious as well. I'm really in danger now. Inside MT. 3 blades. Even if his backer Jade Void Palace wanted to rescue him, it was unlikely they could reach him anytime soon. Master. Yang Jian immediately requested Jade Void Palace's help through a karmic voice transmission. With such a crisis on his hands, Yang Jian had no plans of tiding through it himself. Qin Yun had naturally tried his best to hide himself from the heavenly secrets in MT. 3 blades. With his realm in the 7 stars art, even people like Patriarch Blood Sea and God King Jerome were unable to infer who Wu Jiqi's murderer was. However, there were some existences in all of the 3 realms who were capable of inferring this. For example, Emperor Polestar or the Buddhist Samhita. Therefore, news of him killing Chaos God Fiend Wu Jiqi very quickly spread among the strongest echelons in the 3 realms. That Wu Jiqi died moments after being released. He was killed by Qin Yun? For him to be able to kill Wu Jiqi, it appears that this disciple of numinous treasure has astounding talent. If he is given 1,000,000 or 10,000,000 years, he will likely be able to cultivate to a perfected great Tao. His own realm is likely not that high. He probably relied on the Qingping sword to kill Wu Jiqi. Without it, I refuse to believe that his cultivation of several thousand years is enough to slay Wu Jiqi. The ancient existences chattered casually via voice transmissions. But suddenly, a piece of news spread. Jade Void Palace's Yang Jian encountered Patriarch Blood Sea in MT. 3 blades. Yang Jian is in trouble now. Jade Void Palace is anxious as well. Guangchengzi has already set off a dot. Yang Jian is presently the person with the highest chances of attaining a perfected great Tao in Jade Void Palace. Primordial Beginning thinks highly of him, but if he ends up killed by Patriarch Blood Sea, I'm guessing that Primordial Beginning might go mad. Primordial Beginning and the rest will have to leave the 3 realms eventually. Therefore, they have been focusing on nurturing juniors. Apart from Guangchengzi, Jade Void Palace is nurturing Yang Jian. After all, Yang Jian is a physical establishing sage. If he were able to reach a perfected great Tao, the shock and awe he could deliver would exceed Guangchengzi's. He would definitely be able to take up the responsibility of running Jade Void Palace. However, if he were to be killed in MT. 3 blades, all the years of Jade Void Palace's expectations would be for naught. Green Turing Palace's Qin Yun is also at MT. 3 blades. Numinous Treasure similarly thinks highly of Qin Yun. He even bestowed his companion's sword, the Qingping sword, to him. It would be interesting if he died at MT. 3 blades as well. For 2 of the 3 Taoist lineages to suffer such great losses at MT. 3 blades, Qin Yun is an itinerant immortal. He has the itinerant immortal tribulations to worry about, but Yang Jian is different. He is a golden immortal with no calamities or tribulations awaiting him. He also has a chance of attaining a perfected great Tao. The ancient existences discussed the matter. The Taoists and Buddhists were simply too powerful, so many ancient existences were happy to see them suffer a setback. Elsewhere in MT. 3 blades. Qin Yun's slaying of Wu Jiqi left Shangliu raging. However, he had also saw the Qingping sword that Qin Yun wielded. The Qingping sword? Shangliu sneered. That's Numinous Treasure's companion sword. From the looks of it, Numinous Treasure thinks very highly of you, but even so, your killing of Wu Jiqi demands your death. Go. However, Qin Yun did not say a single word. He gave a command with a thought. The 3 heaven, earth, and man-sword manifestations of the Misty Rain Sword flew in every direction and in a blink of an eye, trapped Shangliu and the other 5 Chaos God Fiends within. Shangliu? Dongdong committed many unforgivable acts, and as the number 1 general under him, your sins are worse than Wu Jiqi's. Today, I'll let you join Wu Jiqi. Qin Yun suddenly powered his Misty Rain Sword and instantly caused the sword chi within the array to turn to darkness. Firstly, it was his strongest refinement move, so he wished to wear away Shangliu and the other God Fiends using his array. Back then, Dongdang's two most sinful acts were to first cause a flood, wiping out countless living beings. Secondly, he slammed through into Buzhou. If not for Nuwa who mended the heavens, it was possible that the three realms would have been destroyed. Since Donggang did these things without any consideration, the generals under him who were his lackeys also had committed shocking sins. Take up formation. The 5 Chaos Godfiends under Shangliu immediately set up a formation as they attempted to crack the Misty Rain Array. You might have been able to trap Wu Shiqi, but you can't do the same to me. Shangliu attacked alone. His two arms expanded rapidly as he stabbed at the Misty Rain Array with 2 short halberds. The halberds were surprisingly fast, and every stab at the Misty Rain Array injected 9 types of energies into the array formation: corrosion, darkness, annihilation, venom, hex curses, brute strength, undying vitals. Each halberd contained 9 completely different energies. Qin Yun had long learned from Green Turing Palace's intelligence that Shangliu's true form was that of a 9-headed serpent from the chaos. Each head was innately born with the strength of a pinnacle mighty figures. With the combined power of the 9 heads, Shangliu was possessed of a supernatural strength since birth. Although there were many pinnacle mighty figures under Gongdong, Shangliu was undeniably ranked first among the Chaos Godfiends. Oh! Qin Yun's essence soul was formed by wisps of extremely sharp dermic powers, with each wisp of dermic powers containing a sword Dao of its own. Shangliu's hexes were unable to do anything to Qin Yun's essence soul, but his other means were able to affect Qin Yun's array formation. When those energies seeped into the array formation, it was like maggots that went deep into the bone, unable to be removed. Boom! 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 The other 5 Chaos Godfiends also joined forces in their formation. 2 of them were also pinnacle mighty figures, so they delivered extremely powerful strength. Accompanied by a booming hum, the Misty Rain Array experienced the infiltration of various energies. Its operations turned increasingly difficult as it was pushed to its limits. This Shangliu's strength is way higher than Wu Shiqi's. Qin Yun also waved his hand, transforming the Qingping sword into a green sword beam. It flew into the array formation and went straight for Shangliu. Oh! Shangliu was alarmed as he hurriedly blocked the incoming attack with his 2 halberds. They were extremely ingenious, so even Qin Yun's flying sword was unable to crack his defense. Put! The sword flash in his 2 halberds clashed as sword intent silently seeped into Shangliu's body and damaged it. However, Shangliu's body seemed indestructible. The sword intent did cause damage, but his body quickly recovered from that damage. Legends say that this Shangliu had 7 of his heads slain by a perfected great Dao existence, but his 7 heads still quickly regrew. My usage of the Qingping sword can only damage him, but his indestructible body is able to rapidly recover. It's useless no matter how much time is spent. Qin Yun understood this point. There's nothing I can do about this. These Chaos Godfiends sometimes have really powerful talents. For instance, Taoist Wen was able to devour Khanate cardinal treasures at birth. The Buddhist's Mahamayuri was born capable of controlling the 5 elements. The ancestral dragon was even better than Taoist Wen and Mahamayuri. Even his bloodline's proliferation was capable of forming the extremely powerful dragons in the 3 realms, thought Qin Yun. However, talent is both an aid and also a shackle. We humans can also practice cultivation to catch up to them and even surpass them. Qin Yun did not continue wasting his time. With a thought, the Misty Rain Array's 3 flying swords flew back and surrounded him. He no longer attempted to trap and kill his opponents. Instead, he focused purely on defense. If it was only defense, the Misty Rain Array was a lot more powerful than it was when trapping and killing enemies. After all, back when he entered the fiendish dominion, Qin Yun's Misty Rain Array was able to withstand Patriarch Bloodsea's large palm strike without shattering. Only a portion of strength seeped into the array formation, a testimony of how powerful the Misty Rain Array was as a defense. So, with the Misty Rain sword protecting him, Qin Yun put away the Qingping sword and shot a glance at Shangliu and company before departing. Brother Shangliu. The other 5 Chaos God Fiends looked at Shangliu. "It's no wonder numinous treasure bestowed him with the Qingping sword," said Shangliu. "This itinerant immortal's sword Dao is indeed powerful. He is able to injure me, but I can't injure him at all. From the looks of it, the 3 realms has changed drastically during our long imprisonment. Even Taoist itinerant immortals are that powerful. We should stay low and figure out the situation first." "Yes." The 5 Chaos God Fiends nodded in unison. Qin Yun continued studying the array formations in MT. 3 blades. Although he had figured out the great Tao of Earth, he still found many of the array formations aspects puzzling. He was drawing knowledge from them. "Junior brother, quickly leave MT. 3 blades." A voice sounded in his ears. Qin Yun was astonished. "Eldest senior sister, what's wrong?" "There is danger in MT. 3 blades. Yang Jian has been trapped by Patriarch Bloodsea. Even with his 8-9 arcane art and other means, he is unable to last much longer. His life is in danger," said Old Mother of Blackfoal Mountain immediately. "You have to quickly withdraw. Yang Jian is trapped by Patriarch Bloodsea and his life is in danger?" Qin Yun was alarmed. Qin Yun had a very good impression of Yang Jian. Back when Star Destruction attempted to occupy the Great Chan world, Yang Jian had appeared with the intention to save him and a few others despite having never met him before. However, Qin Yun ultimately refused and attempted to transcend the tribulations instead of escaping. However, Qin Yun had never forgotten this act of friendship. Yang Jian? Qin Yun immediately carefully sensed the karma. Previously, Yang Jian had concealed his karma through the 8-9 arcane art, but after being trapped by Patriarch Bloodsea, his opponent knew his location very well. In order to allow his side to find him quickly, he was no longer concealing his karma. Instead, he was deliberately revealing it. Now, Jade Void Palace experts and aid they requested for were rushing over. "He's there and not very far from me." Qin Yun also sensed Yang Jian's location. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 605, Fighting Alongside Each Other in Life and Death. Chapter 605, Fighting Alongside Each Other in Life and Death. Translator, Situlan. Editor, Situlan. Qin Yun did not hesitate to forge forward. If it was a hopeless cause, Qin Yun naturally would not send himself to death. However, he had witnessed the battle between Old Mother of Blackfoal Mountain and Patriarch Bloodsea during his assault in the Fiendish Dominion. Furthermore, his Misty Rain array at that time was able to hold against Patriarch Bloodsea's attack. Perhaps it could be said that Patriarch Bloodsea had not used all his strength, but the Qin Yun from back then had only just attained his pinnacle Great Tao. Now, Qin Yun had fused 3 pinnacle Great Tao together, and he was just a sliver short of a perfected Great Tao. The Misty Rain array had also undergone tumultuous changes and its defensive aspect far exceeded the Qingping swords. It had to be noted that the present Qin Yun had increased his realm significantly and this flying sword's might was a lot stronger than before. This was expected too. As Qin Yun grew in strength, it was destined that his intrinsic flying sword would slowly chase up to or even exceed the Qingping sword in different aspects. He is about 4 kilometers away, but the forks make it like a maze. How am I to reach him? Qin Yun's Misty Rain domain penetrated the stone walls to probe the array formation veins as he carefully took note of the terrain. After figuring out the Great Tao of Earth, Qin Yun was able to understand even more of the array's veins. He could also guess a lot more of the connections between the forks. I should head in this direction. Qin Yun did not hesitate to proceed forward. This was the first time he was not meditating over the array formation in MT. 3 blades. Instead, he proceeded with a goal in mind. As such, his speed was a lot faster. Elsewhere in MT. 3 blades. The negative Karma Fire Red Lotus array was created by Patriarch Bloodsea after years of cultivation. Yang Jian was unable to escape from it. As Patriarch Blood-Sea controlled the array formation, he chatted with the fiend ancestor. Brother Blood-Sea, kill this Yang Jian if you can. If you are able to kill him, bring me the third eye at his glabella. If you fail to kill him, at least capture him alive and hand him to me whole. The fiend ancestor sent a karmic voice transmission from afar. As long as you succeed, I will bestow you the treasure you have been wanting all this while. Patriarch Blood-Sea's smile widened when he heard that. Fiend ancestor, don't worry. Leave it to me, said Patriarch Blood-Sea via voice transmission. All of them knew very well that the fiend ancestor always wished to capture Yang Jian and the monkey who was now Buddhist. Some time ago, the fiend ancestor had even sneaked up onto the monkey while disregarding his status. However, he was stopped by the Buddhist ancestor. To think that the fiend ancestor would actually part with their cardinal treasure to make an exchange. However, it's to my advantage. If I have that cardinal treasure, perhaps my Blood-Sea Great Tao would improve further. Patriarch Blood-Sea looked at Yang Jian, who was trapped inside the negative karma fire blood lotus array, and wore a look of worry in his eyes. However, this Yang Jian has cultivated the 8-9 arcane art to an extremely high realm. He has already attained an invulnerable body. Even the negative karma fire red lotus array will need 49 days to fully erode and refine him to death. Entities with extremely powerful bodies were very hard to kill. I have to think of means to capture him alive. Acting on his will, the negative karma fire red lotus array underwent another change. Whoosh! Yang Jian was trapped amid waves of blood and was unable to extricate himself. Suddenly, red ribbon bands surfaced amid the blood waves as they began circling Yang Jian. He's thinking of capturing me? Yang Jian naturally knew that it was over once he was captured. He used all his might to deliver a blow with his three-pointed, double-edged lance. The lance arts were mystical, as though they were a portrayal of the samsara. They were flawless, allowing him to completely fend off the red ribbons. His body is powerful and his close combat techniques are impressive as well, sighed Patriarch Blood-Sea when he saw this. Furthermore, his samsara Great Tao is just a sliver short of perfection. It's no wonder Jade Void Palace thinks so highly of him. However, a sliver short still means a night and day difference. Collect! Patriarch Blood-Sea suddenly extended his hand as his arm expanded rapidly. A huge palm surfaced in midair as it came bearing down on Yang Jian. Furthermore, the negative karma fire red lotus array also began changing. A huge blood-colored lotus flower appeared deep beneath the array's tumultuous blood waves. The gigantic blood-colored lotus flower completely filled the center of the array formation. Oh! Yang Jian's expression changed. The gigantic lotus flower beneath him floated upwards as the petals began enveloping him. Above him was Patriarch Blood-Sea's massive palm. There was no room for escape between the two impending attacks. Yang Jian tried his best to attack with his three-pointed, double-edged lance in a bid to tear through the blood-colored lotus petals. However, despite managing to barely tear apart one petal, a new petal appeared in its place. Yang Jian, don't bother keeping up with your struggle. You will not be able to escape me. Patriarch Blood-Sea laughed as he powered the array formation and bore down with his palm. Patriarch Blood-Sea. There was a keen glint in Yang Jian's eyes. The massive blood-colored lotus began closing. The palm came pressing from above. Trapped in the middle, Yang Jian stopped brandishing his lance and glared at Patriarch Blood-Sea. Open! Yang Jian bellowed coldly. A vertical eye opened in his glabella. A heavenly eye divine power? Patriarch Blood-Sea thought nothing of it. All of the three realms knew perfect sovereign Erlang Yang Jian had cultivated a heavenly eye. However, many people had heavenly eye divine powers in the three realms, so Patriarch Blood-Sea thought nothing of it. Obliterate! A black beam suddenly shot out from Yang Jian's vertical eye. The black beam brought with it a destructive aura and an aura of death the moment it appeared. The fiend ancestor's divine eye of destruction? Patriarch Bloodsea was alarmed. He knew that the fiend ancestor's strongest destruction body had a divine eye of destruction. He had even seen the fiend ancestor use it against the Tao ancestors and Buddhist ancestor. Yang Jian's casting of it made him sense the same aura. Boom! The black beam proceeded in an unstoppable onslaught as it tore apart the gigantic blood-colored lotus. The negative karma fire red lotus array was cracked as it shot towards Patriarch Bloodsea. Patriarch Bloodsea immediately flipped his massive palm in a bid to stop him. He was a little fearful towards the move that resembled the fiend ancestor's divine eye of destruction. Pooh! The black beam instantly tore through his palm and penetrated Patriarch Bloodsea's body, finally hitting a vein of MT. 3 blades as array formation. MT. 3 blades array formation naturally withstood the blow easily. It's very powerful and matches the attack strength of a perfected Great Tao. Unfortunately, it's far weaker than the fiend ancestors. Patriarch Bloodsea laughed. The body that had been hollowed recovered with a swirl of sanguine light. I have an indestructible body. This bit of injury won't affect me at all. He secretly heaved a sigh of relief as well. He was originally frightened, but after taking blow head-on, he realized that it was at the strength of a perfected Great Tao. It was only power that belonged to death and destruction. I can sense that using this power is demanding on you, said Patriarch Bloodsea with a smile. With a thought, the negative karma fire red lotus array was powered again. It's impossible for there to be no cost for a pinnacle golden immortal like you to cast something at the level of a perfected Great Tao. I want to see how many times you can cast it. Yang Jian did not respond at all. He was always unwilling to use this power, but he had no choice but to use it this time. Once, twice, thrice. Against Patriarch Bloodsea's all-out strength, Yang Jian was forced to use the true powers of his Glabella's divine eye. Yang Jian was affected every time the aura of destruction and death inside his divine eye was used. It also affected his essence soul. However, he cultivated in the Samsara Great Tao and was able to wear away the aura. Now that his realm was sufficiently high, he was able to withstand a lot more than back when he could only use it once in his youth. 20 times. 21 times. Yang Jian's dermic powers began to turn chaotic as his essence soul was beginning to become tainted. I can't continue, muttered Yang Jian inwardly. If I continue using it, I'll likely end up a fiend. Ha, even your dermic powers have turned chaotic. How many more times can you cast it? Patriarch Bloodsea was turning even more confident. I had once sworn that I would rather be completely destroyed in both body and soul than become a fiend. Yang Jian had made up his mind. Patriarch Bloodsea. What a coincidence. We meet again. A voice sounded at that moment. Yang Jian turned his head to look. He saw a figure fly over like a sword beam. Circulating him were 3 flying swords. The figure dashed straight into the negative karma fire red lotus array as the 3 flying swords around him rapidly expanded and protected Yang Jian inside a sword array. It completely fended off the blood wave's corrosion. Qin Yun. Yang Jian identified the figure to be the Great Chang World's Qin Yun. Qin Yun was only an itinerant immortal at the pinnacle golden immortal level. Why did he not hesitate to charge into the negative karma fire red lotus array? Perfect sovereign. Qin Yun smiled at him. Sword immortal Qin Yu, Yang Jian was an extremely proud loner. He was momentarily speechless seeing Qin Yun risk his life to save him. He felt his chest burning hot. Yang Jian knew that he would never forget this moment for the rest of his life. Ha! After bumping into one, I have bumped into a second one. My luck sure is good. Patriarch Bloodsea laughed out loud. Perfect sovereign, shall we join forces to fight this Patriarch Bloodsea, alright? Qin Yun roared with laughter as he used the Misty Rain array to fend off the blood wave's corrosion. Alright. Yang Jian laughed out upon seeing this. Sword Immortal Qin, our lives are tied together in life and death. Let us fight Patriarch Blood Sea together. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 606, Best Defensive Array. Chapter 606, Best Defensive Array. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Elsewhere in MT. 3 blades. A concealed stream of light was darting through the stone tunnels. Within the stream of light was a long-bearded Taoist. His black beard reached his chest, and he was none other than Guangchengzi, the famous acting sect leader of the Jade Void Palace. Guangchengzi was usually quite an easygoing person, but at that moment, he wore an undeniable look of worry. Against Patriarch Blood Sea, disciple nephew Yang has probably used his divine eye of destruction. He is not the fiend ancestor. The power of the divine eye of destruction is not something he can control. Every cast will affect his essence soul, eventually causing him to turn into a fiend. Guangchengzi was anxious. Master had to personally take action to make him regain consciousness the last time it happened. But back then, he was still very weak. If he were to turn fiendish again, even Master can't save him. Quick, I need to be faster. Guangchengzi rushed as fast as he could. This MT. 3 blades interior is nothing but a maze. The route map that Yang Jian gave is too circuitous. Yang Jian had taken many detours as well, so by following Yang Jian's map, Guangchengzi naturally had to waste a lot of time. Disciple nephew Yang, you have to hold on. Guangchengzi was rushing over at full speed. Jade Void Palace was sparing no cost to save Yang Jian. Uncle Master, Qin Yun has appeared to help me. He's about to help me fend off Patriarch Blood Sea, Yang Jian said via a karmic voice transmission. Qin Yun? Guangchengzi was taken aback. That itinerant immortal Qin Yun was actually willing to risk his life to save Yang Jian with Patriarch Blood Sea as an opponent? Qin Yun had redoubtable strength considering his killing of Wu Zhiqi, making him one of the 3 realms' most powerful experts. However, against a perfected great Tao existence, even Yang Jian was no match, so how could Qin Yun be any better? Green Turing Palace's Qin Yun sure is a man who wears his heart on his sleeve. Guangchengzi's impression of Qin Yun also rose sharply and favorably. Although there was some estrangement between Jade Void Palace and Green Turing Palace, Guangchengzi was still rather grateful towards Qin Yun. Qin Yun was risking his life for his disciple. However, I will still take a while to reach them. Can they last that long? Guangchengzi had little confidence in Qin Yun and Yang Jian. This Qin Yun actually went to save Yang Jian? He sure is bold. It is a bit rash. Despite knowing that Patriarch Blood Sea is there, not only did he not hide, he even went over to join the fray. But to be honest, I'm quite impressed by his risking of his life to save Yang Jian. It's foolishness. If he's not careful, not only will he fail to save Yang Jian, he might even die as well. Is this not foolishness? You must do certain things at times. Sometimes, being a little foolish is indeed worthy of respect. Respect? I do feel respect, but to be honest, if the 2 of them die, it will be a major loss for both Jade Void Palace and Green Turing Palace. It would be beneficial for all of us. 2 ancient existences were communicating over voice transmissions. Although Qin Yun was good at concealing his karma, there were still several in the 3 realms who could see through it and learn of his current situation. Junior brother, how silly. On a cloud outside MT. 3 Blades, old mother of Blackfold Mountain, was still feeling quite leisurely, but news quickly reached her ears. She was also somewhat flustered. The person with the highest chance of a perfected Great Tao in Jade Void Palace was Yang Jian. As for Green Turing Palace, it was Qin Yun. Qin Yun was different from Yang Jian. Yang Jian was a descendant of a chaos god fiend. He had an extraordinary background and also possessed the divine eye of destruction. He was one with an extremely high foundation. Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning thought highly of him and spared no expense at nurturing him. Qin Yun was a mortal who cultivated step by step. Although his cultivation process was arduous, it was very robust. He did not rely on his bloodline, but on insights he gained bit by bit. When he first formed a great Tao, it was already a pinnacle great Tao. To gain a perfected great Tao, Qin Yun's path was smoother. Only the itinerant immortal tribulations made Qin Yun's cultivation path fraught with danger. Green Turing Palace hoped that Qin Yun would transcend the itinerant immortal tribulations. In fact, all three Taoist lineages shared a common problem. While the Taoist three pure ones remained in the three realms, 8 Scenic Palace, Jade Void Palace, and Green Turing Palace naturally enjoyed a supreme standing. All other factions had to bow their heads. However, all the ancient existences knew that it would not be long before the Tao ancestors and Fiend ancestor would be forced to leave the three realms. When that happened, there would not be any heavenly Tao realm existences in the three realms. All Jade Void Palace had was a perfected great Tao existence, same for Green Turing Palace. How were they to maintain their current statuses? Even past grudges could become issues again as revenge was sought against the three Taoist lineages. The ancient existences would then be afraid when the time came. With all factions in contention in the three realms, what would become of the three Taoist lineages? Therefore, every disciple that had a chance of attaining a perfected great Tao was groomed. While the world outside paid attention to the matter, Qin Yun and Yang Jian were resisting Patriarch Blood Sea with all their might. Boom! Blood waves churned, but the Misty Rain Array managed to completely defend the blows. Brother Qin Yun, your array formation sure is powerful. It's completely able to block off the negative Karma Fire Red Lotus Array. Yang Jian revealed a look of delight. Qin Yun smiled. This array formation of mine isn't much in other aspects, but when it comes to defense, it is cream of the crop. But since he was weak, he developed the Misty Rain sword art to be good at defense. He had wandered down his sword Tao path and had traveled an increasing distance on it. His sword Tao was not the Tao of the heavenly cycles, nor was it the limitless heaven and earth, but the heaven, earth, and man. In fact, the Tao of the heavenly cycles was good at defense, and so was the limitless heaven and earth. However, heaven, earth, and man was even better when it came to defense. It was more stable. Having just attained a pinnacle great Tao, his Misty Rain Array was able to withstand Patriarch Blood Sea's few blows. Although Patriarch Blood Sea had delivered those attacks remotely across space, it was sufficient testimony of the Misty Rain Array's extraordinariness. Qin Yun, do you think that I can't do a thing to you because I did not manage to crack your array formation the last time? Patriarch Blood Sea laughed as his body suddenly dissipated and transformed into rich sanguine light that infused into the negative Karma Fire Red Lotus Array. The moment he surged in, the might of the negative Karma Fire Red Lotus Array rose. Red Lotus Annihilation. What followed was an angry bellow. 12 blood-colored lotus flowers fused as one. As a gigantic blood-colored lotus flower, its petals spun and ground at the Misty Rain Array situated in the middle. Xiao! 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 As the petals spun their deadly grind, it was as though the world was sinking into oblivion. This move was not used against Yang Jian since Yang Jian had an indestructible body and was impossible to kill. All he could do was think of means to capture him alive. As for Qin Yun's Misty Rain Array, it was like a turtle shell. It was imperturbable, so he had to crack the array formation first. As long as this array formation is cracked, an itinerant immortal like Qin Yun's body is extremely frail. I can easily kill him. That Yang Jian won't be able to cast the Divine Eye of Destruction more than a few times. I can easily capture him alive. Patriarch Blood Sea was filled with anticipation. However, all of this requires me to crack this array formation first. Patriarch Blood Sea knew that it was not easy doing so. The gigantic blood-colored lotus flower constantly ground at the array as it displayed its annihilative might, but it failed to crack it. I can't crack it? Patriarch Blood Sea turned anxious. This is my strongest frontal attack. Darn it. I didn't bring my Khanate Cardinal Treasure, negative karma Fire Red Lotus, with me. Patriarch Blood Sea was a careful person. He had only sent his combat body on the expedition. Even if the combat body died, all he needed was time to recultivate it again. The Khanate Cardinal Treasure, negative karma Fire Red Lotus, was his most important treasure. He could lose his combat body, but not his Khanate Cardinal Treasure. He naturally kept it by his Blood Sea side. But at that moment, he was regretting that decision. Yang Jian and Qin Yun. Just killing either one of them would be a great deed. His Misty Rain array is cast with his intrinsic flying sword, which is also a merit numinous treasure. My negative karma Fire Red Lotus array is unable to taint it at all, thought Patriarch Blood Sea. If I had brought my cardinal treasure with me, the array formations would increase several times. Perhaps, I would have been able to crack it. But now, it seems impossible. A cold glint flashed in Patriarch Blood Sea's eyes. There's only one way. Kill Qin Yun while he's inside the array. Once he's dead, the array formation will naturally crumble. Inside the Misty Rain array, Qin Yun and Yang Jian were extremely wary. They did not have the extravagant hopes of counterattacking. All they wanted was to stall for time so that Jade Void Palace's Guangchengzi would arrive. That would mean success. Since he can't crack it open with a frontal assault, he will be using a shady blow, said Yang Jian. Don't worry. I've had a taste of his attacks the last time, said Qin Yun with a smile. The Qingping sword in his sleeve was ready to fly out at any time. The last time was only an ordinary blow. He will likely risk his life this time. Just as Yang Jian finished his sentence, a blast seeped into the Misty Rain array forcibly. Yang Jian's expression immediately changed as he charged forward. Augmented by the mystical charms of samsara, his three-pointed, double-edged lance completely fended of the blast. Qin Yun said, "Don't worry. The might that seeps in will be less than 10%. It would not pose a threat. Your body is far weaker than mine, so don't be careless." As Yang Jian said, he took the initiative to fend off the blows. Yang Jian was naturally able to deal with the weakened blows, so there was no need for Qin Yun's additional help. Xie! 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 Suddenly, there was a sizzling sound amid the blood waves of the negative karma Fire Red Lotus array as the waves gradually thinned. He's going to risk it and burn his entire combat body. Yang Jian's expression changed and immediately sent a voice transmission solemnly. Patriarch Blood Sea's combat body is a condensation of his Blood Sea's purest energies. Once he burns it, the explosive might released would surge outwards. It would even take him some time to recover. Karma, obliterate. Patriarch Blood Sea attacked. He burned his combat body to deliver an explosive blow, sending it down the karmic lines at Qin Yun. Oh! Qin Yun's expression changed slightly. The Misty Rain array was a combination of heaven, earth, and man, and had long formed a realm of its own. A killing blow delivered from an external realm via karma would still be obstructed by the realm. However, blocking karma was the hardest. Patriarch Blood Sea was also one of the existences who knew karma best in the three realms. This strike still had 20% strength after the karmic transmission and was nearly halved in strength by the Misty Rain array. Yang Jian wished to help Qin Yun, but he was unable to help against the killing blow via karma. Heaven and Earth Seal. A wisp of green light shot out from Qin Yun's hand, instantly producing a blurry sword flash that enveloped their surroundings, blocking off everything. It was as though the heaven and earth themselves were sealing everything. It was one of the defensive moves that Qin Yun had figured out from the Qingping sword. This move could similarly intercept karma, drastically reducing its might. Put. The remaining strength was like a needle that stabbed at his essence soul. Qin Yun's essence soul was made up of innumerable sharp sword Dao dermic powers. They were sufficiently powerful, so only a little damage was inflicted. His array formation is also that sturdy when it comes to blocking karma? Patriarch Bloodsea lost his zeal when he saw this. The Misty Rain array was indeed very comprehensive. Not only was it good at defending against frontal attacks, but it was also good at resisting corruption. Even its defense against karmic blows far exceeded Patriarch Bloodsea's expectations. My burning of my combat body can only deliver 3 attacks. Even by risking my life, all I can do is injure Qin Yun. Forget it. Since it's impossible, I should leave as soon as possible. If not, once Guan Chengzi arrives, this combat body of mine might not be able to leave. Whoosh! The endless blood waves abruptly transformed into a blood-colored stream of light. With a flash, it rapidly departed through the stone passageways, vanishing from Qin Yun's and Yang Jian's sight. Qin Yun and Yang Jian were both shocked. He's gone? Qin Yun exclaimed in surprise. He left without any scruples, said Yang Jian with a smile. He likely knows that there's no hope, so he did not hesitate to leave immediately. Brother Qin Yun, you made Patriarch Bloodsea powerless against you. When word of this battle spreads, you will probably leave all the mighty figures of the 3 realms astounded. Ha ha ha. Accompanied by laughter, a figure flew over. Uncle Master. Yang Jian immediately went over to receive the figure. Qin Yun also dispelled the Misty Rain array and went over. He recognized the person to be none other than the famous Guan Chengzi at a glance. This disciple nephew of mine is right, said Guan Chengzi with a laugh. Qin Yun, you sure have shocked many during this battle of yours. I wouldn't dare make any bold claims about your defensive array formation, but it's absolutely the best defensive array among pinnacle golden immortals. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 607, Leaving the Mountain. Chapter 607, Leaving the Mountain. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. Greetings, Senior Brother Guan Chengzi, said Qin Yun with a bow. Due to the Taoist Fiend War, the relationships between the 3 Taoist lineages had warmed up significantly. At the very least, they appeared united on the surface. In terms of seniority, Guan Chengzi was Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginnings disciple, while Qin Yun was Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasures disciple. It was indeed correct for him to address Guan Chengzi as senior brother. Instead, it was Yang Jian who was a 3rd-generation Jade Void Palace disciple. Strictly speaking, he was 1 generation Qin Yun's junior. However, strength was supreme in the 3 realms. If emphasis was placed on seniority and cultivation time, there were tons of ancient existences that would win out. Just the Chaos Godfiends alone were a huge bunch, but in the 3 realms, the strong were the seniors. They were the mighty figures. The weaker ones would be juniors or predecessors regardless of how long they had been cultivating. Qin Yun shared a good relationship with Yang Jian, so it was normal for them to address each other as brother. My sword arts were good at protecting myself even while I was immortal, said Qin Yun with a smile. And it has been so all this while. My sword Dao is great at defense, and having become an itinerant immortal, there are numerous itinerant immortal tribulations awaiting me. Now, the first thing on my mind is naturally to resist the heavenly tribulations. Therefore, I have put more effort into defense. The only thing noteworthy about my sword array is its defensive capabilities. It's relatively weak in every other aspect. Guan Chengzi was enlightened when he heard that. In order to transcend the tribulations, an itinerant immortal placed all his focus on defense? This made Guan Chengzi pity Qin Yun a little. Everyone in the 3 realms knew that being an itinerant immortal was a dead end. Successfully being one was harder than attaining a perfected great Tao. Brother Qin Yun, if there's any help you need from me, feel free to tell me, promised Yang Jian. Yes, feel free to say it if you need my Jade Void Palace's help, said Guan Chengzi with a smile. After all, my Jade Void Palace does owe you a great favor after what happened. Guangchengzi knew very well that, with his master's temperament, it was impossible that Jade Void Palace would turn a blind eye to Qin Yun's rescue of Yang Jian. The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning wished that their taking advantage of the Green Turing Palace would be kept to a minimum. I will definitely say it when needed, said Qin Yun with a laugh. Guangchengzi nodded. All right, let's leave quickly. Qin Yun and Yang Jian did not object. Qin Yun had already gained insights into the Great Tao of Earth, so with the primary goal of his expedition accomplished, why would he need to continue studying the array formation? MT. Three Blades was here and he could come again at any time. Besides, the most pressing matter for him now was to figure out the final Great Tao of man to attain a perfected Great Tao. Therefore, he could not continue wasting his time at MT. Three Blades. The trio immediately flew forward through the stone tunnels. Uncle Master, you were just a little late. You arrived several seconds after Patriarch Bloodsea left, said Yang Jian. If you stopped him and destroyed his combat body, that would have been awesome. Uncle Master, why are you taking this fork? I've never entered this fork before. Follow me, said Guangchengzi as he flew. As for that map you gave me, aren't you aware of how many detours it has? Yang Jian was taken aback as he said ashamed, "Ente. Three Blades interior is like a maze, so I was constantly going in circles. After receiving your call for help, I immediately entered MT. Three Blades and kept going in circles through this maze according to your map, said Guangchengzi with a shake of his head. Eventually, Master had to personally seek Goddess Nuwa's help before she provided the entire map of MT. Three Blades interior. That allowed me to arrive when I did, or I'd probably have been 5 minutes late. Yang Jian was alarmed. Master sought Goddess Nuwa's help. At the level of the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning and Goddess Nuwa, requesting each other's help was not a simple task. Don't be rash in the future, said Guangchengzi. Yes, replied Yang Jian. Thankfully there was Qin Yun, said Guangchengzi. If not, by the time Goddess Nuwa gave me the map, it would likely have been too late by the time I arrived. Yang Jian nodded as he looked at Qin Yun. It was true he owed him a big one. Brother Yang Jian cultivates an indestructible body, so even if he was temporarily captured, I believe senior brother Guangchengzi would be able to chase up and rescue you since he had Goddess Nuwa's map, said Qin Yun. Once he's captured, things would be hard to predict. Guangchengzi did not elaborate. With Guangchengzi leading the way, the trio quickly exited the mountain. Whoosh! 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 Three figures flew out of MT. Three Blades entrance. I'm out. Looking at the vast land in front of him, Qin Yun turned back to glance at the lofty MT. Three Blades. His entry had allowed his strength to break through, and he was just short of a sliver to a perfected Great Tao. Yang Jian looked at the scenery outside as he smiled. Finally out. Ha ha ha. Qin Yun, that eldest senior sister of yours is up ahead. Let's rush over, said Guangchengzi with a laugh. Eldest senior sister? Qin Yun felt somewhat awkward. His eldest senior sister, Old Mother of Blackfall Mountain, had exhorted him to quickly leave when she noticed that the situation in MT. Three Blades was not right. However, he had taken the initiative to fight Patriarch Bloodsea. The trio flew to somewhere nearby. On a cloud a short distance away stood an elderly woman with a staff. She was none other than the Old Mother of Blackfall Mountain, and she was looking at Qin Yun in a displeased manner. Eldest senior sister, I was rash, said Qin Yun with the initiative. Wudong, don't blame Qin Yun. It was solely because of Qin Yun that Yang Jian was able to escape with his life, said Guangchengzi with a smile. Yang Jian also bowed. I'm alive all thanks to brother Qin Yun. The Old Mother of Blackfall Mountain glared at Qin Yun while she gave Guangchengzi a faint smile. Guangchengzi, Yang Jian escaped with his life, but Qin Yun risked his life. Your Jade Void Palace took great advantage of us. My Jade Void Palace will naturally remember that we owe Qin Yun one, said Guangchengzi. You better. Old Mother of Blackfoal Mountain nodded slightly. Just as they were chatting idly, Old Mother of Blackfoal Mountain and Guangchengzi sensed something and turned to look at MT. 3 blades. Qin Yun and Yang Jian did the same. A burning and domineering aura surfaced at MT. 3 blades entrance. It was a red-haired man with disheveled hair. He was the first to exit, and behind him were a bunch of ancient chaos god fiends. The red-haired man scanned the surrounding world with an evident dominance and might. He stood there as though he was the only supreme existence in the world. Zhurong. Old Mother of Blackfoal Mountain and Guangchengzi's expression both turned solemn. God King Zhurong was stronger than all the other perfected great Tao existences in the nascent periods of the 3 realms. Back then, he was only at the half-step heavenly Tao realm. Only God King Gonggong, who was similarly at the half-step perfected great Tao, could compete with him for supremacy. Back then, various factions avoided the conflict and ultimately, Zhurong defeated Gonggong. At that time, he was the strongest existence. It was only when Goddess Nuwa suddenly broke through to the heavenly Tao realm that he was reined in. Despite all this time, God King Zhurong did not improve at all. He was still one of the few strongest existences beneath the heavenly Tao realm. 3 realms, I'm back. Zhurong smiled as he looked at the world before him. Meanwhile, in a forest beneath MT. 3 blades. A linen-clothed man was looking at the wildflowers leisurely on the ground when he suddenly sensed something. He looked up and saw the Zhurong who stood by MT. 3 blades entrance. Zhurong, you are finally out. I've been waiting in the effulgent great world for so many years just for this very day. The linen-clothed man flipped his hand as a black, ancient, and simply adorned longbow appeared. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 608, Hoyi's Arrow. Chapter 608, Hoyi's Arrow. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. Bows were very rare Dharma armaments in the 3 realms. Very few immortals, Buddhists, or godfiends used bows and arrow, but when one appeared in the hands of the linen-clothed man, it became the most terrifying weapon in the 3 realms. The man held an ancient but unadorned longbow in one hand and took out a golden arrow with his other. Boom! His dharmic powers burned as a terrifying aura billowed. By releasing his full strength, he could no longer be concealed. Instantly, the numerous perfected great Tao existences around him 3 blades such as Old Mother of Blackfoal Mountain, Guangchengzi, and Zhurong sensed it. All of them looked in the direction of the stir. Hoi 1? Old Mother of Blackfoal Mountain and Guangchengzi wore looks of alarm. Is Hoi burning his dharmic powers? At Hoyi's level, it was truly rare for him to burn his dharmic powers to deal with his enemies. The terrifying flaming aura was sensed by both Qin Yun and Yang Jian, so they also noticed the linen-clothed man. Although Hoi had yet to shoot the arrow, the invisible oppressive might left Qin Yun and Yang Jian alarmed. Mighty God Hoi? Both of them had naturally heard of mighty God Hoi's fame. Hoi had long chosen to recluse himself in the effulgent great world, therefore, in the eyes of many experts in the effulgent great world, it was naturally Hoi's territory, so no one dared to raise any provocations. This was the might of Hoi that left everyone fearful and awed. Even the Chaos God Fiend, 9 Neonate, a perfected great Tao existence, had been shot to death by Hoi. Back when the ancient demon heavenly courts ruled the 3 realms, how powerful was it? The 10 princes were golden crows, but Hoi had killed 9 of them with his arrows all at once. Only 1 managed to survive. What a powerful aura! Zhurong looked at the linen-clothed man from a distance. However, his aura resembles Yi's. Yi was also a chaos god fiend. He was proficient with the arrow and bow, but he only reached the pinnacle mighty figure level. Back then, Yi was able to occupy a territory in a small region east of the Heavenly Realm with his archery skills. He was also known as East Yi. God King, his aura does resemble East Yi's. He also has a resemblance in looks. A few of his subordinates behind him quipped. Yi had occupied a tiny piece of territory, but as he was wild and intractable, he was quelled by Zhurong. After all, Zhurong had swept through most of the Heavenly Realm back then. Yi was just one of the many lackluster factions that fell to him. Zhurong! The line-clothed man in the forest roared as he stared at the distant Zhurong. His fervent aura burned even more violently as he did not hesitate to pull his longbow to its limits, strung the arrow on the bowstring, and aimed the arrowhead at Zhurong. He constantly pumped burning dermic powers into his bow and arrow, but their might only began to converge. The violent aura vanished completely as it was fully converged. This was the final calm before the storm. Trying to deal with me? Zhurong stood in front of him. 3 blades and did not move from his spot despite the situation. Without even dodging, he laughed rapturously. I never expected someone to attack me the moment I got out. Punk, I'll give you 3 chances to shoot at me. After the 3 strikes, I will kill you. I will let the 3 realms know the price for crossing me. Zhurong was invincible beneath the Heavenly Dao realm. Zhurong thought nothing of Hui when he sensed that his dermic powers aura was only that of a perfected Great Dao. He was God King Zhurong, an entity who could quash an entire world. This time, I'll show the cultivators who have recently rose to prominence in the 3 realms my means, Zhurong thought to himself. He did not think anything of the bow and arrow since it was unorthodox. Oh! Zhurong's pupils constricted. Whoosh! An arrow stream flashed and tore through spacetime. It was an extremely frightening arrow. It overwhelmed everything. Even the sun appeared to lose its luster in front of it. All sorts of mighty entities would appear extremely frail before it. Any expert who saw this arrow would feel that it was of paramount beauty. From afar, Qin Yun and Yang Jian felt as though they saw an arrow. The stunning arrow left a deep, unforgettable impression on their minds. But when they thought about it carefully, they could not recall the trajectory of the arrow at all. Qin Yun was originally very confident of his Misty Rain array, but when he saw this arrow, he knew that it was impossible for him to defend against it. Against such an arrow, even if it was delivered in plain sight, there was no means of escaping. No good. Zhurong regretted the moment the arrow left the bow as it streaked across the sky. He regretted his overconfidence. It was too fast. Even though Zhurong was already at the half-step Heavenly Dao realm, one of the strongest existences ranked just beneath the Dao ancestors and Buddhist ancestor in the 3 realms, he still found the arrow ridiculously fast. Although he vaguely saw the trajectory and was trying his best to evade it while extending his palm to block it. Put! A stream of light tore through his chest, blasting a huge hole in it. Terrifying destructive forces spread across his body. The color in Zhurong's face instantly drained as he maniacally attempted to suppress the destructive forces. How is it this powerful? Zhurong was in disbelief. Back when he reigned in supremacy over the 3 realms, he had never seen such a terrifying arrow strike before. This strike even made him sense the might of Goddess Nuwa's attack. I'll die if I receive a few more of these arrows. Zhurong immediately understood that it was not shameful to be defeated by an existence at the Heavenly Dao realm, but to be defeated by someone of an equivalent realm as him left him furious. However, he instantly made a decision. Escape. He was able to yield if necessary. Quickly leave this area. Zhurong sent a voice transmission to his subordinates as he repressed the destructive forces at his chest while casting his escaping divine power. Thankfully, I focused on escaping arts after being sealed by Nuwa. I've finally made some large strides in them, and this escaping art is definitely one of the best in the 3 realms. Zhurong was very confident. Boom! A fiery stream flashed as he rapidly headed south. It was not that he did not wish to tear open space, but that Hui had frozen the effulgent great world's void the moment he took out his bow and arrow. Zhurong was unable to tear it apart in a short amount of time. Escaping? God King Zhurong is escaping? Qin Yun and Yang Jian watched with mixed emotions. Zhurong, who had once reigned supreme, was actually being sent fleeing by Hui? He did not even hesitate to escape? Guangchengzi, an old mother of Blackfoal Mountain, did not find it odd at all. In the entire three realms, among the perfected great Tao existences, Hui was deemed to be the most terrifying one. He was the only one whose attacks could match that of a heavenly Tao realm entity. Over time, the strongest perfected great Tao existences acknowledged by all were Mighty God Hui, Ancestral Dragon, and the Buddhist Amida. Hui had spared no expense to burn his dermic powers to severely injure Zhurong the moment he attacked. God King Zhurong's escaping art sure is fast. I never heard of him having such powerful escape arts back when he reigned supreme in the three realms. Old Mother of Blackfoal Mountain said to Guangchengzi in surprise via a voice transmission. He had to have made some changes after being imprisoned for so long, replied Guangchengzi via voice transmission. However, in terms of escaping arts, Zhurong can be ranked in the top 3 among those that are beneath the heavenly Tao realm. Hui might not be able to chase up to him even if he burns his dermic powers to shoot a second strike. Perhaps he might be able to succeed. Old Mother of Blackfoal Mountain watched carefully as well. You sure escaped fast. You are even faster than the celestial the arch of the ancient demons back then. Hui pricked up his brows as the ferocious glint in his eyes intensified. Although he lacked the confidence, he still burned his dermic powers and accumulated strength to shoot his second arrow. He had waited this day for too long. He naturally had to use all his strength. Zhurong is too fast. Hui won't be able to deliver a third strike. However, forcing Hui to burn his dermic powers is quite good too. In a distant plain, a yellow-robed monk watched it remotely inside. With a flip of his hand, a puppet appeared. On it were the words "EE." Today happens to be the last day of the fatal hex. Hui, die. The yellow-robed monk held the puppet in hand as he held a blood-stained arrowhead and stabbed it at the puppet's heart. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 609 Raging Hatred. Chapter 609 Raging Hatred. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. The yellow-robed monk's hex art was famous in the three realms. It was named the Nails on the Head, 7 Swords. It was a mystic art whose name could change the look on any cultivator's face in the three realms. It was considered the strongest hex art in all of the three realms. Although it was said that the Magi were good at hex curses, everything they had was still inferior to this mystic art. Even the book that contained this mystic art, the Nails on the Head, 7 Swords book, could be used to curse mighty figures to death. With the him being the creator of the mystic art, he obviously used it to its full potential. However, the hexing curse was not omnipotent. If it was used against the Taoist Three Pure Ones or the Buddhist ancestor Gautama, the effect would be like a breeze gently caressing them, carrying no threat whatsoever. To use it against one of the strongest perfected great Tao existences, Mighty God Hui, even he had to choose a critical moment to deliver the blow. Zhurong. Hui was burning his dermic powers a second time, his body and mind as one as he locked onto the escaping Zhurong. He was giving his all for this one arrow strike. It needed him to burn his dermic powers and also focus fully. At that moment, the only thing on his mind was his bow and arrow, as well as his enemy. At that moment, no perfected great Tao existence in the three realms would dare provoke Hui. If they did, Hui might end up delivering the blow to the offender instead of Zhurong. That feeling would definitely be a nasty one. But at that critical juncture, invisible forces descended upon him. Ah! The hexing curse came out of nowhere. Hui could not help but clench his chest and grunt in pain. He felt as though his heart was being torn apart as his essence soul suffered a fervent blow. Pfft! Hui spat out a mouthful of blood as the color in his face drained. His essence soul began trembling until cracks appeared in them. If he was in his usual state, with his dermic powers stable and essence soul sound, he could instantly resist a hexing curse. However, having burned his dermic powers to deliver his first blow, he was drained of a considerable amount of dermic powers. His second blow required his body and mind to be one. Being only focused on Zhurong and being completely unprepared, the hex delivered maximum impact. Luya! Hui let out an angrily bellow. He did not need to think to know that Luya was the perpetrator of the sneak attack. Apart from Luya, no one had a hexing curse that could harm him. Due to Luya's sneak attack, Hui was unable to complete his second strike, allowing Zhurong to take the opportunity to escape. Ha! To think that someone is still helping me. When Zhurong felt that Hui's lockdown on spacetime had relaxed, he immediately traversed spacetime and escaped to another great world. Only then did he turn back to look at the distant effulgent great world. However, who is this Luya? Why have I never heard of him? From the looks of it, I've been imprisoned for too long. There has been too many changes to the three realms. One expert after another keeps appearing. At the very least, the one with the bow and arrow is in no way inferior to me in strength. He is possibly even stronger than me. Zhurong instantly felt mixed emotions. He once reigned supreme, but now, he was dumbfounded from an arrow strike moments after he was released. It made him realize that the times had changed. Luya! While Hui released his angry bellow, his eyes emitted a golden glow as an invisible wave swept in every direction, instantly allowing him to lock onto the yellow-robed monk in the desolate plains far off. Luya? Far above on the clouds, Huangchengzi, an old mother of Blackfall Mountain, had also discovered the monk. Being the focus of attention, the monk was naturally exposed. Qin Yun and Yang Jian also noticed him. It's him? Qin Yun's heart stirred. He was the one who opened MT. Three Blades entrance. Following that, he vanished. Why did he open MT? Three Blades? Was it to release Zhurong? Now, he has dealt a blow to Hui. What scheme is this Taoist Luya up to? Taoist Luya was a very mysterious person. All three realms experts would quiver in fear when they heard his name, since the person best at delivering sneak attacks in the three realms was none other than Taoist Luya. Even Zen Master Ravenist has appeared. From the looks of it, despite becoming a Buddhist so many years ago, he is unable to resolve the hatred in him. A Buddha that emitted limitless brilliance looked from afar as he sighed lightly. The moment the monk delivered his attack, it instantly caught the attention of various factions. However, he remained staring at Hui, thinking nothing of the dissipating puppet in his hand. Even though he had chosen a rare opportunity to actually curse Hui to death? That would be a fool's wish. It was already good enough to severely injure him. He flipped his hand and produced a red calabash which floated in midair. He stared intently at Hui as he bowed at the red calabash. May the treasure appear. A bright, white light appeared at the calabash's mouth. Within it was a small person with facial features and wings. Shoo! With a flash, the white beam of light had appeared in front of Hui. It was too fast. Immortal slaying flying saber. Qin Yun, Yang Jian, Huangchengzi, and Old Mother of Blackfall Mountain all recognized it. The Kanate Cardinal treasure, Immortal slaying flying saber, was extremely fast and unpredictable. The moment it was released, it would definitely hit its target. Hui's bow was open and aboveboard, domineering and powerful. It was the most terrifying attack among perfected great Tao existences which reached the might of the heavenly Tao realm. The immortal slaying flying saber was naturally slightly weaker, but more unpredictable and sinister. Oh! The white beam of light was just too fast. Hui did not have the time to string his bow. All he could do was throw out the longbow in his hand, smashing it right at the white beam of light, tearing apart space in the process. However, the white beams scattered upon impact into a set of tiny white beams. Instantly, they penetrated Hou Yi's body and drilled down into his essence soul. The many cracks in his essence soul momentarily made Hou Yi feel faint. Luya! Hou Yi was even more enraged. He would not have any fear if the immortal slaying flying saber had sneaked up on him on a normal day. However, after being greatly weakened due to the heavy damage inflicted by the hex, he was now faced with the immortal slaying flying saber's blow. His injuries only worsened, but for one who cultivated to his present realm, death did not come easily. Hou Yi, you won't escape. The monk flicked his sleeve as his gigantic yellow robe covered an area, sealing off spacetime within. Hou Yi was unable to repress his injuries as he coughed out blood again. He did not hesitate to wave his bow, and with a boom, he blasted open a deep spatial passageway. Even the yellow robe that sealed off the area could not stop him. Hou Yi immediately took a step forward and escaped. His archery skills had reached the half-step heavenly Dao realm, and his grasp of spacetime was extremely brilliant. At the very least, Zhurong or Luya were inferior to him. The monk was unable to stop him from fleeing at the critical moment. He escaped? The monk was stunned. After so many years of planning, he was still able to tear through my seals despite me delivering 2 sneak attacks one after another? He was in disbelief. If he had started off with a seal, Hou Yi might have very well shot him with an arrow. Therefore, he had to seek the appropriate opportunity to deal the sneak attack, delivering one blow after another. He believed that it was possible to kill Hou Yi with his scheme, and even if Hou Yi did not perish, it would be unlikely Hou Yi could tear open his seal. He was at full strength and completely prepared while Hou Yi was severely injured and nearing death. Hou Yi would only have died if lives were put on the line. However, Hou Yi was still able to escape despite his heavy injuries. The plan he had been preparing for after all these years was for naught. Was there anyone left in the 3 realms who was like Zhurong, someone who Hou Yi hated enough to burn his dermic powers to deal with? With this missed opportunity, how much longer did he have to wait? Hou Yi! Hou Yi! The monk roared into the sky, his voice filled with hatred and indignation. Put! The anger got to him as he spewed a mouthful of blood. He was disgruntled that the plot he had been planning for years failed. I will kill you one day. Definitely. I will exact revenge on my 9 elder brothers. The monk muttered before taking a step and vanishing from the effulgent great world. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 610 Dark Surge, Final Chapter of Volume. Chapter 610 Dark Surge, Final Chapter of Volume. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. A number of experts in the 3 realms had paid attention to the situation. On the clouds nearby, Old Mother of Blackful Mountain, Guanchengzi, Yang Jian, and Qin Yun had similarly seen all that had happened. The nails on the head, 7 swords is known as the most powerful hex in the 3 realms, said a baffled Old Mother of Blackful Mountain. However, according to what I know, it requires 21 days of rites to deliver its maximum potential. By scheming against Hou Yi today, Luya must have already begun the rites 21 days ago. Was he already aware that Hou Yi would burn his dermic powers to deal with Zhurong 21 days ago? Guanchengzi nodded as well. There are many oddities about the opening of MT. 3 blades. Perhaps it was Luya who opened it. It was him. Qin Yun nodded. Back when MT 3 blades was opened, I happened to be cultivating here. I discovered Taoist Luya opening MT 3 blades. I was unable to recognize him back then, so all I did was observe carefully. I later noticed Brother Yang enter before Patriarch Bloodsea and a bunch of ancestral fiends. Patriarch Bloodsea and company had changed their appearances and had hidden their auras from the heavenly secrets. I was also unable to recognize them back then. That makes sense then. Old Mother of Blackfoal Mountain nodded. Zhurong and many Chaos Godfiends were sealed in MT. 3 blades. Luya is very aware of the vendetta between Zhurong and Hui. Furthermore, Zhurong is sufficiently powerful. He probably predicted that the moment Zhurong was released, Zhurong and Hui would clash in an internecine battle. When that happened, he could deliver a sneak attack and have a chance of killing Hui. Guan Chengzi roared with laughter. However, Luya must have never expected that Zhurong would immediately escape instead of fighting for his life after being shot just once. Old Mother of Blackfoal Mountain nodded as well. Yes, if Zhurong had not been good at an escaping art and thought that escaping wasn't an option, the only option available would be to take the initiative to attack. With his strength, if he were to really battle Hui was bound to have been injured. That way, Luya would have definitely succeeded by delivering a sneak attack. But no one expected that Zhurong had an escape art that can be ranked in the top 3 of the 3 realms. Perhaps even Luya cannot match him despite being a golden crow. Furthermore, with him having just escaped imprisonment, it was the best choice for Zhurong to escape, considering how little he knows of the external world. Even if he wanted revenge, it would never be too late to pursue it in the future, said Guan Chengzi. A rash clash would only happen if one knew escape was not an option. That's right. Regardless of who it is, they will rein it in a little after being imprisoned for so long, said Old Mother of Blackfoal Mountain. Qin Yun and Yang Jian listened attentively. Luya is a golden crow, Qin Yun could not help but comment. He knew parts of Luya's information, but had no idea that he was a golden crow. Yes, said Old Mother of Blackfoal Mountain as she looked at Qin Yun. To prevent Hui from discovering his tracks, Luya has always been very mysterious. Most mighty figures are unaware of his origins. In fact, he was one of the 10 golden crow princes of the ancient demon's heavenly courts and the only one to have escaped from Hui. The other 9 golden crows were shot to death by Hui, which resulted in this vendetta. Hui is the number 1 person in the 3 realms that Luya wants dead. Qin Yun was enlightened. The only remaining golden crow? How could he not feel hatred after seeing 9 of his brothers die in front of him? This Luya first studied the Tao before he studied Buddhism. He has also learned all sorts of unorthodox arts as well, said Guan Chengzi. Therefore, when it comes to comprehensive knowledge, he is considered one of the best in the 3 realms. However, he was still unable to match Hui. However, both of you have to be careful not to offend him. He might not be able to kill Hui, but if he wants to scheme against juniors like yourselves, you would die without even realizing it. Qin Yun and Yang Jian nodded in unison. At the pinnacle golden immortal level, the both of them were truly nothing worth mentioning when placed before Luya, who was deemed the best at scheming in the 3 realms. Why did MT 3 blades have God King Zhurong sealed inside it? Inquired Yang Jian. Old Mother of Blackfoal Mountain and Guan Chengzi exchanged looks. God King Zhurong is too complicated a person. Therefore, the matter regarding MT 3 blades has always been kept secret, said Guan Chengzi. In the early periods of the 3 realms, the Chaos Godfiends vied for supremacy. Back then, the strongest were God Kings Zhurong and Gongang. After Zhurong defeated Gongang, Gongang slammed through him to Buzhou in a fit of rage, causing the heavens to collapse. It was Goddess Nuwa who mended the heavens. I believe both of you know of this. Qin Yun and Yang Jian nodded in unison. The collapse of the heavens back then was one of the greatest calamities the 3 realms faced. Guan Chengzi turned wistful. Buzhou was a pillar of the heavens. Before breaking through it, the heavenly realm was even bigger than it is now. Back then in the 3 realms, 90% of living beings thrived in the heavenly realms. Only 10% were scattered across small worlds. The small worlds back then were far fewer than there are now. That blow caused the heavens to collapse and crack the heavenly realm. Guan Chengzi sighed. Goddess Nuwa had burned her essence soul without any regard for her life to mend the heavens. With failure almost at hand, countless cultivators fell into despair. At the final critical moment, Goddess Nuwa suddenly received an epiphany and reached the heavenly Tao realm, successfully mending the heavens and saving the three realms. However, more than half the heavenly realm was in shambles. The large fragments became great worlds. The countless tiny fragments became the countless small worlds. It also resulted in the 60 dominions we have at present. Now, most of the living beings in the three realms are in the 60 dominions while a small number reside in the heavenly realm. After Goddess Nuwa mended the heavens, she killed Gongang in her rage when she saw that the heavenly realm had been reduced to countless fragments. She captured Zhurong and his horde of chaos godfiends and sealed them all in MT. 3 blades. She threw MT. 3 blades into one of the heavenly realm fragments, which gradually took form to become the present effulgent great world. Qin Yun and Yang Jian were enlightened. Old Mother of Blackfoal Mountain said, from Her Majesty's point of view, Gongan was the main culprit and deserved death. As for Zhurong and company, they deserved punishment even if death wasn't warranted for their crimes. Her Majesty had been merciful by giving them a chance to live, or she could have killed them directly back then. Heavenly Realm, MT Lightning Roar, Qin Manor. That's what happened. Qin Yun and Xiao sat together drinking tea as he narrated all that had happened in MT. 3 blades. So all of this was a plot by Taoist Luya. It was because of his vendetta with Hui? Xiao was enlightened before she sighed. However, Goddess Nuwa sure did a huge meritorious deed. She risked her life to mend the heavens to save the three realms. She even created us humans. She even showed pity on Zhurong and company. She truly is compassionate. Qin Yun nodded. Goddess Nuwa is indeed impressive. She seldom interferes with matters of the three realms these days. Brother Yun. Xiao beamed and said, you are now just short of a perfected great Tao after your recent breakthrough. If you were to reach the perfected great Tao, your realm would not be inferior to the Chaos God Fiend, Zhe. Furthermore, your intrinsic flying sword has a chance of being nurtured into a connate cardinal treasure. With that in hand, you will definitely be able to transcend the 12th itinerant immortal tribulation unlike Zhe. Qin Yun smiled. Yeah. Although he said so, he knew it was very difficult. Attaining a perfected great Tao was very difficult. Nurturing an intrinsic connate cardinal treasure was difficult as well. It was still a question if the 12th itinerant immortal tribulation was the last. However, all he could do was taking probing steps forward. I have to spend more effort on my defensive measures, thought Qin Yun. To fend off the itinerant immortal tribulation, I'll have to rely on my Misty Rain Array. Enemy killing is secondary. Defense is of utmost priority. Although I was lucky to have defended against Patriarch Spirit Devouring, there are perfected great Tao existences who have extremely powerful attacks such as Hui, Mahamayuri, Patriarch Spirit Devouring, or even Guangchengzi who wields the Empyrean Seal. My Misty Rain Array is unlikely able to withstand their attacks. For now, my Misty Rain Array is considered the best defensive array formation among Pinnacle Golden Immortals. In the future, it will become the best defensive array formation among perfected great Tao existences. Only by doing so will I have a chance of transcending the itinerant immortal tribulations, thought Qin Yun. In the middle of a magma lake, a man with disheveled red hair sat cross-legged. Goo! 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 The magma lake constantly bubbled. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. A woman in a fluttering white dress appeared above the surface of the magma lake, her fair toes stepping onto the magma. She was none other than the female manifestation of the ancestral fiend. Black Lotus. Zhurong stood up and looked at the fiend ancestor's manifestation. Isn't Yi's son very powerful? Said the fiend ancestor with a smile. Zhurong nodded. Yes, he is in no way inferior to me. The fiend ancestor smiled. Zhirong, you just came out, so I believe your cultivation will improve with time. When the time comes, you will be able to repress Hui as well. Cut the pleasantries. Let's get down to business, said Zhirong. What's your goal, considering how you got Blood Sea to release me? Didn't we agree to discuss this 1,000 years from now? The fiend ancestor smiled. God King Zhirong, why do you suddenly seem a little anxious? The times have changed. I think we can chat now. Zhirong looked at the fiend ancestor. Tell me of your motive. The fiend ancestor beamed as space itself seemed to turn joyous. What I want is simple. It's just a lotus seed. End of volume. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 611, Qin Yuluo. Chapter 611, Qin Yuluo. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. The massive battle at Mt. Three Blades began with Patriarch Bloodsea's attacks on two juniors, Yang Jian and Qin Yun. Later, the conflict among God King Zhirong, Hui, and Taoist Luya attracted the attention of experts all across the three realms. Of course, Qin Yun was only a minor character in all of this. However, his killing of the few Chaos Godfiends like Wu Zhiqi and his ability to fend off Patriarch Bloodsea with his Misty Rain array became his first display of his talent, winning him the true attention of the ancient existences of the three realms. Time passed, and in a blink of an eye, 2,000 years had passed since that battle. The three realms remained calm and there was no further conflict between Zhirong and Hui. As for Taoist Luya, he vanished once again. Green Turing Palace, Immortal Vanquishing Hall. On the four corners of a floating array graph hung four connate divine swords. Qin Yun had consumed a drop of samsara dew as he continued studying the Immortal Vanquishing array. After a long while, he opened his eyes. 5,000 years have passed since I became an itinerant immortal. When will I break through this final bottleneck? Qin Yun frowned slightly. If a ninth firmament sky immortal wishes to become a golden immortal, they have to combine all that they know to create their own mastery. If it is sufficiently strong, they would be a half-step golden immortal, or might even match that of a mighty figure. Immortal Sa Su and Ancestral Master Zhang are examples of that. When one accumulates enough insight, they can break through their bottleneck and become a mighty figure. This is the best known method. I'm now stuck in a bottleneck and have been using similar means, thought Qin Yun. With my present insights, I have created various masteries. Now, my Misty Rain array is a lot stronger than it was back at Mt. 3 Blades. Even if Patriarch Bloodsea had his Connate Cardinal treasure, the negative Karma Fire Red Lotus, he could forget about cracking it if I focus on defending. He had only just broken through back then. Now, he had fused all those insights to create various masteries. The Misty Rain array and his flying sword arts had been enhanced. His insights into the Qingping sword had also deepened. The might he delivered had also turned more potent. Few of the ancient existences in the three realms can crack my Misty Rain array, however there are not a small number of those. There are a total of 3 perfected great Dao fiends. Among them is Patriarch Bloodsea with his undying body. He is good at resorting to corruptive and vicious underhanded techniques, but he can't do anything to me. And the strongest king of myriad fiends, Great Freedom Fiend King, Wushuan. He would not be able to do anything against me if he were to send his 6 avatars. But if he were to come in person, I'm definitely not his match. However, it's quite impossible for him to attack in person. Qin Yun knew very well. Wushuan was in existence known as the King of Myriad Fiends. Before the Buddhist ancestor Gautama attained the heavenly Tao realm, Wushuan managed to become the sworn enemy of Buddhism all by himself. The war between the fiends and Buddhism had gone on for an excessive period of time. Later, Gautama received an epiphany and reached the heavenly Tao realm. As such, Wushuan had no choice but to retreat. Even later, the fiend ancestor attained the heavenly Tao as well, becoming the undisputed leader of the fiends. After which, Wuxuan reduced his appearance. It was rare for him to take any action at all. His former archenemy, Gautama, and Black Lotus, who used to be weaker than him, had both attained the heavenly Tao realm. How could Wuxuan be pleased with that? Although he almost never appeared, his strength was not to be doubted. Of course, the chance of Wuxuan attacking Qin Yun was the lowest. Due to the few fiendish existences, Wuxuan was the proudest. Ages had passed since the days when he acted freely. It was already considered rare if he sent his 6 avatars to handle situations in the 3 realms. Among the 3 perfected Great Tao fiendish existences, the one that poses the greatest threat to me is Patriarch Spirit Devouring. His devouring means top the 3 realms. Even the Misty Rain Array might be devoured and chewed to bits by him, thought Qin Yun. Although his strength had increased significantly, he still had to be wary. Perhaps only by attaining a perfected Great Tao could he have the confidence to view all experts belonging the heavenly Tao realm beneath him. Tomorrow is the day of my itinerant immortal tribulation. It's time to return for it. Qin Yun got up and left the immortal vanquishing hall. Heavenly realm. In a wing of MT lightning roars Qin Manor. Qin Yulua sat by the window, watching fishes swim in a pond in the yard outside. What should I do? A step forward results in intense battles, but all will be fine if I take a step back. Should I proceed forward or retreat? If I proceed, it might be huge trouble for the Qin family. I would be too selfish that way. Qin Yuluo always had a figure in her heart. But now that she knew more, she was in a dilemma. Sister Phoenix Voice is a descendant of the sage demon Nine Phoenix and also a disciple of the demon emperor by Zhe. She clearly threatened me to stay away from Brother Meng. Although Brother Meng is extremely good to me, he is fully focused on cultivation and the missions his master has given him. He has never expressed his feelings towards me. Perhaps, it has always been one-sided on my part? Grandfather has been grooming me in hopes that I will become the pillar of support for the Qin family. In the future, if grandfather fails to transcend the tribulations, I will be needed to keep the Qin family going. How can I bring trouble to my family? Furthermore, grandfather's cultivation is of utmost priority now. How can I disturb him with my trivial romantic relations? Qin Yuluo was vexed. Brother Meng's master is the human sovereign Fuxishi. Sister Phoenix Voice is demon emperor by Zhe's disciple. She has been pursuing Brother Meng all this while. It might be that she has ulterior motives. This isn't something I should involve grandfather in. Take a step back. Take a step back. Qin Yuluo muttered to herself. I just need to endure for several thousand years. If grandfather succeeds in transcending the tribulations, I can try competing. Now, I can only take a step back. Qin Yuluo's thoughts kept churning. Although reason had made her decide to take a step back, her heart felt tormented. Boom! Oh! Qin Yuluo heard a rumbling thunder as she walked out of her room in puzzlement. She looked into the distance and saw tribulation clouds forming in the sky at the back of the mountains. Qin Yuluo did a calculation. This is grandfather's 5th itinerant immortal tribulation. For grandfather, the threat truly begins once the 11th itinerant immortal tribulation comes. The 11th itinerant immortal tribulation required the strength of a perfected Great Tao to withstand it. The 12th tribulation had not been survived by anyone to date. The only one who attempted to face it was Chaos God Fiend, Zhe. However, he failed and reincarnated. Qin Yuluo walked towards the mountains. Soon, she saw her grandmother, Xiao. Yuluo. Xiao smiled at Qin Yuluo. Just wait a little longer. Your grandfather's tribulation will soon end. Qin Yuluo nodded obediently. You will have to stay at home longer this time. Although it's important to adventure outside, you can't always be outside, said Xiao with a smile. Grandmother, I plan on staying at home for quite a long while. I'll definitely spend more time with you. Qin Yulua beamed. Our fairy Yulua is finally willing to accompany her grandmother? Xiao was rather happy. At that moment, Qin Yun walked over from the back of the mountains. He arrived in a few steps. Grandfather. Qin Yulua ran over immediately and embraced Qin Yun's arm in a rather affectionate manner. Yulua said that she will be spending some time at home to accompany me, said Xiao with a smile. Oh? Qin Yun's eyes lit up when he heard that. He nodded and said, that's right. Yulua, you have often adventured outside to hone yourself. To reach the strength of a half-step golden immortal truly is rare. However, cultivation requires the complementation of both motion and stillness. You can't be adventuring all the time. You should cultivate peacefully at home. I can also take the opportunity to teach you well. Grandfather, you plan on teaching me? Qin Yulua revealed a look of glee before she said immediately, Grandfather, your cultivation is very important. You can't waste your time on me. Brother Yun, your cultivation, said Xiao as well. Teaching juniors is a form of cultivation as well, said Qin Yun with a smile. Many mighty figures are powerful themselves, but they are unable to verbalize it or teach disciples. To simplify the profound great Tao for the teaching of disciples isn't an easy task. It's also a rare form of cultivation. Qin Yun was now stuck at a bottleneck. He was also thinking of using various means of gathering insight to better his breakthrough. Teaching disciples was one of those means. All right. I'll definitely pay attention to your teachings, Grandfather. Qin Yulua was filled with anticipation. Qin Yun nodded with a smile. He was especially fond of this granddaughter of his. Furthermore, she was extremely perceptive. This was evident from how perfected Jade Tripod wished to take her in as a disciple. She had reached the half-step golden immortal realm after several millennia of cultivation. Although that progress did not make her a freak of nature in the three realms like Qin Yun and Yang Jian, she could be considered a genius. Qin Yun naturally wished to offer her all his help. Although he had friends to take care of his family if he failed at transcending his tribulation, it was still better to have his family strong. Qin Yun believed that Qin Yulua was the future pillar of support for the Qin family. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 612 Guidance. Chapter 612 Guidance. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. Early the next morning. Somewhere on the mountain peak of the lightning roar, Qin Yun watched his granddaughter and said with a smile, Yulua, haven't you reached the half-step golden immortal realm? Show me the most powerful sword art you know at present. His son Meng Huan and daughter Qin Yi had talent in sword arts. Now, they were at the 6th firmament sky immortal realm. That was already considered quite an impressive feat. The more mediocre disciples of Green Turing Palace were at this level as well, and they were able to reign supreme in the small worlds they occupied. However, they would appear ordinary when placed against the backdrop of the entire three realms. Qin Yun was helpless regarding this. If he had the time, he could naturally slowly groom Huan or Ne. But now, it was better to spend his time on grooming Yulua. Yes, Grandfather. Qin Yulua was dressed in a warm white robe. She waved her hand and with a whoosh, 7 flying swords flew out from her sleeve. The 7 flying swords were extremely sharp and seemed to possess an intelligence of their own. They naturally formed a sword array in midair as she began demonstrating her various moves. The sword array demonstrated its killing abilities, its ability to confuse the enemy, and acted as a means to defend herself. Sword chi surged everywhere as the moves showed a mystical nature. The various moves won Qin Yun's gentle nod. It was no wonder even perfected Jade Tripod had thoughts of taking her as a disciple. His granddaughter was indeed very talented in the sword Dao. Sword immortals nurture an intrinsic flying sword, and what they figure out is more about the means to deal with enemies using a flying sword, thought Qin Yun. Although it is extremely powerful, their sword array arts would typically be weaker. Yuluwa is not a sword immortal, but she is bent on controlling multiple flying swords. However, having multiple flying swords holds an intrinsic advantage when it comes to setting up an array. The sword immortal lineage which Qin Yun created himself was not sufficiently complete, therefore, he did not make Qin Yuluwa learn it. My Misty Rain sword is relatively special. Only after it became a Khanate pinnacle numinous treasure could it split into 3. However, that only allows for an array to be set up by 3 flying swords. As for Yuluwa, she has 7 flying swords to form an array. It's even possible for her to use more flying swords, thought Qin Yun. If she were to use 7 flying swords to cast my sword Dao, I wonder what will happen. This was how teaching disciples should be. A good teacher would teach their students in accordance with their aptitude. Qin Yuluwa was good at using 7 flying swords simultaneously, so this made Qin Yun consider solutions to allow his granddaughter to go further on her current path. Grandfather, how was it? Qin Yuluwa beckoned with her hand and retracted the 7 flying swords as she looked at Qin Yun with excitement. She was truly quite infatuated with sword arts, or she would not have her present-day achievements. She idolized her grandfather the most. Not bad. As Qin Yun watched from the side, he had seen many areas in which the set of sword array arts could be improved. I'll demonstrate your sword array art a few times as well. Watch carefully. With that said, Qin Yun waved his hand. Blurry sword chi materialized into 7 flying swords. Go! Qin Yun cast his granddaughter's sword art in the same manner. By the side, Qin Yuluwa watched intently, occasionally revealing a look of puzzlement, excitement, or clenching of teeth. Clearly, she was completely enthralled. Qin Yun repeated the demonstration 9 times. There were variations each time. During the 9th time, the sword arrays might had already reached a level that matched that of a mighty figure. After dispersing the sword chi, Qin Yun discovered that his granddaughter was completely immersed in thought. This continued for half a day. Grandfather! Qin Yuluwa finally snapped back to reality as she felt that her mind had been exposed to many new insights. She was filled with gratitude. How much did you absorb? Inquired Qin Yun. Qin Yuluwa said in excitement, Grandfather, you demonstrated 9 times. You changed 3 aspects of my sword array art the first time. The changes continued the 2nd time. There were changes every time and their might kept increasing. By the 9th time, the sword array art had already matched that of a mighty figure. Due to the tiny changes in each of the 9 demonstrations, Qin Yuluwa was able to clearly recognize her flaws. Grandfather, you are too awesome. Way too awesome. Qin Yuluwa was thrilled. It's good to understand, but to fully comprehend it is another matter, said Qin Yun with a smile. Putting theory to practice is always difficult, so don't get too excited. With Qin Yun's high sword Dao realm, he was operating from a commanding height, so he could easily remold Qin Yuluwa's sword art completely. Yes. Qin Yuluwa nodded in excitement. In the great freedom fiend world. Dressed in tattered robes, an unkempt man with disheveled hair sat casually on a rock above a desolate mountain peak. He suddenly looked up and saw a white-dressed woman. It was as though she was the most beautiful woman in the 3 realms. Her fair toes were bare as she stood in midair, watching the man smilingly. Black Lotus, don't use your female form for no apparent reason. You won't be able to entice me. It will only make me feel disgust, said the man with a frown. Wuxuan, said the white-dressed woman with a smile. I need your help on a matter. You are requesting my help? Wuxuan knitted his brows. He was once the strongest fiend and was formerly Buddhist ancestor Gautama's archenemy, Fiend King Wuxuan. However, Wuxuan kept an extremely low profile these days. What is it that requires you, the fiend ancestor, to lower yourself to seek my help? Asked Boishuan with a scoff. I have made a deal with Zhurong, said the white-dressed woman. As long as I hand him a torch flame kindling, he will pass me the lotus seed. The price of the torch flame kindling is not comparable to that lotus seed, right? Said Boishuan. The white-dressed woman nodded. Yes, although the torch flame kindling is extremely precious, it is indeed incomparable to that lotus seed. However, I got Blood Sea to release him, allowing him to escape imprisonment from Mte. 3 blades. He owes me a great amount of karma. While owing me karma, and me requesting the lotus seed, he only raised one condition. He wanted to exchange it for the torch flame kindling. He also said that he will give me 3,000 years. If I'm unable to succeed in 3,000 years, he will seek Swirenchi, one of the humans, and exchange the lotus seed with them. I believe Swirenchi will be happy to make the trade. Now 2,000 years of that 3,000 years have passed, said the white-dressed woman. I have thought of all means, but have not been able to obtain the torch flame kindling. Swirenchi is one of the humans' 3 sovereigns. He spent great time and effort to condense one torch flame kindling, yet, you want to obtain it? Said Boishuan with a scoff. To exchange it with the lotus seed, the humans' 3 sovereigns will naturally be willing to do the trade, but if it's anything else, the humans' 3 sovereigns might not even bother. The woman shook her head. I know, so I temporarily have no intention of making the deal with the humans' 3 sovereigns. I am seeking your help to think of means to obtain it. When it comes to manipulating people, although Patriarch Mental Demon is formidable in that aspect, he is still inferior to you. The white-dressed woman looked at Boishuan. Boishuan did not say a word. The entity which Buddhist cultivators feared the most was not Patriarch Mental Demon but him, Boishuan. Patriarch Mental Demon was only a pinnacle ancestral fiend, while Boishuan controlled the great Tao of the 6 desires. He had reached the perfected great Tao realm a long time ago and had been lurking away from the public eye for long. The various factions in the 3 realms had no idea how Boishuan was at present. It would not be a surprise even if he were to break through to the heavenly Tao realm one day. The humans' 3 sovereigns are not to be provoked. What price are you paying to get my help? Boishuan shot a glance at the fiend ancestor's female form. As long as you accomplish it, I can give you all of the 3 flowers you have always been wanting. All of them? A glint flashed in the deep recesses of Boishuan's eyes as he nodded gently. All right, I'll help you. I'll give you 8 centuries. If you are unable to accomplish it, I'll have to think of other means. Don't worry. Boishuan nodded calmly. The white-dressed woman left with a smile. Heavenly Realm, Mte Lightning Roar, Qin Manor. Qin Yun was guiding his granddaughter with dedication. He even attempted to use 7 flying swords to demonstrate his sword Dao. He also discovered that the 7 stars art he once created was quite suitable to be integrated with the 7-sword sword array. The moment he fused it, it made the sword array even more unfathomable and unpredictable. Its might increased drastically. When using it to demonstrate his sword Dao, it allowed Qin Yun's sword Dao to produce more variations. Yuluwa, I have been teaching you for 2 centuries. Qin Yun stood on the mountain peak as he looked at his granddaughter. Fog lingered around him, appearing quite desolate. You have been cultivating on the mountains for the past 2 centuries, but my sword Dao is comprised of the heaven, earth, and man. It requires you to take a good look at the heaven and earth in this world of mortals, said Qin Yun. Next, we'll be going down the mountain together to travel the world. We will practice our swordplay together. Yes, Qin Yulua answered immediately, but she could not help but ask, Grandfather, you have taught me for so long. Won't it disrupt your cultivation? There's no need for you to worry about that, Qin Yun said. Ever since he infused his 7 stars art into the 7-sword sword array and attempted to fuse it into his sword Dao, Qin Yun had vaguely sensed some changes. He had a feeling that he would benefit from it if he continued. Subsequently, Qin Yun led his granddaughter, Qin Yulua, down the mountain and they began traveling the world, practicing their sword arts along the way. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 613, 7-Star Sword Dao. Chapter 613, 7-Star Sword Dao. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. On a boat. The two lofty mountains that lined the sides of the valley river made it seem like a sword had cleaved open the landform. Qin Yulua stood at the bow, looking rather spirited. She immediately said, "Grandfather, grandfather, the locals say that this was cleaved open by Lu Dongbin with one sword strike. Is it true?" Qin Yun was sitting cross-legged at the stern as he pondered with a frown. He held a book in one hand, and a brush in another. Occasionally, he would write something into the book, completely ignoring his granddaughter. "Grandfather, what are you writing?" Qin Yulua came to the stern and asked curiously. "I instructed you to practice your sword art, has there been any progress?" Qin Yun returned with a question instead. Qin Yulua immediately spoke softly, "Grandfather, the sword art is a little difficult. This is a sword art that originated from Star-Lord Covetous Wolf. It is a sword array art I created after extracting its essence. It is very beneficial for you, so you must practice it well. Don't waste your time on all sorts of other things." Qin Yun glared at her. "Oh." Qin Yulua shot a curious glance at the book in Qin Yun's hand before obediently heading to the bow where she released 7 flying swords with a wave of her hand and practiced her sword arts. The corners of Qin Yun's mouth could not help but suffuse a smile. As he looked at the lass, he began thinking again. "While teaching Yulua for the past 2 centuries, I have been focusing on studying the 7 Stars mystic art and have perfected it greatly. Yet the 7 Stars mystic art is still too weak to emulate my sword Dao." Qin Yun shook his head gently. The 7 Stars mystic art was strictly a part of the 7 Stars Great Dao. The 7 stars referred to the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. They held an extremely high standing in the stellar heavenly cycle, and the 7 Stars Great Dao was also a part of the stellar heavenly cycle Great Dao. As for the stellar heavenly cycle Great Dao, it was at the perfected Great Dao level, which meant that the 7 Stars Great Dao was only at the pinnacle Great Dao level. While constantly trying to perfect the 7 Stars mystic art, Qin Yun hoped that he could one day get his practice of the 7 Stars mystic art to the level of the 7 Stars Great Dao. However, a pinnacle Great Dao was clearly not that easily attained. Qin Yun now grasped 3 pinnacle Great Dao, his sword Dao, the Great Dao of Heaven, and the Great Dao of Earth, all which took him great difficulty to master. The most crucial Great Dao of man was still stuck in a bottleneck. "Forget it. I can't be too demanding," said Qin Yun softly. "Let me finish writing the first volume first." On the boat, Qin Yun was writing. They found an inn in a bustling city, and even late at night in the inn, Qin Yun was still writing. In the wilderness, they would cast their dermic powers to create a temporary residence, but Qin Yun would still be writing. Throughout the first 10 years of leading his granddaughter around the world, Qin Yun would occasionally write. "I have already bought this store that faces the street." In a human city, Qin Yun looked at a bookstore and said, "We will be living here from today." "Grandfather? You bought this store? Are we going to stay here for long?" asked Qin Yulua in astonishment. "Take this." Qin Yun flipped his hand and handed her a book. "This is?" Qin Yulua's eyes lit up. She recognized at a glance that this was the book which Qin Yun often wrote for the past 10 years. On the cover were the 4 words 7 Stars Sword Dao. "Haven't you always wanted to read it?" said Qin Yun with a smile. "This is the first volume of the 7 Stars Sword Dao I created. What should be taught is in this book. Stay here for a period of time and cultivate well. Ask me if you are really stumped." "Yes." Qin Yulua's eyes beamed. The bookstore faced the street and behind it was a residence. From that day forth, Qin Yun became a bookstore's boss. He led a carefree life selling books while Qin Yulua focused on studying the 7-star sword Dao. Qin Yun had created it for her. While leisurely selling books, Qin Yun similarly held a book and would occasionally write in it. He was attempting to write the second volume of the 7 Stars Sword Dao. After all, the first volume's deduction of the Sword Dao was rather rudimentary. The second volume was tens if not 100 times harder. Qin Yun would occasionally have a spark of inspiration before writing a bit more. Similarly, he was constantly consuming samsara dew, making his efficiency higher. He was a bookstore owner for 20 years. It's time we leave. One day, Qin Yun closed up the bookstore. Grandfather, we have been here for 20 years. I will kind of miss this place, said Qin Yulua. Is it because you'll miss that young disciple of yours? Asked Qin Yun with a smile. We came here to focus on practicing your sword, but you ended up taking in a disciple. I just took him in passing, said Qin Yulua immediately. Let's go, Qin Yun said and left with Qin Yulua. That afternoon, the youth went through to the bookstore to the backyard, only to discover that his female master had left behind a letter and 3 cultivation manuals. Master. The youth held the letter and 3 cultivation manuals. MT Lightning Roar Qin Manor? The youth took out a tiny wooden puppet. Qin Yulua had given it to him back when he first met Qin Yulua as a toddler. Master, I'll definitely visit MT Lightning Roar when my cultivation reaches the sky immortal realm, said the youth softly. Qin Yun brought his granddaughter on a cloud as they flew above a vast sky. However, his mind was on the young family youth. Qin Yulua had taken in a disciple under his nose. If he had not agreed to it, it would be impossible for the two of them to have a master-disciple relationship. That fellow's future is made more indiscernible by taking Yulua as his master, thought Qin Yun. The past is easily inferred, but the future is unpredictable. The future had yet to happen. Everything was possible. He could only clearly infer the future of mediocre and ordinary people. The ones with greater potential were difficult to predict. For instance, the Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure took in so many disciples, but nearly all of them had futures which were unpredictable. However, it still resulted in most of them being average. The ones who could really succeed to become mighty figures were just few and far between. Song City? Qin Yulua suddenly saw a distant city as she felt her heart palpitate. Without realizing it, I've come to Sun City again? Brother Meng should still be there, right? She yearned to ignore everything and head for Song City directly. However, she recalled her decision. Sister Phoenix's voice has clearly threatened me. I had already made the decision that I should not implicate grandfather because of this matter. Since I've made that decision, I cannot regret it. With that, Qin Yulua stopped looking at Song City, however, Qin Yun was looking at her. He sensed the emotional upheavals Qin Yulua had just experienced. However, he did not ask more. He continued steering the cloud south to their next destination. Song City. It can't be that coincidental. Thousands of years have passed since I cultivated from a small world to where I am now. My wife, immortal, has already gone through samsara numerous times. Back when I checked the records of life and death, I saw that my wife has reincarnated more than 100 times. She is no longer herself. On a tall building, a tall man frowned slightly as he read. He was feeling frustrated. When in samsara, memories are wiped away. She is no longer her past self. Stop thinking about it. Meng Fu. The tall man threw the book in frustration. He was now a golden immortal mighty figure. He was the disciple of Fuxishi, one of the 3 sovereigns of Fire Cloud Palace. Fire Cloud Palace was famous throughout the 3 realms. In terms of influence, it was almost on par with the Taoists and Buddhist factions. Fire Cloud Palace was one of the main reasons why humans were able to become the most powerful race in the 3 realms. Fire Cloud Palace's strength was unfathomable and was able to completely oppress existences such as the demons' demon emperor Bai Zhe. Be it the demons' combat strength of their highest echelons or their potential, they were exceeded by humans in every aspect. While he reeled in frustration, elsewhere in Song City, a thin man looked from the distance as a smile suffused the corners of his mouth. Entrenched in his mind was an avatar of Fiend King Yun. Ah, I'm just shy of the final step. This Meng Fu will be the first nail I'll inset into Fire Cloud Palace. Yun was filled with confidence. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 614, Can't Be Forgotten, Can't Give It Up. Chapter 614, Can't Be Forgotten, Can't Give It Up. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. Qin Yun continued bringing his granddaughter around on an experiential training trip. Simultaneously, he would record down any new insights he received, as a form of accumulation for the 7 Stars Sword Dao's second volume. And in Song City, Golden Immortal Meng Fu's obsession kept affecting him. Brother Meng. Brother Meng. A young girl came to a pavilion tower, and ran up the stairs with great familiarity. The old servants in the building did not stop her despite seeing her do so. Upstairs, Meng Fu sat cross-legged as he read from the pile of books placed beside him. Brother Meng, you are still reading? Said the girl with a smile. That's right, Yen Yen. Meng Fu looked at the girl and could not help but suffuse a warm, gentle smile. The girl's temperament, looks, and bearing, they were identical to his memories. She just had an immortal air to her. I chanced upon this young lady named Nin in Song City. She was only 15 then, and I felt that she bore a strong resemblance to you. I never expected the resemblance to increase the older she became. Her bearing, the way she gets angry, is just like you. Even her name is very similar. Although I've cultivated for tens of thousands of years, I can't forget the 20 years when we were husband and wife. You married me and shared my burdens. When I was conscripted, you stayed alone at home to keep the family going while serving my old mother. I still remember the letters we wrote down to the words. In winter, the wounds from your cracking fingers. In bed, you curled up into my embrace due to the cold weather. When you were ill, I stayed by your side daily. I've remembered every detail all this while. We were a married couple, but I hate myself for being useless. I failed to give you true bliss. I was also drifting along in the mortal world. My mother passed away, and after you died from illness, I gave up all my mortal baggage and entered the mountains, preparing to die of old age alone. I never expected I would gain an immortal affinity and manage to cultivate to my present realm. I have always wished to find you again, to repay all that I owe you, but I did not have the chance. You had reincarnated several times and lost yourself to samsara. Your memories were no longer around, and you were no longer you. I had long decided to bury you in my heart and not dwell on the matters of the past. However, when this Miss Nin appeared before me, she really looked identical to when you were young. Before you married me, Meng Fu thought to himself. I could not stop myself from thinking of you daily. When I see her, my thoughts of you only intensify. I thought of leaving Song City and that perhaps it would be better not seeing her. But I couldn't bear the thought, so I have been here all this while. They were a married couple for 20 years during his mortal days. His feelings for his wife had become an obsession he found impossible to forget all this while. No matter how powerful his cultivation became, he still was unable to forget. Brother Meng, I'll be out participating in an experiential training with my other fellow disciples. The young girl was a little excited. This is the first time I'll be dealing with demons despite being so old. Dealing with demons? Meng Fu nodded gently. It's a demon that eats humans. It's likely at the second firmament essence soul realm. With a few of my fellow disciples working together, that demon will not escape, Nin said in excited anticipation. You have to be careful, said Meng Fu with a smile. Nin nodded. I came to inform you, Brother Meng. I have to return to prepare. Nin had acquainted herself with this Brother Meng when she was 15. He had helped her several times and had even saved her life. She naturally shared a close tie with him. Meng Fu watched as Nin went down the building and left. Just 3 days later. No. In the pavilion building, Meng Fu, who was still reading the array graphs in the books, had a drastic change in expression. He vanished from his spot with major void transference. Soon. Thousands of kilometers away from Tsung City. A wolf demon that secretly cultivated in an evil dermic formulation released a calabash and sucked the souls of 5 cultivators nearby into it. Ha! I have collected 5 souls at the Essence Soul Realm. With another 300, my soul calabash will be enough to finish refining the 12 guardian godfiends. The wolf demon was overjoyed. The heavenly realm was extremely vast. He had secretly schemed against a few Essence Soul fellows but was not killing mortals. The sin cultivators derived from killing each other was trivial. However, matters such as soul refinement were overly evil. It was denounced by many, so he had to be careful. After all, even if cultivators died, they still hoped to redo things through reincarnation. However, soul refinement basically severed one's hopes of reincarnating. It was why it was so condemned. You're courting death. With an angry bellow, the wolf demon felt a terrifying wave envelop him. The invisible aura left him unable to move as he widened his eyes in horror. He saw someone appear in front of him out of thin air. The person stretched his hand out and grabbed the soul refinement calabash from the wolf demon's hand. You actually dared to refine souls? Meng Fu revealed an anxious look. Yen. Meng Fu instantly took control of the soul refinement calabash. Who? The soul refinement calabash released 15 specters which were still fighting one another. One of them was in the form of Nin. She was biting the other souls with a ferocious look. When the other soul fragments entered her body, her soul turned chaotic. These specters' wills were turning mixed and complicated. Yen. Meng Fu immediately used his dermic powers to protect Nin's chaotic soul. I will save you. He attempted reforming Nin's soul, however, Nin's soul was already in shambles. Furthermore, she had fused with the other soul fragments. The advent of any fusion made it difficult for Meng Fu to reverse the process. He was already considered lucky to find her in this state. Such newly absorbed souls were usually unable to defeat the specters that had been nurtured in the soul refinement calabash for years. It was very common for them to be eaten up upon contact. But now, Nin's soul had actually managed to consume the other souls and was partially still in existence. That was quite a remarkable feat. Whoosh! The soul fragments contained some of her memories of her life. The further the memories were from the present, the more blurred they became. This was also why numerous reincarnations would wear down one's memories. Meng Fu was taken aback. In one of the soul fragments in Nin's incomplete form, he saw a woman washing clothes by the river. When she looked up and saw her husband who had returned 10 years after the war, she cried in agitation. Ah Yen. After lifetimes of frittering and having memories wiped through reincarnation, the few scenes which were left behind were the most impressionable ones. Clearly, the scene of waiting for her husband to return from the war for 10 years had left the deepest imprint on her. She is Yan's reincarnation? Meng Fu was completely stunned. Why didn't I do a thorough investigation? Like a fool, I believed that Yan had reincarnated too many times and that I cannot awaken her original memories. I thought I shouldn't disturb her any further. Even though I noticed how Yen looks like Yan, and even suspected she was a reincarnation of Yan, I still foolishly decided to let Yan Yan live her own life. I did not even check if she's Yan's reincarnation. I felt that I had to let go. But wasn't my staying in Sun City a result of me being unable to let go? I'm just fooling myself. What do I do? What do I do? Yan, how am I to save you? Meng Fu reeled in anxiety. And deep in Yan's soul, the souls she had consumed were fusing with her in an unstoppable manner. She was slowly turning more belligerent. I can't save her. I can't save her. Even as a golden immortal, I can only watch this helplessly. I'll never be able to save her. Back when I saw Yan pass away, I was helpless. Today, I'm just as helpless. How useless I am. Meng Fu's obsession over the past tens of thousands of years reached an intense maximum. Emotions of regret and guilt filled his heart. Meng Fu turned to look at the wolf demon beside him. How dare you cultivate in such evil arts? I wanted to refine the 12 guardian godfiends. The wolf demon was burning with anxiety. Senior, please spare me. 12 guardian godfiends? You want to refine Yan into a guardian godfiend? You deserve death. Meng Fu's eyes were filled with a ferocity. A terrifying might swept through the wolf demon as he instantly disintegrated in horror and despair. At the instant the wolf demon disintegrated, an invisible energy bore right into Meng Fu's body. Meng Fu was going through intense emotional upheavals, as though it provided the perfect breeding ground for this power which fused within him. Ha ha ha, I've succeeded. It is when he is feeling intense emotions that his Tao heart will reveal a flaw. It allowed my avatar of lust to easily fuse with him. In a few years, I'll be able to full control him. King of myriad fiends, Wushuan, rejoiced in Meng Fu's mind. As for Meng Fu, he did not sense any problems at all as he wallowed in misery. A perfected great Tao existence could easily scheme against an ordinary golden immortal. If his goal was not to infiltrate the human's 3 sovereigns' fire cloud palace, there was no need for him to go through such troubles. Qin Yun did not know that the brother Meng she thought of keenly had suffered this calamity. She was still obediently practicing according to Qin Yun's arrangements. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yun had taught his granddaughter for 530 years. This day, they were walking on a path amid the concluding sunset. Yuluo. Qin Yuluo looked to the side as he waved his hand, sending a residential building to land on the desolate plains by the side of a road. Let's stay here for today. Yes, grandfather. Qin Yuluo revealed a look of glee. That night, Qin Yun sat in his room with the book placed in front of him, ruminating over what he should write next. Much time had passed, but Qin Yun had not been able to finish the 2nd volume of the 7 Stars Sword Tao. It was still very far from his objective. Frogs croaked outside in a symphony as the cold night breeze blew into the room. Qin Yun listened to the rib bits as he looked up and over. He saw a sky filled with stars. The scene made him recall the days when he lived in the village as a child. He put down his brush and walked out the room. Standing in the yard, he looked up at the star-filled sky. Be it the great Chang world or the heavenly realm, the star-filled sky looked the same, just like the eye-catching dipper that formed the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. 7 stars, Qin Yun looked at the Big Dipper as his state of mind was thrown back to the times when he looked up as a child back in the village. It was no longer a state of mind that focused on cultivation. Instead, it was a state of mind that resembled unsophisticated nature. However, it gave Qin Yun a baffling inspiration. Boom! After teaching his granddaughter for more than 5 centuries, the insights he received on a daily basis had accumulated to an extreme. The inspiration that Qin Yun suddenly had naturally transformed into a full-bodied system. A great Tao surfaced in Qin Yun's mind. Qin Yun felt pleasantly surprised as a thought flashed past his mind. While guiding Yuluo's cultivation, I ended up figuring out the 7 stars' great Tao. Yes, he had been stuck at a bottleneck in his attempt to figure out the great Tao of man. Yet, on this very night, he had naturally figured out a pinnacle great Tao, the 7 stars great Tao. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 615, Breakthrough. Chapter 615, Breakthrough. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. Qin Yun flipped his hand and retrieved a black jade bottle. He first consumed a drop of samsara dew before sitting cross-legged and closing his eyes. Without being disturbed by anything of the external world, he immersed himself completely in cultivation. Having just broken through, it was the best time to cultivate. All these years, Qin Yun had been studying the charms of the 7 stars and had repeatedly attempted to fuse the 7 stars' mystic art into his sword Tao. He was using this brand new angle to deduce his sword Tao in a different way. He had even finished writing the 7 stars sword Tao's first volume. He had also been attempting to write the second volume all these years. Therefore, Qin Yun had many ideas about fusing the 7 stars great Tao with his own sword Tao. And now, the 7 stars great Tao had been achieved. He naturally attempted to fuse it with his sword Tao. Originally, Qin Yun's sword Tao referred to the 3 great Tao of heaven, earth, and man. Only by fully comprehending the great Tao of man would his sword Tao achieve perfection. However, what was next after achieving perfection? As he had been taught by his master, the numinous treasure Tao ancestor, he also knew from what the books wrote. Qin Yun knew very well. Above the perfected great Tao was the heavenly Tao realm. What was the heavenly Tao realm? As the saying goes, the Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, 3 begets all things. The heavenly Tao referred to the principle regarding the manifestation of all things and the inference of their evolution. To figure out 1, 2, and 3 was not considered difficult. It was the figuring out of all things that was difficult. For instance, Old Mother of Blackful Mountain's limitless great Tao or the Emperor Polestar's stellar heavenly cycle great Tao, Mighty God Zhurong's Kanate fire great Tao, and human sovereign Fuxishi's 8 trigrams great Tao. These were the most basic principles of the heavenly Tao. They were part of 1 and 2. What they needed was to gradually beget all things. All things meant everything in the 3 realms, a Tao of the myriad things in heaven and earth. It was much more complicated than the limitless great Tao or heaven, earth, man great Tao. How was one to beget all things? Perfected great Tao experts pursued the answer to this question. According to what Qin Yun learned from his master, there was no other way but to figure out even more great Tao and constantly infuse them into the great Tao they originally had figured out. The more they infused, the more their Tao would approach all things. It would reach a point when the numerous great Tao infused would give the cultivator an epiphany, allowing for a qualitative change. They would then figure out the Tao of the myriad things in heaven and earth, which was also the heavenly Tao realm. Therefore, there was a fundamental reason to fuse all Tao as one. Upon fusing everything, it would then become the Tao of the myriad things in heaven and earth. Qin Yun's original sword Tao had the direction of the heaven, earth, and man. The 3 great Tao was a dissection of the heaven, earth, and man from 3 different angles. For instance, the dual opposites great Tao was a dissection from the perspective of yin and yang. There was also the limitless great Tao, which was a unified entity with the limitless heaven and earth. As for the 7 stars great Tao, it was a branch of the Tao of the stellar heavenly cycle. The stellar heavenly cycle was to dissect the heavenly Tao from the number of heavenly cycles. It was more complicated, so, when Emperor Polestar cast his sword art, it was considered the most calculating sword art in the 3 realms. If he were to infer the heavenly secrets, he would be the best among perfected great Tao existences. It was a path that was inclined towards counting and calculation. Similar perfected great Tao could have opposing inclinations. Some were good at calculation. Others were good at frontal assaults. Some were good at creating arrays. These were all decided by one's path. And when all paths were melded together, it would be the Tao of the myriad things in heaven and earth. The 7 stars' great Tao was a portion of the stellar heavenly cycle. It was also good at inferring and calculation. When Qin Yun attempted to fuse the 7 stars' great Tao into his sword Tao, his experience from the past 5 centuries of attempts made the process rather smooth. It felt like the original heaven, earth, and man were one to begin with, but now, there was an additional 7 veins within. The 7 veins made the union of heaven, earth, and man tighter. If Qin Yun could figure out the Tao of the stellar heavenly cycle and fuse that as well, the great Tao he originally figured out would have an additional vein of the counting of the heavenly cycles. That way, his great Tao's connectivity and tightness would be accentuated. His strength would likely experience a qualitative change. The qualitative change that resulted from the fusing of the heaven, earth, and man great Tao and the stellar heavenly cycle great Tao might push him directly to the heavenly Tao realm. Of course, this was just a guess on Qin Yun's part. It was already extremely difficult to figure out a perfected great Tao. To figure out a second perfected great Tao? It was still a distant thought. Night. Qin Yulua was in front of a window inside the house as she quietly looked at the star-studded sky. She was a half-step golden immortal, so it naturally did not matter if she slept. At that moment, she was thinking of a particular person. Although she had decided to temporarily give up, she could not stop herself from thinking of him. Is Brother Meng still in Song City? Thought Qin Yulua. Will he ultimately be together with that demon, Phoenix Voice? Suddenly, Qin Yulua sensed an abnormal fluctuation. Oh? Qin Yulua went out the house, puzzled. She saw at a glance Qin Yun sitting cross-legged in the yard. At that moment, there was a layer of pure aura swishing above his head while a tainted aura sank beneath him. In between the pure and tainted auras, there was a distinct mixture. Between the two was the mortal world. Inside the mortal world, there were faint scenes of mountains, rivers, and vegetation. It was none other than phenomena of the heaven, earth, and man. However, the mortal world scenes were more indistinct. There were 7 stars which undulated within. They were constantly in motion, forming different constellation patterns. The stellar chart vein was also influencing the changes of the heaven, earth, and man. Phenomenon changes. This left Qin Yulua somewhat taken aback. A great Tao phenomenon? Qin Yulua watched as she felt that it was something she herself was pursuing, but also felt that she was plagued with too many questions. If she did not understand, it meant she did not understand. Placed in front of her, it felt like everything was separated by a thin veil. From the looks of it, grandfather had a sudden epiphany. He did not even return to him to lightning roar for cultivation and just sat here to cultivate. Qin Yulua smiled and felt very happy. Grandfather has been teaching me the past 5 centuries or so, and I have always been worried if I was interfering with his cultivation. Now that he has gained insights, it is just as he said, teaching a disciple is also a form of cultivation, but Qin Yulua knew very well that he was not to be disturbed at this critical juncture. She immediately resolved to carefully guard her grandfather. Days passed one after another. When mighty figures were immersed in their cultivation, time would naturally pass quickly. The residence by the side of the road was refined by Qin Yun himself, and he brought it along with him. The residence naturally had a few simple array formations set up. But with Qin Yun's means, even a simple setup made the residence by the side of the road invisible to anyone below the mighty figure stage. Giddy up! Giddy up! Giddy up! People galloped down the street. Quick, we must arrive at the next town before nightfall, or we will have to spend the night outside. Brothers, quick! I still want to have a bowl of hot soup and have a good night's rest. The train of horses galloped past the residence without them even seeing it. Even if they wished to touch it, it was impossible. The distance that separated them was like thousands of kilometers. And inside the residence, Qin Yulua would often watch and see Qin Yun sitting cross-legged in the yard. Qin Yulua was also seriously cultivating. One day, rain began to patter down, but the drops were blocked when they reached 3 feet from Qin Yun. "I've finally succeeded." Qin Yun opened his eyes in delight as he stood up with a grin. "Grandfather." Qin Yulua rushed out of the house and saw Qin Yun. She immediately bowed and giggled, "Congratulations, grandfather." "I never expected 3 years to pass in just one sitting," said Qin Yun with a smile. "I made you wait foolishly beside me for 3 years. Qin Yulua hurriedly said, "I have long become immortal. 3 years is nothing to me. Grandfather, your cultivation is what's most important." Qin Yun was in a good mood as he said with a smile, "I did gain a lot this time. Wait beside me for a while." With that said, Qin Yun took out a book and sat on a stone bench in the yard. He placed the book on a stone table and began writing. After more than 5 centuries of fusion attempts, the 3 years after figuring out the 7 stars Great Tao, he had long fused the 7 stars Great Tao into his sword Tao. Now, he could naturally finish writing some of the sword moves he figured out on text. "This is?" Qin Yulua watched by the side, feeling curious. In just 10 minutes, Qin Yun finished writing. On the cover were the words 7 stars sword Tao. After flipping it open, one would learn that it was the second volume. "The first volume I passed you last time only contained superficial knowledge," said Qin Yun with a smile. "It was suitable for the cultivation of those below the golden immortal realm. As for this volume, it is the second volume of the 7 stars sword Tao I created. It's suitable for golden immortal cultivation. As for Yulua, you presently have the strength of a half-step golden immortal. You can attempt it. Try cultivating it and see if you get any inspiration from it. If you encounter things that puzzle you, you can put it aside." "There's no hurry," said Qin Yun with a smile. "You can work hard at cultivating it when you become a golden immortal." This was the highest attainment of his present sword Tao. The 7 stars Great Tao and his original sword Tao had fused completely, giving him insights into various powerful sword moves and sword arrays. His might had also reached a brand new level. Qin Yun felt that after he fused the 7 stars Great Tao, his sword Tao had a tighter connection. Some of his offensive moves had turned more unfathomable and their might had been enhanced by 50 to 60%. If he were to set up an array, using the 7 stars Great Tao which was good at counting and inference, the effect it would have on array formations would be even greater. Qin Yun expected that the Misty Rain array's might would increase several-fold. As for inferring the heavenly secrets and hiding from them, the improvement was rapid. Excluding the Tao ancestors and Buddhist ancestor, Qin Yun was now ranked within the top 10 in the 3 realms when it came to inferring the heavenly secrets. Some perfected great Tao existences might have great strength, but they were not necessarily good at inferring the heavenly secrets. "Thank you, grandfather." Qin Yulua received the manual in excitement as she could not help but flip through it on the spot. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 616 Meeting. Chapter 616 Meeting. Translator, Sitalan. Editor, Sitalan. Seeing his granddaughter fully immersed into the sword art manual, Qin Yun did not interrupt her. He looked up into the sky. When he figured out the 7 stars Great Tao, it was the night in early summer. The sky was covered in stars and there were croaking frogs. Now, it was already early autumn. There was a constant drizzle. With a thought from him, the rain that fell down from above was made to divert so as to not affect his granddaughter. The breakthrough of the 7 stars Great Tao has indeed elevated my strength, but it cannot be considered a true improvement. Qin Yun understood this point very well. Compared to the perfect Great Tao existences, the gap between him and them remained huge. Even his defenses, which he was most proud of, would be given a little more weight by the perfect Great Tao existences. To make a big improvement, I need to figure out the great Tao of man. Great Tao of man. Vexed feelings arose in Qin Yun's heart. How was he to achieve the breakthrough? Apart from constant accumulation, he was temporarily out of ideas. While Qin Yun passed his granddaughter the second volume of the Seven Stars Sword Tao, in a cave abode somewhere in the heavenly realm. Junior brother Meng, how rare is it for you to come to me? A plump man smiled as he stroked his beard and smiled. Go ahead, why are you seeking me? Let me be clear on one thing first. Uncle Master Fushi's array formation is something that stumps me. I won't be able to help with any of the array formation missions he gives. If you need herbs, that would be simple. Senior brotherly, do you think I come to you only to seek your help? Meng Fu smiled exasperatedly. The plump man did not put on any airs. He always laughed and in fact, was one of the top 5 mighty figures in the 3 realms when it came to alchemy. He was also a pinnacle golden immortal expert named Li Yu. He was the disciple who Shenanshi of the 3 sovereigns was most proud of. You aren't here to seek my help? Li Yu was somewhat intrigued. Meng Fu smiled as he reached out his palm. A wine calabash appeared in his palm out of thin air as he pulled its stopper. Immediately, a very faint alcoholic fragrance emitted. However, this fragrance was truly something one would never forget for all eternity. When the fragrance was sucked through one's nostrils and entered the body, one's heart would feel bitter as the numerous emotions in life and the infinite feelings they brought would surface in one's heart. Li Yu's eyes lit up as his nose kept taking a whiff at it. He looked excitedly at the calabash and asked, is this the legendary 7 sufferings wine? Life had the 7 sufferings: birth, old age, sickness, death, getting what you don't want, not being able to hold on to what is desirable, and not getting what you do want. A cup of this wine would make one fully experience all that the mortal world had to offer. Many mighty figures had minds as still as water. Causing them to undergo any strong upheaval in emotions was very rare. And the 7 sufferings wine's action on mortals would make them feel like they were experiencing one calamity after another, causing them to wallow in inextricable sufferings. But for mighty figures, although they would not lose themselves, the various feelings they felt would be a rare experience. Junior brother Meng, not many things catch my fancy in life except good wine, Li Yu said agitatedly. I have also exchanged several good wines with various kinds of herbs and immortal pills, but there's just too little of the Buddhist 7 sufferings wine. I have only drank it once. The taste is truly unique. Too many wines can't compare to it. There is very little. I only happened to chance upon it. I later recalled that the person who enjoys wine the most in our Firecloud Palace is you, senior brotherly. So here I am. Meng Fu smiled as he pushed the stopper back in. Hey, hey, hey! Upon seeing Meng Fu plug the calabash, Li Yu turned somewhat anxious. He hurriedly said, name your price. You must give me this 7 sufferings wine. I'm not fond of wine. Here, this is a gift for you, senior brotherly, Meng Fu said as he handed the calabash to Li Yu. Li Yu did not hesitate to receive it and hug it. Following that, he said with a smile, just say it, what do you want from me? Why not a soul returning pill? Said Meng Fu calmly. I'll take however many you think the wine is worth. Soul returning pill? Li Yu pricked up his brows. Who is it for? Meng Fu shook his head gently and did not elaborate. Even this exchange for the soul returning pill was a mere attempt, the chances of saving Yen Yen remained slim. I'll give you 2 soul returning pills. Li Yu flipped his hand and produced 2 jade bottles before handing them to Meng Fu. Thanks. Meng Fu knew how precious soul returning pills were, so he immediately took them. If you need my help, feel free to ask. Don't bury it in your heart, said Li Yu. All right. Then, I shall bid you farewell first. Meng Fu got up. I'll walk you out. Li Yu got up to send him off. After sending Meng Fu away, Li Yu returned to his room and sat down. Filled with anticipation, he looked at the calabash of 7 sufferings wine and gently pulled out its stopper. 7 sufferings. The flavors are truly unique. Li Yu took in the fragrance as he tipped his head to take a mouthful. The intense emotions rushed to his head. The feelings that left mortals in turmoil was an enjoyment for Li Yu. Great wine, great wine. This 7 sufferings wine is even stronger than the one I drank previously. It has to be considered a much superior grade of 7 sufferings wine. Even I can't control myself. Is this the intense feeling of love? It has made me remember my youth. Li Yu opened his eyes welling in tears. Unfortunately, there's just too little in this small calabash. It's only enough for 10 mouthfuls. 7 sufferings wine. Every brewed batch had their differences. This was because it was obtained by gathering the intense emotions people underwent in the world and ultimately refining and brewing them. Therefore, the more intense the emotions gathered, the stronger the wine's flavors. And at that moment, Li Yu was feeling the intense emotions: love, hate, grudge, greed, infatuation. All sorts of emotions were welling in him. Amid the intense emotions was an invisible energy lurking within. Ha ha ha. This 7 sufferings wine can only be considered somewhere in between the inferior grade or medial grade. However, I mixed in a 7 emotions and 6 desires fruit, making the emotions and desires stronger. Hidden amid the emotions was an avatar of Qin. He was feeling rather pleased. Ever since the heavens were split apart from the earth, I have only grown a total of 5 7 emotions and 6 desires fruits. Yet I have used one on you, as well as my greed and desire avatar. Qin's greed and desire avatar said in anticipation. After a few more decades, I'll fully infiltrate you and have you under my control. Fire Cloud Palace has a total of 6 pinnacle mighty figures. Only Li Yu has a weakness for good wine, a flaw that can barely be used. I was confident only with the additional use of a 7 emotions and 6 desires fruit. This time, I paid the price of 2 6 desire avatars and a 7 emotions and 6 desires fruit. I have to obtain the torch flame kindling or it would be a tremendous loss. I'll wait a little longer. Once everything is in order, it will be time for me to obtain the torch flame kindling. Qin was very patient. While traveling the world with his granddaughter, Qin Yun would give her pointers on her sword art. This day, the both of them came to a very ordinary city in the heavenly realm named Red Fish City. They were having one of their local delights in a restaurant. Apart from being good at sword arts, his granddaughter also enjoyed good food like him. After traveling the world for so long, both of them had tasted all sorts of local delights all across the heavenly realm. In a manor of Red Fish City, an aloof woman dressed in red robes sat there with a brush in hand, drawing. Suddenly she frowned as she looked into the distance. A fierce glint flashed in her eyes. "That slut," said the woman through clenched teeth. "Your Highness?" A middle-aged woman with deep green hair who was serving her asked softly. "I can sense that the slut is here again." The woman gnashed her teeth. "On account of sword immortal Qin, I have been tolerating her and have never really attacked her. Instead of staying away, she has come again. Only when I told her the last time and made it clear to her did she stand down and leave Tsong City. I never expected that Brother Mang would move from Tsong City and reside in Red Fish City. This slut sure caught wind of it's fast and came to Red Fish City as well," said the woman through clenched teeth. She was one of the extremely strong descendants of the ancient sage demon, Nine Phoenix. Although she was stuck at the 9th firmament sky demon realm, her strength matched that of a mighty figure. Her various moves were more brilliant than Qin Yuluo's, who had cultivated for a relatively shorter period of time and was a half-step golden immortal. She could sense Qin Yuluo's presence through karma. However, Qin Yuluo was unable to sense Phoenix's voice. "Could it be a coincidence?" asked the middle-aged woman. "Coincidence?" Phoenix's voice scoffed. "Brother Meng left Song City, and in few decades she's here as well? Besides, the heavenly realm is too vast. How can it be a coincidence that she comes to this city? A coincidence? I don't believe it. Use your divine powers and see what she's doing. Is she at Brother Meng's residence? Instructed the woman. Yes. The middle-aged woman's eyes transformed and like a bird's eye surveyed the surroundings. She searched through every area. At a glance, she saw Red Fish City. I can't find her. The woman was astonished as she said softly, I have already searched every person in Red Fish City, but there's no Qin Yun. In terms of aura, I did not discover any half-step golden immortal either. She's definitely here, no doubt about it. You can't find her because she changed her looks and hid her aura. The woman scoffed. Coming here incognito to find Brother Meng. If you aren't feeling guilty, is there a need to act so furtively? In a restaurant in Red Fish City, Qin Yun shared a meal with his granddaughter. As they traveled across the world, they naturally converged their auras and changed their looks to prevent being disturbed. Oh? A hawk demon has cast a divine power to search all of Red Fish City? Qin Yun suddenly sensed it and with a thought, discovered the residence where a green-haired middle-aged woman was casting the searching divine power. And beside her was an aloof red-robed woman. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 617 Remember Well. Chapter 617 Remember Well. Translator, Sitalan. Editor, Sitalan. Every action the middle-aged woman and the red-dressed woman took and every word they exchanged did not escape Qin Yun's notice. She said that Yuluwa is here to see Brother Meng sneakily? Who is Brother Meng? Qin Yun pricked up his bows. Many questions came to his mind. Qin Yuluwa was his granddaughter, someone who he had the intention to groom as his successor. Any Dao partner she chose in the future naturally had to be vetted by him or he would not be at ease. Qin Yun did not do a thing, all he did was continue listening in. You are right, Your Highness. The middle-aged woman nodded immediately. If she doesn't have ulterior motives, there is no need for her to act so sneakily. Besides, the heavenly realm is so vast, so why would she come to an ordinary city for no reason? And one that happens to be where immortal Meng is residing? That's too much of a coincidence. Then, what do we do now? Pressed the middle-aged woman. Phoenix's voice sneered and said, I can sense her location through karma. She is inside the city. I have spoken to her before and vaguely informed her of the consequences. I believed that she had retreated in the face of difficulty. But who knew that after a few centuries, she would come again? It looks like speaking nicely to her is useless. Your Highness, what do you intend to do? The woman was alarmed. I'll make sure she remembers well. I'll make sure she stays away forever. Phoenix's voice had a cold glint in her eyes. The woman said hurriedly, Your Highness, she's Sword Immortal Qin's granddaughter. Don't worry. As long as Sword Immortal Qin is alive, do you think I'll be foolish enough to kill her? Phoenix's voice scoffed. I'll only teach this little slut a lesson. I'll humiliate her and make sure she is too ashamed to publicize it. The woman hesitated. Don't worry. I know how far I can take it. I won't go overboard. Phoenix's voice chuckled and said, with my understanding of her, she will only bury it in her heart and not trouble Sword Immortal Qin. After all, he has to face the numerous itinerant immortal tribulations. She definitely would not want him to worry over such trivial matters. Secondly, so what if she told him? It is a conflict between juniors with no deaths happening. What can Sword Immortal Qin do about that? My master will not permit him to act as a bully. The woman nodded slightly. Phoenix's voice had her matriarch, the ancient demon, Nine Phoenix, who was very fond of her. She also had the demon emperor Bai Zhe, who was known for never having failed to execute a plan. Follow me. Phoenix's voice got up as the middle-aged woman followed obediently. The two immediately left the cave abode and rushed over by tracing Qin Yun's karma. In the restaurant, Qin Yun reflected on everything he had just heard. Her repeated use of little slut vexed Qin Yun a little. However, he was still rather puzzled about the situation. Phoenix's voice is a ninth firmament sky demon. Her strength matches that of mighty figures. She is a direct descendant of 9 Phoenix and Demon Emperor Bai Zhe's disciple, thought Qin Yun. Why would she end up in a conflict with Yuluo? Is it because of that brother Meng? Qin Yun could only guess while feeling puzzled over many aspects. Although they were coming to confront Qin Yuluo, Qin Yun remained patient. Phew. In midair far away, 2 figures swooped down directly and landed in front of the restaurant. Although there were many passers-by around, no one noticed them. After all, their strengths were extraordinary. One of them matched a mighty figure while the other had the strength of a half-step mighty figure. Many mortals and a number of cultivators failed to notice them. However, Qin Yuluo sensed it. She looked up and saw 2 figures descend from midair. She saw the cold-faced Phoenix voice and her subordinate. Phoenix voice? Qin Yuluo turned anxious. She never wanted to have her affairs of the heart made public. Furthermore, she had already decided on giving up her unrequited love in a few thousand years. She naturally did not want her grandfather to know of it. I'm going to meet a friend, said Qin Yuluo as she left the restaurant. Her figure phased away as she appeared at the restaurant's entrance, standing in front of Phoenix voice and the woman. Sister Phoenix voice, what a coincidence. Qin Yuluo forced a smile. That's right, what a coincidence. Phoenix voice sighed as well. The heavenly realm is so huge, but we actually bumped into one another here. Even more coincidental, Redfish City happens to be where Brother Meng has reclused himself. Yet, you have sneakily come here. It really isn't an ordinary coincidence. Brother Meng has reclused himself here? Qin Yuluo was somewhat astonished. Isn't he at Song City? Still acting? Phoenix voice looked at Qin Yuluo with a smile that meant nothing. Brother Meng has left Song City and reclused himself in Redfish City. You are immortal Yuluo of the Qin family. If you really wanted to investigate, would such a trivial piece of news escape you? Perhaps the residences of existences like Patriarch Bodhi and Taoist Luya were difficult to find. But the residences of ordinary mighty figures were easily found. Brother Meng has moved to Redfish City? Qin Yuluo had many emotions arise in her. After all, he was the first man who had entered her heart. I really just learned of it, said Qin Yuluo. Sister Phoenix voice, I'm not lying to you. Cut the act. I have been living in human cities all these years. I've seen enough of how two-faced you humans are. Do you think that little bit of acting can fool me? I saw through it at a glance. To be honest, you humans do not act as directly as we demons. We kill and take action as our hearts tell us, said Phoenix voice. I made it clear to you the last time. Do not appear in front of Brother Meng again or you would regret it. Now that you are here, I have to punish you a little or you might think that all I said meant nothing. When Qin Yuluo heard that, she could not help but look back. She was afraid that it would cause her grandfather to rage. What are you looking at? Don't worry, the weak ants around us can't see us or hear us, said Phoenix voice. Qin Yuluo, your Qin family only has sword immortal Qin to rely on. When he falls, your Qin family is nothing. Since you do not know how to retreat in the face of difficulties, I'll punish you a little to make you remember well. It's also to help you. I'll let you know who you can and cannot offend. Do it, slap her in the face 100 times. Do not miss a single slap for I'll be counting. Yes, Your Highness, said the middle-aged woman beside her. Qin Yulua's expression changed as she could hardly hide her anger. There's no point being anxious. You won't be able to resist with me around. Phoenix Voice waved her hand as a white rope flew out in a bid to bind Qin Yulua. The white rope was restrained by an invisible force before flying towards a man who was drinking in the restaurant. The man reached out his hand and easily grabbed the white rope. My Dharma treasure. Phoenix Voice's expression changed drastically as she stared at the man. There were many customers in the restaurant and they were all eating and drinking normally. They were unable to see or hear Phoenix Voice in company outside, but Qin Yun heard everything. Why are you in a hurry to attack? I still wanted to hear more of what you had to say. Qin Yun put down his wine cup and looked at the two female demons outside. He then looked at the somewhat embarrassed Qin Yulua. This lass often buries things in her heart. Her parents and I did not know of it, but I've finally learned of it today. Who are you? Phoenix Voice turned flustered for she had a guess. Who do you think I am? Qin Yun looked at her. Didn't you just say that if I fall, the Qin family is nothing? Phoenix Voice and the woman immediately felt their hearts skip a beat. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 618, Sword Immortal Qin. Chapter 618, Sword Immortal Qin. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. Phoenix Voice and the woman beside her turned flustered. It was Sword Immortal Qin. They had plainly said that the moment Sword Immortal Qin perished, the Qin family would be nothing. However, that was only after Sword Immortal Qin perished. Sword Immortal Qin was not an inexperienced lass like Qin Yulua. He was a peerless sword immortal who had forged his way through life and death. He had killed countless experts and ancestral fiends, and even ancient chaos god fiends. Even the infamous Wu Zhiqi had perished under his hands. He had carved through the 26 dominions with his sword, causing the fiends to lose large swaths of territory. Even the fiend ancestor could do nothing about him. Senior Qin. Phoenix Voice instantly turned obedient as she bowed hurriedly. Greetings, Senior Qin, I'm Phoenix Voice. Greetings, Senior Qin. The woman beside her bowed obediently as well, not even daring to take a breath. This rope is pretty good. Qin Yun held the rope in hand and said softly, You plan to use it to bind my granddaughter and give her 100 slaps? Phoenix Voice's heart tensed up. Regret. How regretful. No, it was nothing like that, said Phoenix Voice hurriedly. I was only trying to scare her. How could I have really done such a deed? It's just some petty squabble between us juniors. I, Qin Yun, am still alive. Qin Yun did not even glance at Phoenix Voice. All he did was stare at the rope in his hand. But someone already wants to bind a family member of mine so that she cannot resist before dealing her 100 slaps. If I were to, as you say, fall, perishing because of the itinerant immortal tribulations, would you have taken more drastic measures? With that said, Qin Yun looked down at Phoenix Voice. The color in Phoenix Voice's face drained. No. Junior Demon, are you prepared to die for doing this? Qin Yun looked at her with extreme calmness. However, it left Phoenix Voice pale. Her hands were trembling as her feet nearly turned limp. Die? Phoenix Voice found it unbelievable. He was going to kill her? Sword Immortal Qin would kill over such a trivial matter? The woman beside her was horrified in despair. Qin Yulua, who was standing by the side in embarrassment ever since Qin Yu spoke, also looked at her grandfather in astonishment. Grandfather, he's in Parasol Great World's Fire Phoenix Mountain. It was perennially in flames, and deep in the mountain range was a cave abode where 9 Phoenix, a sage demon who was famous throughout the 3 realms since the ancient heavenly courts, resided. She was a peerless expert ranked in the top 5 back in the ancient heavenly court days. She was even superior to Bai Zhe for a very long period of time. It was only later when Bai Zhe broke through to the perfected Great Tao that he became the present demon emperor Bai Zhe. Now, with humans ruling over the three realms, the demons were in recession. The ancient sage demon, Nine Phoenix, seldom made appearances and kept a very low profile. However, her strength was redoubtable among the sage demons. Phoenix voice, why are you looking for me with such urgency? Nine Phoenix was dressed in an elegant and luxurious red robe. Her brows exuded a domineering aura. Matriarch, I had a petty squabble with the Qin family's lass, Qin Yun, out of jealousy pertaining to the matter with brother Meng. I even said I wanted to slap her 100 times, but unbeknownst to me, Sword Immortal Qin was just nearby. Phoenix Voice's avatar respectfully and quickly recounted the situation. She did not dare hide the truth. You failed to detect Qin Yun when he was just nearby? Nine Phoenix could not help but frown. He had converged his aura, so how could I sense him? Phoenix Voice's avatar said helplessly. Following that, her expression changed drastically as she said hurriedly, Matriarch, he wants to kill me. Save me. What? Nine Phoenix's expression changed as she vanished from her spot. From another dominion, she traversed the extensive distance to where Phoenix Voice was. Through their karmic relationship, Nine Phoenix was able to clearly know where this junior of hers was. Junior demon, are you prepared to die for doing this? The moment Qin Yun finished his sentence, he sensed a fluctuation descend upon him. A fiery red-haired woman dressed in a luxurious red robe stepped through the void. The moment she arrived, the surrounding temperatures seemed to increase a few notches. The sun in the sky also dimmed somewhat. The sun's rays seemed to gather on her, making her a fiery supreme of the world. Qin Yun shot her a glance and waved the white rope in hand. With the rope in hand, he could refine it for himself easily with his dermic powers. His waving of the rope resulted in it flying in an unpredictable trajectory. Even though Phoenix Voice wished to dodge, the white robe still managed to bind her in an inexplicable manner. With a tug of the rope, Phoenix Voice was pulled to him. She had all her dermic powers sealed and she was bound. There was no way for her to resist. With a beckon, Qin Yun was pulled to Qin Yun's side as well. Sword Immortal Qin, please show mercy, the woman in midair said. Meanwhile, she walked over. With just one step, she arrived at the restaurant's entrance, and with another, she appeared inside the restaurant. However, none of the customers could see or hear what was happening. Sword Immortal Qin. The woman was rather polite. Nine Phoenix. However, Qin Yun did not wear a smile. All he did was look at her calmly. Sword Immortal Qin, Phoenix Voice has informed me of what happened, said Nine Phoenix immediately with a smile. It's really her fault, but such petty squabbles should be left to them, letting the best prevail. Her wish of slapping your junior 100 times is indeed quite humiliating, but since it has not happened, there's no need to be too harsh on her. Qin Yun pointed at the bound Phoenix Voice. Do you know how this rope came to be in my hands? Nine Phoenix revealed a look of puzzlement. She was the one who first struck. I intercepted it, said Qin Yun. I'll get her to apologize and compensate Miss Yulua, and I'll compensate you as well, said Nine Phoenix with a smile. Can we let this matter pass? Qin Yun looked at her. Since you are willing to compensate me, I'll give her a chance. I won't kill her. Nine Phoenix listened with a smile. The bound Phoenix Voice secretly heaved a sigh of relief, thinking to herself, this Sword Immortal Qin still fears us demons. He does not dare to go too far or it might result in repercussions for his Qin family. Qin Yulua listened by the side without daring to interject. I will give her a chance. Although she will be spared from death, that does not mean there will be no punishment. Qin Yun said. I will let Yulua slap her 100 times. Following that, she will be imprisoned in my Qin Manor's dungeon for 100,000 years. She will regain her freedom after that. Phoenix Voice, the woman, and Qin Yuluo were alarmed. Nine Phoenix's expression changed as she said in a deep voice, Sword Immortal Qin, aren't you going a little too overboard? Overboard? Qin Yun's gaze turned ice cold as he looked at Nine Phoenix. Nine Phoenix, you should understand that certain things can and cannot be done. Doing them leads to death. I, Qin Yun, am indeed an itinerant immortal. Countless experts in the three realms are watching me, waiting for me to die under the itinerant immortal tribulations. Indeed, the itinerant immortal tribulations are fraught with danger. Even I do not have any confidence of transcending them. In the future, I might very well perish under the itinerant immortal tribulations. But I'm still very much alive now. To think people dare bully my family members while I'm alive. What will happen when I'm dead? Qin Yun had a fierce look in his eyes. The chances of him dying in the itinerant immortal tribulations were high. Therefore, he had long made plans. Before his final tribulation, he would arrange things for his family. He would ensure that his wife and children would not be bullied even after his death. After all, his carnage across the three realms had resulted in him having many enemies, especially the fiends. There were definitely many who wanted to seek revenge against his Qin family. However, Qin Yun was in no rush. He felt that there was plenty of time. Also, his strength was still rising constantly, and the stronger he was, the easier it was to arrange certain things. He would make sure everything was in place before his final tribulation. But he never expected that while he was still alive, with thousands of years left to live, the demoness Phoenix Voice would actually dare take action against his granddaughter. Sword Immortal Qin, this is just a conflict among juniors. Phoenix Voice had no intention to kill. Is going to such lengths necessary? Asked Nine Phoenix. It's precisely because she had no intention to kill that I gave her a chance to live, said Qin Yun. Yuluo, come. Slap her 100 times. Grandfather? Qin Yuluo was somewhat hesitant. Nine Phoenix was just beside them. Do it, said Qin Yun coldly. Yes, Qin Yuluo answered obediently. Qin Yun, I can ignore the 100 slaps, but an imprisonment of 100,000 years is too much. Nine Phoenix looked at Qin Yun. Please compromise. Nine Phoenix, you may leave. Of course, you can stay and watch her being slapped, said Qin Yun. Qin Yun. Nine Phoenix raged as well. She had a spitfire personality, and although her temper had turned for the better after keeping a prolonged low profile, she finally lost her temper despite her smiling urges. She bellowed, I've been speaking nicely to you, but you have acted too arrogantly. You are thinking nothing of me or the demons. The fiend ancestor once threatened me, said Qin Yun, yet, I still stormed through the 26 dominions. Who do you think you are? As I said, no one can stop me today. Nine Phoenix's eyes burned. Very good. Very good. You dare think lightly of me? Boom! Nine Phoenix instantly soared into the sky as flames rushed out the restaurant ceiling and high into the sky. Extremely glaring flames appeared in midair while Nine Phoenix bathed in their heat. She looked down and bellowed angrily, Qin Yun, come out. Fight me. I want to see what gives you the confidence to dare go over my head. You do know that Wu Zhiqi died under my blade. Qin Yun sat at his table and looked up at Nine Phoenix. Yet, you plan on fighting me? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 619, 7 Stars Combo. Chapter 619, 7 Stars Combo. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. Nine Phoenix was a proud and overbearing person. Yet, the human itinerant immortal sitting in the restaurant below was threatening her? Ah, Wu Zhiqi? He was only a force to be reckoned with while the three realms was still in its inchoate state. In this present era, what does he amount to? Qin Yun. Is killing a mere Wu Zhiqi something to brag about?
Back when we demons ruled the three realms, 3 pinnacle mighty figures died under my hand.
Nine Phoenix looked down and sneered. Don't brag with just your mouth. If you have the guts, fight me. If you are afraid, get out of my sight. Sitting by the table, Qin Yun nodded. Oh, you are right. The fist is what matters. Yuluo.
Qin Yun handed her the rope in his hand.
Watch this junior named Phoenix voice well. Yes.
Qin Yuluo received it nervously, but she could not help but say, Grandfather, there's really no need to do this for me.
The situation was escalating. The fame of the ancient sage demon, Nine Phoenix, came from her numerous exploits.
Including the ancient demon Celestial, the arch of that era, Nine Phoenix was ranked 5th among the powerful demons. Although she reclused herself when humans came to rule over the 3 realms, she did not stay isolated from the world completely. She was still cultivating and creating techniques with different dermic formulations. She would only become stronger, not weaker. She was unlike the bunch of chaos godfiends like Wu Zhiqi who were isolated after being sealed. They did not manage to come into contact with the numerous divine powers and mystic arts which were produced by the 3 realms over time.
Yuluo, this is not only for you.
Qin Yun smiled at Qin Yuluo.
I want to let the 3 realms know that I, Qin Yun, am not dead yet. Qin Yuluo was taken aback. And even if I die, said Qin Yun, I will absolutely not tolerate the bullying of my family.
I will give the realms an example of my power, and Phoenix Voice is that example.
Same with Nine Phoenix.
With that said, Qin Yun got up and looked at Nine Phoenix.
He flew up into the sky with a whoosh. Nine Phoenix's expression was ugly as she glared at the incoming Qin Yun. I'm an example? You want to make an example out of me? What an audacious tone.
I hope your strength is enough to support your claim, or I'll be beating you into pulp. With that said, Nine Phoenix reached out her hand, producing a black spear. At that moment, she had absorbed the massive energies of the sun. Instantly, an area spanning 5,000 kilometers was enveloped by fiery flames. Bathed in the flames, Nine Phoenix's red hair flailed. Her spear emitted heart-chilling killing intent as she stared at Qin Yun intently.
Watch your front.
Nine Phoenix transformed into a fiery beam and swooped down at Qin Yun at an astounding speed. The few experts in the 3 realms who were adept with fire had astounding speeds. For instance, the 10 Golden Crow Princes of the past, the imprisoned Zhuron, and Nine Phoenix all had tremendous speeds. Extremely horrifying speeds accompanied by tempestuous rage, that was how the black spear had been thrust forward. Qin Yun stood in midair as he watched the scene silently. He did not move, all he did was gently wave his hand. 3 flying swords flew out from his sleeve. They were none other than his intrinsic flying swords, 3 heaven, earth, and man swords. The 3 flying swords flew out and formed a world in and of themselves. When the spear stabbed into the formless world membrane, it failed to proceed any further. Simultaneously, there was a drizzle which enveloped 50,000 kilometers of the surroundings. The misty rain domain easily repressed the blazing flames, reducing the range of the flames Nine Phoenix released to only 10,000 feet. Show me your best, or you will no longer have another chance. Qin Yun looked at Nine Phoenix calmly. He was planning to make an example out of her. Naturally, he had to crush Nine Phoenix. Nine Phoenix was an example. And experts in the 3 realms with particular ideas about the Qin family would be the spectators. At the moment Nine Phoenix released her terrifying flames, the horrifying blast attracted the attention of many mighty figures in the heavenly realm.
Oh? It's the demons Nine Phoenix? Nine Phoenix and that sword immortal Qin are fighting?
Mighty figures watched remotely. They even passed the news to their best friends. Soon, many mighty figures who resided in the various dominions began to watch the battle.
Interesting. On one side is the ancient demon, Nine Phoenix. She was one of the strongest few back during the ancient demon's heavenly courts. After being in remission for so many years, she has probably accumulated a great deal of insight and experience. The other is Sword Immortal Qin, also a pinnacle mighty figure. He's also a sword immortal who is known to destroy all dharma with a single sword. Although he has not been cultivating for long, he has the Khanate Cardinal Treasure Chinkping sword in hand. Such a major battle is rare. This Nine Phoenix is foolish as well. That human Qin Yun is a Taoist itinerant immortal. With the itinerant immortal tribulations, he only has a few millennia left to live. Why is she being calculative towards an itinerant immortal? Why did they end up fighting? I did an inference. It has to do with their juniors. The demon Phoenix voice wanted to teach the Qin family's Qin Yulua a lesson by slapping her 100 times. Sword Immortal Qin happened to be present and saw everything. Naturally, he was angered. He wanted to punish Phoenix Voice severely and imprison her in the Qin family dungeons for 100,000 years. Nine Phoenix with her intractable temper was naturally enraged by Sword Immortal Qin's tyranny. What kind of temper does Sword Immortal Qin have? For his homeworld, he was willing to face the tribulations ahead of time to become an itinerant immortal. That kind of temper and his concern for his family, matched with the present circumstances, definitely infuriated him. He's doing it to shock the juniors. Did you hear it? Sword Immortal Qin mentioned that he wanted to make an example out of them. Nine Phoenix is supposed to be that example. He sure is gutsy. That's what you call strength. You are just a mere ordinary golden immortal. Would you dare to say such a thing in front of Nine Phoenix? Mighty figures in the three realms, apart from a handful, were mostly inferior to Qin Yun and Nine Phoenix. This battle thrilled many mighty figures as they watched eagerly for the outcome. Above Red Fish City, the smoke like rain enveloped an area spanning 50,000 kilometers. It was Qin Yun's misty rain domain. Nine Phoenix, who was suppressed by the domain, failed to do anything to the misty rain domain with her spear. Show me you best, or you will no longer have another chance. Qin Yun's words infuriated Nine Phoenix. She had not been belittled in such a long time. Isn't it just the misty rain array? I heard that you managed to fend off Patriarch Blood Sea with it, said Nine Phoenix with an angry scoff. I admit that the misty rain array is rather powerful at defense. But defense is not going to defeat your opponent. I might not be able to do anything if you hide away in the misty rain array like a turtle, but since you have bragged about me not having a chance, I would like to know what you mean by that. If Qin Yun chose to hide himself inside the misty rain array, an array which Quan Chengzi had deemed as the best defensive array among pinnacle golden immortals, it was true that Nine Phoenix could do nothing to him. Therefore, she had to goad Qin Yun into attacking. As you wish. With that said, Qin Yun waved his hand. Whoosh! 3 flying swords rapidly flew out at unimaginable speeds. The speed of weapons was much faster than the speed mighty figures were capable of reaching. Instantly, the 3 heaven, earth, and man swords split into 3 directions and enveloped Nine Phoenix within. Back then, Wu Zhiqi and company were trapped inside my misty rain array and eventually perished, said Qin Yun. Do you plan on trapping me with this crappy array? Nine Phoenix was in no way flustered. Array formations. Attacking one from the outside was typically difficult, but attacking from the inside was relatively easier. Boom! Nine Phoenix's body phased away, revealing her true form. It was a 9-headed phoenix formed completely of fire. After Nine Phoenix's true body appeared, the might of the fire she controlled also clearly increased to a whole new level. The void in the heavenly realm was burned into the finest atoms as she spread her flaming wings and transformed into a glaring beam of light. She struck the misty rain array with a pair of sharp claws that appeared to be capable of tearing through anything. However, although the misty rain array trembled, it managed to withstand the blow. It was indeed easier to attack an array formation from the inside, and Nine Phoenix was indeed much stronger than Wu Zhiqi, even to the point of being Shang Liu's equal.
However, Qin Yun's Misty Rain array was already capable of trapping and killing Wu Zhiqi Bakadente.
3 blades.
Back then, he had just made a breakthrough. Now, having cultivated for another 2,000 plus years, he had converted his insights into actual strength. His strength had been elevated again. Having infused the new insights of the 7 stars Great Dao into his sword Dao, the array formation strength had increased exponentially again.
How is that possible?
Nine Phoenix was alarmed when she failed to tear through the array with her true form's swipe.
Be gone!
Nine Phoenix's true form let out a sharp shrill cry as billowing flames incinerated the area. Even the void shattered amid the Misty Rain array due to the sweeping flames.
She attacked again and again, but the Misty Rain array continued imprisoning her.
Shrink, 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 said Qin Yun softly.
The Misty Rain array shrank. The billowing flames within shrank as well.
It went from 100,000 feet to 10,000 feet, until it was eventually reduced to a small 100 feet. Nine Phoenix was trapped within, unable to escape no matter how much she struggled.
Don't bother struggling. It's useless, said Qin Yun.
Her 9 heads glared at Qin Yun ferociously. She said in a shrill voice, I might not be able to escape, but my 9 Phoenix true form was born from the flames. Even if you use the Qingping sword, you will not be able to injure me at all.
Yuluo.
Qin Yuluo shouted out loudly.
Grandfather.
Qin Yuluo, who was holding onto the bound Phoenix voice, was already feeling extremely nervous from watching the battle. When she heard Qin Yun call out to her, she immediately answered. In the second volume of the 7 Stars Sword Dao I gave you, there is the 7 Stars combo recorded at the end. Watch carefully. As Qin Yun spoke, he waved his hand as a wisp of green light flew out from his sleeve.
Shoo! An extremely bright green beam of sword flash flew into the Misty Rain array.
9 Phoenix flew up and blocked with her claws, but not only was the sword flash fast, its trajectory was unpredictable. It felt like the constantly changing trajectories of the planets in the sky. 9 Phoenix felt that she had fended it off with her claw, but the sword flash appeared ethereal. It managed to penetrate her body, immediately making her aware of a force causing damage to her body.
9 Phoenix's true form was made out of flames.
It was a 9 Phoenix true fire unique to her, but at this moment, an extremely sharp power was decimating the flames within her. When the flames were completely extinguished, it would mean her death.
Shoo! Shoo! Shoo!
The green beam tore through 9 Phoenix and turned around to make another penetration.
One strike followed another. Gorgeous sword trajectories left scars behind in mid-air.
The scars resembled the Big Dipper. 9 Phoenix revealed a look of horror.
Why is each sword faster and stronger than the last? Indeed. If the first strike was said to trouble 9 Phoenix a little, the strikes that followed became more terrifying. It was like a spate she found indefensible. The 6th strike's strength was equivalent to the strength of the first 5 strikes combined. It left her severely injured as her purple blood splattered. Whoosh! Qin Yun beckoned his hand as the Qingping sword flew into his sleeve. Qin Yuluo, who was watching from below with eyes alit, was stunned and somewhat depressed. Grandfather, where's the 7th strike of the 7 Stars combo? Qin Yun had only cast the first 6 strikes of the 7 Stars combo. She will die if I cast the 7th strike. Qin Yun looked at the heavily injured and terrified 9 Phoenix inside the Misty Rain array. He turned his head towards the void and said, Demon Emperor Baizhe would not permit me to release the 7th strike either. Ha ha ha, as expected of Sword Immortal Qin. In terms of sword arts, you are truly the number 1 sword immortal of the 3 realms. A white-haired and white-browed man in fluttering white clothes walked out of the void. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 620 Demon Emperor Baizhe. Chapter 620 Demon Emperor Baizhe. Translator, Situlan Editor, Situlan.
While Qin Yun was casting the Qingping sword, he sensed a faint aura descend. As it was hidden in the void, Qin Yun sensed it through karma and immediately confirmed that the hiding entity was Demon Emperor Bai Zai.
Regardless, Qin Yun had continued attacking. He cast 6 moves of the 7 stars combo before stopping. It was to make a statement. No one could make a plea on Phoenix Voice's behalf. "Greetings, Senior Bai Zai," said Qin Yun with a polite bow. Bai Zai. The heavily injured 9 Phoenix, who was trapped in the misty rain array, shouted as she returned to human form. 9 Phoenix, you still haven't changed your temperament after all these years, berated Bai Zai softly. Qin Yun has huge merit on him.
He has done so much for the 3 realms.
Do you think that just because he's an itinerant immortal and won't live for long that you can bully his family? That's a nasty way of doing things. It's too embarrassing.
9 Phoenix could not help but say, but Qin Yun is just 2. If you only had a few thousand years to live, you would understand how he feels as well, berated Bai Zai.
9 Phoenix immediately shut up. Qin Yun was somewhat astonished while watching from the side.
Bai Zai was rather considerate towards him.
"Qin Yun," said Bai Zai seriously.
"When I learned what Phoenix Voice had to say, I was placed in quite a difficult position.
Punishment should observe the principle of proportionality of the offense. I find imprisoning her for 100,000 years to be a good idea. It will force her to come to her senses, or she might one day get into bigger trouble.
As for 9 Phoenix, she is considered a powerful expert in the 3 realms.
During the Taoist Fiend War, she played an extremely important role. The both of you should not do anything that will pain the hearts of the various mighty figures in the 3 realms while letting the fiends cheer you on," said Bai Zai. "It's best you let her out."
Qin Yun smiled faintly.
"All right, as you wish."
If Bai Zai really wanted to save 9 Phoenix, there was no way he could stop him. Besides, 9 Phoenix had only taken action because of her junior. Teaching her a stern lesson was already humiliating enough for her. It was sufficient to let all the experts in the 3 realms witness that much.
So,
the 3 flying swords flew back, and with a wave of his hand, he stored them away.
Dressed in red robes, 9 Phoenix gave Qin Yun a conflicted look.
She had lost terribly.
It was a complete beatdown.
Just the first 6 strikes of the so-called 7 stars combo had already made her sense deaf. If the 7th strike was delivered, she could very well be dead. Facing an expert who could kill her naturally felt different.
Whoosh.
However, her fierce pride prevented 9 Phoenix from saying a word. She took 1 step and departed. Bai Zai shook his head slightly when he saw her leave with a prideful stance. He knew her temperament well after all these years. "Qin Yun, you are likely the strongest itinerant immortal in the 3 realms ever since me." Bai Zai looked at Qin Yun smilingly.
"I have always been hoping to get an opportunity to meet you.
It's quite a coincidence today, so shall we have a chat?
I have always wished to pay you a visit, Senior Bai Zai," said Qin Yun as well.
Bai Zai was an expert who hardly ever brought animosity unto himself. Bai Zai had a very good reputation in the 3 realms. Most demons were savage and ruthless, but Bai Zai's temper was one of the best among the perfected great Tao existences. The mighty figures of the 3 realms had watched the battle between Sword Immortal Qin and Sage Demon 9 Phoenix with great anticipation.
However, the battle's outcome left them somewhat dumbfounded. It was a complete wipeout. The ancient Sage Demon 9 Phoenix was completely trounced.
She had no way of escaping once she was trapped by the misty rain array. The moment the Qingping sword was drawn, just a few strikes were enough to nearly take her life.
Even Bai Zai had to come personally to save her. How is this Sword Immortal Qin so strong? To be able to kill 9 Phoenix with a few strikes, his strength is already at the level of a perfected great Tao, right? Yeah.
Although his misty rain array is powerful, it is only capable of trapping 9 Phoenix and could not harm her. However, he was using the Khanate cardinal treasure, the Qingping sword. With the Qingping sword in hand, he is already able to release its true strength. Back when Senior Burning Lamp was in the pinnacle golden immortal realm, he obtained the 24 sea calming beads. With it, he was able to release strength at the perfected Great Tao level. Now, Sword Immortal Qin is also able to release the full strength of the Qingping sword. With the use of the Qingping sword, he is probably invincible under the perfected Great Tao realm.
Mighty figures discussed among themselves in astonishment.
It was just like how Hou Yi's arrow was able to produce strength that matched the heavenly Tao realm. Among pinnacle Great Tao figures, there were some who could produce strength at the perfected Great Tao realm. For instance, the three fairies of Green Turing Palace was said to be able to cast the strongest array among pinnacle golden immortals. That array had the strength of the perfected Great Tao level and required the three fairies to do it collectively.
There was also Taoist Burning Lamp.
Back when he obtained the 24 sea calming beads, he was able to release strength at the perfected Great Tao level. It was all thanks to the Khanate cardinal treasure. There was Yang Jian as well. Although few people knew of it, when he cast his divine eye of destruction, it was at the strength of a perfected Great Tao. It was a very powerful blow that even Patriarch Bloodsea's combat body could not withstand. However, the eye was not to be casually used. Similarly, the eye was something external and not a technique he cultivated himself. With Qin Yun's cultivation to date, he was finally able to fully express the Qingping sword's strength to the perfected Great Tao level as the strongest sword immortal in the three realms. Of course, Qin Yun knew there was more to it than that. The gap between him and real perfected Great Tao existences remained vast. Those ancient existences were more well-rounded and they had more means. He was only able to produce strength at the perfected Great Tao with the Qingping sword. This was why Taoist Burning Lamp was willing to sacrifice the 24 sea calming beads to transform them into the 24 heavens for a breakthrough.
Only by being independently strong would one strengthen one's essence, soul, dharmic powers, realm, and divine powers.
Just relying on weapons made one lack several means.
Oh. Bai Zhe appeared but did not save his disciple, Phoenix Voice?
He even allowed Qin Yun to punish her as he wished.
Qin Yun did not offer to release her and is still planning on imprisoning her for 100,000 years? That sure is some temper. Don't provoke him.
Even with Demon Emperor Bai Zhe appearing, he still plans on imprisoning her. With this temper, he might do anything if you truly enrage him. After all, he only has a few thousand years left to live.
A mighty figure that will die soon can naturally do anything.
The mighty figures in the three realms were indeed alarmed. All of them decided not to offend Sword Immortal Qin. Even the disciples under them who were known to act belligerently were warned by these mighty figures. Qin Yun's goal had been achieved. By the lake outside Red Fish City, Qin Yun and Bai Zhe sat cross-legged on the grass while facing each other. In front of them was a wooden disc. A bottle of immortal brew and 2 alcohol cups were placed there.
You are presently the number 1 itinerant immortal in the three realms.
You are also the only itinerant immortal second to me in all of history, said Bai Zhe with a smile. While watching you take the same path as my previous incarnation, I feel worried for you, but I also wish to see how far you can go. This path is very difficult.
Qin Yun nodded.
I don't even know if the 12th itinerant immortal tribulation is the end.
Bai Zhe nodded slightly. Yes, I do not know if the 12th is the end either. But I can tell you the might of the 12th itinerant immortal tribulation.
Thank you, Senior, said Qin Yun gratefully.
When I transcended the tribulation, many in the three realms were watching.
I believe you gathered quite a bit of information regarding it, said Bai Zhe.
The 12th itinerant immortal tribulation is still the same 3 tribulations of wind, fire, and lightning. The wind and fire tribulations were extremely powerful. If you can reach the perfected Great Tao realm, I believe passing the wind and fire tribulations would not be difficult. I'm referring to a personal breakthrough, and not reliance on the Qingping sword. Got it. Qin Yun nodded as he listened attentively. The hardest is the lightning tribulation, said Bai Zhe with a frown.
That lightning tribulation was as though the heavenly Tao of the entire three realms was punishing me.
It wanted me destroyed. Each bolt of heavenly lightning seemed to be born for destruction. It wanted to smite me into oblivion. I only managed to survive until the 8th heavenly lightning before capitulating. Not only did my body dissipate into nothingness, I was forced into reincarnation. I even hurt my soul's essence. You are different from me. Bai Zhe looked at Qin Yun. It's impossible for the fiend ancestor to allow you a normal reincarnation. He will definitely attack while you undergo samsara, completely destroying your soul, leaving only a wisp of true spirit for reincarnation. And the reincarnation of a true spirit would have no memories. You will no longer be yourself. Qin Yun nodded. I know. I have no other choice. Back then, we were a bunch of chaos god fiends.
While probing the path of the itinerant immortal, there were other options, but you don't have those, said Bai Zhe. I was the one who went the furthest but failed at the 12th itinerant immortal tribulation. I wish for you to go further, so that I can see the path beyond.
I also wish to see what lies beyond, said Qin Yun. If one could live, who would wish to die? Are there any tricks to withstanding the heavenly lightning? Asked Qin Yun. As I said, the heavenly lightning was born for destruction, the obliteration of everything. What you need to do is defend against it, all the way to the end. Said Bai Zhe. It was born for destruction? Qin Yun fell into deep thought. Qin Yun, I have always been curious.
Back when Yang Jian and the various heavenly troops from the heavenly courts and the Buddhist sarhats were prepared to rescue you, you could have brought your family along with you and a bunch of good friends, and left the great Chang world.
And after that, you would have had a carefree and eternal life.
You could continue cultivating your sword immortal path in peace, said Bai Zhe.
However, you chose to transcend the tribulations to become an itinerant immortal. You might even die mere thousands of years from now. Have you ever regretted that decision?
Qin Yun fell silent for a moment.
I do wish for an eternal and carefree life to be with my family, said Qin Yun, but I have never regretted what I did.
I saw the billions of life forms produced in the great Chang world and saw countless children running around happily. I felt joy from choosing to transcend the tribulations prematurely.
I'm joyful that I protected them. Bai Zhe looked at Qin Yun and muttered, You do not regret, but feel joyous? For that, let me toast you.
Bai Zhe raised his wine cup.
Qin Yun also raised his. The two enjoyed the wine. I will keep watching you and see how far you can go. Bai Zhe got up and turned to leave. His figure vanished into the plain wilderness.
Qin Yun sat there alone and looked at the wine in front of him.
How far can I go? I do not know either. Qin Yun drank another cup before getting up to leave.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 621, Stepping on Qin Yun's Tail. Chapter 621, Stepping on Qin Yun's Tail. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. A faint aroma emanated within a chamber.
Bai Zhe had been sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed when he suddenly opened his eyes. An incorporeal figure appeared in front of him, and it was none other than Nine Phoenix.
Bai Zhe, you appeared personally, yet Qin Yun still imprisoned Phoenix Voice for 100,000 years. She is your disciple.
Nine Phoenix could not help but comment. Why are you on his side when he has imprisoned your disciple for so long?
What can I do if he insists on imprisoning her? Bai Zhe looked at her. You are a demon emperor. Nine Phoenix said anxiously. Doesn't your reputation as a demon emperor count for something? As I said, what can I do if he insists on imprisoning her? Fight him? Asked Bai Zhe.
By bestowing the Qingping sword to Qin Yun, numinous treasure Dao ancestor is making his attitude clear. He thinks very highly of his disciple.
If I were to attack Qin Yun in the heavenly realm, have you thought of the consequences if the numinous treasure Dao ancestor takes action? 9 Phoenix was taken aback. The Dao ancestor will not interfere in such trivial matters, right?
If I do not fight him, the Dao ancestor will naturally not do a thing.
But it's hard to tell what will happen if I attack. Besides, Phoenix's voice was wrong. Bai Zai's eyes were ice cold. She was too foolish. Who does she think she is?
In terms of backing, Qin Yun is a human, a member of the biggest race in the 3 realms.
The humans' 3 sovereigns will definitely think highly of a human that has risen to prominence.
He has a sect backing him, led by numinous treasure Dao ancestor who is well known for citing his disciples.
No matter how you compare, we will always lose. 9 Phoenix fell silent. That was true. The humans were mighty and so was Green Turing Palace. Bai Zai said calmly, do things only when you are confident. If you lack the confidence, hold back. If you lose patience and step on his tail, who is to blame?
As for her imprisonment of 100,000 years, it will carry the benefit of letting her come to her senses. She needs to learn that she cannot offend anyone she wishes to in the 3 realms. 9 Phoenix, you cannot blame anyone for being inferior. If you want to redress your unhappiness, cultivate well and break through to the perfected great Tao. When that happens, Qin Yun will have to obediently bow before you when he sees you. Bai Zai looked at 9 Phoenix. The demons have me as the only perfected great Tao existence.
That's just too few. The 10th prince is also a demon, said 9 Phoenix. Luya? Bai Zai grunted.
Yes, he can be considered a member of the demons, but his mind is set on revenge.
He wants to kill Hui, and similarly, Hui wants him dead. Would Luya dare appear to fight on our behalf? He does not even dare appear in person and can only sneakily hide away. Although Luya's existence can serve as a form of shock and awe, it also makes Hui view us demons as an enemy. Us demons are now the weaker race. Compared to the humans, we are way too weak. Bai Zai looked at 9 Phoenix.
9 Phoenix, it will not take long for the Tao ancestors, Buddhist ancestor, and Fiend ancestor to leave the 3 realms.
The ancient lurking existences will likely appear when that happens.
The 3 realms will be in true turmoil when that happens. I wish for us demons to have an additional perfected great Tao existence to share my burden.
9 Phoenix nodded slightly. Perfected great Tao?
She also yearned for it, but breaking through was just too difficult. Across history, people like Qin Yun and Taoist myriad treasure, whose initial attainment of the Tao was already directed straight at a perfected great Tao, were able to cultivate very smoothly. For instance, Qin Yun's sword Tao contained heaven, earth, and man. By figuring out the 3 Tao separately, he would naturally attain a perfected great Tao. As for 9 Phoenix, she had gone down the path of the fire great Tao. That was much more difficult. There were ordinary mighty figures who studied the fire great Tao, such as the Heavenly Court's fire department, Luo Xian. There were also pinnacle mighty figures like 9 Phoenix. There were also perfected great Tao existences, such as Jerome or human sovereign Swirenshi.
Whoosh! 9 Phoenix laughed.
Bai Zai continued sitting cross-legged as he narrowed his eyes slightly.
Most demons only know to fight and to clash head-on.
They once ruled over the 3 realms, but are in such dire states now.
Who is to be blamed?
For this trivial matter with Qin Yun, it's best to go with his wishes and befriend him. Nothing is lost if he dies from failing to transcend the tribulations, but if a miracle really happens and there is an end to the itinerant immortal tribulations which he successfully transcends, he would have eternal life. His strength would probably be above Old Mother of Blackfoal Mountains and he will become the new eldest senior brother of Green Turing Palace. After numinous treasure Tao ancestor leaves the 3 realms, Qin Yun could very well be in control of Green Turing Palace and become its new leader.
There are many benefits to befriending him now. Why can't they tell that something, if done right, has nothing but benefits? Bai Zai closed his eyes. Master.
The bound phoenix voice's eyes had been filled with anticipation when she saw Demon Emperor Bai Zai appear, but he did not rescue her.
She was brought to him to Lightning Roar's Qin Manor and locked up in its dungeons. Go in.
Her dermic powers sealed, Phoenix Voice was thrown into a dungeon cell. She looked at her surroundings.
It was a dungeon that spanned about 100 feet.
Her surroundings were filled with bare rocks.
How am I to pass the next 100,000 years?
Phoenix Voice stood in the dungeon and touched her face.
It had just been slapped. She felt lonely.
In her pain and despair, she also felt regret. She also blamed her master for not rescuing her. All sorts of emotions churned in her mind.
Grandfather, we've already slapped her. Are we really imprisoning her for 100,000 years? Qin Yun walked alongside Qin Yun outside the dungeon.
She had indeed hesitated when she delivered the slaps.
She was already imprisoned, yet they had slapped her?
That's what you call paying one back in her own coin, said Qin Yun indifferently.
Yulua, sometimes you cannot be so kind and benevolent. If you are kind, the world will think of you as weak and easily bullied. Understand?
Understood, answered Qin Yun obediently. Furthermore, you cultivate in the sword Tao. Your heart should be like a sword. A sword has to be drawn when necessary.
Qin Yun looked at his granddaughter. Okay. Qin Yun nodded. Take a break for now.
Qin Yun did not say anything more as he was not in a good mood. Although he had crushed Sage Demon 9 Phoenix under the watch of many experts in the three realms, and imprisoned Demon Emperor Bai Zai's disciple, Phoenix Voice, for 100,000 years despite his appearance, he was still in a bad mood. This matter had indeed stepped on his tail. He had always worried that he earned many enemies from his storming of the three realms.
If he were to die from his itinerant immortal tribulations in the future, what would happen to his family?
Although he could do his best to make some preparations for them, they were ultimately just preparations.
Brother Yun, why are you drinking alone? Xiao walked over. Are you really that mad over this matter?
Qin Yun put down his wine cup, his eyes slightly red.
He looked at Xiao and asked, you know about it?
You threw that Phoenix Voice into the dungeons, so I naturally asked Yulua and learned of the reason, said Xiao.
It's just a trivial matter. Don't be so sensitive about it. I'm not.
Qin Yun smiled but did not say further. Words were meaningless.
Why add to his frustration? By the way, Qin Yun asked with a laugh.
The cause of this jealous incident between Phoenix Voice and Yulua was a particular Brother Meng.
Do you know who Brother Meng is?
With Qin Yun's ability to infer the past and future, especially after he figured out the Seven Stars' Great Tao, it was easy for him to infer what had happened to his granddaughter in the past.
He could easily investigate their past relationship. But she was ultimately his granddaughter.
If he were to infer Yulua's past, she would not have any secrets that she could keep from him. The closer someone was to him, the less Qin Yun wanted to intrude unless necessary.
Seriously, why didn't you ask about such a serious matter?
Said Xiao. It's only when I learned of the matter that I pressed for the reason for her conflict with Phoenix Voice.
Although Yulua stuttered in embarrassment, she did tell me. That Brother Meng is Meng Fu, a disciple of Fuxishi, one of our humans' three sovereigns.
He is also a mighty figure in Fire Cloud Palace.
It's him?
Qin Yun nodded in enlightenment. With a thought, he saw through karma. He sensed Meng Fu's location and pinpointed it to be Fire Cloud Palace. In a blink of an eye, decades had passed since Qin Yun's battle with 9 Phoenix.
Heavenly Realm. Fire Cloud Palace.
Fire Cloud Palace was the cultivation ground of the humans' 3 sovereigns. All 3 of them had unfathomable strength.
Fuxishi was originally the chaos god fiend, Fushi. His relationship with goddess Nuwa was like they were brother and sister. Later, he reincarnated as a human and became human sovereign Fuxishi. He was deemed to be the best at array formations among perfected great Tao existences. Swirenchi's inextinguishable torch flame was famous in the three realms as well. Those skilled in fire were extremely powerful in direct combat. Swirenchi was the strongest among the humans' three sovereigns. As for Shenangshi, he had mysterious and unfathomable means at his disposal. If he schemed against his enemy, it might not be as sinister and ruthless as Taoist Luya, but it was on the same level. The only difference was that Shenangshi was more benevolent. He often left a sliver of chance to his victim. With these three presiding over humanity, the light which shone on humans from Providence was rich. In addition, humans were created by goddess Nuwa, so she was naturally a huge backer of humans. The Taoists and Buddhists were preaching everywhere, allowing humans to flourish even more. New mighty figures were born over time, and Qin Yun was one of them. Everything is prepared. It's time to take the torch flame kindling. In a building in Fire Cloud Palace, Meng Fu was reading a book when he placed it down. There was a look of anticipation in his eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 622 Torch Flame Kindling. Chapter 622 Torch Flame Kindling. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. Meng Fu put down his book, got up, and left the room to stroll the large Fire Cloud Palace. Uncle Master. Uncle Master. Uncle Master. There were quite a number of cultivators in Fire Cloud Palace. Upon seeing Meng Fu, all of them bowed respectfully. With a smile, Meng Fu nodded slightly as he proceeded. It was unlike Green Turing Palace, which had a mix humans, demons, and godfiends. It was also unlike Jade Void Palace with its strict regulations. Fire Cloud Palace was more united, and it advanced as a union of humans, allowing its present-day prosperity. Fire Cloud Palace kept a low profile in the three realms, but it had the three sovereigns' guidance. Fire Cloud Palace had dozens of mighty figures and, as a mighty figure himself, Meng Fu enjoyed an extremely high standing in Fire Cloud Palace. Meng Fu quickly arrived in front of an ancient hall. An elder stood watch inside. Lord Meng greeted the elder with a smile. "Why are you here in our torch flame hall?" "I need to borrow the torch flame kindling for studying," said Meng Fu with a smile. "Torch flame kindling?" The elder nodded slightly. "I believe you know the rules needed to borrow the torch flame kindling, but I have to repeat them. It can be borrowed for not more than 10 years. Studying the torch flame kindling needs to be done inside Fire Cloud Palace. It cannot be taken out." "I know," said Meng Fu with a smile. The elder in front of him was just a guardian puppet, so it did things in a rather inflexible manner. It repeated the rules every time. "Lord Meng, please wait a moment." The elder turned and entered the inner hall and soon came out holding a black wooden box. He handed it to Meng Fu. After receiving it, Meng Fu immediately opened the box. Inside the box was a kindling that emitted a warm fiery light. It looked smaller than a fist and its fiery light suffused redness and some warmth. It was like the only fire in a cold, lonely night, bringing warmth and hope. Continued examination of it would fill one's heart with energy. That was the will to make the best out of life. To have fresh forces to continually take the place of those which had pushed ahead, one burned themselves to forge forward and pass down the torch. This torch flame kindling is indeed good. Swirenchi was able to figure out the inextinguishable torch flame and had used it to attain a perfected great Tao. God King Zhurong was born out of the chaos and he grasped the Khanate fire great Tao. He's also a perfected great Tao existence. It's no wonder God King Zhurong wishes to obtain this torch flame kindling. He likely wishes to improve his fire great Tao further and gain the myriad great Tao to attain the heavenly Tao realm. Inside Meng Fu's mind,
Fiend King Boshiyuan's avatar reflected over the matter.
Boshiyuan had fought Shuairenqi before.
Shuairenqi's inextinguishable torch flame was not as domineering as Zhirong's might, but once something touched the fire, it was very difficult to extinguish.
The threat was in no way lower than anything Zhirong could do. Zhirong owes the fiend ancestor a favor since he was rescued from his imprisonment. Together with the torch flame kindling, fiend ancestor plans on exchanging it for the lotus seed.
Boshiyuan's avatar thought, I can also obtain 3 original sin flowers that were born in the tenebrous fiend abyss, an amalgamation of all the sins in the 3 realms over eons. Both fiend ancestor and I will benefit greatly. With the torch flame kindling in hand, Meng Fu returned to his residence in Fire Cloud Palace.
He began cultivating normally.
This torch flame kindling contains the heritage of the humans' 3 sovereigns. Every study of it feels as though the 3 sovereigns are teaching me in person. Meng Fu mused while studying it. However, the paths that Shuairenqi, Fuxishi, and Shenanxi took provide me with little help. In terms of realm, as a king of myriad fiends, Boshiyuan was in no way inferior to the 3 sovereigns. He had long gathered a portion of mighty figure manuals. He had even read the fiend ancestor's heavenly Dao realm heritage. However, just reading those materials was of little help when it came to taking that final step and reaching the heavenly Dao realm. He needed to take that step himself. Attaining the heavenly Dao realm was much harder than attaining a perfected great Dao. After pretending to study the torch flame kindling for 3 years, Meng Fu would occasionally stroll through Fire Cloud Palace and even discuss the Dao with his fellow disciples.
Uncle Master. Uncle Master.
That day, Meng Fu was walking in Fire Cloud Palace as usual. Soon, he arrived at the periphery of the Fire Cloud Palace. At the border of the Fire Cloud Palace's array, Meng Fu even took a step that made him traverse dozens of kilometers. He very suddenly left Fire Cloud Palace. As a mighty figure of Fire Cloud Palace, he naturally had the authority to enter and exit. He did not face any obstruction. This Fire Cloud Palace sure is confident, believing that it's impossible for Fire Cloud Palace mighty figures to steal the torch flame kindling and betray humanity? They actually allowed me to leave so easily? I thought I would be stopped at the final moment and have to storm my way out. Boshiyuan's avatar was thrilled inside Meng Fu's heart. As one of Boshiyuan's 6 desires avatars, he could barely release strength at the perfected Great Dao level if he gave his all. Oh! At the instant Meng Fu tore out of Fire Cloud Palace. Inside an ancient hall in Fire Cloud Palace was a man who sat cross-legged. It looked like he had experienced the vicissitudes of life and his black hair was disheveled. He was none other than the first human sovereign of the 3 sovereigns, Shuairenqi. He had suddenly opened his eyes as a look of shock filled them. The torch flame kindling was produced by him at a great price. It was also something unique produced by his inextinguishable torch flame. Although the inextinguishable torch flame was precious and the 3 sovereigns placed great importance on it, as long as the 3 remained alive, they could reproduce a torch flame kindling even if they lost it. In addition, it was a heritage and Fire Cloud Palace mighty figures often studied it. It raised the strengths of human mighty figures rapidly. But he never expected that after all these years, a human mighty figure would dare leave Fire Cloud Palace with the torch flame kindling. It was a severe violation of the rules and a betrayal of humanity. The torch flame kindling was produced by him, therefore, he instantly sensed its departure from Fire Cloud Palace. He also knew just which mighty figure took away the torch flame kindling. It's Meng Fu? Shuairenqi found it unbelievable. Meng Fu was a junior who rose up in the past tens of thousands of years. Shuairenqi had also watched him grow. To every human mighty figure, Shuairenqi would show them concern like they were his child. He also thought highly of Meng Fu and felt that with time, Meng Fu would eventually have a chance of becoming a pinnacle mighty figure. However, he had actually left Fire Cloud Palace with the torch flame kindling? Was this a betrayal of humanity? Time to leave. The The moment he left Fire Cloud Palace, Meng Fu did not hesitate to tear through distant space and head for the tenebrous fiend abyss. However, just as he was about to leave, he discovered that the torch flame kindling suddenly produced brilliant light. It tore through the wooden box, preventing him from tearing through the void with it.
Disciple, quickly return.
In loose robes, Fuxishi roared angrily with a voice transmission.
His disciple had actually taken the torch flame kindling away? How was he to face Swirenshi?
While shouting angrily, Fuxishi had already charged out of Fire Cloud Palace, hoping that his disciple would not persist in his errors.
Swirenshi and Shinanshi were also watching. The humans' three sovereigns were enraged with the first human junior in Fire Cloud Palace history to take the torch flame kindling away. There's a contingency? Then I'll just take it away by force.
Meng Fu noticed something amiss and did not hesitate to grab the torch flame kindling. Guoxuan released all his strength and barely reached the perfected Great Dao strength. It was even stronger than Meng Fu himself.
Boom!
The surrounding void shattered.
The terrifying commotion immediately alarmed the heavenly realm.
The battle between Qin Yun and Nine Phoenix back then had alarmed the heavenly realm, but it was only at the end when Qin Yun used the Qingping sword to deliver the final blow. A stir at the level of a perfected Great Dao alarmed all parties.
Even the heavenly courts and Buddhists would look over.
And in MT lightning roars Qin manner in the heavenly realm. Qin Yun, who was cultivating, also sensed the terrifying energy blast.
Oh? It seems something major has happened?
He was somewhat puzzled as he looked into the distance at the fluctuation. His gaze tore through the distance of space and reached the scene outside Fire Cloud Palace.
He saw it.
He saw Meng Fu grabbing the torch flame kindling in hand outside Fire Cloud Palace. He had a nasty look and he was releasing inexplicable strength. He caused the surrounding void to shatter, but the torch flame kindling remained rooted to space as it emitted blinding light. Upon seeing the glaring torch flame kindling, Qin Yun felt his heart stir. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 623, Illuminating a Path. Chapter 623, Illuminating a Path. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. Qin Yun, who was sitting cross-legged on a mat, was only watching out of curiosity.
However, he lost his calm when he saw the shimmering torch flame kindling. He stood up immediately, his eyes burning.
Torch flame kindling?
Qin Yun did not hesitate to approach Fire Cloud Palace's exterior by taking a step forward and traversing the void. The nearer he was, the clearer he could see. When Qin Yun arrived outside Fire Cloud Palace, he saw Meng Fu clenching the torch flame kindling tightly with a nasty and unresigned expression. He tried to move it but failed.
You are not Meng Fu.
Fuxishi stood in midair and sensed the energy that erupted from Meng Fu, only to bellow angrily, "You are Fiend King Guoxuan." Fuxishi was very familiar with the strength that Meng Fu was releasing. He had even fought him before. It was the power of Guoxuan's 6 desires avatars. Fuxishi was alarmed and furious. It was too easy for the mighty Guoxuan to scheme against an ordinary mighty figure. Ha, it's me. Don't you incorrectly blame your disciple. Your disciple is really a man who wears his heart on his sleeve.
Meng Fu cackled sinisterly as he looked at Fuxishi.
But he's too infatuated with his wife. Just a little scheming from me and he succumbed all too easily.
Guoxuan, aren't you being too shameless by scheming against a junior?
Fuxishi was enraged. At that moment, 2 figures tore through space and arrived on the scene. They were Swirenshi with his disheveled hair, making him appear to have experienced the vicissitudes of life, and wooden staff-wielding Shinanshi. The 3 sovereigns looked at Meng Fu angrily.
Guoxuan actually dared to scheme against a mighty figure of their Fire Cloud Palace?
Guoxuan, you were known as the king of myriad fiends back then.
Yet, you actually used underhanded means to deal with an ordinary mighty figure junior. Renshi shook his head gently.
Buoxuan, if you have the guts, come in your true body and fight us. If all you can do is scheme, you'll be a joke to the entire three realms. While the three sovereigns were talking, they were discussing with voice transmissions.
What should we do?
Fuxishi was somewhat anxious.
Buoxuan's Six Desires avatar has controlled Meng Fu.
If we were to attack, we would only end up killing an avatar, but also kill Meng Fu. A loss of an avatar is nothing to Buoxuan, but Meng Fu would really be dead, said Renshi via voice transmission.
I know about my disciple's obsession, but I never expected this to happen.
Fuxishi was momentarily at a loss.
Fuxishi, Meng Fu isn't to be blamed. Which cultivator doesn't have an obsession? Who doesn't have desires?
All of Buddhism was once afraid of Buoxuan and suffered terribly under his machinations. With his status, he will succeed regardless of what he does against a junior, said Shinanshi.
Fuxishi understood as well. Buoxuan was indeed terrifying.
He was very powerful in direct combat and his underhanded techniques were extremely insidious.
Come in my true body? Ha, you are the humans' three sovereigns.
Renshi is strongest at frontal assaults, Fuxishi is best at array formations among perfected great Tao existences, while Shinanshi is good in the art of medicine and poisons.
If the three of you attack together, how many in the three realms would be foolish enough to clash with you head-on? Meng Fu laughed.
It was also the truth. When fighting one-on-one, there were ancient existences who were slightly better than any one of the three sovereigns.
However, if the three joined forces, they were invincible. They were even able to match heavenly Tao realm existences.
As he spoke, Meng Fu attempted different methods, but the torch flame kindling remained floating in midair, preventing him from moving it.
What's happening?
His eyes blinked and emitted a red glow.
He saw it.
The torch flame kindling was invisibly connected to the distant fire cloud palace.
The two were like one. Trying to take the torch flame kindling away was akin to taking away the entire fire cloud palace. You three sure are crafty.
Meng Fu blinked his eyes as the red glow receded. He lowered his right hand and sneered at the three sovereigns. The torch flame kindling is actually a part of the entire fire cloud palace's array formation.
It's no wonder I can't take it away.
Fuxishi said indifferently, the torch flame kindling is an important treasure of my fire cloud palace. Renshi refined it with great difficulty, so we naturally have to prevent it from being stolen.
It's just a tiny trick of arrays.
It was set in place without much thought back then, but who knew that after so many years, you would actually attempt to steal it? Mighty figures from all over the three realms were paying attention.
Stealing the torch flame kindling? Strange. Why would Fiend King Buoxuan steal the torch flame kindling? It only has the three sovereigns' heritage embedded in it.
His strength isn't inferior to the three sovereigns and he has learned many rare arts from his peers.
He has even studied the fiend ancestors' heavenly Tao heritage. Why would he steal a mere torch flame kindling?
It is very strange indeed. Among the three sovereigns, they are respectively good at fire, array formations, and medicine and poisons.
It's very different from Buoxuan's Six Desires Great Tao.
Furthermore, many ancient existences would exchange their rare arts.
Even if he wishes to learn the heritage of the three sovereigns, there are other means. Why would he steal the torch flame kindling?
The various entities were puzzled. The ancient existences who were stuck in the perfected Great Tao yearned to break through after seeing the three pure ones, Buddhist ancestor Gautama, goddess Nuwa, and the fiend ancestor reach the heavenly Tao realm. It was very difficult to gain access to heavenly Tao realm heritage. Therefore, they would exchange their rare arts and draw lessons from one another in a bid to break through. For instance, Green Turing Palace had the rare arts of many mighty figures of other factions. The fiends had also gathered many rare arts. There were always mighty figures in the three realms who were willing to trade with the fiends for their goals and desires.
To actually steal the torch flame kindling for a rare art that was on his same level? it left many baffled. God King Zhurong was watching this scene from a distance.
When he saw the torch flame kindling, his eyes even seemed to burn. I never expected that over the years of my imprisonment, someone of the future generation was able to reach the perfected great Tao of fire. Furthermore, his fire Tao is clearly different from mine.
Zhurong was filled with anticipation.
It was not difficult for him to learn Swirenchi's rare arts, but the torch flame kindling was the essence of the inextinguishable torch flame.
Swirenchi had paid a tremendous price to refine it. It was what Zhurong wanted the most.
To think the mighty fiend ancestor has failed to obtain the torch flame kindling.
Fiend King Bushun has still failed. Zhurong shook his head gently.
I have given the ancestral fiend a chance lasting 3,000 years. Now that the 3,000 years are almost up, I will no longer owe him. When that happens, I can trade for the torch flame kindling directly. I guess that I can exchange for the torch flame kindling without needing to use that lotus seed.
Zhurong was filled with confidence. Regardless of what happened, the torch flame kindling would be his. In midair.
Not far from Fire Cloud Palace, Qin Yun stood in midair, staring at the torch flame kindling.
The closer he was, the clearer the feeling it gave him. The torch flame kindling's light was very unique.
It was not as glaring as the sun, so it didn't prevent one from looking straight at it. The torch flame kindling's light was gentler, like a bonfire that rose up in the dead of winter, warming travelers that passed by.
It was like the only fire in the night, giving people the warmth of life. It felt like a torch that someone had lit, illuminating the path ahead. Torch flame.
Qin Yun looked with his heart palpitating.
It was a palpitation of excitement.
All these years, he had been stuck at the great Tao of man's bottleneck. He failed to find the inspiration needed for the breakthrough and could only continue accumulating his insights. And now, while looking at the torch flame kindling, it made the puzzled Qin Yun feel as though he was seeing fire ahead while lost in fog. The light of the fire illuminated a path for him. It was the path he should take for the great Tao of man.
Torch flame heritage. The human spirit. Qin Yun muttered. I got it. What's lacking the most in my great Tao of man?
Qin Yun came to a realization. In terms of accumulation, he had more than enough. There were many in the world who had reached the ninth firmament sky immortal realm. They would accumulate their insights to a bottleneck, but lack the final means to break through, to make their great Tao perfect. Qin Yun knew that he had to truly understand the human spirit to make his previous accumulations fuse completely as one.
To figure out the true human spirit? Qin Yun knew it was not simple.
Just like his own great Tao of earth, he had found the inspiration and meditated in it.
3 blades for the eventual breakthrough. Now, he had found the inspiration. However, it was on the human spirit. It was a realization at the spiritual surface level of things. Qin Yun had made accumulations in this previously, so he was immediately enlightened when he saw the torch flame kindling. The enlightenment even made him feel like he could command all the insights available to the great Tao of man and create a wholesome system. Although I understand a little of the human spirit, my knowledge is insufficient for my breakthrough, thought Qin Yun. I need to gain more insights and experience more. I don't know much about the inextinguishable torch flame, but I can confirm now that the great Tao of man is only a portion of the inextinguishable torch flame. Qin Yun understood this point.
Regarding the great Tao of man and the human spirit, perhaps I can seek the advice of human sovereign Swirenchi. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 624 Appreciation. Chapter 624 Appreciation. Translator, Situlan. Editor, Situlan.
While Qin Yun was thinking of seeking Swirenchi's advice, he watched the battle between Bushun and the 3 sovereigns.
Now, all of the 3 realms was paying attention to the matter. Ha ha ha.
Meng Fu roared with laughter that resounded throughout the world. as expected of the three sovereigns, to take every conceivable possibility into account. By leaving a backdoor in the torch flame kindling, making it one with the Fire Cloud Palace's array, be it sneakily stealing it or openly snatching it, it cannot be taken away.
Impressive.
Swirenchi, Fuxishi, and Swirenchi exchanged looks as they felt tense. The more confident Boshun was, the more they felt a sense of foreboding.
This was an existence that all of Buddhism feared.
Such confidence likely meant that he had other tricks up his sleeve.
However, what I want naturally needs some thought placed into it.
Meng Fu smiled at the three sovereigns. It just so happens that, apart from controlling this young guy named Meng Fu, I am in control of another mighty figure in Fire Cloud Palace.
Another one is under his control?
The three sovereigns immediately turned worried. They paid great notice to every human mighty figure.
Many of those cultivating in Fire Cloud Palace were their disciples.
They shared a deep relationship with them.
Meng Fu nodded slightly as he looked into the distance. A figure flew over from afar, and it was none other than a chuckling fatty.
He smiled while stroking his beard.
Greetings, three sovereigns. My disciple.
Shinanchi's eyes flashed a look of worry.
Shinanchi was extremely skilled in the domain of medicine and poisons.
Li Yu was the disciple he was most proud of. He was the only pinnacle mighty figure in the domain of medicine and poisons.
Li Yu. Swirenchi and Fuxishi also turned worried.
To control the both of them, I did not only pay the price of 2 Six Desires avatars, said Meng Fu with a smile. Li Yu also nodded by the side as he added, although Li Yu has a penchant for alcohol, he is ultimately a pinnacle mighty figure. I expended a 7 emotions 6 desires fruit before succeeding. These two mighty figures are elites of you humans.
I have no intention of killing them either.
Therefore, I want to make a trade with the three of you. Their lives in exchange for the torch flame kindling. Meng Fu chuckled and said, as you know, once my 6 desires avatars are in full control, no one in the 3 realms can save them unless I voluntarily let them go free. The three sovereigns had heavy expressions. Without stealing or snatching, he forced the three sovereigns into making a decision.
To hand it over or not? 2 choices.
The three of you can destroy my 2 avatars, but with a thought from me, Meng Fu and Li Yu, 2 human mighty figures, would be reduced to dust with a poof. The 3 realms would no longer have them in existence. The other choice allows the 3 of you to rescue these 2 mighty figures. I would not even take any of their treasures. All of this in exchange for a single torch flame kindling.
All Swirenchi needs to do is spend some time to condense a new one, and you humans will have your strength unaffected. Isn't that good? Meng Fu laughed. Both of them are rare breeds of men.
One wears his heart on his sleeve despite being a little infatuated. The other is obsessed with herbs, but has a penchant for alcohol. It would truly be a pity if the both of them were to die.
Sovereigns, quickly make your choice. Meng Fu and Li Yu wore identical expressions as they smiled at the 3 sovereigns.
At that instant, there were sighs from every corner of the 3 realms.
Fiend King Boshun sure has incredible means.
Each of the Fire Cloud Palace mighty figures have extraordinary characters, but he managed to silently control 2 of them.
One of them is even a pinnacle mighty figure. Is this what Fiend King Boshun is capable of?
Before the Buddhist ancestor reached the heavenly Tao realm, Boshun was able to fight a prolonged battle with the Buddhists by himself. His abilities at being a puppeteer of emotions and desires are better than patriarch mental demons.
What has just happened is just a trivial showcase of his abilities. How terrifying,
Those ancient existences can easily kill a pinnacle mighty figure, but to easily control a pinnacle mighty figure, only Boshun is capable of doing so. That is his most terrifying aspect. He is similarly very powerful when it comes to frontal attacks. Back then, he was the king of myriad fiends, the leader of the fiends. He enjoyed a status higher than the fiend ancestor.
The three sovereigns will likely agree to this trade.
After all, Meng Fu and Li Yu are ordinary and pinnacle mighty figures respectively. The two of their lives and the treasures they possess definitely exceed a single torch flame kindling.
In fact, simply using Meng Fu as the object of trade might be enough for the three sovereigns to agree. Humans place great emphasis on their ties. Bo Xuan was careful. An ordinary mighty figure is of lesser value.
But if he adds a pinnacle mighty figure, that would definitely be enough to make the three sovereigns agree to the exchange.
The situation developed as everyone imagined. During humanity's rise, compromise was unavoidable. If they did not know how to compromise, humanity would not have developed to its present stage.
All right, the torch flame kindling is yours, said Swirenshi.
However, you are not to harm Meng Fu or Li Yu in any way.
Furthermore, you have to promise us that you have not done anything else to other human mighty figures.
I, Bo Xuan, am not that petty. I only controlled the two of them and have not done anything to other human mighty figures.
I can even promise that in the next 1,000,000 years, as long as human mighty figures do not provoke me, I will not do anything to them, said Meng Fu with a smile.
1,000,000 years?
The three sovereigns' hearts stirred as they came to a realization. The coming 1,000,000 years was probably the amount of time Bo Xuan planned to lie in dormancy. He would then make a comeback when the Taoist three pure ones, the Buddhist ancestor, the fiend ancestor, and others departed.
Swirenshi nodded and said, "Our promise implies karma. We believe you will not violate the karma."
I believe the three sovereigns will not violate such huge karma as well, said Meng Fu with a laugh.
All of them wanted to cultivate to the heavenly Tao realm. Therefore, none of them wished to violate such huge karma.
This was also why God King Zhurong was willing to use the lotus seed to exchange for the torch flame kindling from the fiend ancestor despite knowing that it was a trade of unequal objects. It was to end the karma of having Patriarch Blood Sea rescue him.
I'll first release Meng Fu as a show of sincerity, said Li Yu with a smile. An invisible energy flew out of Meng Fu's body and bore into Li Yu's body.
Li Yu also reached out his hand to grab the torch flame kindling. This time, Li Yu was able to tear through space and vanish from the heavenly realm. The torch flame kindling was brought away without any resistance. Meng Fu also completely regained his consciousness.
Master.
When Meng Fu saw Fuxishi, Swirenshi, and Shenanshi, he could not help but lower his head in shame.
I was useless. In just a few seconds, Li Yu returned as well. He too wore a look of shame. Master.
Li Yu looked at Shenanshi. From today forth, the both of you are to cultivate in Fire Cloud Palace silently for 10,000 years and are barred from leaving. Hone your minds properly, Swirenshi bellowed coldly. Li Yu, you are not to touch any alcohol in this 10,000 years.
Can't touch alcohol?
Li Yu bit his lips. He loved alcohol, but he knew that he had messed up badly.
Yes, I will bear with it for 10,000 years, said Li Yu. If you can't even bear with such a trivial thing, why even cultivate? Shenanshi was most vexed that his disciple's mind was so lacking that Bo Xuan used it as a weakness.
That was bringing bad things upon oneself as a result of one's bad character. Bo Xuan was a harbinger of bad things if he discovered any flaw in a cultivator's character. It allowed him to seep in and gain control.
Both of you are to return to Fire Cloud Palace first, shouted Swirenshi.
Yes. Meng Fu and Li Yu bowed obediently and, without saying anything else, flew straight into Fire Cloud Palace.
Swirenshi, Fuxishi, and Shenanshi looked in another direction.
Standing in midair was a youth, and he was none other than Qin Yun.
Many mighty figures had spectated the battle remotely.
After all, Bo Xuan and the three sovereigns were extremely terrifying existences in the three realms.
If the battle of these existences were to drag on, the remnant blasts of the battle could implicate others.
It was best to stay as far as possible. The only person that came close was Qin Yun. In fact, watching at such a close distance was quite impolite. However, Qin Yun had been inspired. In order to seek a breakthrough, he had rushed here.
Swirenshi laughed.
The three of us have long heard of the rise of an impressive human junior, but we had never had the chance to meet you.
Sword Immortal Qin, now that you are here, why don't you join us in Firecloud Palace for a drink? Will you have a chat with us three fogies?
Seniors, I do wish to seek the advice of the three of you.
Qin Yun lowered his body greatly. Come. Swirenshi showed the warmest reception while Fuxashi and Shinanshi looked smilingly at Qin Yun.
The three of them thought highly of him.
He was a rare human junior of excellent pedigree after all these years.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 625, Human Spirit? Chapter 625, Human Spirit? Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. Swirenshi, Fuxashi, and Shinanshi entered Firecloud Palace with Qin Yun.
This made the mighty figures who were watching this scene across the three realms break out into discussion. The three sovereigns sure have a close relationship with Sword Immortal Qin.
Look at Swirenshi, he's beaming so happily.
Sword Immortal Qin is human, so the three sovereigns would naturally have close ties with him.
Humans are getting stronger.
With the Qingping sword in hand, this Sword Immortal Qin's strength is nearly equal to the perfected Great Tao.
The humans now have an additional expert. Let's see if this Qin Yun is able to transcend the itinerant immortal tribulations.
The 12th tribulation itinerant immortal is something that will vanquish even perfected Great Tao experts. Mighty figures from everywhere were discussing. Qin Yun and the three sovereigns entered the Firecloud Palace together.
Firecloud Palace.
While walking in the ancient, Spartan but lofty palace, Qin Yun felt an upheaval of emotions. Although Firecloud Palace kept a low profile in the three realms, it was a sacred land of humanity. It was where the three sovereigns and many mighty figures cultivated. Qin Yun could tell at a glance that many disciples bowed reverently from afar when they saw the three sovereigns before continuing with what they were doing. Inside our Firecloud Palace, there are many human warriors cultivating here, introduced Swirenshi with a smile. Sword Immortal Qin, if you wish, you can come to Firecloud Palace and cultivate for a while. The dermic formulation heritage we have are free for you to peruse. Don't worry, there are no limitations to reading our heritage.
You can come and go as you wish. Senior Swirenshi, you can call me Qin Yun, said Qin Yun immediately. I'll definitely come to Firecloud Palace to cultivate if there's an opportunity. All right. Swirenshi was in a rather good mood. What are the two of you doing? Fuxashi suddenly reprimanded. Meng Fu and Li Yu were standing obediently at the entrance of the hall ahead of them.
They were waiting to be punished. We made terrible mistakes and messed up badly. We know it's impossible for us to make things right, so Master, please punish us, said Li Yu immediately. Meng Fu also bowed and said, Master, please punish us.
Hone your minds, bellowed Fuxashi.
Properly hone your minds and characters, said Shinanshi as well.
What are you waiting for? Leave. Meng Fu and Li Yu exchanged looks.
They retreated obediently in a hurry. From the looks of it, the punishment was just secluded cultivation for 10,000 years, with them being barred from leaving Firecloud Palace. They had believed that there were more heavy punishments awaiting them.
Actually, the recent debacle was not fully their fault.
As Fuxashi watched the two leave, he said regretfully, this punk, Meng Fu, is an infatuated man. He can't forget his wife from his mortal days and already had an obsession in him.
I don't think it's wrong. Human cultivators have a lot of obsessions. Only with obsessions will they feel inspired to cultivate more assiduously.
As such, obsessions can be a boon to cultivation.
As for Li Yu's penchant for alcohol?
It's normal for mighty figures to have some hobbies. Although he's overly besotted by alcohol, it's not a serious mistake either.
As a human, how can we lack emotions and desires? Said Fuxishi with a sigh. Shinanshi added, even Buddhist cultivators are not able to be completely devoid of emotions and desires. It is also why Fiend King Bushun is able to stir tumultuous waves every time.
He is shameless, and if he spares no expense, it is very normal for him to control them.
The only fault that lies with them is their mental fortitude.
Even with obsessions and desires, as long as one's mental fortitude is strong enough, as firm as a rock, then they would not be easily controlled by Bushun, said Swirenshi. Having emotions and desires is not wrong, but one has to be able to control these emotions and desires. Under Bushun's lead, they failed to remain stoic and ended up being controlled by their emotions and desires, turning into puppets.
Qin Yun nodded in approval. Simultaneously, he had other thoughts. Meng Fu was very infatuated. His pinings for his wife from his mortal days have even turned into an obsession? Then, is my granddaughter having a one-sided love?
The three sovereigns sat cross-legged while Qin Yun sat beneath them to their left.
Seniors.
Qin Yun could not help but ask the thing on his mind the first thing he sat down. I've been troubled on one particular aspect in my cultivation of the great Tao of man.
Great Tao of man? Swirenshi, Shinanshi, and Fuxishi laughed.
The three of us have figured out this great Tao.
Swirenshi smiled at Qin Yun. Tell us of anything that's troubling you. Qin Yun's eyes lit up. The three sovereigns had figured it out?
Something that had stumped him for so long had already been figured out by the three sovereigns. This made Qin Yun feel that his chances of breaking through had increased again. In the great Tao of man I cultivate, I'm puzzled over the human spirit, said Qin Yun.
I would like to seek your advice on this. Human spirit?
The three sovereigns exchanged looks.
This is quite a difficult problem. Swirenshi smiled and said, let me give you a parable. Once upon a time, when we humans were still weak, we were still in our infancy as a race.
There was no cloth or silk in those days. Humans had to wear beast hides, walk bare feet, and eat raw flesh. Later humans gradually discovered the usage of fire. They learned to roast and cook meat.
They even learned to boil soup. But where does fire come from?
The earliest days was when lightning struck. It would naturally cause fire to appear.
It was carefully gathered by us humans. It gave us tiny flames.
Humans need sleep, but the fire cannot be extinguished.
Swirenshi continued, day after day, night after night, humans would take turns adding timber.
Months turned to years, and years turned to centuries. The torch was handed down and the fire remains inextinguishable. Generations of humans carefully protected the flames, because if they were extinguished, it would be difficult to find new fire sources.
Without fire, there will be coldness and hunger.
There would only be raw meat to eat, and the death and injuries of the tribe would increase.
This is the earliest passing down of the torch. Swirenshi narrated very calmly.
In that period, there were too many stories because of fire. The person that caused the flame to extinguish would be the tribe's sinner.
100 deaths would be insufficient to make up for his mistake.
And if anyone was able to bring fire, they would be the savior of the tribe and made leader immediately.
Qin Yun, in this parable is the human spirit I figured out, said Swirenshi.
Of course, it sounds very simple, but it's difficult to truly understand it without experiencing it yourself.
He had been around when humanity was in its infancy.
He had experienced many of the things he described himself.
Qin Yun was deep in thought.
I'll tell a parable as well, said Shinanshi. My parents died when I was little, a natural death. In that period, humans had short lifespans. It was common for them to die in their 20s or 30s. It was a miracle if one lived to 40. I embarked on a path of cultivation, but countless did not. They were only able to struggle among mortals. Therefore, I focused on studying herbs, hoping to find the most suitable way for mortals to not die from any trivial illness. It was to make them live longer and be able to accompany their children. They would be able to go further with their loved ones, making the world more complete and have less regrets. This parable also has the human spirit, I figured out. Shinanshi looked at Qin Yun. Fuxishi looked at Qin Yun and said, I won't be telling parables. All I can tell you is that the human spirit is not something that can be figured out by thinking or speaking. You have to live it yourself. Do it with your body and strength. The human spirit? Doing things with body and strength? Muttered Qin Yun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 626, Severing Emotions. Chapter 626, Severing Emotions. Translator, Situlan. Editor, Situlan. The two stories in Fuxishi's words gave Qin Yun many ideas. In fact, his heart had stirred when he saw the torch flame kindling. He vaguely saw the direction he needed to pursue for the breakthrough of the great Tao of man. Being able to see a direction meant that he had already accumulated enough insight. Every moment spent, every action and word of Qin Yun, was implementing the Tao in his heart. The Tao he had in his heart was already very close to the human spirit. This was the reason for his stir, allowing him to feel that the breakthrough was at hand. Seniors, it seems your insights into the human spirit are somewhat different? Asked Qin Yun. Everyone's understanding of the world is different, said Fuxishi. There will naturally be differences in the understanding of the human spirit. Qin Yun nodded slightly and smiled. Thank you for your advice, seniors. We were only giving you a little guidance, said Swirenshi with a smile. The actual cultivation will depend on you. The itinerant immortal tribulations are not easy to transcend. If there's any help you need from us, feel free to mention it, said Shinanshi. All of us are looking forward to the birth of another perfected great Tao human. I naturally look forward to gaining eternal life after transcending the tribulations. Qin Yun laughed. Who would wish to die if they could live? Seniors, I have another matter that needs Meng Fu's attention. Oh? Fuxishi looked at Qin Yun. It's a junior of mine that has karmic involvement with Meng Fu. I wish to bring her here to see Meng Fu, said Qin Yun. Meng Fu was being punished for his faults. He had to cultivate for 10,000 years to hone his mind. If Qin Yun wanted to bring his granddaughter to see him, he needed to seek the three sovereigns' permission. That's nothing. Fuxishi nodded. Karma needs severing. It will only lead to problems in cultivation if karmic implications continue. Heavenly Realm, empty lightning roar, Qin Manor. Grandfather. Qin Yulua looked at Qin Yun's avatar in front of her. My true body is in Fire Cloud Palace. Come over now, instructed Qin Yun. I'm to go to Fire Cloud Palace? Qin Yulua was astonished and hesitant. She was worried because Brother Meng was a mighty figure of Fire Cloud Palace. Come quick, ordered Qin Yun. Yes. Qin Yulua did not dare violate her grandfather's order. Fire Cloud Palace. Qin Yulua cast major void transference and arrived to see Qin Yun standing there to receive her. Grandfather. Qin Yulua immediately flew over. Follow me. Qin Yun instructed. The cultivators responsible for guarding Fire Cloud Palace did not stop them as Qin Yulua followed Qin Yun the entire way. While walking through the massive Fire Cloud Palace, Qin Yulua felt more perplexed. She asked with a whisper, Grandfather, why did you want me here in Fire Cloud Palace? To meet someone, said Qin Yun. Meet someone? Qin Yulua's heart quivered as she could not help but guess. Could it be Brother Meng? Soon. Qin Yun brought his granddaughter to spot outside a sealed hall. The doors were tightly shut, but Qin Yun still knocked on one. Whoosh!
A guardian general materialized outside the door.
Upon seeing Qin Yun and his granddaughter, he said, "Master has said that he has committed a grave sin and will be reflecting over his deeds.
He is to meet no one in the next 10,000 years.
Just tell him that Qin Yun wants to meet him," instructed Qin Yun. "I have already mentioned it to the 3 sovereigns and they have permitted it."
You have informed the 3 sovereigns?
The guardian general was astonished. He knew that it was the 3 sovereigns who had punished his master.
"I'll pass the word." The guardian general's ethereal figure shrank inside the hall. Qin Yulua asked nervously, "Grandfather, who are we meeting?" Qin Yun was in no hurry to answer. Creak. The door finally opened.
When Meng Fu heard the name Qin Yun and that his entry was permitted by the 3 sovereigns, he did not dare make Qin Yun wait. Sword Immortal Qin was a force to be reckoned in the 3 realms. With the Qingping sword in hand, he was in existence with the strength of a perfected great Tao existence. He was able to push the ancient sage demon, 9 Phoenix, to the brink of death with just 6 strikes. Therefore, why would he dare keep the door closed?
Brother Meng. Qin Yulua was alarmed. Yulua. Meng Fu also looked in astonishment at Qin Yulua. Senior Qin, please enter.
Meng Fu immediately invited them and politely.
Qin Yun walked straight into the hall. The 3 took their seats. Qin Yun looked at Meng Fu as his eyes tore through the heavenly secrets.
After figuring out the 7 stars' great Tao, his ability to see through the heavenly secrets had improved greatly. He could clearly a romantic red line tied tightly to a remnant soul he protected in his essence soul.
The romantic red line was bound tightly and went deep into his essence soul. He's truly a romantic. Furthermore, his mortal wife's reincarnation is only a remnant soul now? It seems a little chaotic. Qin Yun shook his head in secret. He did not have the capacity to pity him. His trip here was to end the obstruction to his granddaughter's cultivation. Senior Qin, why are you here? Asked Meng Fu with a smile. Yulua. Qin Yulua looked at his granddaughter. You have to know that Meng Fu is a romantic. He still pines for his wife from his mortal days. Wife from his mortal days? Qin Yulua was taken aback.
Meng Fu did not make public such saddening matters, so this was the first time Qin Yulua learned of it. Qin Yun continued, "It is a love that entwines him deeply into his essence soul.
It's unlikely he can forget even if millions of years pass.
He will not have his heart stirred by another woman the rest of his life."
Meng Fu, am I right? Meng Fu smiled ruefully.
Senior Qin, you are truly sharp and wise. It has not only reached deep into my essence soul, it has already become an obsession in me. It even allowed fiend King Bushun control me easily.
But
my wife was pulled into his schemes, resulting in her soul becoming chaotic and incomplete. It was my fault. If I had been able to forget her completely, she would not have suffered this fate.
Qin Yulua listened in a daze.
There are certain things you need to make clear, or it will waste the time of others, Qin Yun said coldly. He was certain that Meng Fu could tell that Qin Yulua had feelings for him.
Yulua and I met by chance.
I did notice her feelings, but was afraid I would hurt her if I spoke directly. I felt that she would slowly understand with time, said Meng Fu.
Humph. Qin Yun snorted. Don't you know cultivation?
Matters of the heart will only cause trouble if not sorted out. As a sword cultivator, if her heart cannot be akin to a sword, there's no way she can attain the great Tao. People who cultivated in the sword Tao were decisive. Matters of the heart impacted cultivation greatly.
Qin Yun's trip here was to sever his granddaughter's feelings for Meng Fu.
The man was obsessed with his wife, so any delay would only make things worse for his granddaughter. It was best to end any emotions she had for him.
The pain would only be temporary. Severing this unrequited love would only bring benefits to his granddaughter's cultivation. Meng Fu was alarmed as he immediately looked at Qin Yulua and said, "Yulua, it's my fault. I only thought that you would slowly understand with time, but I forgot that it would negatively impact your cultivation." "It's my fault." "It's not your fault, Brother Meng." Qin Yulua finally spoke. Her smile remained brilliant. "It was only wishful thinking on my part. By the way, what kind of person is she to the point that you have not forgotten her after tens of thousands of years of cultivation?" "Ah, Yen?" Meng Fu's face suffused a smile as he said softly, "I got to know her in my youth. She was only 15 back then. She was a gentle woman, looking ordinary in the eyes of others, but the most perfect woman in my eyes. Even after cultivating for tens of thousands of years, everything about her still seems to play before my eyes. It was as though all of that happened yesterday. She has already turned into my life. I know I will never forget her no matter how long I live. I'm willing to live with it even if it has turned into an obsession." Qin Yun looked at Meng Fu and sighed secretly. What infatuation! Back when his wife was taken away, he had searched the entire world for her. He too could understand Meng Fu's feelings. "That's nice." Qin Yulua nodded with a smile. Following that, she looked at Qin Yun. "Grandfather, let's return." "All right. Let's go." Qin Yun got up immediately. He knew he could not do much, but what happened was necessary. It did not benefit anyone if this continued. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 627 Enlightenment. Chapter 627 Enlightenment. Translator, Situlan. Editor, Situlan. Qin Yun returned to Mt Lightning Roar with his granddaughter. "Grandfather, I need to cultivate in seclusion. Do not let anyone come to East Jade Yard from this day forth," said Qin Yulua. "All right." Qin Yun nodded slightly. "No one will disturb your cultivation." The Qin Manor occupied an extensive piece of land. East Jade Yard was where Qin Yulua typically lived and cultivated. Now, she had barred entry to prevent herself from being disturbed. I was such a joke. Qin Yulua sat on a granite platform by the side of the corridor. She fell into a daze while hugging her knees. This lasted for 3 months. "You pulled Yulua along to meet Meng Fu?" Xiao was alarmed. Having cultivated for thousands of years, why even cultivate if she can't handle something as trivial as this? Qin Yun thought nothing of it. He had experienced and seen a lot. From his point of view, his granddaughter's simple crush was nothing. Xiao could not help but say, "But love is something that hurts the most. I will not separate true lovers, but our Yulua was just infatuated. That Meng Fu's mind and heart is all on his wife from his mortal days." "It has even turned into an obsession," retorted Qin Yulua. "It's better to sever any infatuation that has no hope early." "You should do it slow, but you were so direct," said Xiao. "Yulua is now in seclusive cultivation and who knows how she is. Don't underestimate her. I think she resembles me in many ways." Qin Yun smiled. "She just lacks setbacks." Qin Yun suffered many setbacks in his childhood. Even his embarking of the sword immortal path was through a legacy he obtained. He honed himself in cultivation without any master to guide him. He had to create his own sword immortal essence soul dermic formulation before he became a disciple of the numinous treasure Dao ancestor. The experiences of his cultivation to date were indeed much more arduous than what Qin Yulua had experienced. Every sword's blade was produced from tempering. Qin Yulua had very high talent, in no way inferior to his. However, the setbacks she experienced were too few. As such, her achievements were far inferior to Qin Yun's. In the cosmos, God King Zhurong and the fiend ancestor's female form met each other from afar.
Behind Zhurong was a massive great world, and he stood at the boundary of that great world. The fiend ancestor's true body was unable to step into a great world, so all she could do was stand beyond the boundary.
Zhurong, this is the torch flame kindling you want.
The fiend ancestor smiled as she threw out a wooden box. Zhurong's eyes lit up as he caught it and opened it. The wooden box contained the torch flame kindling, which emitted a warm glow.
Zhurong was somewhat mesmerized by it.
It was a flame much different from his own. This flame is not domineering at all, and even does not have terrifying heat, but a different power.
It makes this flame even more tricky than negative karma fire.
Zhurong was a chaos god fiend who was able to control flames since birth. The torch flame kindling had indeed shocked him. Zhurong, you have plenty of time to study it.
Now, it's time to do what you need to do, said the fiend ancestor. The torch flame kindling is now with you. Where's the lotus seed I want?
Don't worry.
I will not go back on my word, said Zhurong with a laugh. He was determined to achieve the heavenly Tao realm, so how could he owe such huge karma? Here's the lotus seed you want. Zhurong took out a jade bottle and pulled off its stopper. A green lotus seed filled with immense vibrancy flew out. Just seeing it with the naked eye made one feel the inconceivable strength it contained. Even the three realms' heavenly Tao would recede in the face of it. It was as though it was the most precious item in the universe. The fiend ancestor could not hide her look of excitement. She extended her hand and grabbed the green lotus seed. Lotus seed of fate, the fiend ancestor muttered. I've finally obtained it. You made a killing using a torch flame kindling refined by Swirenchi to exchange for the lotus seed of fate, said Zhurong with a laugh. If I were to offer the seed to Swirenchi directly, he would even be willing to refine 3 torch flame kindlings for the exchange. The karma between us has been severed, said the ancestral fiend with a smile. Zhurong nodded slightly. The trade that seemingly disadvantaged him was meant to sever the karma. Furthermore, in the eyes of many experts in the 3 realms, the lotus seed of fate is a lot more valuable than the inextinguishable torch flame, but to me, this is the most important thing in all of the 3 realms. Zhurong looked at the torch flame kindling in the wooden box. If I can figure out the inextinguishable torch flame and fuse it with my flame, perhaps I can break through. From a single Tao, I'll advance to the myriad Tao and achieve the heavenly Tao realm. The fiend ancestor and Zhurong were both filled with excited anticipation. And in MT lightning roars Qin Manor in the heavenly realm. Qin Yuluo was alone in East Jade Yard without anyone disturbing her. First she sat in a daze for 3 months. He has a love in his heart to begin with, so why am I holding hope for him? From this day forth, we shall go our separate ways. Qin Yuluo got up and began practicing her swordplay, venting all her emotions into her sword arts. She practiced day and night. No one disturbed her. In the beginning, she was only venting with her swordplay, but as years passed, she finally calmed her heart. It was as though the world only had her and the sword in her hand. About 50 years after her seclusive cultivation. Oh! Qin Yun, who was chatting with Xiao over tea, suddenly stood up and looked toward East Jade Yard. What happened? Xiao was puzzled. Good. Good. Good, Qin Yun said happily. What are you so happy? Inquired Xiao. Qin Yun smiled and said, It's Yuluo. She has been cultivating all this while. Just moments ago, the sword array she conjured had strength equivalent of that of a mighty figures. Equivalent to a mighty figures? Xiao was astonished. Yuluo has broken through? There might still be some obstructions in her attaining of a great Tao, but her strength does match a mighty figure at the moment, said Qin Yun with a sigh. Although I have painstakingly taught her, just like how Jade Void Palace teaches its disciples, there are few in the 3 realms that have the strength of mighty figures. This is the same for ancient existences at the perfected great Tao. I never expected to see Yuluo break through so early before my final tribulation.
Qin Yun was very pleased. He was happy that his lineage would not end with him and that Qin Manor would have someone to support it after him. Severing her emotional ties and cultivating for decades in seclusion before a breakthrough.
Even if all the time is counted, it has only taken her a few millennia. Qin Yun roared with laughter. To match that of a mighty figure in a few millennia, Yulua's talents are indeed high. I believe she will be able to become a mighty figure if she continues accumulating her insights. She might even be able to become a pinnacle mighty figure. It's no wonder Yulua caught the fancy of perfected jade tripod from Jade Void Palace. His keen eye is truly impeccable. Qin Yun was rather pleased with himself. He also believed that Yulua was very talented. However, she had exceeded his expectations to match a mighty figure that quickly. "Look at how happy you are," said Xiao with a smile. "I don't even see you that happy when you break through yourself. It's different. I have itinerant immortal tribulations awaiting me while Yulua has eternal life. It's possible that Qin Manor will be counting on her in the future," said Qin Yun with a smile. "Why are you saying that?" "Brother Yun, you will definitely transcend the itinerant immortal tribulations," said Xiao immediately. "Ah, yes. I'll definitely transcend it." Qin Yun laughed. At that moment, Qin Yun even felt enlightened. It was said that the torch was always passed down. To see Yulua step forward to continue being the Qin family's pillar of support made Qin Yun suddenly have a deeper understanding of what it meant to pass down a torch. "My responsibilities are yours. All I care for will be handed to you for protection. I will leave everything to you." The human spirit? Qin Yun could sense that the moment of enlightenment made him even closer to the great Tao of man. But to figure out the great Tao of man like that? Clearly, it was not sufficient. But being one step closer made Qin Yun realize how he should continue his cultivation. "Xiao," said Qin Yun. "Yes?" Xiao looked at Qin Yun. "Back when I met the three sovereigns in Firecloud Palace, they gave me guidance on the great Tao of man. Over the past few decades, I have been meditating over it. However, I think it's time I travel. I believe my understanding of the human world is lacking. I want to take a careful look at it and experience it. I want to seek out the great Tao of man from the mortal world and the secular world," said Qin Yun. Xiao's eyes lit up. "Sure. Brother Yun, when do you plan on leaving? Are you going to see Yulua first?" "No. I'll be setting off after I finish this tea with you," said Qin Yun. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 628, Noticed by Qin Yun. Chapter 628, Noticed by Qin Yun. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. The Qilan nation's territory spanned thousands of kilometers, but it was only considered an ordinary human nation in the Changyu Great World. The capital city of the Qilan nation had a population of 1 million. It had many cultivators and was quite a thriving city. "A new bookstore has opened here? It looks pretty good." Customers felt enticed to enter the newly opened bookstore when they walked past the streets. There was a shop assistant and the boss inside the bookstore. The boss was dressed plainly and read in a corner. As for the assistant, he tended to the guests. The boss was none other than Qin Yun. "I have already been out for 3 centuries. I have been seeking the human spirit in the human world and have accumulated some insights, but it is still insufficient. This time, I'll spend a few decades in Qilan nation's capital as a bookstore's boss. I hope I can gain something and be able to figure out the great Tao of man in one fell swoop." Qin Yun was filled with anticipation. He stopped thinking as he began reading leisurely. Books were the crystallization of human wisdom. Humans were spread throughout the 3 realms, so they naturally had countless books. Although the bookstore only had books from the Qilan nation, many of them were quite interesting.
"Boss, your assistant can't make the call," shouted a middle-aged man.
"I'm buying many books.
"I want these 10+ books.
Sell them to me cheap. It's not like I'm offering something too low."
"Boss, he wants a 40% discount," whispered the assistant hurriedly. Qin Yun smiled at the middle-aged man. "Sir, you are clearly a knowledgeable man, but this shop of mine needs to pay rent.
40% won't do. 30% is the most I can give. Do you even know how to do business?"
The middle-aged man was rather displeased.
"I really can't offer lower than that."
"Really?"
Qin Yun shook his head, not feeling vexed at all.
The middle-aged man selected 3 books and said, "All right, it will be these 3 books.
"If you give me a 40% discount, I'll buy more."
Qin Yun smiled as he handled the customer.
After one full day of handling all kinds of customers, the bookstore shuttered for the day.
Behind the bookstore was a residence. Qin Yun lived upstairs while the assistant lived in one of the side rooms below.
Xiao Nation.
Qin Yun gazed through the void while in his room as he set his sights across the entire city. He was accustomed to observing after so many years in the secular world. He chose this capital city also because it had all walks of life. While observing, Qin Yun saw 2 young beggars in a dilapidated house in the West City's slums.
"Brother, you are finally back. I'm starving. Look what I brought back."
A beggar who looked a little taller took out half a mantu which looked a little dirty and handed it to his younger brother.
"A mantu?"
The other beggar's eyes lit up. He received it and immediately tore it, handing half of it to his brother. "I've already eaten and am already full," said his elder brother.
"Full?"
His brother was still young as he felt puzzled.
"Yeah."
He rubbed his tummy which looked a little bloated. His younger brother nodded and immediately began chomping down on the food.
He watched with a smile. "No one is snatching it from you. Eat slowly."
"Okay." His younger brother nodded.
Soon,
the brothers fell asleep as they curled up under a torn straw mat.
Groan.
The elder brother was jolted awake from his hunger. As he looked at his brother beside him, he used the torn straw mat to cover his brother properly before going back to sleep.
He is willing to starve just to give his younger brother something to eat? They are only 2 young beggars. How long can they last in the capital of the Qilan nation? Qin Yun watched silently and commanded with a thought. Whoosh! Whoosh! Dot! 2 blurry beams of light flew into the young beggars' bodies.
Both of them had dreams of an immortal imparting cultivation dermic formulations to them.
When they woke up the next day, they found themselves rejuvenated.
They even had their strengths increased. Their fate changed from that moment forth.
Qin Yun watched the mortal world and would occasionally take action.
He simply needed to will it and was willing to do it.
On his 12th night as the bookstore's owner in Qilan Nation,
Qin Yun heated up a flask of alcohol and drank it as he continued watching the Qilan Nation's capital.
This time, he saw the yard of an inn.
In the yard stood a linen-clothed elder. A beam of light descended and materialized into a man with gorgeous clothes.
"You actually haven't forgotten me." The elder's expression was cold.
The man bowed immediately and smiled.
"Master, please accept your disciple's bow. Do you still remember what I told you?" The elder looked at his disciple.
The man felt a little embarrassed, but he continued smiling.
"Master, I have already cultivated to the sky immortal realm.
I'm a preceptor of the Qilan nation and enjoy a carefree life."
"Is there any wrong with that? I haven't done anything evil." "Have you forgotten the vendetta of our sect?" said the elder angrily.
"You only know how to enjoy yourself without cultivating properly.
Do you know that many of your fellow disciples are now suffering in the disarray Star Sea?"
I know, said the man immediately.
He said in exasperation, but that fiendish demon is a 9th firmament sky demon. I'm only a 2nd firmament sky immortal. The gap between us is just too huge. The heart is willing but the flesh is weak. You have the nerve to say that? Your wings have hardened and your strength is not weaker than mine. You know I can't teach you a lesson, so you decided to gallivant, said the elder in a rage. I painstakingly taught you for 3 centuries, believing you to be a rare genius. I groomed you with full dedication, hoping you would be able to cultivate to the 9th firmament sky immortal realm, so that you can one day seek revenge and rescue your suffering fellow disciples. But what did you do? Master. The man's expression sank as he said gloomily, You have always been forcing me, I've long had enough of it. I came here to visit you today as a kind gesture, but here you are again, reprimanding me. Forcing you? The elder said furiously, 3 centuries of guidance was done by force? I'm not making you seek revenge now. I just do not want you to forget the vendetta. I want you to focus on cultivation, so that you can reach the 9th firmament sky immortal early. By reveling in enjoyment, there's no hope for you to even reach the 4th firmament sky immortal realm. By doing so, you will never be able to rescue anyone. Do you know what kind of days your uncle masters and grandmasters are experiencing? They are experiencing a living hell as slaves in the disarray star sea. All right, that's enough, said the man coldly. If there comes a day I reach the 9th firmament sky immortal realm, I'll avenge and rescue them. As for now, I'll be leaving first. With that said, the man left as a stream of light. The elder sneered when he saw this scene. Ha, Xiao Sha, you painstakingly taught him for 3 centuries, only to end up teaching an ingrate. You were truly blind. Blind. Fine, I'll find other disciples. I'll recruit new disciples. Regardless, be it 10 or 100,000 years, I, Xiao Sha, will one day kill that fiendish demon and rescue my senior brothers and junior brothers, as well as master and company. Master, senior brothers, junior brothers. I will not give up. The elder clenched his fist tightly as he left in the form of a wind. Qin Yun had seen all of this remotely. Disarray star sea? Qin Yun was somewhat surprised as he calculated with his fingers. There are 6 powerful demons in the disarray star sea. The one they are referring to is likely Cave Lord Venom Cloud. At Qin Yun's realm, along with fact that the 7 stars great Tao was great at inference, he immediately learned of everything from an inference. In terms of inferring the heavenly secrets, even many perfected great Tao existences were not Qin Yun's match. It was very difficult to keep secrets from Qin Yun, an expert who was good at inferring the heavenly secrets. I wouldn't have known if I hadn't done the inference. It's truly staggering. This Cave Lord Venom Cloud is an ordinary 9th firmament sky demon. She's not famous in the 3 realms and keeps a rather low profile. However, her means are diabolical. She deserves death. With a thought, Qin Yun made the decision to rid the world of this fiend. The sky immortal, Xiao Sha, who had been working hard for tens of thousands of years, did not know that his conversation with his disciple had caught Qin Yun's attention. What he had always been dreaming of was about to happen. The disarray star sea was in space. There were a large number of asteroids floating and revolving around a region, making the vast area like a maze. It was also why the area was called the disarray star sea. Due to the rich heaven-earth essence chi here, it attracted many experts to establish cave abodes here. For instance, Cave Lord Venom Cloud was one of the top 3 experts in the disarray star sea. 9th firmament sky demons were typically a force to be reckoned with. Oh! Cave Lord Venom Cloud's graceful figure slumped into her throne as she gently knitted her brows. She was feeling somewhat puzzled. Why has the disarray star sea's heaven-earth essence chi turned chaotic in the past few days? She looked far into the distance. The source of the disturbance seems to come from that direction. That is where the deepest depths of the disarray star sea is. Even I would get lost if I entered. Should I take a look? she was rather hesitant about the matter. And in the deepest depths of the disarray star sea, there was a spheroid stone about 10 feet wide inside an asteroid 1,000 kilometers wide. Crack! Crack! The spheroid stone gradually produced cracks on its surface. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 629, The Father and Son in the Stone Chamber. Chapter 629, The Father and Son in the Stone Chamber. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Cave Lord Venom Cloud proceeded through the disarray star sea alone. Her every step traversed tens of thousands of kilometers. Although she was hesitant, she decided to seek out the cause for the disarray star sea's heaven-earth essence chi stir. It was also because she had discovered through karma that her old opponent, Demon King Motu, had already gone one step before her. The heaven-earth essence chi stir originates from deep in the disarray star sea. It might be dangerous, but it could also be an opportunity. Venom Cloud had a look of anticipation in her eyes. I just need to be careful. She did not know major void transference. She took an hour just traveling before she arrived deep in the disarray star sea. Boom! The surrounding void was warped, with swirls of distorted lustrous light. Asteroids could be faintly seen floating amid the warped void. The disorientation zone deep in the disarray star sea has expanded? Venom Cloud stopped. In front of her was a large warped void. Ha, Sister Venom Cloud, you are here too? A black-robed elder with a cold expression laughed loudly. Venom Cloud saw the black-robed elder at a glance. She said, Motu, how can I not come when you are here? What have you figured out, Dot? Didn't you notice? The disorientation zone has expanded, said Motu. It's several times bigger than it used to be. Furthermore, it's constantly expanding. Venom Cloud also noticed it. The warped void was slowly spreading outwards, causing the zone to expand. With the speed at which it's going, it will probably expand 5,000 kilometers in 2 hours. Venom Cloud was alarmed. Back then, it was due to the disarray star sea's mineral reserves that I built a cave abode here. I discovered that the core region of the disarray star sea's void was warped. It makes void teleportation impossible and only allows slow flight. Furthermore, it's easy to get lost. But I always believed that this disorientation zone was formed naturally. I never expected it to have expanded so many times and that it's still expanding. Even the heaven-earth essence chi have turned violent. What is going on deep inside the disarray star sea? Venom Cloud was increasingly puzzled. Something must have happened. I'll send an avatar in to take a look. With a thought, Venom Cloud immediately split out 2 avatars formed from dermic powers. They flew into the warped zone. She did not dare enter the disorientation zone with her true body. Venom Cloud has come as well. I believe more immortals and fiendish demons will come too. I have to find the source of the stir. Perhaps it's a huge opportunity. After Moten shot a glance at Venom Cloud, he ignored her. He had also sent 2 avatars into the disorientation zone to probe, but they had been searching fruitlessly all day. Night. Qin Yun silently left his room and departed the Qilan nation's capital. He left the Qin Great World and traversed the distant void, arriving in the disarray star sea immediately. Disarray star sea. Qin Yun stood in space as he looked at the disarray star sea. The disarray star sea was expansive, but a pinnacle mighty figure like Qin Yun could explore it in its entirety with a thought. This disarray star sea must have formed by the heavenly realm fragment when God King Gongong slammed into Mdimbujo. The ancient heavenly realm fragment formed great worlds while many tiny fragments formed small worlds. But even smaller fragments were unable to form small worlds. Perhaps they became these asteroids of varying sizes. Qin Yun made a guess. These countless asteroids then formed the disarray star sea. Strange, Why is the heaven-earth essence Qi in the disarray star sea so agitated? Qin Yun looked deep into the disarray star sea. Deep in the disarray star sea is a region of 15 million kilometers. The void is warped and anyone who can't match a mighty figure will be lost in it. According to intelligence, the disorientation zone of the disarray star sea spans just 5 million kilometers. Why has it increased to 15 million kilometers? Qin Yun was somewhat astonished. He carefully observed, but discovered that the depths of the disarray star sea were shielded by an invisible energy that prevented him from seeing through it. This is quite interesting. It's a little different from the intelligence. Furthermore, the heaven-earth essence Qi agitation stems from the deepest depths. Qin Yun's interest was piqued. Yes, I'll venture in after saving those pitiful cultivators. Disorientation zone. It was very dangerous to many, but it was nothing for mighty figures. Even more so when Qin Yun's strength was one that could fight a perfected great Tao existence. Whoosh! Qin Yun took another step and arrived in Cave Lord Venom Cloud's territory. He came to the disarray star sea for two reasons: to save the pitiful cultivators enslaved by Venom Cloud and to kill her. Cave Lord Venom Cloud has headed for the disarray star sea's depths? She doesn't know major void transference, so she won't be able to escape. I'll rid of her later. Qin Yun was in no rush. He first landed on a massive asteroid. The asteroid spanned more than 500 kilometers and had valuable minerals in it. Many enslaved cultivators were being used as miners. This asteroid is just rock with no signs of life. Those cultivators live on this? Qin Yun took a step and entered the asteroid's interior. Inside the asteroid were numerous mining routes. There were also regions that had been fully excavated. They were made into stone chambers about 10 feet wide. Cultivators stayed in there. There are guards for every 100 cultivators? Each cultivator lives in such a small space? There's barely room for a bed. Qin Yun walked through the mine and looked at each stone chamber. Inside the stone chambers, cultivators were either lying down or sitting cross-legged. However, most of them looked sickly and had a stupefied aura. They had been enslaved for too long. Enslaving cultivators sure is convenient. There's no need to provide them with food or drink. They just need to be forced to mine. Qin Yun had a cold look in his eyes. As a demon, she has enslaved so many human cultivators. The heavenly Tao sure is heartless. Acting wantonly against mortals would imply grave sins, but to enslave cultivators, the sins involved would be much lessened. Dozens of cultivators returned from their mining as they flew in a numbed fashion before entering their respective stone chambers. In one of the stone chambers, Dad! A 3 or 4-year-old child received a cultivator who entered happily. The cultivator looked like a middle-aged man. His face was filled with weariness, but when he saw the child, he smiled. Qianer! Dad brought you good food to eat. The middle-aged man pulled out a bundle and opened it to reveal 3 dry and hard buns. He cast some Dharma spells and extracted water to infuse into the bun before raising its temperature. The bun turned soft and warm. Buns! The child received it in excitement. He chomped down on it and asked, "Where's Mom? When will Mom be back?" "Probably soon," said the middle-aged man. Although he was exhausted, he was still filled with hope seeing his son. After his son was done eating, the middle-aged man instructed, "How has your practice of the saber arts I taught you been? Demonstrate for me." "Yes, Dad." The child immediately picked up a wooden saber and demonstrated, stirring up winds. After he was done, the child looked at his father in anticipation. "Dad, how was it?" "Here, follow me step by step." The middle-aged man began teaching in frustration. The cultivators in the neighboring stone chambers also heard their conversation. Brother Wang and his wife are really just inviting trouble for themselves. As cultivators, they do not need food or drink,
but to raise their son, they have to exchange for food every day. That means they have to excavate several times more. Cave Lord raised steep conditions to begin with, and the couple has to do twice that. The couple nearly went mad from the hard work. I often see the two of them laying exhausted there motionless after having all their dermic powers drained. In such days, why have children? If I had any say in it, they should not have had children. They are just too stubborn. The other cultivators were also discussing, but soon stopped to rest. Work was just too tiring. Qin Yun watched the middle-aged man teach his son in the dark sealed stone chamber in front of him. Perpetual darkness. Without plants, it was a stone chamber forever plunged in darkness. Despite such days, the father and son both taught and learned very seriously. There is hope even in perpetual darkness? Qin Yun muttered to himself. He could see the looks of anticipation in the father's eyes and in the ignorant child's eyes. The child wished to see his father and his mother. Forever filled with hope. Forever hoping to see the sky. Even if they were considered contemptible or weak. Over the past 300 years of touring the mortal world, he had experienced the strength among humans. And today, he sensed it again. The human spirit in his heart also grew stronger. I am proud to be born human. These humans who have never abandoned hope should see their hopes fulfilled. Qin Yun commanded with his mind. The entire mine quaked as the enslaved people were transported out by an invisible energy. The cultivators looked in amazement while the father, who was still teaching his son saber arts, hugged his son tightly, looking around at the distorted surroundings flying by at high speeds. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 630, Well Killed. Chapter 630, Well Killed. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. What's happening? Why are we flying? Is Cave Lord Venom Cloud making us dig up a new mine? The cultivators had been enslaved for too long. They were powerless in front of Venom Cloud and could only allow her free reign over them. Even when they were being transported out, they believed that it was because of her. All of them were moved out in terror. Soon, they reached the asteroid's surface. Thousands of cultivators were moved here, with very few mortals among them. Wang hugged his son and turned wary. As for his son, he saw a figure among the crowd. He shouted immediately, "Mom! Mom! Hush!" The middle-aged man was uneasy, but he immediately moved towards his wife. "We were still mining when we were moved over," whispered his wife. "Do you know what happened? Why were we moved here?" "No idea." The man shook his head. He shot a glance into a distance at the guards, who appeared to be in a daze. Besides, it seems the guards aren't sure what's happening either. Just as the family of three were carefully observing their surroundings. Phew! A huge group of figures tore through the void. They were another bunch of horrified and unsettled cultivators. Whoosh! 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 The void trembled slightly as more figures appeared. It's the cultivators from the frost iron ore mine. Master! My master was in the refined stone ore mine. The cultivators there have been transported out as well. Those are from the smoky copper ore mine. The frost iron ore mine is 60,000 kilometers away from us. How can thousands of cultivators undergo void transference? Besides, many cultivators from different mines are being brought here. What sort of means are these? A few of the enslaved cultivators had reached the sky immortal realm. They turned agape at the feet. At least, from what they knew, even the most powerful sky immortals, or even half-step golden immortals and those that matched mighty figures, were incapable of doing this. Perhaps only extremely powerful mighty figures who were adept in spatial aspects could do something so inconceivable. Cultivators from 8 mines were transported over despite being scattered. They were all slaves of Cave Lord Venom Cloud. But this was the first time they were all gathered at once.
There are so many enslaved cultivators. Wang and his family were shocked seeing this scene.
By the side, his wife could not help but say, "It seems like something major is about to happen."
Qin Yun's spatial attainments made whatever he did easy.
He looked into the distant Qin Yun great world. There were 5 top sects of the numinous treasure lineage. Qin Yun quickly selected the Red Sands sect from among them. "Junior brother Yuan," said Qin Yun via a voice transmission.
"I'm Qin Yun."
The Red Sands sect master, Yuan Xiao, was a half-step golden immortal expert. He had extremely high standing in the Qin Yun great world. When he heard the voice transmission in the sect, he nearly jumped in fright as he hurriedly replied, "Senior brother Qin."
Boom.
Qin Yun casually blasted open a stable spatial passageway that connected to the area above Red Sand sect. On the other end, many disciples of the Red Sand sect looked in horror at the spatial passageway.
Only sect master Yuan Xiao could see Qin Yun through the spatial passageway.
He immediately flew through it and arrived at the disarray star sea.
"Greetings, senior brother Qin."
Dressed in a red robe, Yuan Xiao was very respectful. Even though Green Turing Palace had numerous experts, senior brother Qin's strength was only second to eldest senior sister Old Mother of Blackfoal Mountain. The Dao ancestor had even bestowed him with his Qingping sword. These are the poor cultivators who were enslaved by Cave Lord Venom Cloud.
Qin Yun looked far into the distance at the tens of thousands of people on the asteroid's surface.
Red Sand sect is quite a force to be reckoned in the Qin Yun great world, so I'll be troubling you to help handle them. Those that need to return to their hometowns are to return and offer those that have nowhere a place to call their own.
"Senior brother, how kind of you," said Yuan Xiao immediately.
"I long knew that these cultivators were enslaved by Cave Lord Venom Cloud, but the demons are rather powerful in the Changyu Dominion. I did not dare take rash action."
"Senior brother, now that you have taken action, you have saved them from living hell." Qin Yun nodded slightly.
Many demons were belligerent by nature.
Many human experts were helpless towards that.
Back when Qin Yun taught a demon a lesson, it even caused 9 phoenix to appear. Of course, when he trounced her to near death, the demons did not dare say a word. And at present, the leader of the demons, Demon Emperor Bai Zhe, was considered to have placid nature, an extremely rare trait among demons. His temperament was even better than that of many human cultivators, but there were too few demons that were like him. The belligerent ones were the majority, and Bai Zhe had no means to change the nature of the countless demons in the 3 realms.
He could only restrain them as best as he could.
"Then, I'll leave them to you," said Qin Yun. "Senior brother, rest assured," said Yuan Xiao immediately. It was a great opportunity for him to make ties with Qin Yun, so he naturally had to do well. Qin Yun nodded slightly, and with a sweep of his gaze, he flicked his sleeve. Shoo! 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 Qin Yun had transported Cave Lord Venom Cloud's subordinates in passing as well. As there were too few opportunities to do evil in the Stellar Sea, there were only 7 with grievous sins. They were naturally killed by Qin Yun. Xie! Xie! Qi, the 7 subordinates had their glabellas penetrated by sword qi before their bodies reduced to nothingness.
Ghost Worm Sky Demon is dead. That ape fiend is dead too.
Many cultivators watched the situation play out in excitement. After casually killing the 7, Qin Yun took a step and tore through the void.
Senior brother is really as the rumors say. He abhors evil.
Yuan Xiao watched this scene and could not help but sigh. When senior brother, the best sword immortal of the 3 realms, takes action, even the demons can only bear with it. Yuan Xiao cast his gaze towards the tens of thousands of cultivators and small number of mortals.
The enslaved cultivators also looked up.
They had seen a spatial passageway blast open, and it remained stable until now. The red-robed Taoist had walked out of the spatial passageway and bowed towards another existence who left after saying a few words.
Everyone.
Yuan Xiao looked down on the tens of thousands of people, his voice resounding in everyone's ears.
I'm Red Sand's sect master.
My senior brother, Sword Immortal Qin, personally rescued you. From this moment forth, you have regained your freedom. I will first send you to the Qin Yun Great World. After which, you can head home or anywhere else. My Red Sand sect will help you. Now, follow this spatial passageway and head for the Qin Yun Great World, said Yuan Xiao as powerful dermic powers emanated and enveloped the tens of thousands of people. Tens of thousands of people flew up in orderly fashion and began passing through the spatial passageway to fly into the Qin Yun Great World.
We are free? We regained our freedom? That's Red Sand sect master?
The Red Sand sect is a top sect in our Qin Yun Great World.
The cultivators were all excited.
When they flew close to the spatial passageway, they saw the other end. It was filled with blue skies and white clouds. The scene was picturesque with lush vegetation.
I see it. I see mountains and rivers. Qin Yun Great World, I actually got to see it again. I, Mu Xiu Yuan, can actually return home?
Many cultivators wept when they saw the scenery on the other end of the wormhole. During their days as slaves, they had never seen lush greenery. They felt their hearts brighten when they saw a world with color. Their worlds also turned alit from that moment.
Dad, Mom, is that the Qin Yun Great World? How beautiful. The Wang family carried their child among the crowd as they looked into the distance.
The child was looking around, having never seen another world since he was born in the mines.
Yes, it's very pretty.
Our hometown is thousands of times prettier than the mine, said the woman.
Shenner, I'll take you to see grandfather when we are back. Shenner, your grandmaster and your uncle masters will definitely adore you, said Wang. He and his wife were feeling excited. Okay. The child nodded immediately as he immediately said, was it Sword Immortal Qin who saved us? Who is Sword Immortal Qin? No idea. But since he's Red Sand sect master's senior brother, he's likely a mighty figure, said Wang.
He remembered how Reverend Red Sand sect master acted in front of Sword Immortal Qin.
Mighty figure?
The child was somewhat confused.
He saved so many people and good people will be rewarded. The Wang couple could not help but laugh. Good people will be rewarded? Was this a comment on a mighty figure? Yes, he will be rewarded. The couple did not say further.
They carried their child, followed the crowd, and entered the spatial passageway, heading straight for the hometown they had dreamed of thousands of times. Cave Lord Venom Cloud stood in space as two of her avatars were exploring the disorientation zone. Suddenly, her expression changed.
What? Sword Immortal Qin rescued all my mining slaves? He even got Red Sand sect master to send them back to the Qin Yun Great World? Although Venom Cloud's true body was here, she also left an avatar in her cave abode.
She naturally received the news rapidly. Qin Yun had only killed 7 of her subordinates, but there were many sky demons left alive. They naturally reported it to her immediately.
Oh no. Will he deal with me after rescuing those mining slaves? She felt uneasy. Venom Cloud flipped her hand and held a token before activating it.
It connected to a distant spot. It was a spot with a handsome man with white clothes fluttering.
Master, said Venom Cloud immediately.
That green Turing Palace's Sword Immortal Qin rescued all my mining slaves.
I have no idea if he will deal with me. Sword Immortal Qin?
Quickly following that, the handsome man saw something appear beside Cave Lord Venom Cloud's side in horror. A person had appeared beside her.
Pfft, dot.
A wisp of sword chi tore through Venom Cloud's glabella as her beautiful face froze immediately. She then transformed into a massive spider corpse.
Cave Lord Venom Cloud was dead.
Evil must be eradicated, so obviously I'd kill her. Qin Yun looked at the handsome man across the void. Yes, yes. Well killed, well killed. The man immediately forced a smile. It's these fools that do not know how to hold back that spoil the reputation of us demons. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 631, The Treasure Deep in the Disarray Star Sea. Chapter 631, The Treasure Deep in the Disarray Star Sea. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Qin Yun looked at the demon mighty figure. Although he abhorred evil, he was not one to kill wantonly. Was there a need to fear him that much? The closer one is to death, the crazier they are. It's best to avoid this Qin Yun as much as I can, thought the handsome man. I wouldn't be able to say anything if he kills me in his rage. As a demon mighty figure, he had experienced the era when the ancient demons ruled the heavenly courts. He knew very well that once upon a time, the fight between humans and demons produced rivers of blood. How did the demons lose power? How did the humans become ruler of the three realms? The new order was forged by slaughter. Even the three Taoist factions had conflicts, much less the conflicts between humans and demons. It was only temporarily abetted with the rise of the fiends, causing them to ally as one. However, the grudge between humans and demons was constantly accumulating deep down. Demons ate and enslaved humans while human cultivators killed demons. It was all very common. Human mighty figures had even more animosity towards demons. Qin Yun was an itinerant immortal who only had a few thousand years left to live. Such people were usually extremely bloodthirsty. All he could do was speak in an obsequious manner. Whoosh! Qin Yun could not be bothered to say another word. He waved his hand and caused the void to restore to normal. Looking at Cave Lord Venom Cloud's corpse before him, he flicked his sleeve, causing it to dissipate to nothingness. Only a few items were left behind. After storing away some of the items, Qin Yun looked ahead. It was the disorientation zone of the Disarray Star Sea. The void was warped in the disorientation zone as light traveled in distorted paths. The entire area turned blurry. It seems there's some power distorting the space here. Furthermore, it's constantly expanding the region? Qin Yun looked in curiosity. There have long been records about the disorientation zone of the Disarray Star Sea, but in the past it was only a region that spanned 5 million kilometers. Why has it increased to 15 kilometers? The accelerated expansion does seem odd. Furthermore, there are two mighty figures probing the interior? Qin Yun pricked up his brows. One of them is a pinnacled golden immortal? He took a stride. Swoosh! He tore through space and entered the depths of the disorientation zone. Apart from Qin Yun, there were indeed two other mighty figures who had begun exploring the disorientation zone ahead of him. One of them was the mighty figure who reclused himself in the Changyu Great World, Xiao Yong. The other was a pinnacle mighty figure, Red Essence, of the Jade Void Palace lineage. He had rushed over because of a disciple's report. Deep in the disorientation zone, the single-horned elder Xiao Yong was flying with a puzzled expression. Strange. It's impossible for ordinary sky immortals and sky demons to traverse this disorientation zone usually. But if one casts major void transference, they can head anywhere inside the zone. The elder was baffled. I have already attained my Tao fruit, and traversing dominions is nothing. Now that the disorientation zone has undergone massive changes, all I can do is slowly fly in the deepest 5 million kilometers range? Even my speed is much slower. As he flew, he approached the center. He finally saw a massive asteroid thousands of kilometers across. Standing on it was a purple-robed Taoist. Jade Void Palace's Red Essence? Xiao Yong was alarmed. However, Red Essence was carefully studying the massive asteroid. He ignored Xiao Yong, who was flying over. Xiao Yong also discovered that, although the void was highly warped, the void around the asteroid seemed fixed in place.
It was very calm. Whoosh! Another figure tore through space and arrived close to the massive asteroid. Xiao Yong saw the young man and his heart could not help but palpitate. It's Green Turing Palace's sword Immortal Qin?
Jade Void Palace's red essence and a Green Turing Palace's sword Immortal Qin.
This tiny disarray star sea had attracted the two of them? Xiao Yong worried.
No matter what treasure is hidden here, it definitely has become something beyond my reach.
He had no intention to fight for it. Both figures were not to be provoked.
The 12 Jade Void Golden Immortals had been famous throughout the three realms since a long time ago. Some of them had reached the perfected Great Tao realm. There was no need to mention perfected Primordial Unity and Guanchengzi. Guanyin, who had become a Buddhist, had spread the Tao across the world while ranking as one of the strongest in Buddhism.
Guanyin was also the only perfected Great Tao among all the Bodhisattvas.
Apart from the three with a perfected Great Tao, the others had formidable means despite being just a step short. As for Qin Yun, he had been bestowed the Qingping sword by the numinous treasure Tao ancestor. He nearly killed Sage Demon 9 Phoenix with a few blows and had the partial strength of a perfected Great Tao. Among the Green Turing Palace disciples, his strength was only second to Old Mother of Blackfall Mountain. In terms of strength, he was likely stronger than Red Essence.
Sword Immortal Qin. Red Essence finally looked up and smiled. Fellow Taoist Red Essence greeted Qin Yun politely as well.
My disciple told me that the depths of the disarray star sea had turned odd.
Out of curiosity, I came here to take a careful look.
I never expected to bump into you, Sword Immortal Qin.
Red Essence smiled rather in a friendly manner.
Qin Yun said with a smile as well, I discovered that a fiendish demon was doing evil, so I came to the disarray star sea to get rid of her.
I also noticed the changes in the disarray star sea.
Its expansion to 15 million kilometers does leave me intrigued. The two of them had high standings in the three realms.
Disarray star sea?
It was trivial for two at their level.
They had come out of curiosity and did not mind it much. There were too few treasures that could catch their eye. This place is indeed fascinating. Red Essence looked around while stroking his beard.
The void outside is warped, but the space around the asteroid is frozen. Yes, I can't tear through the void to reach the asteroid directly.
Qin Yun nodded.
Following that, he flew and landed on the asteroid's surface. The void is extremely fixed in place with not so much as a stir.
Red Essence nodded slightly. However, the heavenly secrets are blurred. I have been exploring the surface for 10 minutes, but I haven't found an actual reason for this phenomenon.
Oh?
Qin Yun walked on the asteroid's surface.
It did not have any crevice and every step Qin Yun took traversed 500 kilometers. He wandered about aimlessly and circled it a few times. There's nothing special indeed, said Qin Yun with a smile.
We might not be able to see anything special from the surface, but perhaps it's inside. I concur.
I was hesitant about cracking open the asteroid, said Red Essence. I was afraid that the asteroid is some treasure I can't recognize and I might end up damaging it.
This asteroid looks very ordinary. It likely isn't a treasure. Qin Yun shook his head. Whatever then.
Since Sword Immortal Qin believes it's not a treasure, let's crack it.
Red Essence nodded. Do you want to do the honors or do you wish to leave it to me? Asked Qin Yun.
Sword Immortal Qin, your sword Tao is famous throughout the three realms.
I think it's best you crack open the asteroid. Red Essence appeared humble.
He thought nothing of the treasure in the disarray star sea and thought nothing of letting Qin Yun do the honors. Qin Yun nodded with a smile and did not decline.
Crack!
He immediately waved his hand.
A blurry sword chi spanning 5,000 kilometers formed as it cleaved down onto the asteroid. Whoosh!
The asteroid was indeed no treasure. Under Qin Yun's sword chi, it failed to put up any resistance. Like a knife slicing open an apple, the asteroid was directly halved by the sword chi, revealing the space within. In the empty hole in the middle, they could see a spheroid rock. The rock had many cracks of its surface and it emitted rich chaos auras. The aura had been within the asteroid, so it was undetectable. Now that the asteroid was sliced open, Qin Yun and Red Essence were able to clearly sense the chaos aura emitted by the spheroid rock. Its aura was dense and vast. It made their hearts quiver. This aura? Could it have formed a connate cardinal treasure? Red Essence could not help but be alarmed. Although he had many treasures, none of his treasures had such terrifying auras. It was still not revealed in its full glory, yet, its aura was already this astounding? This aura has some similarities with the Qingping sword. Qin Yun was alarmed as well. He was just passing by, but what he saw shocked him. Could it be the birth of a new connate cardinal treasure? Hua! Red Essence did not hesitate to produce a mirror with two sides. He immediately aimed it at Qin Yun. Qin Yun felt the surrounding world distort as the space in front of him split into two. Half was whiteness, while the other half was blackness. The mirror-wielding Red Essence stood at the boundary of the black and white world. Qin Yun also did not hesitate to wave his hand, sending the Qingping sword out from his sleeve. They had been acting politely until now, but the instant they saw the treasure, they attacked without a word. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 632, Cracking Open. Chapter 632, Cracking Open. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. Qingping sword. Upon seeing the Qingping sword, Red Essence's expression turned nasty. He waved his hand and threw out an ancient but simple black bell. It floated in midair, tinkling. Instantly, the white region of the black and white world began to boil over as immense white flames rose up. The black side appeared like stirring black waters. The white flames and black waters swirled as though they were about to devour Qin Yun. Clearly, Red Essence was forced to use all his strength. I have cultivated arduously for so many years before figuring out the water fire yin yang array. Even if he has the Qingping sword, I believe I can fend him off, thought Red Essence. I never expected you to figure out such an array after so many years of reclusive cultivation. Qin Yun laughed loudly. A wisp of misty rain flew out from his fingertip as it split into three. The three flying swords circled around, forming a world in and of itself. Regardless of the interspersing yin and yang or the engulfment of the water and fire, it did not affect Qin Yun's misty rain array at all. Back in his battle at Mt. Three Blades, Qin Yun's misty rain array was able to withstand Patriarch Bloodsea's combat body. Now that his cultivation had been consolidated after so many years, together with his fusion of the Seven Stars' Great Tao, the might of the misty rain array was even more powerful. Red Essence's array could do nothing to it. Furthermore, the blurry drizzle emanated the surroundings. The misty rain domain seeped into the fire and water array and held back Red Essence. The spheroid rock was only 1,000+ kilometers away from Qin Yun and Red Essence. That distance was usually nothing worth mentioning to them under normal circumstances, but both parties were trying to obstruct each other. Crack as I command. Qin Yun's eyes had a sharp glint. Pwa pwa pwa. As he conjured the misty rain array to protect himself, he attacked with the Qingping sword using his full strength. Rifts were formed by sword flashes that appeared in midair. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. It formed the shape of the Big Dipper. It was Qin Yun's strongest move to date, the 7 stars combo. After centuries of accumulation, the 7 stars combo was even more powerful. He didn't use it in its entirely back when he dealt with Sage Demon 9 Phoenix, but he followed through to the 7th strike this time. Rip!
When the final sword flash that made up the Big Dipper appeared, the entire water and fire, black and white world seemed to be sliced through like a piece of cloth. After the sword flash tore through the black and white world, it stopped right in front of Red Essence's glabella.
It's over.
Red Essence immediately felt his heart palpitate as he did not dare move.
The tip of the Qingping sword was just an inch away from his glabella.
It left his heart chilled. If Qin Yun had any greater intention to kill, all the sword tip would need to do was move a few inches forward to wipe out his essence soul.
Then, he would be finished.
Even if the heavenly lord of primordial beginning was mighty and powerful, he would not be able to save him in time in such a pressing moment.
"I've lost," said Red Essence softly. He no longer had any intention to vie for the rock.
However, Qin Yun took a step forward and transformed into a stream of light that flew towards the spheroid rock. The three flying swords around him flew out and surrounded the spheroid rock as its protectors. With the misty rain array protecting it, even if Red Essence were to call for reinforcements, sending more experts from Jade Void Palace, they can forget about snatching it away. Only when Qin Yun had the spheroid rock fully encased in his misty rain array did he heave a sigh of relief. He also pulled away the Qingping sword at Red Essence's glabella.
Red Essence instantly felt relieved when the Qingping sword flew away. Although he knew
Qin Yun was unlikely to kill him while they vied for treasures, but having his glabella targeted still left his heart chilly.
"I never expected my water-firing yang array that took me years to figure out would utterly fail to fend off your Qingping sword." Red Essence shook his head gently. "If you wanted to kill me, you could have cracked my array in a blink of an eye and finished the deed. Fellow Daoist Red Essence, your means are sufficiently powerful. Even if you were to fight Sage Demon 9 Phoenix, you would probably not be much weaker," said Qin Yun. "Didn't she nearly die after a few strikes from you?" Red Essence shook his head. "An old man like me sure is useless.
I'm being surpassed by juniors all the time." His junior, Yang Jian, was already stronger than him without using the Divine Eye of Destruction. After all, the 8-9 arcane art was basically invincible. There was no need to elaborate if he used the Divine Eye of Destruction.
It was the same with Qin Yun. It was a trouncing. "Even if you did not use the Qingping sword, you probably could have defeated me with your 3 flying swords, right? It's true that the wave behind impels the wave before, until the wave before dies on the shore." Red Essence sighed.
Qin Yun laughed when he heard that, but he thought to himself, if I had not used the Qingping sword,
I'd probably have needed a few seconds to take down Red Essence. Those few seconds might have resulted in unexpected twists, such as more experts from Jade Void Palace arriving.
I did not dare take that bet. After all, it might very well be a Khanate cardinal treasure. While Qin Yun had this in mind, he looked at the spheroid rock with a burning gaze. The spheroid was slowly cracking, emitting chaos auras. The aura was mysterious and shocking to the heart. Even the heavenly Tao of the 3 realms was slowly receding away from it. The spheroid rock floated that like it was supreme.
Even the heavenly Tao avoided it. What treasure would this rock give birth to when it cracks open?
Qin Yun stood in midair beside the rock while staring at it. The spheroid rock was about 10 feet wide, and was not much bigger than a person. Now, the cracks covered the entire rock. It was as though the cracking speed was accelerating after the asteroid was cleaved apart by Qin Yun's sword chi. I came because I was intrigued with the report my disciple gave to me. I never expected my casual investigation would lead to such a treasure. I thought it was fated to be mine, said Red Essence.
But from the looks of it, it's fated to be yours. I wonder what's inside. Could it be a Khanate wonder or a Khanate cardinal treasure? We will know when it's out. Qin Yun stared at it. Even if it's a Khanate wonder, it would probably be something impressive.
Meanwhile, he was also concealing the heavenly secrets with his mystic arts to prevent spying from anyone. It was difficult to spy with the naked eye in the 3 realms. The heavenly secrets were blurred to begin with, and he was working hard to conceal himself further. Perhaps only the Tao ancestors could spy on the situation.
Why are you concealing it?
At least let me take a look, said Red Essence.
You'll know when it's out. Qin Yun continued concealing it.
This rock does remind me of something. There was once a huge rock in the Three Realms. A monkey jumped out when it cracked open, said Red Essence with a laugh.
Are you talking about that monkey?
Qin Yun was enlightened as he looked at the spheroid rock. This was a huge opportunity for himself. Please do not produce a monkey or something like that.
That would be heart-wrenching for him. Indeed, Sword Immortal Qin won the battle with Red Essence.
Furthermore, he won really quickly. Xiao Yong, who was watching far away, saw the entire battle. If Sword Immortal Qin wanted, he could have quickly slain Red Essence. And yet, Red Essence's array formation sure is terrifying.
I would be helpless against it.
Few in the Three Realms noticed this battle. Firstly, the battle happened in the cosmos.
Mighty figures were just too far away.
As for the battle between Qin Yun and Nine Phoenix, it happened in the heavenly realm. It made all the mighty figures in the heavenly realm sense it. As for the mighty figures outside the heavenly realm, they only learned of it after being informed by their friends.
The Qin Yun Dominion's disarray star sea had warped space, attenuating the stirs from the battle completely.
Furthermore, Qin Yun and Red Essence had the intention to vie for the treasure, so they naturally concealed the heavenly secrets to not stir anyone else. Few people in the Three Realms knew of their battle. Qin Yun sealed the surroundings with the Misty Rain array as he stared intently at the spheroid rock. As it was cracking at an accelerated pace, Qin Yun only waited for about an hour beside it.
The entire spheroid rock finally produced a chain reaction. It continued cracking internally as it produced cracking sounds.
Finally, the cracking sounds reached a crescendo.
The entire rock shattered and revealed what was inside. That is.
Qin Yun's eyes immediately widened. He was even somewhat shocked. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 633 Best Khanate Wonder. Chapter 633 Best Khanate Wonder. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin.
The spheroid rock shattered completely and revealed a greenskin lotus seed the size of a finger.
Just the lotus seed alone contained endless vitality.
Furthermore, it suffused unimaginable power that caused the Three Realms' heavenly Tao to recede.
Lotus seed, the lotus seed of fate. Qin Yun was truly astounded. The greenskin lotus seed was considered by all in the Three Realms as the best Khanate wonder in the universe.
Qin Yun had only learned of this secret after he attained his great Tao. He was able to read books in the 9th floor of the Green Turing Palace's myriad Dharma repository, and through his reading, he came to learn of many precious treasures and thus, the lotus seed of fate.
Lotus seed of fate, the best Khanate wonder.
There were only a few of them in the entire Three Realms. Although it was not a Khanate cardinal treasure, it was something even ancient existences including the Tao ancestors and Buddhist ancestor would be willing to exchange for using a Khanate cardinal treasure.
The reasons why it was so.
Firstly, a lotus seed of fate could be grown into a Khanate cardinal treasure. For instance, the Buddhist ancestor had once grown a lotus seed into the Khanate cardinal treasure, merit gold lotus. This was very suitable for Buddhism. It became a cornerstone treasure of Buddhism. Another example was how Patriarch Blood Sea obtained one lotus seed of fate and planted it in his blood sea, growing out the negative karma fire red lotus. The true body of the blood sea together with the negative karma fire red lotus made a perfect combination. Patriarch Blood Sea would not even exchange it for a Khanate cardinal treasure.
Only something suitable was the best.
As for the lotus seed of fate, it could grow into a Khanate cardinal treasure that would suit one the most, making it extremely rare.
Secondly, the lotus seed of fate had many other uses.
For example, the fiend ancestor's true body was a black lotus grown out of a seed according to gathered intelligence.
This was why the fiend ancestor was extremely perceptive.
It allowed him to attain the strength of a perfected great Tao in the chaos and later reach the heavenly Tao realm through extended cultivation. As for the fiend ancestor's strongest destruction body, and his divine eye of destruction, they were a result of him obtaining another lotus seed based on Green Turing Palace's intelligence. He infused it into his body, transforming it into a divine eye of destruction.
The divine eye of destruction was the fiend ancestor's strongest attack, and its might was stronger than the typical Khanate cardinal treasure.
It can manifest itself into a Khanate cardinal treasure, turn into life, fuse into one's body.
There are also other uses. It's the best Khanate wonder, the lotus seed of fate.
In front of the best Khanate wonder, Qin Yun finally felt some specks of light in the fog-filled road up ahead.
The birth of the best Khanate wonder would definitely stir many. Time to leave.
Qin Yun extended his hand and grabbed the lotus seed of fate.
Boom!
The moment Qin Yun grabbed it, he saw a figure emitting blinding golden light appear in the void far away. The figure was dressed in golden armor. The moment he appeared, he sealed the surrounding void completely. He cast his cold gaze over. Qin Yun, such a treasure of fate is not something you can hold on to. A voice sounded in Qin Yun's mind as the golden light illuminated him. It threatened him greatly. Compared to when he fought Patriarch Bloodsea's combat body at Ntei. 3 blades, he had the enhanced Misty Rain array protecting him. Still, he felt that it could be cracked open at any time. It's him, Rushu, an ancient god who is on equal ranking as God King Zhiron, God King Gangan, and Goddess Hutu?
Qin Yun immediately knew who it was. It should be mine.
A cold voice reverberated everywhere, sounding in everyone's hearts.
It was a blob of yellow light.
The blob of yellow light was streaming through the river of time and coming out from it, making it invisible to the ordinary immortal's or demon's eye. Only by probing the river of time would one notice his figure.
Ha ha ha. 7 old friends have arrived in an instant? Following by a resounding laughter in the void, an extremely massive divine dragon appeared.
His body was massive and his winding dragon body emitted endless power. His eyes were cast at Qin Yun. Swoosh! Bathed in 5 different colors of light, a white-dressed man appeared as well.
Qin Yun held his breath.
He long knew that the aura released by the lotus seed of fate could even pierce through the 3 realms' heavenly Tao. Similarly, he could not totally conceal it.
He never expected so many ancient existences to appear at once.
All of them were perfected great Tao existences, and there were even 3 whom Qin Yun did not recognize.
8 appeared in an instant.
If this drags out, perhaps more will appear.
Qin Yun instantly felt how much of a hot potato the lotus seed of fate was.
However, it was chance that led him to the disarray star sea and his suppression of red essence that allowed him to obtain the lotus seed of fate.
How could he easily give it up? It could be said that,
without the lotus seed of fate, Qin Yun's chances of transcending the itinerant immortal tribulations were barely 10%. But with the lotus seed of fate, there was a 30% chance.
It was tripled. The
aid it could give to him would be immense, therefore, Qin Yun naturally wanted to protect it.
Boom!
A more terrifying figure appeared.
The body was extremely massive. The surrounding asteroids that were thousands of kilometers in size were not even the size of his fingernail.
He had green skin and a simple fur coat was draped over him. He appeared out of the void bare feet. He had 4 arms which looked like 4 heavenly columns. The 3rd eye at his glabella was closed, but it left all the surrounding ancient existences alarmed.
Fiend Ancestor. The Fiend Ancestor's destruction body.
The Fiend Ancestor has always yearned for the lotus seed of fate. The moment he sensed it, his destruction body rushed here.
The Tao ancestors and Buddhist ancestor can remain a little composed when it comes to the lotus seed of fate. At most, they would exchange blows remotely. But the fiend ancestor doesn't care for his reputation at all. He rushed here with his destruction body instantly. These ancient existences were bitter inside. In the cosmos, a heavenly Tao existence could fully release their strength. It was not something they could withstand. It was why many ancient existences were willing to lie in dormancy while the Tao ancestors and fiend ancestor were in the three realms. When the towering fiend ancestor destruction body appeared, the other existences felt apprehensive. It's mine. The fiend ancestor's destruction body did not hesitate. He extended his hand and grabbed at Qin Yun with a palm larger than a star. Whoosh! 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 4 divine swords flew from the depths of space. Each sword was as tall as a mountain. The moment they appeared in the cosmos, they floated towards Qin Yun and held down the surrounding cosmos for thousands of kilometers. Furthermore, a massive array chart appeared beneath his feet. His feet stepped onto the array chart. The 4 divine swords floated around him. Endless killing intent enveloped thousands of kilometers. The extremely domineering fiend ancestor destruction body could not help but halt when he stepped out of the void. The other ancient existences were even more horrified. There were also other existences who were hesitant about coming, who no longer dared take action. Immortal Vanquishing Array. It's the Immortal Vanquishing Array. The numinous treasure Tao ancestor has taken action personally. Everyone turned apprehensive. The Immortal Vanquishing Array was the undisputed #1 killing array in the three realms. At the heavenly Tao realm, it was the strongest killing array. It was said that the fiend ancestor's destruction body was powerful, but against the Immortal Vanquishing Array, it would be asking for trouble. As for other perfected great Tao existences, if they dared step into the Immortal Vanquishing Array, they were destined to be obliterated and be left with nothing. Master! Qin Yun shouted with a look of delight. My dear disciple, with me around, no one can snatch what belongs to you. The clear voice reverberated through the Immortal Vanquishing Array. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 634, Where the Lotus Seeds Are. Chapter 634, Where the Lotus Seeds Are. Translator, Sitalan. Editor, Sitalan. The ancient existences all believed that they had a sliver of hope by relying on their various means, allowing them to luck out during the conflict. However, all of those hopes were dashed when they saw the Immortal Vanquishing Array. The Immortal Vanquishing Array was more threatening than the Fiend Ancestor. The Fiend Ancestor was bent on taking the Lotus Seed of Fate from Qin Yun's hand. Ever since the Three Realms was born, only Zhurong possessed the Lotus Seed of Fate after all these years. I paid such a tremendous price before obtaining it. Yet, this Qin Yun was just traveling the three realms at random and he easily received one? This Lotus Seed of Fate should be mine. His Qingping sword should also belong to me. The Fiend Ancestor's destruction body had struck out with his palm previously, but the moment the Immortal Vanquishing Array appeared, all he could do was retract his palm. None of you are leaving. Do you still have plans of continuing? A black-haired elder appeared in the middle of the Immortal Vanquishing Array, beside Qin Yun. It was the Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure's real body. Master! Qin Yun bowed. The Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure looked at Qin Yun and gave a terse response, but he looked extremely pleased. He said with a smile, as I long said, having done so much, you have immense merit and the light from Providence shines on you. As long as you wander around frequently, you might bump into a huge opportunity. See? Was I right? Qin Yun was taken aback. That was really the case. He had obtained the Lotus Seed of Fate very easily. All he did was listen to a quarrel between a master and disciple and learned of Cave Lord Venom Cloud's enslavement of a large ground of cultivators. With a thought, he traveled to the Disarray Star Sea to rescue the cultivators and kill Cave Lord Venom Cloud.
He was mildly intrigued by the disarray star seas change that he came to take a cursory look, only to discover the spheroid rock. The only obstruction was red essence, who was not really a significant obstruction. After all, he obtained it instantly. He had easily obtained the best Khanate wonder in existence, and Qin Yun felt that everything was like a dream to have something so rare fall into his lap. His master had made him travel more frequently. With huge merit and the light from Providence, it was easy to bump into opportunities. That was really true. For him to bump into such a huge opportunity and obtain the lotus seed of fate, it could only be explained by having huge merit and the light from Providence. Qin Yun knew very well that before a lotus seed of fate appeared in the universe, its hidden location was something no expert in the three realms could find. However, the three realms' heavenly Tao knew of it, and it was most fair. As the saying goes, the heavenly Tao pays its debts. Qin Yun had done so much, therefore, it had rewarded Qin Yun with such a huge opportunity. Even the change in the disarray star sea happened only after Qin Yun arrived in the Changyu Great World. It was indeed very coincidental. Due to the karmic process and how the heavenly Tao pays its debts, it has given me such a huge opportunity because of all that I've done? Thought Qin Yun. Many ideas came to Qin Yun because of a single sentence from his master. The heavenly lord of numinous treasure swept his gaze coldly around as he continued, "Do not blame me for being a bully. I'll announce ahead of time that anyone who dares extend their hand will be killed." He had said that calmly, but the threat was real. Anyone who dared snatch the treasure would die. For heavenly lord of numinous treasure to say it personally, it was evident that he had every intention to kill. Let's go. Even the fiend ancestor and the heavenly lord of numinous treasure have interfered. It's impossible for us to obtain the treasure. This isn't something the likes of us can partake in anyway. All their hopes were gone the moment the immortal vanquishing array appeared. The ancient existences began to rapidly depart. Red Essence and the shuddering Xiao Yong took the opportunity to leave together. If the fiend ancestor really fought the heavenly lord of numinous treasure, perhaps any remnant blast would finish them. Numinous treasure. The fiend ancestor was indignant as he roared angrily, "How long have you been in the heavenly Tao realm? What can this lotus seed of fate do to help you in any way? Must you spoil my plans time and time again? Black lotus, your body is that of a black lotus. This lotus seed of fate is of huge benefit to you. But the more it is so, the more we need to stop you," said the heavenly lord of numinous treasure with a scoff. "To be honest, I yearn for you to be completely obliterated as soon as possible, but can all of you kill me? If the tenebrous fiend abyss isn't destroyed, I'll remain eternal," said the fiend ancestor with an angry laugh. "Isn't your eagerness to become stronger because you are afraid of the future? It will not be long before you and I have to leave the three realms. When the time comes, you will no longer be the lord of the tenebrous fiend abyss," said the heavenly lord of numinous treasure with a smile. "Without the tenebrous fiend abyss as your crutch, our collective efforts against you will make taking you down easy." Qin Yun was alarmed when he heard that. "Master, the fiend ancestor, and the rest were leaving the three realms? The fiend ancestor would no longer be the lord of the tenebrous fiend abyss, taking me down would be easy?" The fiend ancestor's eyes were filled with maniacal rage. "What bold words, but all of you will lack the strength. Don't be in a hurry. When the day comes for us to leave the three realms, we shall see if that's true." The heavenly lord of numinous treasure was extremely composed. In terms of cultivation experience, Goddess Nuwa was the first to attain the heavenly Tao realm. The Taoist three pure ones and Buddhist ancestor, Gautama, had attained the heavenly Tao realm early on. As for the fiend ancestor, he was the latest. He lacked the necessary development in a relative manner. Fine. We shall wait and see. After the fiend ancestor said that, he glared coldly at Qin Yun before turning to leave. "To think the likes of you had thoughts of snatching something that my disciple holds?" The heavenly lord of numinous treasure scoffed. The moment his immortal vanquishing array was unleashed, the fiend ancestor had no choice but to give up despite his unwillingness. Even 2 or 3 heavenly Tao realm figures would not be confident of jointly cracking the immortal vanquishing array, much less him alone. Therefore, the fiend ancestor had no choice but to leave without a fuss.
Let's go. Follow me back to Green Turing Palace. The heavenly lord of numinous treasure looked at Qin Yun. Yes, master, answered Qin Yun.
When the two vanished from the disarray starsea, the disorientation zone no longer had the warped void.
Everything returned to a calm.
Typical sky immortals and sky demons did not know of the conflict that happened deep in the disarray starsea. They had no idea that many ancient existences had appeared, with 2 heavenly Tao realm existences appearing as well.
And all of that was for the best Khanate wonder in the universe.
Green Turing Palace, Main Hall.
Ha ha ha.
The heavenly Tao pays its debts. I have always been thinking that your storming of the 26 dominions was equivalent to nearly half of the 3 realms. You caused countless small worlds to escape the control of the fiends in all those dominions.
Such huge merit should be met with huge opportunities.
The heavenly lord of numinous treasure sat on a bed of clouds and said, beaming. Although you obtained the 1,000-foot-long stellar stone previously, it was already in your homeworld and the fiends had repeatedly invaded it. You earned your huge merit after that happened, so your final finding of the stellar stone was because you were bent on resolving the root problem of your homeworld. You chose not to have a breakthrough in your dermic powers and chose to stay in a small world. It was only right that you received the 1,000-foot-long stellar stone. I always believed that you would obtain a huge opportunity by traveling the 3 realms.
The heavenly lord of numinous treasure smiled.
Yet, I never expected you to obtain this lotus seed of fate.
Master, how should I use this lotus seed of fate? Inquired Qin Yun. Just the name alone sounded impressive.
But Qin Yun was quite flabbergasted.
How was he to use it? How should he use it to provide him with the greatest help?
There are many ways to use a lotus seed of fate, said the heavenly lord of numinous treasure with a smile.
There are a total of 9.
The first was produced during the period of chaos. It turned into Black Lotus, the present fiend ancestor.
Qin Yun listened carefully.
He had read something related to that before.
Who would have imagined that the fiend ancestor stemmed from a lotus seed?
There have been quite a few lotus seeds of fate that have appeared, said the heavenly lord of numinous treasure. The ones that have turned into life are the fiend ancestor and that monkey from Flowers and Fruit Mountain. That is why the fiend ancestor always wishes to refine that monkey. He even sneaked up on him once some time ago.
Thankfully, Gautama was prepared. Qin Yun was alarmed. Oh? That monkey had such a staggering background?
It was no wonder the Buddhists thought so highly of him. The lotus seed of fate can be fused into one's body, turning it into a part of a person's body. The divine eye of destruction on black lotuses and Yang Jian's glabellas were formed from the lotus seed of fate.
The might produced by those eyes is stupendous, far stronger than even some Khanate cardinal treasures. However, there is a disadvantage.
Unless one is at the perfected Great Tao realm, it is impossible to fully control the power of the lotus seed of fate, said the heavenly lord of numinous treasure. The last time Patriarch Bloodsea tried so hard to kill Yang Jian was for his divine eye of destruction. But you spoiled his plans. Therefore, the fiend ancestor hates you to the bone. Now, another lotus seed of fate is in your hands.
Qin Yun nodded. However, he had long offended the fiend ancestor.
The Buddhists' marigold lotus and Patriarch Bloodsea's negative karma fire red lotus were also a result of the lotus seed of fate. God King Zhurong once had a lotus seed of fate, but we have previously inferred some time ago that it has landed in Black Lotus's hands. Speaking of which, 8 of the 9 lotus seeds of fate have appeared, said the heavenly lord of numinous treasure.
There is still one that is hiding somewhere in the 3 realms. It's unknown when it will appear. Let's not talk about this any further.
The point is that it is indeed rare for you to obtain this lotus seed of fate, said the Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure with a smile. As for how it should be used, I believe you can use it to nurture your intrinsic flying sword. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 635.
Chapter 635, Nurturing the Intrinsic Flying Sword, Final Chapter of Volume.
Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin.
If you have already reached the perfected Great Tao realm, as long as you refine ordinary Khanate wonders, you will be able to push your intrinsic flying sword to the Khanate Cardinal Treasure level, said the Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure. That way, it would be suitable for you to fuse the lotus seed into your body, or use it to manifest a second intrinsic Khanate Cardinal Treasure that would be suited for yourself. Having the intrinsic flying sword and another Khanate Cardinal Treasure of similar strength would naturally be the best of both worlds. However, you have yet to break through and are only a pinnacle mighty figure. Numinous Treasure continued, refining ordinary Khanate wonders will not allow your intrinsic Khanate Numinous Treasure to break through either.
Qin Yun nodded. I understand. Your situation is very unique.
Therefore, using the lotus seed to directly nurture your intrinsic flying sword is what suits you the best, said Numinous Treasure. Firstly, using the lotus seed of fate to nurture the intrinsic flying sword will allow it to naturally transform and be enhanced into an intrinsic Khanate Cardinal Treasure. This flying sword will also be helpful to your cultivation, allowing you to break through earlier. Secondly, what's most critical for you is to withstand the itinerant immortal tribulations. You rely on your protective sword array. The lotus seed of fate will only make your intrinsic flying sword stronger, giving it greater potential. Be it for cultivation or for transcending the tribulations, enhancing your intrinsic flying sword greatly is what's most suitable, Numinous Treasure said with a smile. Speaking of which, no one has produced an intrinsic Khanate Cardinal Treasure in the three realms to date.
You will probably be the first.
Qin Yun smiled faintly.
Indeed. Those ancient existences were born from the chaos. They were born beside numinous treasures.
Some of their birth numinous treasures were even Khanate Cardinal Treasures. However, the dharmic formulations for creating an intrinsic Dharma treasure were only made after the Taoists' three pure ones attained the heavenly Tao realm. Furthermore, only a very small number of lineages had such means. For example, the Sword Immortals and Taoist Talisman Amulet lineages. There were still no juniors from these brand new lineages who attained a perfected Great Tao for the time being, therefore, there was no appearance of an intrinsic Khanate Cardinal Treasure. Qin Yun could only do it ahead of time thanks to the wondrous nature of the Lotus Seed of Fate.
Lotus Seed of Fate. The best Khanate wonder. With its power over fate, it could make the impossible possible.
Ignoring Qin Yun's possession of an intrinsic flying sword, even without it, the seed alone could transform into a Khanate Cardinal Treasure.
Master, is the nurturing dharmic formulation for this the same as ordinary Khanate wonders? Asked Qin Yun.
The dharmic formulations are all the same, said Numinous Treasure.
Cultivate inside Green Turing Palace. There are many people in the three realms that covet the Lotus Seed of Fate. Not only has the Fiend ancestor set his sights on it, there are those lurking bunch of perfected Great Tao existences, some of who don't even have a Khanate Cardinal Treasure. The Lotus Seed of Fate which can transform into a Khanate Cardinal Treasure which suits them the best would be enough to drive them crazy. If you were to cultivate outside, you are bound to be targeted, causing trouble. In Green Turing Palace, they won't even be able to see you. Much less use their other means. Yes. Qin Yun nodded. I understand. I shall take my leave then. Go on. Numinous Treasure looked at Qin Yun with eyes filled with anticipation. Qin Yun left with his body bowed. After watching Qin Yun leave, Numinous Treasure said softly in the empty hall, to use a Lotus Seed of Fate to nurture an intrinsic flying sword, he is the first and possibly the only one capable of doing so in the three realms. There were only a total of 9 Lotus Seeds of Fate, with only one yet to reveal itself. The remaining seed,
was likely not to be used so extravagantly as to nurture a flying sword. This choice was made only because Qin Yun was in a desperate need to break through so as to withstand the itinerant immortal tribulations. I hope this disciple of mine can transcend the itinerant immortal tribulations. As such, after I leave the three realms, my green Turing palace will have another pillar of support. Numinous Treasure looked forward to it. Although Green Turing Palace currently had the eldest senior sister, Old Mother of Blackfall Mountain, her strength was only considered average among all the perfected Great Tao existences. Compared to the ancestral dragon, mighty god Hui, or even the Buddhist Amida, she was still a distance away. Now, the Green Turing Palace was considered one of the strongest few factions in the three realms. Just Old Mother of Blackfall Mountain alone was unable to maintain the Green Turing Palace's present standing. The greatest hope which Numinous Treasure could see at present was his disciple, Qin Yun. His talent was excellent and was already closing in on the perfected Great Tao. Furthermore, he was a sword immortal. The only trouble was his itinerant immortal tribulations. Numinous Treasure was helpless regarding this, since the itinerant immortal tribulations was still an unsolved problem in all of the three realms. Green Turing Palace. In the chamber of Qin Yun's tiny compound, an aroma lingered in the chamber. Qin Yun, who was sitting cross-legged on a mat, first leisurely consumed a drop of samsara dew. It's time. Sensing that he was in optimum state, Qin Yun waved his hand. A green lotus seed filled with boundless vitality flew out and floated in front of him. Just the lotus seed's aura was enough to cause the three realms' heavenly Tao to recede. It is truly fate that I could obtain this treasure. Qin Yun looked at the green lotus seed. It's identical to using an ordinary connate wonder. With a gentle wave of his hand, a wisp of misty rain flew out of his fingertip. It was none other than his intrinsic flying sword, the Misty Rain Sword. The Misty Rain Sword stopped above the lotus seed as Qin Yun circulated his dermic powers and began following the dermic formulation. He saw a black and white chart surface over the Misty Rain Sword as it enveloped the lotus seed beneath. Whoosh! He saw countless points of green light, all filled with endless vitality. They kept flying out and surging into the Misty Rain Sword. The Misty Rain Sword vibrated slightly in joy as it crazily devoured the points of green light. It devoured every bit that came at it. That lotus seed of fate should have been mine, but in the tenebrous fiend abyss, the green-skinned fiend ancestor's destruction body had eyes filled with rage. He felt his heartache for missing out on a lotus seed of fate. Back then, the lotus of fate had a total of 9 seeds. Now, only one of them has yet to appear, said the fiend ancestor in a deep voice. It might not even appear by the time I'm forced to leave the three realms. I missed such a great opportunity just like that. That Qin Yun has spoiled my plans time and time again. He saved Yang Jin the last time and he snatched the lotus seed of fate this time. The fiend ancestor was extremely indignant. There will definitely be an opportunity. As long as I seize that opportunity, the lotus seed of fate will fall back into my hands. Even his Qingping sword will be mine. I need to become stronger. When the time comes to leave the three realms, it will be a huge calamity for me. The fiend ancestor knew this very well. As he had stopped at nothing, he had intervened whenever any Taoist, Buddhist, or heavenly court's mighty figures perished and went to samsara. He destroyed their souls, leaving only the last wisp of true spirit which made it impossible to receive them and awaken their memories. Once dead, they were considered gone. Many of them were disciples or juniors of the Tao ancestors or Buddhist ancestor, so how could they not be enraged? In addition, he had invaded the entire three realms, so the fiend ancestor was already the cause of great outrage. It made many factions unite to deal with him. It was only in the three realms that his tenebrous fiend abyss was one with him, preventing him from suffering a true death. Opportunity, there will definitely be one. The fiend ancestor waited in silence. Qin Yun had the heavenly lord of numinous treasure protecting him, so he had to wait for the appropriate opportunity. It's a wonder how the Qin Yun will use the lotus seed of fate. The ancestral dragon's massive body coiled as his eyes had a look of curiosity and helplessness. Without the heavenly lord of numinous treasure or fiend ancestor taking action, he was the one with the highest chances of obtaining the lotus seed of fate in the disarray starseed.
However, once the immortal vanquishing array appeared, all he could do was retreat. Lotus seed of fate. Numerous ancient existences could not help but recollect the situation. How heart-wrenching. Envy and jealousy. But what could they do? Qin Yun had amassed huge merit and had immense light from providence shining down on him. He could obtain a lotus seed of fate just by traveling the three realms. Furthermore, he had the heavenly lord of numinous treasure protecting him. With such a solid backer appearing, they could do nothing. Green Turing Palace. In the chamber of Qin Yun's tiny compound. Qin Yun was very astonished. The lotus seed of fate created some differences during the refinement process than ordinary connate wonders. The difference being, the lotus seed of fate's powers constantly fused with the intrinsic flying sword without stopping for a moment. The intrinsic flying sword also did not seem to be satiated or need time to digest. It was as though it could devour as many points of green light as came at it. This voracious dining continued for 3 years and 3 months. Only in the final month did the green lotus seed dim gradually. Finally, the lotus seed dissipated into the nothingness. Everything has been absorbed. Qin Yun looked at the floating intrinsic flying sword. At the instant it finished the absorption, the intrinsic flying sword contained all the powers of an entire lotus seed of fate. It also began to slowly transform. Like grass emerging out of the soil, it slowly grew. It was like a tree sprouting. Although everything was slow, it was the birth of brand new power. My intrinsic flying sword, Qin Yun looked at the misty rain sword before him. Its exterior was slowly changing, turning more misty and ethereal. It was as though it was a massive world itself. The three great Tao of heaven, earth, and man was also a foundation within, perfectly fusing as one. Qin Yun's sword Tao was already short of the final step to the perfected great Tao. The lotus seed of fate easily bridged that final gap. It allowed the misty rain sword to silently join the ranks of connate cardinal treasures. Furthermore, it was continuing to transform. This continued for more than 2 hours, and only when all the lotus seed of fate's powers were fully expended did the misty rain sword's transformation come to a completion. The first intrinsic connate cardinal treasure in the three realms was floating right in front of Qin Yun. End of volume.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 636, Greed. Chapter 636, Greed. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Misty Rain Sword.
Qin Yun looked at the flying sword floating before his very eyes. The sword's body was covered in mist as it floated there. The sword seemed to contain a vast world in and of itself.
Qin Yun could sense that.
Deep inside the misty rain sword, the three heaven, earth, and man great Tao were beginning to evolving into other great Tao.
There were even gradual hints of the limitless great Tao, life great Tao, and yin yang great Tao. However, their appearance was only insignificant at the moment. The lotus seed of fate is indeed miraculous. Not only has it easily made up for my original 3 aspects of my sword Tao, it has even begun to demonstrate 3 begets all things. It's slowly evolving into the Tao of all manifestations. My flying sword is already capable of evolving the Tao of the myriad things in heaven and earth. That way, it will exceed a connate cardinal treasure, reaching an even higher realm. Qin Yun reflected on it.
Connate cardinal treasures were the strongest treasures. Just one contained a complete perfected great Tao.
As for whether there were treasures at the higher heavenly Tao realm,
there were none to date. The experts of the 3 realms had suspected that Pango's heaven-opening axe he used to split the heaven and earth might have reached the heavenly Tao realm, but that was only a guess. After all, both Pangu and the heaven-opening axe had been sacrificed along with the birth of the three realms.
An analogy would be the 24 sea calming beads.
Although they had transformed into the 24 heavens, the sea calming beads had dissipated into nothingness. The three realms was a lot more powerful than the 24 heavens.
To open up such a universe required an unimaginable price.
After Qin Yun gazed upon his transformed misty rain sword, he had a guess that if he had a few more lotus seeds of fate, perhaps he could really enhance his flying sword to an even higher realm. Unfortunately, only one lotus seed of fate had yet to appear in the three realms. Qin Yun did not dare pin any hopes on obtaining the final seed. The fact that he even got the one was thanks to the light from Providence that shone on him.
To get two?
It was no longer luck, but strength. The misty rain sword is done. It contains the three great Tao within. It has also evolved portions of the limitless, life, and yin-yang great Tao. It can also be considered as guiding me towards the study of the heavenly Tao realm. Qin Yun laughed as he extended his hand to grab the 3-inch flying sword in his palm. But what's most pressing for me now is to first have a breakthrough in my sword Tao. His flying sword had broken through, but it was not so simple for himself. I'm just short of a sliver. Qin Yun looked at the flying sword in his palm. He carefully took it in. With the complete sword Tao of heaven, earth, and man before his eyes, it made Qin Yun's insights churn like they would spew out at any time. Clearly, the flying sword's guidance pushed Qin Yun closer to his breakthrough. This was also one of the reasons why his master had instructed him to use the lotus seed of fate to nurture his flying sword. After the breakthrough in his flying sword, Qin Yun also temporarily returned to him to lightning roar.
Brother Yun, aren't you traveling the world to gain insights into the great Tao of man? Since you're back, does that mean you figured it out?
Xiao was pleasantly surprised to see Qin Yun's return.
How could it be that simple?
Qin Yun sat down and drank some flower tea his wife brewed herself. I'll be staying at home for a longer period of time.
Xiao was puzzled.
You mentioned that the human world, in the secular world, is where you can find the great Tao of man. Isn't figuring out the great Tao of man the most pressing issue for you so as to attain a perfected great Tao?
Why are you entering seclusive cultivation at home? Look.
Qin Yun flipped his hand as a 3-inch misty rain sword floated in his palm.
Xiao looked at the blurry misty rain sword and was alarmed.
She could not help but say, I don't understand it, but I can sense that the misty rain sword is different from the last time I saw it.
Even its appearance has changed.
Inside the flying sword is a completed perfected great Tao, said Qin Yun with a smile. It's the sword Tao of the heaven, earth, and man. Therefore, the great Tao I'm pursuing is in the human and secular world, but it's also in my flying sword.
There's no need for me to be out for now.
I can seclude myself at home to study the flying sword.
Perhaps a few days would be enough for me to figure it out. A completed perfected great Tao? Didn't you say that only Khanate cardinal treasures have a completed perfected great Tao in them?
Xiao quickly realized what was happening as she felt disbelief.
Has the misty rain sword turned into a Khanate cardinal treasure? Qin Yun nodded slightly.
Xiao said incredulously, an intrinsic Khanate cardinal treasure.
This. Brother Yun, didn't you say that one has to attain a perfected great Tao first? With one's own great Tao as foundation, only then can one seek out numerous precious Khanate wonders to have hopes of nurturing a Khanate cardinal treasure? Why has it happened ahead of time? I received a huge opportunity.
Qin Yun recounted what had happened to his wife. Only then did Xiao know what a major incident had happened in the past 3+ years. Back when Qin Yun obtained the lotus seed of fate, ancient existences, including the fiend ancestor's destruction body and the numinous treasure Tao ancestor, took action. However, the level at which the actors were at was just too high.
The news became a secret. Even many ordinary mighty figures did not know of the matter. Likewise for Xiao. Tenebrous fiend abyss. The fiend ancestor's destruction body looked far into the heavenly realm. This Qin Yun has returned to MT Lightning Roar.
The fiend ancestor carefully observed.
He sure is good at concealing the heavenly secrets. However, he can't stop me. Let me take a look to see if he's carrying the lotus seed of fate with him.
Oh.
He carefully observed and inferred.
Although Qin Yun was good at concealing the heavenly secrets and the intrinsic connate cardinal treasure was capable of blurring out the heavenly secrets, so as to prevent others from probing it, the fiend ancestor was ultimately a heavenly Tao realm existence.
He figured it out after a moment of inference. He actually used the lotus seed of fate to nurture his flying sword?
The fiend ancestor was enraged. He actually made his flying sword turn into a connate cardinal treasure.
In that case, even if I obtain his flying sword, it will take me much effort to refine it for myself.
Absorbing a lotus seed was naturally much easier. But it would be troublesome refining a connate cardinal treasure flying sword.
Whatever, I can bear with that bit of effort.
At the very least, numinous treasure did not snatch the lotus seed of fate from his disciple.
The fiend ancestor was still rather happy.
If the heavenly lord of numinous treasure had taken the lotus seed of fate for himself, there was no chance of him obtaining it.
But if it was in Qin Yun's hand?
There was still chance against an itinerant immortal that barely had the strength of the perfected great Tao.
Qin Yun is back in MT Lightning Roar.
Where's the lotus seed of fate? The heavenly secrets are blurred.
This Qin Yun is getting better at hiding the heavenly secrets. I can infer it.
Many ancient existences all over the three realms were watching Qin Yun closely. Be it Qin Yun's concealment or the intrinsic connate cardinal treasure's innate uniqueness, it made probing the truth very difficult.
Only the few heavenly Tao realm existences were capable of figuring it out. MT Lightning Roar. In a chamber. Qin Yun was cultivating in seclusion.
The misty rain sword was floating in front of him. After imbibing a drop of samsara dew, he continued studying it. He studied the misty rain sword with two goals. First, it was the hope that he could rely on it to figure out the great Tao of man. That way, his Tao of heaven, earth, and man would be perfected. Second, it was to better develop the misty rain sword's strength. The moment his misty rain sword broke through, it had become Qin Yun's strongest treasure. In terms of the mystical great Tao it contained, the infusion of the lotus seed of fate made the misty rain sword even stronger than the Qingping sword despite them both being connate cardinal treasures. After all, it was also Qin Yun's intrinsic flying sword. Its strength was naturally several times stronger. Furthermore, Qin Yun had been cultivating his sword Tao all these years, so it was easier using the misty rain sword than the Qingping sword.
However, no one would grumble about being strong.
Qin Yun studied with greater dedication, also with the hope to produce mightier strength.
Oh! Qin Yun's expression changed suddenly as he vanished from his chamber, appearing in the yard outside his chamber. Standing in the yard, he looked up into the sky. A blurry gray claw came crashing down on MT Lightning Roar. The gigantic claw was even bigger than MT Lightning Roar. The surrounding void shattered and the mighty stance made Qin Yun know that MT Lightning Roar's array formation was definitely unable to withstand the blow. It was a perfected great Tao existence who was delivering the blow. Furthermore, it was an extremely dominating blow. It attacked with the intention of reducing MT Lightning Roar into desolate ruins. Tao Wu, one of the three Banes, won?
Qin Yun instantly guessed when he saw the blurry gray claw. These ancient lurking existences were all targeting him.
Ruin is caused by the greed of others.
The lotus seed of fate was just too alluring. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 637 Probe. Chapter 637 Probe. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin.
Considered as one of the three Banes among Chaos God Fiends, known for being ruthless and overbearing in their actions, their strength was redoubtable. They had long reached the perfected great Tao. Typically, Qin Yun would not wish to provoke such a being, but now that it was smashing down it into lightning roar with the intention to flatten it, Qin Yun was infuriated with shock. This was his home. His family still lived in it. Tao Wu. Qin Yun bellowed angrily as a wisp of misty rain floated beside him. It was none other than the Misty Rain Sword. The Misty Rain Sword split into three, turning into the swords of heaven, earth, and man as they floated around him. Whoosh! The continuous pattering of tiny raindrops spread everywhere, drenching the distant attacking Grey Claw. The rain was formed by Qin Yun's Misty Rain domain. After the Misty Rain Sword became an intrinsic Khanate cardinal treasure, the Misty Rain domain had increased in strength exponentially. The gigantic claw found the raindrops extremely heavy and felt repressed upon contact.
These raindrops are quite interesting.
A huge ugly face appeared amid the clouds as it looked down upon him. The lightning roar, as its claw which was bigger than him, the lightning roar continued bearing down.
What's happening? What's that? MT. Lightning roar's Qin manner was also in a fluster.
Xiao, Qin Yulua, Meng Huan, Qin Yi, and company, including the Qin Manor's servants, were looking up.
Be gone.
Qin Yun stood there with a cold expression. Out of the three heaven, earth, and man swords that floated around him, the sword of man suddenly flew out. Sword of man, paramount emotions belie the sword. At the core of the sword of man was emotions. The sword tore through the air towards the gigantic claw encased in a resplendent beam of light. Even if it was just a third of the Misty Rain Sword's full form, it produced strength that was in no way inferior to the Qingping sword.
Boom!
The sword flash clashed with the gigantic claw, sending the sword flash retreating backwards slightly. The gigantic claw came to a halt as the grayish energy flowing around it scattered chaotically.
It said that your Misty Rain Sword can split into three.
I never expected that just one of those swords can withstand my claw. Countless gray swirls of air gathered as the dispersed gigantic claw materialized to form a stocky chaos god fiend.
He was extremely muscular with swarthy skin.
Although he was in human form, he had tiger's claws and feet, and a row of sharp fangs. He stood there in midair, looking down at into lightning roar. He continued, if I'm correct, your intrinsic flying sword has already reached the Khanate cardinal treasure level. From the looks of it, the lotus seed of fate has been used to nurture your flying sword.
Tao Wu, if you wish to fight me, set the time and place. Aren't you going overboard by directly attacking my to lightning roar?
Said Qin Yun coldly.
Overboard? Ha ha ha, you call this overboard? I think I'm already polite enough. Tao Wu roared with laughter that reverberated the surroundings. Come, entertain me.
I want to see how powerful the first intrinsic Khanate cardinal treasure in the three realms is. Unfortunately, in the hands of an itinerant immortal like you, it can't be that much stronger. As he spoke, Tao Wu transformed into a stream of light and charged towards him to lightning roar. It was his habit to engage in melee combat.
It's Tao Wu.
In the heavenly courts, Jade Emperor put down his wine cup and looked in the direction of him to lightning roar.
The lotus seed of fate is too alluring. Shortly after Qin Yun returned to him to lightning roar, Tao Wu has attacked in his impatience.
Although he is being rash, he is extremely powerful. As an itinerant immortal at the pinnacle mighty figure level, he is probably at the disadvantage despite having the Misty Rain Sword.
Is it my young friend Qin Yun?
In the Western Paradise Great World, Amita who emitted boundless light watched remotely with a smile. I never expected that this young friend whom I shared a fate back then would now possess an intrinsic Khanate cardinal treasure.
It's Tao Wu. Many in the three realms are monitoring Qin Yun. This Tao Wu is the first to attack.
Qin Yun's Misty Rain Sword is so powerful.
It's an intrinsic Khanate cardinal treasure.
The first intrinsic Khanate cardinal treasure in the three realms.
All of them watched.
The most anxious person was definitely Old Mother of Blackfoal Mountain. Master, Tao Wu has both Bane and Flow avatars, and he sent Bane to attack junior brother Qin Yun. Old Mother of Blackful Mountain sent a voice transmission to the Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure.
The Bane avatar is more domineering while the Flow avatar is more queer.
The Bane avatar has 60% of his true form's strength when it comes to direct combat.
Junior brother might not be his match.
Wudong, your junior brother will not have any problems with self-preservation even if he's not his match, said the Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure with a voice transmission.
This is a rare trial for him.
There's no need to worry.
Will not have any problems with self-preservation?
Old Mother of Blackful Mountain did not think further. Since her master had said so, all she did was obey. Numerous experts across the three realms paid attention to Tao Wu's clash with Qin Yun. The ancient existences knew of the Lotus Seed of Fate, so when they heard Tao Wu mention that Qin Yun's misty rainsword was an intrinsic Khanate cardinal treasure, they were not surprised since it was within expectations.
However, the other ordinary mighty figures were taken aback. Khanate cardinal treasure? And an intrinsic Khanate cardinal treasure at that?
They knew sword immortal Qin was powerful, nearly invincible under the perfected Great Tao realm.
He had nearly killed Sage Demon 9 Phoenix with a few strikes. But to possess an intrinsic Khanate cardinal treasure?
That was way too fascinating.
Go!
As Tao Wu swooped down, Qin Yun faced him head-on. With a thought, the Sword of Man continued its attacks. The reason why he was using the Sword of Man was because he hoped to gain inspiration in the battle, so as to figure out the Great Tao of Man earlier.
Ha!
Tao Wu roared with laughter as he sent out a punch at the incoming flying sword.
The punch was like a meteor. Boom!
It sent the flying sword backward, but the flying sword turned around and continued its attack.
Bam! Bam! Bam!
The sword was either sent flying by his punches or his claw swipes. Now that Tao Wu had condensed his Bane avatar and turned serious, Qin Yun's Sword of Man was completely repressed. Tao Wu was getting closer and closer to MT Lightning Roar.
Qin Yun, you can't stop me. I will uproot him to Lightning Roar today and throw the entire mountain into the Moon Tooth Lake beside it.
Tao Wu's laughter was rapturous.
How impudent!
Qin Yun summoned the Sword of Man back with a thought as the Sword of Earth floating beside him flew out.
Hua!
The Sword of Earth streaked across the sky as it seemed to screen the area between the heaven and earth. Tao Wu struck out with a punch when he came close, causing the screen to quiver gently while still remaining intact. Having failed to tear apart the screen, Tao Wu was unable to go any closer to MT Lightning Roar. Among the three swords of heaven, earth, and man, the Sword of Earth is the best at defense.
It can withstand Tao Wu.
Of course, when the three swords set up the Misty Rain array, they are even better at protecting me. Just a mere avatar of Tao Wu has no right to force me to use the Misty Rain array to protect myself, thought Qin Yun.
Interesting, interesting. Tao Wu looked at Qin Yun through the invisible screen that filled the area. Qin Yun, you are worth my burning of a Bane avatar. Boom! Just as his voice faded, the surface of Tao Wu's burned as grayish flames appeared. His might increased exponentially. The Bane avatar was a condensation of his energy to begin with and not a real body of flesh and blood. Burning up his avatar was extremely easy, but it was also only done in desperation. Rip!
Tao Wu, with his body aflame, struck out with both claws, tearing apart the screen formed by the Sword of Earth. He continued swooping straight down at MT Lightning Roar.
Cast your Misty Rain array. Let me see how powerful that protective array formation is.
Tao Wu's eyes were burning with flames.
He is really forcing me.
He knows my Misty Rain array is powerful at defense.
Is he attempting to probe my Misty Rain array strength so as to make plans for the future? Qin Yun thought. He was no fool either. He knew that these ancient existences in the heavenly realm would not rob him since Numinous Treasure Tao Ancestor was able to take action in the heavenly realm. However, Tao Wu's Bane avatar had still taken action.
He had probably determined that there was no risk of death since the numinous treasure Dao ancestor was unlikely to attack a junior like him.
Tao Wu had mainly taken action to determine where the lotus seed of fate was.
Secondly, he aimed to probe the means available to Qin Yun. As the saying goes, know yourself as well as you know the enemy to ensure victory. Only by getting to the bottom of Qin Yun's strength could he take action with confidence when he was without the heavenly lord of numinous treasure's protection.
However, do you think you have what it takes to even look at my misty rain array?
Qin Yun's eyes flashed with a glint.
Tao Wu had attacked his home and tried to probe him. Such actions left him infuriated. Misty rain sword. Qin Yun gave a mental command.
The 3 flying swords floating around him stacked onto each other and fused to become the Misty Rain Sword. It could split, therefore fusion was obvious. By splitting it could make a formation, making it extremely good at protection. Fusion resulted in a single Misty Rain Sword. It was the best at offense and its might was much higher than even the Qingping sword.
Shoo! A beam of light lit up.
At that instant, it appeared to be brightest light in the 3 realms. The expression of the flaming Tao Wu's avatar changed. He hurriedly raised his palms to block, but felt his palm hurt. The beam of light had tore through his palm and, in an instant, tore through his chest. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 638 Strength. Chapter 638 Strength. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. The power contained within the sword flash entrenched itself in Tao Wu's body.
It was filled with immense sharpness and destructive forces, causing his avatar to be repeatedly damaged. To not die instantly from having an intrinsic Khanate cardinal treasure penetrate him was already evidence how powerful Tao Wu's avatar was.
Shoo! Shoo! Shoo!
The sword flash tore through Tao Wu's flaming avatar repeatedly over empty lightning roar. In a blink of an eye, his body had been penetrated 13 times. Although Tao Wu attempted to defend each blow in rage, he was unable to do so since Qin Yun's Misty Rain Sword at full force was redoubtable in strength. After the 13th blow, the Tao Wu avatar reached the maximum damage it could withstand.
With a rushing sound, the burning Tao Wu avatar disintegrated. Perfected Great Tao Chaos Godfiend Tao Wu's Bane avatar was destroyed. This Tao Wu's Bane avatar is purely an amalgamation of power, but its body is on the weaker side. Even so, I needed to combine my 3 swords into the complete Misty Rain Sword to be capable of killing his avatar. Qin Yun did not feel proud in any way, instead, he turned more wary. If Tao Wu's real body had come today, with his powerful body in his possession of a Khanate pinnacle numinous treasure, Qin Yun's Misty Rain Sword might not have been able to fend him off. Boom! A powerful will gathered anew as a gigantic face appeared above the clouds once again. While Qin Yun was introspecting, Tao Wu, as one of the Chaos 3 Banes, was rather embarrassed that his Bane avatar was killed by a junior. Qin Yun. The gigantic face above the clouds had a voice like rumbling thunder. Your intrinsic Khanate cardinal treasure has quite the means. But that was only an avatar of mine. If you have the guts, come to the Cold Valley Great World and fight my true body. I, Qin Yun, have been focused on protective array formations so as to withstand the itinerant immortal tribulations. That offensive sword art was simply a lucky byproduct, said Qin Yun with a smile. I just never expected that a chance enlightenment of a move or two was able to destroy your Bane avatar. It was something I never imagined possible. A chance enlightenment of a move or two? The gigantic face in the sky turned even more enraged. This Qin Yun was deliberately insulting him. My time is very precious, so I won't say much more to you. Qin Yun waved his hand as the clouds surrounding him to lightning roar rose and shielded it from external probes. It made it difficult for Tao Wu to see clearly. Qin Yun, how dare you? Tao Wu was furious, but also
Qin Yun turned back to shoot a glance at the gigantic face as it dissipated. He was speaking the truth. After obtaining the intrinsic connate cardinal treasure, he was mainly focused on figuring out protective arrays while cultivating at home. In order to withstand the itinerant immortal tribulations, a protective array was essential.
As for offensive moves,
it was simply a fortuitous epiphany that he figured out the move A Little Starlight while taking in the sword Tao of heaven, earth, and man from his intrinsic flying sword.
With just that move, he destroyed the Bane avatar. Grandfather! Grandfather! Qin Yulua shouted from afar. Was that one of the Chaos 3 Banes as recorded in the family's intelligence, Tao Wu? He saw Xiao and the rest of his family walk over. Upon seeing his wife, children, daughter-in-law, and granddaughter, Qin Yun could not help but smile. A major reason for his cultivation was because of the people in front of him. Before his final tribulation, he planned to make proper arrangements for his family. Qin Yulua was extremely talented. With strength that matched a mighty figure, she was only second to Qin Yun in the Qin family. Naturally, she had read through the important intelligence the Qin family had, so she knew of the existence of the Chaos 3 Banes. Tao Wu of the 3 Banes. Yi Zhao's eyes lit up.
Her husband was becoming stronger to the point that a perfected great Tao expert had suffered a trouncing in front of him.
A perfected great Tao expert? An existence that can be said to be invincible in a great world? Qin Yi was alarmed.
By her side, Han Lin was shocked.
His father-in-law was just too astounding. He had reached this stage in just a few millennia of cultivation.
He had indeed lived up to his name as a peerless sword immortal whose cultivation pointed straight to a perfected great Tao. It was only because of his becoming of an itinerant immortal that his cultivation path was fraught with tribulations. If he was not one, he would have been a powerful and free golden immortal with eternal life. Perhaps the heavenly courts and various factions would have tried to rope him in. His situation would have been a lot pleasant than it was now.
Even so, Qin Yun's killing of Tao Wu's Bane avatar probably shocked the eyes out of the 3 realms sockets. They also had to re-evaluate this sword immortal Qin. Look at all of you.
It was only an avatar of his, said Qin Yun with a shake of his head. If his true body was here, victory would be up in the air.
It's only up in the air, right? Grandfather? Qin Yulua smiled. Qin Yun smiled.
He had few offensive means at the moment, but his protective means were extremely powerful. Ignoring Tao Wu, Qin Yun was confident that he could defend against ancient existences who had extremely powerful offensive means. He only lacked confidence against a few, such as half-step heavenly Tao realm entities like God King Zhirong, who was known for being overbearing. Qin Yun felt that he had no idea if Zhirong was capable of cracking his Misty Rain array unless an attempt was really made. Of course, it was best he did not try if possible. Losing might very well cost him his life. As for mighty God Hou-Yi, who was deemed to have the strongest attack below the heavenly Tao realm, no attempts were needed.
Qin Yun definitely could not withstand his strike.
After all, he had seen Hou-Yi's arrow, its might was truly terrifying. Perhaps only when he reached the perfected great Tao could he use his intrinsic connate cardinal treasure to set up a Misty Rain array and have the confidence to withstand Hou-Yi's blow. But now, he was still far from it.
Nicely done of Qin Yun.
Tao Wu's Bane avatar has about 60% of his true body's strength.
To be able to kill his Bane avatar, Qin Yun's strength is about Tao Wu's equal.
And just as he said, his offensive blows are ordinary, but his defensive moves are impressive. Before his Misty Rain sword was a connate pinnacle numinous treasure, the Misty Rain array he cast was enough to withstand Patriarch Bloodsea's combat body. Now that his Misty Rain sword is a connate cardinal treasure, the Misty Rain array has definitely reached a brand new realm. Even among perfected great Tao existences, probably only a handful can crack it. He now truly possesses the strength of a perfected great Tao. The ancient existences discussed among themselves as they watched remotely. If Qin Yun was said to previously rely on the Qingping sword to produce the strength of a perfected great Tao by casting this 7 stars combo, that was only one move. His other means were lacking, putting him at the bottom among perfected great Tao existences. Any of them in their true forms could trounce and even destroy him. Even though Patriarch Blood Sea had heaven-defying life preservation means to the point of being deemed indestructible, his offensive means were relatively weaker. However, if the former Qin Yun were to plunge into the boundless Blood Sea true body, he would have no doubt been doomed. Even Patriarch Blood Sea's combat body with his Khanate Cardinal treasure, the negative karma fire Red Lotus, could eliminate Qin Yun. The former Qin Yun was indeed weak among perfected great Tao existences. But now, they had to admit every perfected great Tao had something they were most adept in. They were considered heaven-defying in that particular trait. For example, Patriarch Blood Sea's boundless Blood Sea was considered indestructible. Patriarch Spirit Devouring's mouth was considered the best in the 3 realms. Mahama Yuri's 5-colored divine light left perfected great Tao experts apprehensive. There was also Emperor Polestar's inference and calculative array formations. All of them were adept at something, but fell short in other aspects. Qin Yun was adept at defensive measures, something which could be considered most important. An intrinsic Khanate Cardinal treasure is truly impressive. It can actually allow a pinnacle mighty figure to leapfrog his realm and have strength equal to us. Qin Yun's strength is just short of the perfected great Tao. He also has an intrinsic Khanate Cardinal treasure which explains his strength. If we possessed an intrinsic Khanate Cardinal treasure, perhaps we would have strength at the half-step heavily Tao realm. It even makes me wish to reincarnate for cultivation. Unfortunately, the Fiend Ancestor might take action once I undergo reincarnation. What are you even thinking? Even if he doesn't take action, you will not produce one under normal reincarnation. There are only the few schools of thought in the 3 realms that have intrinsic Dharma treasures. Would you try to cultivate talisman amulets? Can a musclehead like you figure out something as complicated as talisman amulets? If you were made to refine artifacts, would you spend thousands or millions of years on it? None of that suits you. Don't belittle me. The ancient existences discussed jovially. However, all of them were very envious of the intrinsic Khanate Cardinal treasure. Everyone could tell that an intrinsic Khanate Cardinal treasure aided one's strength in a way far greater than a Khanate Cardinal treasure. Unfortunately, even if they snatched the Misty Rain Sword from Qin Yun, it would only be an ordinary Khanate Cardinal treasure in their hands. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 639 Misty Rain Sword Galleries Gallery Lord. Chapter 639 Misty Rain Sword Galleries Gallery Lord. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Qin Yun knew very well that after the Lotus Seed of Fate was used, the ancient existence's greed towards it would lessen relatively. After all, the Misty Rain Sword was of less use to them than the Lotus Seed of Fate. But even so, it was still a Khanate Cardinal treasure. There were several perfected great Tao experts, but many of them lacked Khanate Cardinal treasures. So they decided to lay in wait, watching. It was just that their greed had reduced considerably. Except for one. It was someone Qin Yun had to be most careful of, the Fiend Ancestor who was at the heavily Tao realm. Yang Zhen fused the Lotus Seed of Fate into his body, yet, the Fiend Ancestor wishes to have him killed to extract the Eye of Destruction. He has even once snuck up on Monkey Sun to refine him. He will similarly target my Misty Rain Sword. Qin Yun knew this point. In the heavenly realm, I have Master to protect me, so the Fiend Ancestor can't do a thing. But if I were to head to other great worlds, Master will not be able to help and the Fiend Ancestor would have means available to him. He can either send Fiend King Buoshuan and the rest, or make a request of those ancient existences that keep a low profile. It's all very possible. So, unless I attain a perfected great Tao, I cannot leave the heavenly realm. Qin Yun secretly decided. In the coming days, although there was strife in the external world, with many mighty figures coming to pay Qin Yun a visit, as well as seek his help, Qin Yun made a public announcement that he was cultivating in seclusion and would not meet guests. He was indeed at home, studying the Misty Rain sword in a bid to figure out the sword Tao of heaven, earth, and man.
Even so,
the perfected great Tao was so close yet so far. Qin Yun only felt that he was closer and closer, but he was just unable to break through. Finally, 300 years after his battle with Tao Wu's Bane avatar, he descended the mountain and continued his original plans. He immersed himself in the mortal and secular world in search of his great Tao of man.
Time quickly passed. The heavenly realm was so vast it appeared boundless.
It had countless kingdoms, and in one of the tiny kingdoms, the southern nation, there was a tiny city, Lin City. In Lin City, there was a rather famous sword gallery, named the Misty Rain Sword Gallery. It had been founded more than 30 years ago, and there were numerous disciples who came under it.
Inside the Misty Rain Sword Gallery.
Senior sister. Senior sister. The men and women practicing their swordplay in the sword gallery shouted in unison. The ages of this group of disciples ranged from 5 to middle-aged. And at that moment, they were acting very reverent towards a red-robed woman. Her name was Qin Yun, one of the 3 personal disciples of the Misty Rain Sword Gallery Lord. She had also cultivated to the Kane True Core realm and was rather famous in a small city like Lin City.
Good. Qin Yun knitted her brows slightly as she rapidly walked in.
Senior sister is usually all smiles.
Why does it seem like she's vexed over something?
All of you better give her some space.
Don't infuriate her.
The ordinary disciples murmured in the gallery. Qin Yun continued walking to the back of the gallery. Senior sister. A maidservant held a large plate of fruits and walked in, immediately greeting Qin Yun when she saw her.
Xiao, where's master? Asked Qin Yun.
Inside, said Xiao with a smile.
Qin Yun nodded and walked in.
The moment she entered the backyard, she saw a white-robed man lounging on a lounge chair as though he was asleep.
Master, Qin Yun shouted immediately upon entry.
Oh? The white-robed man immediately woke up and took a glance at Qin Yun. He said in quite a disparaging tone, "Lass, can't you let me have some sleep?"
Hey, Cheng. I got you to buy some fruits, but it took you until now? I even fell asleep.
Old master, there was none in the gallery, so I had to buy them. I already ran very quickly, mumbled Xiao. Following that, she placed the plate of fruits on a tiny table by the side. The white-robed man was none other than Qin Yun. He felt that to figure out the human spirit, he had to immerse himself deeply in the mortal world. Therefore, he had opened a sword gallery and even took in disciples. He became a normal sword gallery master and had been at it for 30 years. He had even selected 3 promising ones among the numerous ordinary disciples. They were considered personal disciples of the gallery. If the world were to learn that Sword Immortal Qin had personal disciples, it would probably quickly spread across the 3 realms. But clearly, the 3 realms was unaware of it. His 3 personal disciples always believed that their master was only a relatively powerful mortal swordsman, one at the Kane Golden Core realm. As for what Qin Yun demonstrated to his disciples, he limited it to sword arts that had yet to step into the Tao. However, his guidance of his disciples were much more brilliant. He was considered a master who was good at teaching disciples. For example, his eldest and second eldest disciples appeared stronger than their master.
They had condensed essence souls and had embarked on their journey towards immortality.
The 3rd disciple, Qin Yun, was the youngest and was only at the Kane True Core realm. As he was good at teaching, Master Qin's reputation in Lin City was quite good.
Many families sent their children to the Misty Rain Sword Gallery.
These grapes are good.
They are big and sweet enough.
Qin Yun was very happy as he ate the grapes. Old master, I knew you would like them, so I picked them very meticulously, Xiao said happily.
Xiao, take your leave for now. I have something to discuss with Master, said Qin Yun. All right.
Xiao immediately took her leave obediently.
What is it? You don't seem to be in a good mood today. Qin Yun continued eating his grapes.
Qin Yun whispered, Master, eldest senior brother is heavily injured. He's now hiding at my place, but his injuries are extremely grave and it's worsening by the day.
Qin Yun put down the grapes and immediately got up. Let's go. Lead the way.
Eldest senior brother forced me not to tell you, whispered Qin Yun.
But, I really am out of ideas.
If this continues, eldest senior brother will be dead in less than half a month.
Your eldest senior brother is highly talented. He's currently at the second firmament essence soul realm. How did he get those heavy injuries? Asked Qin Yun. I'm not sure either.
Qin Yun shook her head gently.
Qin Yun nodded.
Over the past 30 years, although he had recruited many disciples with 3 of them being personal disciples, his sword gallery was only at the mortal level.
For instance, his eldest and second eldest disciples would enter immortal sects after they condensed an essence soul.
They would occasionally contact him, but it was much less frequent. After all, there was a difference between mortals and immortals. Immortals had long lifespans while mortals had short lifespans.
Immortals had to suffer karma when dealing with mortals.
For these reasons, it made those at the essence soul realm or higher have fewer interactions with mortals.
Soon, they arrived at Qin Yun's Jin residence. They came into a room.
Seated cross-legged on the bed was a muscular man with thick brows and large eyes. Dermic powers were emanating from his body, but there was a green devilish dermic power that lingered around him, causing his breathing to turn weak.
Oh.
The man opened his eyes as he frowned slightly when he saw Qin Yun and Qin Yun enter.
This junior sister of mine.
The man was helpless. He was at the essence soul realm, so he knew immediately the moment his master stepped into the Jin residence.
Master.
The man immediately got off the bed and bowed. However, this affected the wound at his chest. He staggered a little, but still managed to bow respectfully. Greetings, Master.
Junior sister, didn't I tell you not to tell Master? The man could not help but look at his junior sister.
He whispered, I will only be here for a few days and then I'll leave silently.
No one would have known about it.
Senior brother, I can tell that your injuries are worsening by the day, said Qin Yun worriedly.
Tian Huang, are you worried of troubling me or implicating me?
Said Qin Yun with a scoff. The man wore a bitter expression as he said immediately, Master, it's really nothing.
It's just a minor injury.
If I'm not mistaken, you will not live past 7 days with that injury of yours, said Qin Yun coldly.
And the demonic aura on you. I have seen it before. It's the imperial preceptor from our southern nation, right?
The man was taken aback. He never imagined that his master could identify the source. I wanted to rid us of evil by killing him, but I never expected the fiend's strength to exceed my expectations. After the battle, I fled with heavy injuries and was unable to continue any further when I arrived at Lin City. So all I could do was temporarily stay at Junior Sister's to stabilize my injuries, said the man honestly.
I have also informed my sect. I believe the sect will send an elder to receive me in a few days. They will be able to treat my wounds. Master, you don't have to worry about me. Eldest senior brother, you were the one who attempted the assassination of the imperial preceptor? Exclaimed Qin Yun. No wonder they are searching everywhere.
Our Lin City is being searched as well.
Don't worry.
Those mortals won't be able to find me, exhorted the man immediately. However, Master, Junior Sister, you must not expose my presence here or it will implicate you.
Junior Sister, you too.
I already repeated numerous times not to tell anyone, but you still told Master.
Is Master an outsider? said Qin Yun immediately. And isn't this because I'm worried for you? Alright, from now on, don't spread it any further.
If the Imperial Preceptor were to learn of my presence here, it would be terrible, said the man. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 640 Pill. Chapter 640 Pill. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. Yes. Qin Yun nodded hurriedly. I will be careful. That Imperial Preceptor's strength is far greater than yours.
If he comes, none of us can stop him.
That's right. No one can. Even I, your master, am only immortal, said Qin Yun wistfully.
Tian Huang hurriedly said, Master, don't worry. As long as I hide here and do not appear in public, the Imperial Preceptor will not be able to find me.
Let's not talk about this. We should focus on your injuries.
Qin Yun looked at him.
When will the elder from your sect arrive? You won't be able to last long with those injuries.
Probably in the next few days, said Tian Huang honestly.
Elder is a sky immortal.
I directly informed the sect and they said they'd send an elder here.
As for whether it takes 3 or 5 days, I have no idea. You will be dead in 7 days.
Qin Yun thought for a moment and frowned before he flipped his hand to produce a jade bottle.
He then threw it at Tian Huang. Take this. What is this? Asked Tian Huang.
I obtained this pill years ago while traveling the world thanks to some immortal encounter, said Qin Yun as he faked a story.
Its name is a tiny essence immortal pill.
It should be more than enough to treat that bit of injuries of yours.
Tiny essence immortal pill? Tian Huang was alarmed.
This is way too valuable.
There's no hope for me to condense an essence soul. Qin Yun looked at Tian Huang.
This immortal pill will be wasted if used by me, so I might as well give it to you.
However, don't be in a hurry to use it.
If that elder comes in time, there's no need to consume it.
If he doesn't make it in time, consume the immortal pill.
Master, Tian Huang was moved to tears. This immortal pill is important to essence soul level essence souls as well.
Master, you could use it to exchange for numerous benefits. Perhaps there will be a chance of you condensing an essence soul. Take it. Qin Yun glared.
Having entered the Misty Rain Sword Gallery at 6, he was taught for 20 years. In Tian Huang's heart, this master was like his father. Even though his strength had far exceeded his master, he did not dare disobey him.
Master, why don't you go to the Cloud Ink sect with me? Suggested Tian Huang. My parents were taken with me to reside in Cloud Ink City. Master, you can go there for it's an immortal city of the Cloud Ink sect. It has billions of people and I'm a Cloud Ink sect disciple. I can allow my family to stay behind.
Furthermore, the heaven and earth spiritual energies there are richer and there will be more opportunities.
I'm not going. I'm not going anywhere. Don't try to persuade me.
Qin Yun turned around and casually waved his hand. Punk, take good care of yourself.
I'm leaving. With that said, he left. As Tian Huang watched Qin Yun leave, his heart was moved. Master. Master is so nice to you. He gave you an immortal pill just like that. Qin Yun was rather envious.
The kindness Master has given me is something I will be indebted to for life, said Tian Huang.
Following that, he whispered, Junior sister, did you notice it?
Our master had an immortal encounter and produced this immortal pill.
He identified the demonic aura to be the Imperial Preceptors at a glance.
Although I have yet to step into the Tao with the sword arts he taught, he is adept in many sword arts.
He's fully faceted. Even those at the Essence Soul realm might not be as fully faceted as he is.
Master looks rather casual and unbridled at times, but he chooses to stay in a tiny remote city. Furthermore, he ignores all the women who have had shown him interest.
He's extremely stubborn. For more than 3 decades, he has been alone. So I believe that
Master might very well have an emotional scar which resulted in his present state.
That's why he ignores my invitation of bringing him to Cloud Ink Immortal City.
Yeah.
Qin Yun nodded.
That's quite true. As the two disciples discussed, Qin Yun had leisurely returned to the Misty Rainsword Gallery. Along the way, he even bought some food to eat along the way. Thankfully, I have been walking the human world over the past few centuries. Occasionally, I wipe out those fiendish demons who do evil and collected their belongings. It allowed me to produce such a pill.
Qin Yun thought wistfully.
If not, it would truly be quite hard for me to find such an inferior pill. What he had on him were at the very least supreme-grade numinous treasures or connate wonders.
Ordinary treasures were stored in his Qin Manor's treasury.
Now, Qin Yun would directly wipe out the corpses of fiendish demons below the mighty figure realm without even bothering to store them.
As for the tiny essence immortal pill? Just one blow of Qin Yun's immortal breath could restore an essence soul cultivator to normal.
Its effects would be much better than such an immortal pill, so he naturally did not carry them on him. Therefore, he was able to produce the tiny essence immortal pill all thanks to the fiendish demons he killed in the past few centuries. Speaking of which, it's been 7,000 years since I became an itinerant immortal.
When will I be able to figure out the great Tao of man?
Qin Yun lay in his lounge chair. Beside him was the big plate of fruits the maidservant had previously delivered. There was also a bunch of food he had bought himself. As he ate, he pondered.
Cultivation was as such. As the accumulations grow, what seems increasingly close only leaves one vexed when the breakthrough never comes.
But at times, a breakthrough might happen all too suddenly.
Night. Capital of the southern nation.
In a luxurious residence's chamber, the imperial preceptor held a voice transmission object.
He wore a cold expression while dressed in a regal gown. Whoosh! A phantom appeared beside him.
It was that of a white-haired elder.
Greetings, Elder Qian.
The imperial preceptor was rather polite.
Might I know of the reason why you are seeking me? I have done everything you have instructed me to perfection, but
I'm contacting you to tell you of something, said the white-haired elder. My Cloud Ink sect has a disciple named Tian Huang.
His hometown is in the southern nation.
For a small nation like the southern nation to have someone enter the Cloud Ink sect, that's truly an honor for the southern nation, lauded the imperial preceptor.
A few days ago, a cultivator attempted to assassinate you, right? Asked the white-haired elder.
The imperial preceptor's expression changed as he hurriedly said, yes, that cultivator appeared to be at the second firmament essence soul realm. But I cultivate my body and am extremely good at melee sword arts. I nearly perished, but he was hit by my lethal poison.
He won't live for long.
The one who assassinated you was my Cloud Ink sect disciple, Tian Huang, said the white-haired elder.
He had reported your misdeeds to the Cloud Ink sect and has sought reinforcements.
As his injuries are heavy, my Cloud Ink sect has sent one of my junior brothers.
By my estimate, my junior brother will arrive in southern nation 3 days from now.
When the time comes, he will save Tian Huang and investigate the southern nation. If your misdeeds are confirmed, you be wiped out in passing.
This. Elder Qian, I have always been working for you, said the imperial preceptor immediately. Don't worry, Elder Qian said, Tian Huang's request for help has indicated that the meetup point is in the Jin residence in southern nation's Lin City. Go there immediately and kill Tian Huang before my junior brother arrives.
Then, resolve any matters in the southern nation and hide for a few years.
After this is over, I will allow you to return to the southern nation.
Yes, said the imperial preceptor in great reverence immediately. Soon, the phantom dissipated.
After the transmission was cut. Nice, so it's a cultivator from our southern nation and one that comes from the Cloud Ink sect.
There was a cold look in the Imperial Preceptor's eyes.
Tianhuang? Tianhuang, the southern nation is one of the tiny nations under the Cloud Ink sect's rule. If I did not have a Cloud Ink sect Sky Immortal backing me, how would I be able to hoodwink the masses and be so carefree for so long? An hour later, Imperial Preceptor and two other figures arrived at the tiny city of Lin City. Brother, we have arrived at Lin City, said a demon behind.
Okay.
According to the intelligence, Tian Huang's family has been sent to Cloud Ink Immortal City. The only one left in Lin City is a swordsman master named Qin Yun.
Tian Huang came under the swordsman's tutelage at 6 and studied under him for 20 years.
Their relationship is as close as a father is to a son.
Now, this swordsman master is still teaching other sword arts in the Misty Rain Sword Gallery.
Quickly capture him. Remember, he is to be captured alive.
Following that, bring that swordsman master to the Qin residence to meet up with me.
The Imperial Preceptor's eyes were cold. How dare you try to assassinate me? You nearly took my life, so how can I allow you to die that simply? Yes, I'll do it immediately. He's only mortal after all. The demon looked down at Lin City.
With his second firmament essence soul strength, he quickly swept through the tiny city.
Misty Rain Sword Gallery. I see it. It's there. Brother, I'll head over to capture him now. The demon immediately transformed into a stream of light as he flew off.
Let's head to the Qin residence, said the Imperial Preceptor as he led another demon toward the Qin residence. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 641, This is the Human World. Chapter 641, This is the Human World. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin.
In the backyard of the Misty Rain Sword Gallery, Qin Yun looked up at the moon in the night sky as he glanced a distance far away, seeing the three demons that had arrived in Lin City.
He did a simple calculation as he muttered, so the southern nation's Imperial Preceptor backer is an elder from the Cloud Ink sect? The Cloud Ink sect is also a member of my numinous treasure lineage.
As my numinous treasure lineage has humans and demons mixed in it, the rules are too relaxed.
To think a Sky Immortal elder dares act so brazenly. He even schemed to kill a disciple of his own sect? He deserves death.
With just a sentence, he had determined Elder Qian's fate.
There were two reasons for Elder Qian's death sentence. First, he was engaging in fratricidal fighting. Although the numinous treasure lineage had relaxed rules, it was very united. Killing one of their own was taboo.
Second, he had wreaked havoc on a nation with the help of the Imperial Preceptor. By using all sorts of means, many of the sins were shouldered by the demons, resulting in him receiving less of the sinful burden. However, Qin Yun was not the Three Realms' heavenly Tao. He could determine that Elder Qian was the primary instigator and deserved death.
Ha ha!
As a laughter resonated in the backyard, a figure appeared in the night sky before landing behind Qin Yun. He was a rather stocky man who stared intently at Qin Yun.
The demonic aura he suffused was very powerful as well.
He was none other than the second firmament essence soul demon who had been ordered to capture Qin Yun.
Are you Qin Nan, Misty Rain Sword Gallery Sword Master? The demon grinned strangely as surging demonic dermic powers blanketed the yard.
For a mortal, you sure are good at teaching disciples. You managed to teach a disciple that can hurt my brother. There's no need to feel aggrieved for having such disciple even if you die.
Follow me. The surging dermic powers had completely bound Qin Yun in preparation to capture him alive. Qin Yun gave him a glance.
The demon's laughter came to a halt as his expression froze.
He looked at Qin Yun in a daze. Go to the Qin residence, Qin Yun said as he flew up. Yes.
The demon's turbid eyes restored to normal, but he continued flying obediently with Qin Yun to the Jin residence. When Qin Yun and the demon arrived in the Jin residence, they saw that Tian Huang, who was still heavily injured, had been thrown onto the ground in the yard. He could not bear to eat the pill Qin Yun gave him, since if the sect elder came in time, the pill could be used to save lives in the future. However, he never expected the imperial preceptor to come first.
The heavily injured Tian Huang was completely no match for his attackers. Tian Huang, citizen of the southern nation's Lin City, disciple of the Cloud Ink sect. A sinister elder in a black regal gown chuckled insidiously. I never expected the assassin would be a citizen of the southern nation. It's quite a feat for the southern nation to produce such an expert, but unfortunately, you are doomed. It should have been impossible for you to find me. I cultivate in a physical dermic formulation. My looks and aura can change. It's impossible you could recognize me. Tian Huang was reeling in despair. I hid here, converging and concealing my aura. Even if you came to Lin City, you shouldn't have discovered me. He was very confident of the Cloud Ink sect's dermic formulation, but he was quite stupefied at the moment. This was because the imperial preceptor's locating of him not only meant that he was doomed, it also meant that he would implicate others. This was something he could not accept at all. Are you underestimating me? Do you think I can't find you because of that? The imperial preceptor laughed as he waved his hand. Surging dermic powers enveloped the entirety of the Jin residence, and instantly, a woman was pulled over. She was none other than the soundly sleeping Qin Yun, who was in her underclothes. Tian Huang hurriedly caught his junior sister when she was thrown to the ground. Qin Yun was somewhat stunned. She was sleeping soundly moments ago, why was she here? Senior brother. Qin Yun looked at the blood trickling down the corners of Tian Huang's lips and saw the two demons with flaring dermic powers. The leader was a sinister elder in a black regal gown. Her body quivered as she asked, "They are, I'm the southern nation's imperial preceptor," said the black regal gowned elder with a smile. Imperial preceptor? Qin Yun's expression turned pale. They were doomed. Brother, I've caught Misty Rain's Sword Gallery's sword master. A demon landed in the yard with Qin Yun as he spoke. Master. Qin Yun and Tian Huang turned more anxious when they saw Qin Yun. His dermic powers have been sealed by me. You can do anything you'd like to him. The demon was grinning as Qin Yun stood by the side silently. He was in no hurry to reveal his strength. After all, he roamed the human world to seek the great Tao of man. He took on various roles to experience different situations. Therefore, unless necessary, he did not reveal strength that exceeded his role. Even when he did, he would do so in silence. Others would not realize it. For example, he was controlling the second firmament demon, but no one was aware of that. Tian Huang, your master is here as well. The imperial preceptor felt even more pleased. You took him as your master at 6. You have cultivated for more than 30 years, with 20 years under his tutelage. It's said your relationship is excellent, it's as if he's your father? Ha ha ha. Oh, there's this junior sister too. It will only be more tragic for her. Her entire Jin family will be finished. Master, junior sister. Tian Huang was momentarily unsure how to face the situation. His master and junior sister were in a perilous situation, and his junior sister's entire household was doomed. Kill me if you want to kill me. Why implicate my family? Qin Yun said through gritted teeth. Besides, I was the one who had seen your brother. My master did not know of it. Imperial preceptor, killing mortals is highly sinful. If there's any vendetta, aim it at me. Tian Huang stared at the imperial preceptor intently. I have means to resolve the sins. As long as it's not something too major, I can withstand it.
The Imperial Preceptor waved his hand as he smiled, pulling a beautiful woman over. She was dressed properly and she had a needle and thread in her hand. She was astounded by everything when she was pulled through the air.
Mom! Qin Yun hurriedly hugged the woman.
You are. Madame Jean was dumbfounded when she saw her daughter.
Mom, it's my fault.
My fault, muttered Qin Yun as tears streamed down her cheeks. She knew that a calamity had befallen them. Even her mother was implicated. Tian Huang looked at his junior sister hug her mother while sobbing. His heart pained as he blamed himself. Why did I hide in my junior sister's house?
Was it because I did not want to be disturbed? Was I overly confident? I was taken in by the Cloud Ink sect and had a smooth cultivation.
Although my assassination of the Imperial Preceptor failed, I easily escaped.
I was confident that he could not find me?
I underestimated him, but I ended up harming junior sister and master.
Tian Huang's face turned pale. Madame Jean, you might not know me. I'm the Southern Nation's Imperial Preceptor.
This Tian Huang attempted an assassination on me and deserves to be punished with death for his crime.
Your daughter even gave him refuge, said the Imperial Preceptor.
Therefore, you and your daughter shall die, same for Tian Huang and his master.
Mom, sorry.
Sorry, Qin Yun apologized profusely. Ever since her father passed away, her mother was her only kin. Her mother managed the Qin family and also took good care of her. Qin Yun was not afraid of death, but she did not wish to implicate her mother.
Don't continue.
Madame Jean hugged her daughter and looked at the Imperial Preceptor.
Imperial Preceptor, we are just mere mortals. Can you spare my daughter? All of you have to die. If anyone is to blame, it's Tian Huang. The Imperial Preceptor watched as Tian Huang's expression in glee. Tian Huang was indeed in pain as he blamed himself. He stared at the Imperial Preceptor and said in a deep voice, "There's no way you can stop me if I were to commit suicide. I'm willing to surrender as long as you let my master and my junior sister's entire family off." Surrender?
The Imperial Preceptor nodded slightly.
That sounds good. You can allow me to vent my frustration as I wish.
I would be able to do anything I wish, but unfortunately, you are a Cloud Ink sect disciple. Therefore, everything has to be done cleanly tonight. You have to die, as well as them.
You? Tian Huang's eyes seemed to crack. No hope was given. I'll give you a little more time. You can say your last words to each other before all of you die, said the Imperial Preceptor. He felt that doing so made Tian Huang suffer more than experiencing a swift and direct death. And it was indeed the case. It was fine if a cultivator died alone, but to implicate his loved ones. Master. Tian Huang plopped to the ground on his knees as tears streamed down his cheeks. Master, I'm sorry for implicating you.
I have always wished to repay you, but not only did I not do it, I even brought a calamity upon you.
It's not your fault.
Qin Yun looked at him. When Tian Huang heard his master's first words to be "it's not your fault" after being captured, scenes surfaced in his mind. He could not help but feel more guilt while tears poured down. Madame Jean hugged her daughter as well, while Qin Yun returned with a tight hug. Even if death was upon them, they were dying together. Master, junior sister, it's all my fault.
I will repay everything to you in my next life.
After Tian Huang said that while kneeling, his eyes turned red as he transformed into a stream of light that charged at the Imperial Preceptor.
He was risking it all. Bam!
The Imperial Preceptor, who was already prepared, waved his hand, throwing out a huge seal.
It slammed into Tian Huang, throwing him to the ground. It left a massive crater in his wake. Since you are in a hurry to die, die.
The Imperial Preceptor's violent demonic auras surged. Qin Yun watched this scene from the side. At that moment, Madame Jean and Qin Yun were hugging each other, unwilling to loosen their grip despite their impending deaths. At that moment, the guilt-ridden Tian Huang counterattacked. The imperial preceptor's expression was nasty, but his eyes had a look of excitement in them.
He wanted to kill everything. The events unfolding before them were like a picturesque scene. It was also an inconspicuous scene in the vast human world. There was the reluctance from parting, guilt and shame, hatred and craziness. At this moment, he recalled scenes that were buried deep in his memories, from the moment he could first remember more than 10,000 years ago. "Save me! Save me!" his sister was shouting as she was taken away by demons. The old servant Uncle Qian's desperate bid to protect Zhao Huairan. The death of Water God, causing all of Grand Dominance County to rejoice. The kiss with Xiao under the bright moon. All that he had experienced over the past 10,000 years seemed to play out in a long piece of painting. Countless paintings appeared before Qin Yun's eyes. "This is the human world," muttered Qin Yun. "This is the great Tao of man I've been searching for." If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 642 Perfected Great Tao. Chapter 642 Perfected Great Tao. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. This human world. It had a plethora of emotions, from love to hate, causing separation and reunion. There were the lofty sentiments such as enjoying life and living in the moment, and there were others who preferred honor to life. There were toddlers running around giggling while the elderly sat to the side alone, thinking of their old partners. Warriors dyed the battlefields with their blood as their wives waited for their husbands' return with children in tow. These countless scenes formed the human world. Such a human world was something that Qin Yun was sentimentally attached to. He was sentimental and passionate about all of this. Despite knowing that the great Chang world was on a brink of destruction, with Yang Jian and other immortals and Buddhas willing to rescue him and a small number of people, he chose to transcend the tribulations to embark on the itinerant immortal path of no return. He had given up an eternal life of carefreeness and the safety of his family because he was passionate about the human world. He was willing to sacrifice himself for billions of people. Demon Emperor Bai Zhe once asked if he had regretted it. Qin Yun had said back then that he saw the billions of lifeforms produced in the great Chang world and saw countless children running around happily. "I felt joy from choosing to transcend the tribulations prematurely. I'm joyful that I protected them." It was completely in line with what he truly felt. Only in that moment did Qin Yun understand that that was the human spirit. His love for the human world, the willingness to use his life to protect it. For instance, the three sovereigns Shuairenshi, Fuxishi, and Shenanshi were passionate about humanity and had sacrificed everything. Up to this day, they were still protecting humanity. Like the heroes who protected humanity at the cost of their lives, they possessed the human spirit in their hearts despite being mere mortals and having no idea about Tao hearts. Qin Yun had done so in the past as well. It was only today that he realized just how sentimental he was to the human world. It was likely the same with the three sovereigns. The selfish and crafty fiends who were willing to sacrifice an entire world without batting an eyelid would never figure out the human spirit no matter how many insights they had about nature. There was no way they could figure out the great Tao of man. The immortals who led carefree, eternal lives and stood high above others, often viewing the countless mortals suffering as though they were watching ants. Even if they abided by the precepts and were highly perceptive, they equally could not figure out the human spirit or the great Tao of man. To figure out the human spirit? One first had to have the human spirit. Qin Yun long had it, and it was something the three sovereigns could tell. That was why he figured it out today. The human spirit was considered the soul. The great Tao mysteries and charms he had gained over the years were the skeletal structure. Both naturally formed a complete system. A pinnacle great Tao of man surfaced in Qin Yun's heart. Sword Tao, great Tao of heaven, great Tao of earth,
great Tao of man. With heaven, earth, and man, his sword Tao fused as one. It was the sword Tao of heaven, earth, and man. This was the perfected great Tao that Qin Yun had been pursuing all along.
Boom!
Very naturally, Qin Yun figured out the sword Tao of heaven, earth, and man. Everything was proceeding naturally under the most ripe of conditions. Qin Yun felt as though he was seeing the three realms as birth as the heaven, earth, and man split.
No wonder.
It's no wonder that every perfected great Tao existence is so powerful. Emperor Polestar's schemes and calculations, Mahamayuri's five-colored divine light, Fuxishi's array formation.
Qin Yun was enlightened.
Every perfected great Tao represents the limit below that of the heavenly Tao. Every perfected great Tao has means to remain unique in the three realms. No matter how heaven-defying a pinnacle mighty figure is, there will still be an immense gap. For instance, even though Yang Jian is considered extremely powerful among pinnacle mighty figures and had the divine eye of destruction, he still nearly died fighting Patriarch Blood-Sea. Previously, I could only fight above my level and match them only because of an intrinsic connate cardinal treasure. Once the Tao is figured out, all Dharma spells and divine powers are enhanced as well. At that instant, Qin Yun felt that the past escape arts, protective divine powers, protective arts, domains, and other means he had learned could be perfected with the sword Tao of heaven, earth, and man as its foundation, resulting in a qualitative change.
That was why perfected great Tao experts had many brilliant measures.
Even my very simple Misty Rain domain previously cast through my Misty Rain sword, barely influenced the perfected great Tao was Bane avatar, thought Qin Yun.
And now, casting it again, my Misty Rain sword's Misty Rain domain will be more profound and its might shall increase exponentially.
Furthermore, my dermic powers have been raised again. After advancing from a pinnacle mighty figure to the perfected great Tao, using stronger dermic powers to power the Misty Rain sword will only increase the strength further.
Combined, the Misty Rain domain will be 10 times stronger than before. Even perfected great Tao experts will fear my Misty Rain domain. Qin Yun understood this point. This was only his most unimpressive move. The moves which he was really good at could only be described as terrifying. After all, a perfected great Tao sword immortal matched with an intrinsic connate cardinal treasure was naturally terrifying. This place is not suitable for a breakthrough. I'll wait till I return to Green Turing Palace and have my essence soul and dermic powers breakthrough, thought Qin Yun. His dermic powers were still stuck at the pinnacle mighty figure level. Although he had already figured out the sword Tao of heaven, earth, and man, who in the three realms would know if he did not say so? Above the Yu family's residence, Qin Yun stood to the side as Misty Rain Sword Gallery's master. He had silently figured out a perfected great Tao and become the most terrifying sword immortal in the three realms. Don't bother struggling. No one can save you today. The Imperial Preceptor deliberately acted without restraint as he struck the seal onto Tian Huang, worsening his injuries. Your body cultivation sure is resistant. You can probably withstand another 10 blows?
Whatever, I'll kill your master and junior sister first.
Oh? Who shall I kill first?
I'll kill your master first. He did not complain at all when he was captured. All he said was, "It's not your fault."
He sure is nice to you.
With that said, he waved his hand. The seal hurled towards Qin Yun.
Master! Tian Huang's eyes seemed to crack.
He could resist the seal when it struck the second firmament body he cultivated, but his master was only mortal. "It's really a good day today," said Qin Yun suddenly with a smile. He was only speaking normally when the seal failed to land on him. It was suspended in midair. Even the Imperial Preceptor demon turned motionless, maintaining the posture of him waving his hand to throw the seal. The other two demons similarly had their expressions frozen. It was as though time had paused, leaving only horror in their eyes.
Master! Tian Huan was somewhat taken aback as the scene before his very eyes were somewhat odd.
Although I'm in a good mood, The three of you have been holding a candle to the devil and done a lot of evil.
It's best you reincarnate.
As Qin Yun spoke, the Imperial Preceptor and the other two demons silently disintegrated. Tian Huang, as well as Madame Jean and Jin Yu, were stunned. All of them looked at Qin Yun. Anyone could tell that this Master Qin, who had been residing in Lin City for more than 30 years, was very extraordinary.
Master, you, Jin Yu uttered. Tian Huang, Jin Yu, said Qin Yun with a smile.
When the two of you became my disciples, the both of you were still children.
In a blink of an eye, both of you are already this big.
I have stayed in Lin City for more than 3 decades and am very happy to have 3 disciples like yourselves.
Master, you are? Tian Huang could not help but ask. Master, are you an expert? A sky immortal? A 5th firmament sky immortal? 8 firmament sky immortal?
Jin Yu could not curb her excitement as she asked. She was at the Kane True Core realm. To her, sky immortals were very powerful. She was naturally excited because she and her mother did not need to die. The Jin residence was spared as well.
How could she not be excited?
Furthermore, her master was impressively powerful.
It's time I leave, said Qin Yun. It's unknown when we will meet again after this separation. Master, you are leaving? Jin Yu immediately turned anxious.
Her father had passed away a long time ago and it was her mother who brought her up. She had been Qin Yun's disciple from a young age. To her, Qin Yun was like her father.
Master, when can we meet you again? Asked Tian Huang anxiously as well. When can you meet me again? Qin Yun hesitated.
As a perfected Great Tao Sword Immortal, he had an intrinsic Khanate cardinal treasure, making him more powerful than Demon Emperor Bai Zai's former incarnation.
However, he still did not have any confidence transcending the itinerant immortal tribulations. The 11th itinerant immortal tribulation could only be transcended with a perfected Great Tao strength. What about the 12th? If the two of you cultivate to the 6th firmament sky immortal realm, go to the lightning roar to seek me, said Qin Yun. If you don't, there's no need to meet again. With that said, 3 sword beams flew out from his fingertip. 2 of them flew into Tian Huang's and Jin Yu's bodies, while the 3rd sword beam tore through the sky and entered his 2nd disciple, Fan Yong, who was millions of kilometers away. His 2nd disciple was sitting cross-legged in meditation. When the sword beam tore through the sky and entered his body, it left him dazed. I have imparted the 3 of you a sword beam each. They contain a sword Tao heritage, said Qin Yun. Every sword Tao beam is at the mighty figure level.
Although they are different from one another, they are most suitable to each one of you individually.
Cultivate well. If fate permits, Qin Yun hesitated for a moment, perhaps we might meet again. Would they meet again?
It would depend on where the itinerant immortal tribulations ended and how powerful it was at the end. With that said, Qin Yun turned to leave. In a single step, he reached high into the sky, and with another step, he vanished.
As they watched their master disappear into the night, Tian Huang and Jin Yu were dumbfounded. Senior brother, did you hear it?
The 3 sword beams that Master gave us are at the mighty figure level.
And that they are all different? Jin Yu was somewhat confounded. What realm does Master have?
Very, very high, muttered Tian Huang. When I grow stronger, I must figure out what the lightning roar is.
Senior brother, you have to tell me when you find out.
Tell me who exactly our master is.
Jin Yu was extremely curious to know.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 643, Master, I've broken through. Chapter 643, Master, I've broken through. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. The 3 disciples received Qin Yun's heritage, while far away in the Cloud Ink sect, Elder Qian was hosting a banquet.
In the hall, there were dancers performing. Elder Qian sat at the seat of honor with several immortals sitting beside him.
They were all chatting while drinking immortal brew.
Elder Qian, who was holding a wine cup while chuckling, suddenly widened his eyes before collapsing in his seat.
He was no longer breathing. Taoist Qian. Junior brother Qian.
A commotion stirred as everyone surged over. However, Elder Qian's soul had already dissipated.
He was completely dead.
Elder Qian had died without any warning in front of so many immortals while still inside the Cloud Ink sect. It naturally caused a stir in the Cloud Ink sect. Just as the sect was about to investigate the matter, the Cloud Ink sect master and the sect's Tao protector suppressed the matter.
It left many disciples puzzled.
As such, Elder Qian's death became a mystery. After Qin Yun killed Elder Qian across the void, he left the heavenly realm and came to the Green Turing Palace. At the entrance of the Green Turing Palace's main hall was a Tao child.
Senior brother Qin.
The Tao child smiled as he received him. "Please inform my master that I wish to meet him," said Qin Yun.
"All right."
The Tao child smiled reverently as he faced the hall and transmitted the news.
"Master, senior brother Qin Yun wishes to seek an audience." And inside the main hall,
it was empty, but a figure suddenly descended on a bed of clouds. He was none other than the heavenly lord of numinous treasure.
"Let him in," said numinous treasure. He was somewhat puzzled. "I wonder why this disciple of mine is suddenly seeking me out.
Speaking of which, it has been more than 7,000 years since he became an itinerant immortal.
There's little time left for him.
Only by attaining a perfected great Tao will he have the chance to fight the tribulation.
If he fails to obtain a perfected great Tao, there will no hope. He will be doomed. Unfortunately, he can only rely on himself. No one can help him. So what if others were anxious? All they could do was watch from the side.
Qin Yun's sword Tao was pointed towards the perfected great Tao the moment it was attained. It garnered the envy of others and the appreciation of the Tao ancestor. But numinous treasure also knew that to attain a perfected great Tao in about 10,000 years was very difficult.
And at that moment, Qin Yun had walked in. "Master." Qin Yun bowed. "Is there a reason you've come to me?" asked numinous treasure with a smile. Qin Yun reverently reported, "Master, I've broken through." The smiling numinous treasure's expression froze. He was stupefied for an instant before his smile turned brilliant. Even as a member of the Three Pure Ones, he only ever had 2 disciples cultivate a perfected great Tao to date. One of them was Taoist Myriad Treasure and the other was the Old Mother of Blackfoal Mountain. Furthermore, Taoist Myriad Treasure had become a Buddhist because of his cultivation. It weakened the Green Turing Palace's foundations greatly. After all, as heavenly Tao realm existences, they were forced to leave the 3 realms in the future. If Green Turing Palace only had the Old Mother of Blackfoal Mountain to back it, it would drastically lose its standing in the 3 realms. Now that Qin Yun had broken through, it left numinous treasure a lot more excited. Broken through?
Numinous treasure's smile was radiant and extremely kind.
"You have attained a perfected great Tao?"
"It happened minutes ago," said Qin Yun respectfully. "I figured out the sword Tao of heaven, earth, and man, so I immediately came to Green Turing Palace to meet you, Master."
"Ha ha ha." Numinous treasure laughed rapturously. "Good.
You have attained a perfected great Tao and have an intrinsic Khanate cardinal treasure. As long as you solidify your progress, your strength will be at the half-step heavenly Tao realm.
You will be stronger than Bai Zai's former incarnation.
Then, you will have a chance of surviving the 12th itinerant immortal tribulation, but
however,
I can tell that your dermic powers are still stuck at the pinnacle mighty figure level." Numinous treasure frowned slightly. "A breakthrough causes too much a stir. If I were to break through in the heavenly realm, I'm afraid all of the 3 realms would learn of it quickly," said Qin Yun with a smile. I think it's better I break through in Green Turing Palace. Numinous Treasure's eyes lit up when he heard that. He said with a smiling nod, "You thought right. This should not be made public. Now, the one who wishes to kill you the most in the three realms is Black Lotus. He wishes to snatch your Misty Rain sword to refine it. He similarly wants to snatch the Qingping sword. If he misses this chance, he probably will no longer have any other chance. As long as your breakthrough isn't divulged, we can set up a trap, causing the fiend experts to fall into our grasp. Even if you are still a pinnacle mighty figure, killing you would not be easy since you possess an intrinsic connate cardinal treasure." Numinous Treasure aired his thoughts. The ones sent out would likely be at the perfected Great Tao level, ones who will be strong against you. Qin Yun said respectfully, "I share the same thoughts." Numinous Treasure smiled. By making a secret breakthrough without telling anyone, they could ensnare the fiends. Both of them shared the same idea. This was a rare opportunity. Numinous Treasure nodded. "We can take the opportunity to eliminate the fiends at the perfected Great Tao. You can also gain greater merit. Your Misty Rain sword will also come closer to becoming a merit cardinal treasure." Qin Yun, no one knows the might of the 12th itinerant immortal tribulation. After all, Bai Zhe failed in his previous incarnation and died. Your Misty Rain sword is an intrinsic connate cardinal treasure. If it becomes a merit cardinal treasure, your strength will be elevated again, so your chances of transcending the tribulation will increase, said Numinous Treasure. And to have a merit cardinal treasure, the merit required is immense. You once killed Star Destruction that wreaked havoc in countless small worlds. He was the strongest in small worlds, so the heavenly courts and Buddhists could not stop him. He was ranked in the top 5 when it came to sin in the 3 realms. By killing him, you gained copious amounts of merit. Later, you became the strongest in a small world and could penetrate the void without a ray formation stopping you. You swept through the 26 fiendish dominions and caused numerous small worlds in the 26 dominions to be taken back. The merit involved was even higher. After all, there are only 60 dominions in the 3 realms. With the great merit from these 2 deeds, if you were to destroy a perfected Great Tao of the fiends, there is hope of you attaining a merit cardinal treasure. The Tao ancestor looked forward to it. Attaining a merit cardinal treasure was too difficult. For example, when it came to killing fiends. A chaos god fiend like Wu Zhiqi was stronger than Star Destruction, but the merit gained from killing him was relatively smaller. The merit gained did not depend on the fiend's strength and reputation, but on their sins. Star Destruction's sins far exceeded most perfected Great Tao existences. The merit Qin Yun accrued from his 2 deeds was because he became invincible in a small world. He could sweep through everything and kill Star Destruction. It resulted in him influencing the situation in countless small worlds. "I will naturally try my best," said Qin Yun. "By the way, you did not tell anyone about your breakthrough, right?" asked Numinous Treasure. "Master, you and I are the only ones who know of my breakthrough," said Qin Yun. "Very good. Continue keeping it a secret. Since we are scheming against the fiends, we have to be careful." "You cannot even tell your family," said Numinous Treasure. "Yes, Master," Qin Yun answered. "As for how we should set up the trap, I will have to think carefully about it," said Numinous Treasure. "Begin your cultivation to complete the breakthrough first. Will the fiend ancestor discover the breakthrough in my dermic powers?" Qin Yun was somewhat worried. "Don't worry. No one can spy on you while you're inside Green Turing Palace. Before you leave, I will make the necessary arrangements," said Numinous Treasure with a smile. "I'll definitely make Black Lotus suffer a setback. Alright, quickly make your breakthrough. You cannot relax when it comes to cultivation. Every increase in strength will increase the hopes of you surviving the itinerant immortal tribulations." "Yes. I shall take my leave then." Qin Yun immediately left. Numinous Treasure watched this scene as his eyes flickered with a strange glow. I really did not make a mistake. This disciple of mine is truly talented. Now, his strength is above his senior sister and he is ranked first among my disciples, said Numinous Treasure inwardly. The biggest trouble now is his transcending of the itinerant immortal tribulations. As long as he survives it, he will be the next lord of my green Turing palace. Even if I were to leave the three realms, my green Turing palace's standing will remain immovable with this disciple of mine. Numinous Treasure was in an extremely good mood. It was truly news that comforted him. Green Turing Palace. In the chamber of Qin Yun's tiny compound. Qin Yun sat cross-legged on a mat. Time for the breakthrough. Qin Yun closed his eyes. With a thought, his essence-soul dermic powers immediately fused with the sword Tao of heaven, earth, and man. Every wisp of essence-soul dermic powers immediately transformed quantitatively after using the sword Tao of heaven, earth, and man as their foundation. His dermic powers turned purer as his strength increased rapidly. Wisps of even stronger dermic powers arose in him as his essence soul, which was comprised of boundless essence soul dermic powers, also transformed. He was molting into a perfected great Tao expert. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 644 Half-Step Heavenly Tao Realm. Chapter 644 Half-Step Heavenly Tao Realm. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. The amount of heaven and earth spiritual energies absorbed going from a pinnacle mighty figure to a perfected great Tao figure was massive. Small worlds, even up to 5 of them, could not provide the required heaven and earth spiritual energies. Even a breakthrough in the heavenly realm would result in a huge commotion. But in Green Turing Palace, there was an endless stream of heaven and earth spiritual energies provided. Breaking through there did not cause any commotion. The absorption of heaven and earth spiritual energies only stopped after an hour. This feeling sure is magical. Qin Yun opened his eyes, finding his essence soul more lively and vigorous. Cultivation also became faster. His dermic powers had also strengthened. The same move which was powered by perfected great Tao dermic powers was several times stronger. I should improve and perfect my divine powers and sword moves. Qin Yun flipped his hand and produced a black jade bottle. He pulled out the stopper and consumed a drop of samsara dew which quickly spread throughout his essence soul. As he started feeling a little tipsy, his essence soul turned even more vivid as his perceptivity increased. Qin Yun had once cultivated in 2 great divine powers, the heavenly cycle stellar robes and the heavenly cycle stellar realm. Since Qin Yun's insights lay in the sword Tao of heaven, earth, and man and not the great Tao of the stellar heavenly cycle, it prevented those 2 great divine powers from reaching the phenomenal success stage. Divine powers are in essence the remarkable use of a great Tao. Using the heavenly cycle stellar robes as a reference and his own insights and defensive measures, Qin Yun first completed a defensive great divine power, one that was similar to a robe. He gave it a simple name, Azure Cloud Robes. It was the manifestation of the sword Tao of heaven, earth, and man into a world so as to protect his body. The robe appeared to be azure-colored and it was weaved by countless threads that contained the profundity of the sword Tao of heaven, earth, and man. He next created a second great divine power by referencing the heavenly cycle stellar realm as well as his intrinsic flying sword's misty rain domain. The second great divine power was named the Misty Rain Realm. Speaking of which, the 2 great divine powers were in no way inferior to the 2 created by the ancient demon Celestial the Arch. However, the Misty Rain Realm provided little aid to Qin Yun. After all, casting the Misty Rain domain through his intrinsic connate cardinal treasure was stronger. Instead, it was the Azure Cloud Robes that Qin Yun believed surpassed the heavenly cycle stellar robes. Furthermore, he was very interested in anything that protected his body. In the future, perhaps all he needed was an additional defensive ability to allow him to transcend the itinerant immortal tribulations? These 2 great divine powers are just a crowning touch.
My strongest means are still delivered by my misty rain sword, thought Qin Yun. Even the heavenly lord of numinous treasure believed that he would possess strength at the half-step heavenly Tao realm once he solidified his perfected great Tao. It was all because of his intrinsic connate cardinal treasure.
Misty rain sword. Qin Yun continued meditating. Every perfected great Tao existence had a trait they were excellent at. For instance, the king of myriad fiends was good at controlling the hearts and minds of others because of his 6 desires great Tao. Qin Yun's great Tao of heaven, earth, and man was best at setting up arrays. Even the intrinsic flying sword he nurtured could naturally split into the 3 swords of heaven, earth, and man. Back when Pango first split the heaven from the earth, it resulted in the formation of the heaven, earth, and man realms. Concentrating on what he was best at meant half the work with double the results. Array formations. They could be used defensively, as well as for entrapment and killing. With his own accumulated insights and the referencing of the numerous array formations recorded in Green Turing Palace, as well as drawing from the various charms of the immortal vanquishing array, his Misty Rain array reached an initial stage of success after 600 years of seclusion in Green Turing Palace. The Misty Rain sword can be used to protect, entrap, and kill. It's what I will be relying on to withstand the itinerant immortal tribulations and to reign supreme in the 3 realms. Now, it can be considered as me garnering some initial success. Qin Yun smiled before consuming another drop of samsara dew. Next, it's time to study more great Tao and infuse them into my sword Tao, as well as look forward to the day when I figure out the Tao of the myriad things in heaven and earth, so as to reach the heavenly Tao realm. Qin Yun closed his eyes and attempted to infuse the 7 stars great Tao into his sword Tao of heaven, earth, and man. The 7 stars great Tao was the only great Tao he had insights in at the pinnacle level other than his sword Tao of heaven, earth, and man. Although he had attempted to fuse them together, his sword Tao of heaven, earth, and man was imperfect back then. Now that it was perfected, he could naturally attempt fusion. With the foundation of the past, it was a lot easier this time. The sword Tao of heaven, earth, and man will be the body, while the 7 stars great Tao will be the veins. Qin Yun attempted fusion. During the fusion process, Qin Yun had chanced upon the insights of a sword kinesis flight art and named it the 7 stars evasion art. It was striking for its speed and unpredictability. A new sword Tao was figured out after spending 2 centuries. Now, his Misty Rain sword Tao was the fusion of the sword Tao of heaven, earth, and man and the 7 stars great Tao. It was at least 50% stronger than just the sword Tao of heaven, earth, and man alone. Qingping sword. Qin Yun flipped his hand as the Qingping sword flew out from his sleeve and rested on his knees. It contained the evolution of a chaos world, where heaven and earth had been split. It also held endless vibrancy in it. Inside the Qingping sword, the genesis of chaos split into yin and yang, creating the heaven and earth. The Qingping sword has a complete yin-yang great Tao. The great Tao of heaven and great Tao of earth are present as well. There's only a portion of the limitless great Tao and the life great Tao. Qin Yun smiled. However, a complete yin-yang great Tao is very suitable for me. Qin Yun continued cultivating. Cultivation knew no time. One particular day, Qin Yun opened his eyes. I'm about to undergo my 8th itinerant immortal tribulation. It's time to return. Qin Yun got up and left the cave abode. He had spent nearly 1,000 years in seclusion in Green Turing Palace. Whoosh! Invisible forces enveloped Qin Yun as he was transported away. Qin Yun did not resist, for he was very familiar with the force. It was none other than this master. In the main hall, Qin Yun appeared out of thin air. The heavenly lord of numinous treasure sat on a bed of clouds as he looked at the present Qin Yun, whose dermic powers were most forceful. They had reached the perfected great Tao stage. How has your consolidation been after nearly 1,000 years of seclusion? Inquired numinous treasure. I've already figured out various mystic arts, array formations, and killing arts, said Qin Yun respectfully. Well done. Numinous Treasure laughed. How's your ability to hide from the heavenly secrets? Qin Yun laughed.
After fusing the 7 stars great Tao into his sword Tao of heaven, earth, and man, his ability of hiding from the heavenly secrets had improved. Furthermore, with his intrinsic flying sword present, he was able to obfuscate the heavenly secrets.
Master, watch. Qin Yun attempted to blur the heavenly secrets to conceal his aura. Oh? Numinous Treasure looked at Qin Yun in surprise. He nodded slightly. Even with you in front of me, all I can do is vaguely sense your strength. Even you were to hide in a great world, no one in the 3 realms will be able to see through you. However, this is still insufficient. With that said, Numinous Treasure waved his hand and threw out a black bead. Qin Yun grabbed it immediately. This is an ordinary connate Numinous Treasure, said Numinous Treasure. It's something I recently completed refining with a connate wonder. There's no other use for it except to hide from the heavenly secrets. By bringing it with you, the heavenly secrets will be blurred. No one can spy on you. No one? Would even the fiend ancestor fail to find me? Qin Yun turned worried. If the fiend ancestor could not find him, how was he to deliver him a setback?
Although there's no way to infer your location from the heavenly secrets, there are always dumb methods, said Numinous Treasure with a laugh. All you need to do is head to a great world and act according to how you usually would. With the intelligence network the fiends have across the entire 3 realms, it's still possible to find you if no costs are spared. It will take him greater effort to find you if you hide well, and that will result in him being less suspicious, said Numinous Treasure.
Yes. Qin Yun nodded. I prepared this for you.
Numinous Treasure threw out a gray cloth sack.
Remember, when you head to any great world, the first thing to do is to set up a formation. After all, the fiend ancestor will be sending a perfected great Tao enemy. The person in question might appear at any time. Master, don't worry. I understand.
Qin Yun received the gray cloth sack, and when he looked at the array formation treasures within, he could not help but be astounded. Without any preparations, killing a perfected great Tao in a one-on-one battle was rather difficult. Although he had strength at the half-step heavenly Tao realm, every figure at the perfected great Tao had spent a great deal of effort in the aspects of life preservation and escaping. But if he could set up an array formation ahead of time, allowing the enemy to fall into the trap, the chances of him using his half-step heavenly Tao realm strength to kill a perfected great Tao existence were a lot higher. This plan is firstly to weaken the fiends and secondly, to win you an opportunity of gaining immense merit, said Numinous Treasure. With your strength, there are fewer and fewer opportunities for you to gain immense merit.
You must not miss out on any opportunity. Qin Yun nodded.
Back when he was invincible in small worlds, he could change the situation of the 3 realms and receive immense merit. Furthermore, the areas with the most number of lives in the 3 realms were all found in small worlds. Back when Qin Yun changed the situation of the 26 dominions, the merit he received left many mighty figures envious. Similarly, Star Destruction, who was once invincible in small worlds, had sins that ranked in the top 5.
Becoming a mighty figure did not mean invincibility.
It actually made the earning of immense merit very difficult. That was because there were many in the 3 realms who were still stronger than Qin Yun.
Even now,
there were many who were Qin Yun's equal. There were a few that were close to him in strength as well.
I understand, Master, replied Qin Yun.
Go on then, said Numinous Treasure.
Qin Yun returned to him to lightning roar and left after transcending the 8th itinerant immortal tribulation.
Xiao and his family were all worried. After all, 8,000 years had passed. Qin Yun had yet to break through to the perfected great Tao, which naturally made them anxious. And to keep it a secret, Qin Yun did not even tell his loved ones, afraid that it would leak. Mighty figures were very good at gathering intelligence.
It's been 8,000 years. You have finally left the heavenly realm.
In the tenebrous fiend abyss, the fiend ancestor's destruction body smiled. I've long determined that you can't hide in the heavenly realm all the time when faced with the itinerant immortal tribulations. You have to go out to seek out opportunities. Oh? Why is his concealment of the heavenly secrets that formidable? All I can see are his karmic lines. He should be in the newfound great world. I can't tell where exactly he is, however. To be able to hide from the heavenly secrets that only a few heavenly Tao realm figures are capable of doing so. It must be numinous treasure acting personally. He sure cherishes this disciple of his. Numinous treasure is even willing to help his disciple hide from the heavenly secrets when he's out seeking opportunities. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 645, Fox Immortal. Chapter 645, Fox Immortal. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. It will be quite difficult to find a hidden Qin Yun in the massive newfound great world. The fiend ancestor's destruction body sneered. However, this Qin Yun is known for abhorring evil. As long as he continues his habit of ridding evil, with my fiendish network all across the three realms, I'll definitely be able to sniff him out. This Qin Yun has to die. His misty rain sword will eventually be refined by me. If I gain the powers of another lotus seed of fate, my strength will increase once again, but the lotus seed of fate he recently obtained from Jerome had made the fiend ancestor experience a drastic increase in strength. However, he had only attained the heavenly Tao realm later in his cultivation. His accumulations were weaker. He would have been at a disadvantage fighting the Tao ancestors, but due to the tenebrous fiend abyss which augmented him while in the three realms, he was at the very least unkillable. But once he was forced to leave the three realms, he would lose the protection of the tenebrous fiend abyss. Hence, he naturally could not miss the power of the lotus seed of fate embedded inside Qin Yun's misty rain sword. Newfound great world. Go! In midair, Qin Yun threw out a stone array disk. It dived deep underground and immediately generated connections with other areas. Qin Yun could immediately trigger the massive array which was personally refined by the Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure with a single thought. Just as Master said, I should first set up the array in any great world I step into. Qin Yun smiled. After the array is set up, I just need to wait for them to fall into the trap. With that, Qin Yun left and began ridding the world of evil to accumulate merit. Having attained his perfected great Tao, he only had 4,000 years left until his 12th itinerant immortal tribulation. With such a short period of time left, Qin Yun did not believe that he could cultivate to the heavenly Tao realm no matter how arrogant he was. After all, the sword Tao of heaven, earth, and man suited him the best, yet, he had spent so much time and effort on it. If he were to cultivate another tougher great Tao, he was destined to spend even longer. Therefore, in the short 4,000 years, the most important action he needed to undertake to have any hope of transcending the tribulation was to enhance his intrinsic flying sword to a merit cardinal treasure. This was the most obvious way of increasing his strength. Secondly, he needed to constantly improving his misty rain array. But clearly, after reaching a brand new level, any improvements would prove difficult. I will storm through one great world after another, ridding them of evil to amass merit. The other mighty figures might be afraid of those with powerful backers, but I'm not, thought Qin Yun. He was strong enough. He was at the half-step heavenly Tao realm. Furthermore, he was an itinerant immortal. The three realms knew that sword immortal Qin was deranged in this period, so no matter how belligerent and ruthless he acted, the various factions had no intention to fight him. The newfound great world was vast. Qin Yun traveled the world and attacked whenever he saw unfairness. He did not deliberately expose his identity. After all, the more he kept a low profile and the more he concealed himself, the less suspicious the fiend ancestor would be. Qin Yun believed that even if the fiends could not find him anytime soon, they would definitely be able to find him given time. Furthermore, if it dragged on too long, Qin Yun could always accidentally allow them to find him.
7 years passed in a blink of an eye. Qin Yun arrived in the borders of the Wei Nation.
The Wei Nation is considered quite a huge country in the Huifeng Great World. Its territory spans 150,000 kilometers, equal to 100 of the Great Chang World. But the sovereign is too tyrannical, causing the nation's people to live in destitution. Dressed in ordinary clothes, Qin Yun walked through the main streets and saw refugees in groups. Their skins were sallow and they were thin. They did not even have shoes to wear. Walking with blackened bare feet and dressed in rags, they walked together with women and children. Occasionally, one would collapse to the ground silently, but would be met with indifference by others. Clearly, they were already accustomed to this. A great world has rich heaven and earth spiritual energies. There are no lack of cultivators, so it won't be difficult to provide food for the people.
Qin Yun looked over and could see the resentment auras rising over the Wei Nation.
The heavenly courts does not care for this area. As the Taoists, Buddhists, and fiends are fighting for supremacy here, they have caused the Huifeng Great World to plunge into utter chaos. Qin Yun looked at the surrounding refugees as he gently inhaled. Invisible forces instantly permeated the refugees around him. Even the ones who had fallen to the ground, and even the one who had just died resumed breathing.
I'm no longer hungry. I feel energetic. Why am I alright now?
The refugees discovered that they felt better than ever.
They were even cured of their ailments.
The dead had even revived. Life and death was merely a thought.
It must be a godly immortal. Thank you, immortal.
Thank you, benevolent immortal. The refugees around him all knelt down as they kowtowed in gratitude. Qin Yun was just beside them, but the refugees could not see him at all. As long as a mighty figure did not wish for it to happen, no one could see them even if they were standing right beside them. These mortals only wish to live. This Wei Nation's sovereign, Qin Yun shook his head gently when he suddenly looked up into the distance. He saw 2 beams of light flying across.
The 2 beams of light was a pursuit. The fleeing party was a white-dressed woman.
Chasing after her was a black-robed Taoist.
Go!
The black-robed Taoist cast his Dharma treasure from afar, sending 8 tokens smashing over. As the white-dressed woman fled, she used 2 divine swords to fend off the attacks, but missed one. One of the tokens struck her body. She plummeted to the grasslands below. She immediately stood up, but could not stop herself from coughing out blood.
Ha, demon spawn, you won't escape.
The black-robed Taoist roared with laughter. The white-dressed woman was beautiful, just one look from her could move any heart. The black-robed Taoist could not help but be enticed by her. As expected of the legendary 9-tailed fox.
Your charms are indeed extraordinary. It's no wonder His Majesty is so obsessed with you.
The woman carefully controlled the 2 swords to surround her. She glared at the black-robed Taoist.
It's still a question as to who dies today. Are you still trying to sound tough at this moment in time?
The black-robed Taoist scoffed. As a fox demon, you entered the imperial palace and bewitched His Majesty before attempting to assassinate him.
This is a crime punishable by death. I believe you know what awaits you if I were to capture you, but the sovereign is tyrannical and leaves his people in destitution.
He wholeheartedly worships your Black Wind Fiend sect and has captured us demons without any regard.
Since he won't allow us demons to live, what's wrong with me taking his life?
Said the woman coldly. For what your Fox Immortal Island has done, His Majesty has sent his men to destroy it, said the black-robed Taoist with a laugh.
As for a mastermind like you, His Majesty has insisted that you be caught. Capturing you would be a meritorious act for me, but I can spare you and let you leave.
I'll pretend as if I have never met you.
You will let me go? The woman frowned.
Yes. The Taoist gave a sinister laugh as a lewd glint flashed in his eyes.
Weren't you trying to bewitch His Majesty? Why don't you try bewitching me and spend the night with me? I'll pretend as though I never met you and allow you to leave. How about that? Dream on. The woman scoffed. You are not my match. Either you die or you spend a night with me.
Make your choice, said the Taoist as he stroked his beard. According to what he knew, the sovereign had yet to do a thing to the nine-tailed fox immortal before he was met with the assassination. In his rage, he had ordered for her to be captured. The Taoist thought, if I were to capture her, it would only benefit His Majesty. If I were to capture her alive and hide her, she would be mine.
A nine-tailed fox immortal is very rare. I don't have much patience, said the Taoist. Would a fox immortal like you have scruples about spending a night with me? Humph.
The woman harumphed coldly as she immediately transformed into a beam of light in a bid to escape again. So it appears you are acquiescing after having refused my first overture.
The Taoist's expression darkened as he waved his hand, sending out the 8 tokens again. This Taoist, the woman was anxious. I can only risk it. Either he dies or I die.
She had the intention to risk her life. The Taoist had a compassionate look in his eyes, but his attack showed none of that. He was bent on gravely injuring her to capture her alive.
Swoosh!
Suddenly, a sword tore through the sky.
Who is it? The Taoist's expression changed.
The sword flash was extremely sharp as he hurriedly controlled the 8 tokens to defend him as a massive array.
The array sealed the area in an impregnable defense. Pew!
However, the extremely sharp sword beam easily tore through his array formation and penetrated him.
He widened his eyes as he roared, "The Black Wind sect will not let you off."
With that said, he quickly breathed his last while his corpse plummeted to the ground.
The woman was somewhat astounded.
She believed that she needed to risk her life in despair, but this sudden turn of events had happened. She carefully looked over. A gray-clothed youth flew over. The sword beam in midair drew out a circle before returning to the youth's scabbard on his back.
"Thank you for helping, Tao brother," said the woman in gratitude.
"I was impressed when I heard that you attempted to assassinate the sovereign, so I took action," said Qin Yun. "I never expected a human Taoist to be riddled with such sins, while a demon like you has so much merit." However, the woman was filled with gratitude.
"I'm Qing Shuang. Tao brother, might I know who you are?"
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 646, The Tao of Yin Yang. Chapter 646, The Tao of Yin Yang. Translator, Sitalan. Editor, Sitalan.
You may call me. Qin Yun paused for a moment before finishing his sentence. Taoist phone.
Taoist phone.
Qing Shuang had never heard of Taoist phone before, but the Hui phone great world was massive. It was not surprising to have never heard of such an expert. She said, "Tao brother phone, you just killed a Black Wind Fiend sect disciple."
"They will definitely investigate. It's best we leave quickly. If you don't mind, you can have a seat at one of my villas and have a drink?"
As he looked at the fox immortal, Qin Yun had some thoughts.
He agreed with a nod. "Tao brother, please follow me."
The white-dressed woman beamed in delight. After all, Taoist phone had saved her life. She naturally knew to show her gratitude. Immediately, the both of them flew off.
The fox immortal had fled to this region because she had a villa nearby. After all, she had cultivated to the sky immortal realm. Having a few villas was very normal. In an exquisite courtyard, there were a few tall bamboo planted.
Qin Yun and Qing Shuang sat opposite each other, with a table filled with sumptuous dishes and alcohol in between them.
"There is no way for me to thank you for saving me, Tao brother phone."
"All I can do is first host you with this table of food and alcohol," said Qing Shuang with a smile.
"Nice culinary skills."
As Qin Yun drank the wine and ate the food, he said with a smile, I only saved you in passing. There's no need to take it to heart. To be honest, you should be commended for your courage in attempting to assassinate the Wei nation's sovereign. However, it was quite a silly act.
Silly?
Qing Xuan was taken aback as she nodded.
Yes, the Wei nation's sovereign is very careful. I thought my aura concealment was brilliant enough, but an expert by the sovereign's side had long seen through me. My actions were indeed laughable and pointless. I eventually managed to barely flee thanks to my talent and at the cost of some damage to my core foundations. A nine-tailed fox had a mystic art for fleeing.
However, moments after damaging her core foundation to escape the palace, she encountered the black-robed Taoist. Unable to use the fleeing mystic art twice in a short period of time, she despaired.
Thankfully, she had met Qin Yun.
That's not what I'm saying, said Qin Yun.
What I mean is that killing the Wei nation's sovereign would be useless.
Oh?
Qing Xuan was taken aback.
The Wei nation's sovereign was able to inherit the throne because he cultivated to the sky immortal realm.
Would he be dumb? Asked Qin Yun. Such tyranny and unbridled action should cover him in grave sins. Why would a sky immortal like him not be afraid of the sins? Can't you tell?
Qing Shuang said, I know that he serves the Black Wind Fiend sect and has cultivated in the fiendish ways.
He's probably not a sky immortal but a sky fiend.
It was still fresh on her mind how the Wei nation's sovereign had released his tumultuous fiendish dermic powers.
Yes, he is a sky fiend.
As for the present Wei nation, it has long been fully infiltrated by the Black Wind Fiend sect and has become one of its territories, said Qin Yun.
Regardless of who becomes the new sovereign, they will continue serving the Black Wind Fiend sect.
As long as the entire Wei nation remains a dominion ruled by the fiends, the people will remain in destitution. The true owner of the Wei nation is the Black Wind Fiend sect, and not the sovereign, said Qin Yun. To truly change the Wei nation, one has to free it from the Black Wind Fiend sect's rule.
So tell me, is assassinating a sovereign useful? The Black Wind Fiend sect is in full control of the Wei nation? Qing Xuan was taken aback. The Wei nation was not like this in the past. Just one sovereign submitted to the Black Wind Fiend sect and the entire Wei nation is under its control? You will know in the future.
Qin Yun laughed and did not elaborate. With his strength, just one look at the Wei nation was enough to give him a full understanding of it.
He could even tell many of an ordinary mighty figure's secrets if they stood in front of him. What was the sword art you used against the enemy just now? Inquired Qin Yun.
It's an yin-yang sword art, said Qing Shuang with a smile. I obtained this sword art by mere chance.
However, I'm just too inferior to you. Can you carefully demonstrate this sword art for me to see? Requested Qin Yun. Sure. Qing Xuan thought nothing of it.
She immediately waved her hand as two divine swords flew out. They flew in the courtyard in midair, with yin-yang interweaving, turning completely unfathomable. As Qin Yun watched carefully, he nodded slightly. He was now a perfected Great Tao existence. Further cultivation involved him figuring out new Great Tao to fuse into his sword Tao. This would constantly accumulate until he reached the heavenly Tao realm one day. As the Qingping sword contained a complete Great Tao, the yin-yang Great Tao, Qin Yun was currently focused on cultivating the yin-yang Great Tao. Although he had not cultivated it for long, his realm was already more brilliant than the Fox Immortals. Upon seeing Qing Shuang demonstrate her yin-yang Tao's sword art, he could not help but feel the itch to demonstrate.
Whoosh! Whoosh!
The two divine sword landed in Qing Shuang's sleeves as she said with a smile, it was only some mediocre techniques.
Please excuse my embarrassment. Your sword art is a sword art from the yin-yang Tao.
I also cultivate an yin-yang Tao sword arts, said Qin Yun with a smile. That sword moves you demonstrated simply need minor changes to drastically increase their strength. With that said, he waved his hand.
Two sword chi flew out.
The sword Qi interwove in flight and demonstrated the same sword art that the fox immortal had demonstrated.
However, it was clearly more brilliant.
Only slight modifications were made to its foundations. There was no need for greater insight into the great Tao, yet, its strength had increased considerably. This sword art.
Qin Shuang's eyes lit up. Oh?
Qin Yun sensed something as he looked outside. He saw a figure flying from afar towards the courtyard he was in. Qin Shuang also quickly sensed it.
She looked up and smiled. Uncle Langer. The figure descended and it was a handsome man in a silver robe.
Humph, our entire Fox clan has to leave Fox Immortal Island because of your assassination attempt. You were tasked with the important responsibility of assassination, but now that you have failed, you are here, hooking up with a human Taoist and sending flirting signals. The silver-robed man was enraged. Uncle Langer, I was pursued by a Black Wind Fiend sect Taoist after my failed assassination. It was this Tao brother Feng who saved my life, said Qin Shuang immediately.
Enough, let's not talk about this. The man's expression was cold. You brought with you a treasured Tao talisman for the assassination but failed. You have turned our sacrifice into a joke. And now, we are facing the pursuit of the Wei nation's sovereign. You have truly disappointed the entire clan. Qin Shuang fell silent. She knew that the clan had made many preparations. The treasure the clan gave me to conceal my aura and obfuscate the heavenly secrets was completely useless. The first day I met the sovereign, an expert beside him had seen through me, continued Qin Shuang. That was a treasure the clan had personally exchanged for. You have a nine-tailed fox bloodline and are innately good at metamorphosis. How can a sovereign have people beside him to see through your disguise? The silver-robed man scoffed. All right, your excuses should be left to the clan head. If the clan head believes you, you can escape punishment, otherwise, you will have to pay Myriad Calamity Grotto a visit. Uncle Langer, I didn't lie.
Qin Shuang was gripped with anxiety, but she did not dare return. The demons were ruthless to outsiders, but so were they internally.
Are you feeling guilty conscious? Do you not dare to return? Humph. Then, I'll capture you and bring you back.
The man immediately stretched out his arm as 3 silver chains flew out from his hand in a bid to restrain Qin Shuang.
Phew! Phew! The divine sword behind Qin Yun's back flew out and split into 2.
The 2 sword flashes were unfathomable and unpredictable. The silver-robed man's expression changed.
Taoist!
Although his 3 silver chains immediately faced off the 2 sword flashes, it failed to stop it completely. The 2 sword flashes struck him and he was sent flying out the courtyard. He flew more than 1,000 feet as the blood he spewed out filled the sky.
To capture someone in front of me? Do you think I'm blind?
Said Qin Yun coldly.
Taoist, how dare you interfere in my Fox Immortal Island's internal matters?
Raged the silver-robed man.
Scram! If not, you will not simply be sent flying next time.
Instead, my yin-yang swords will slash you into 3, said Qin Yun coldly. The silver-robed man clenched his teeth as he glared at Qin Shuang.
Qin Shuang, are you sure you want to betray the clan and not return with me? Don't talk about betrayal.
Qin Yun curled his lips.
Didn't you also have a younger brother that had visited Myriad Calamity Grotto?
The silver-robed man was astounded.
How did he know?
Your Fox Immortal Island has more than 300 Sky Immortals, said Qin Yun.
Ever since the current clan head took up the position, 38 Sky Immortals have entered the Myriad Calamity Grotto.
They had all committed wrongs and were being punished, said the silver-robed man.
Following that, he said angrily, who exactly are you? How are you aware of the punished Sky Immortals of my Fox Immortal Island over the past tens of thousands of years? It's only a mere Fox Immortal Island. It's nothing in the Huifeng Great World. Qin Yun scoffed. However, I happen to discover a secret of your Fox Immortal Island.
Among the 38 sky immortals that entered the myriad calamity grotto, 2 of them died. 36 of them remain alive, but to be honest, they are almost no different from being dead since their essence souls are being controlled.
Your Fox Clan's clan head sure is talented. He actually succeeded in cultivating in the mental demon lineage's dermic formulation. Mental demon sky fiend? Are you saying that the clan head is a mental demon sky fiend?
The silver-robed man was astonished.
The 36 sky immortals are being controlled? The Huifeng Great World is filled with fiendish cultivators which I usually can't be bothered to deal with.
I'm doing this on account of how pitiful your entire clan is to not realize that you are under the machinations of the clan head.
Qin Yun scoffed.
If you don't believe me, let your clan elders grab any of the 36 sky immortals and probe their essence souls to learn the truth.
Dao brother Feng, are you speaking the truth?
Qing Shuang's body turned morbidly cold when she heard that.
If she were to return to end up being punished to enter Myriad Calamity Grotto, would she be controlled as well? Don't you make such alarmist statements.
The silver-robed man refused to believe it.
Report it to the clan elders and your clan elders will immediately know upon investigation, said Qin Yun. No, it's impossible.
Brother, the silver-robed man's expression was nasty as he carefully recalled. He discovered that the 36 sky immortals, including his younger brother, aligned themselves with the clan head after their exit from Myriad Calamity Grotto. It strengthened the clan head's authority internally, making him far greater than the 3 clan elders. There has indeed been changes in how my brother does things. But one can change, but to have 36 change together in loyal defiance to the clan head is indeed weird.
Logically speaking, they should be resentful towards the clan head after their suffering. Could it be? No, impossible.
Although he was flustered, the silver-robed man continued glaring at Qin Yun angrily. He roared, if I discover that you were lying, my Fox Immortal Island will absolutely not let this matter rest. With that said, he left as a beam of light. Such a major matter needed immediate investigation.
This was something that could shake Fox Immortal Island at its core. Qin Yun sat down and continued drinking the alcohol.
As for Qing Shuang, she stood there, her expressions changing repeatedly. What Qin Yun had said had left her shaken.
Dao brother Feng. Qing Shuang looked at Qin Yun and asked seriously, why are you helping me?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 647 Intelligence Net. Chapter 647 Intelligence Net. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. She was not dumb. As a genius of Fox Immortal Island, she was even considered absolutely intelligent.
This mysterious Taoist Feng had saved her life and fended off a Fox Immortal Island expert. He had even mentioned a huge problem that was stirring in Fox Immortal Island. All of this was to help her, as well as Fox Immortal Island.
Why am I helping you?
Qin Yun drank the wine and glanced at Qing Shuang. He said with a laugh, would you believe me that because of your impressive talent and your cultivation of sword arts which happen to use the same yin-yang Dao as mine, I suddenly have the intention of taking you in as a disciple? Qing Shuang immediately showed a look of delight when she heard him. She plopped to her knees and said, greetings, master.
The demons were more direct than humans.
With someone so powerful before her, she obviously had to cozy up to him. From this day forth, you are my disciple, said Qin Yun with a laugh.
He flipped his hand as a purple Dao talisman appeared in his palm. Carry this Dao talisman with you.
It can protect you. Even if a late-stage Sky Immortal expert were to attack you, it would still be able to fend them off for a moment.
Thank you.
Qing Shuang obediently accepted the gift bestowed by her master.
She looked at the purple Dao talisman in delight. It could fend off late-stage Sky Immortal experts?
Qing Shuang, you immediately accepted my suggestion of being my disciple.
Aren't you afraid that your master is too weak? Asked Qin Yun.
I wouldn't dare say anything else, but I obtained the yin yang sword art by chance. After so many years of cultivation, no one on Fox Immortal Island has managed to guide me. Yet, with just a short demonstration from me, you were able to modify my sword art in several places, causing it to increase in strength, said Qing Shuang. Clearly, Master's insights into the yin-yang Dao sword arts are far higher than mine. Yes, my yin-yang Dao sword art has only recently reached the late-stage Sky Immortal realm, said Qin Yun with a smile. It should still be sufficient to teach you.
Late-stage Sky Immortal realm? Qing Shuang was astounded. The Dao Talisman was a one-use item. For it to be able to fend off a late-stage Sky Immortal expert made it extremely valuable. A true late-stage Sky Immortal expert was considered quite a powerhouse in a dominion.
Many major sects had more than 10,000 Sky Immortals, but there would only be 100 plus at the mid-stage Sky Immortal realm, with only 1 or 2 late-stage Sky Immortals. For instance, Fox Immortal Island had a long heritage, but only 4 had reached the mid-stage Sky Immortal realm.
As for late-stage Sky Immortals, Fox Immortal Island did not dare offend them. Late-stage Sky Immortals could be the sect master of any top sect in any great world. Ha ha.
Qin Yun could not help but laugh when he saw his disciple's astounded look.
I didn't lie. I only began studying the yin-yang Great Tao after attaining a perfected Great Tao. Now, I'm not even at the half-step Golden Immortal realm when it comes to the yin-yang Great Tao. It can only be considered a late-stage Sky Immortal realm, thought Qin Yun. He took in disciples because other than ridding evil to amass merit, he still needed to cultivate. Now that he was focusing on the yin-yang Great Tao, teaching a genius disciple the Tao of yin-yang was also a form of honing and practice. Of course, he had chosen Qing Shuang because her talents were sufficiently high. As a nine-tailed fox, it was indeed impressive for her to cultivate to the Sky Immortal realm in less than 100 years. On the other hand, she had accrued a lot of merit. He had saved her and killed the black-robed Taoist because of her immense merit. He could tell at a glance what the Fox Immortal had undergone the past 100 years. She was a kind-hearted Fox Immortal, and Qin Yun thought highly of cultivators who did good. Master, when will you start teaching me sword arts? Qing Shuang asked immediately.
Little fox, you sure are anxious, said Qin Yun.
After we are done eating and drinking, we can set off. I can slowly teach you along the way.
Yes, replied Qing Shuang.
Qin Yun led Qing Shuang as he continued traveling across the Wei nation.
As he taught her sword arts, they went everywhere. On the second day, they arrived at a monastery. A perfectly fine monastery, but it is being occupied by evil while wreaking havoc to an area, said Qin Yun coldly. By the side, Qing Shuang had slightly changed her looks into that of an ordinary azure-dressed girl. Her original looks were overly mesmerizing, to the point that she could cause a Sky Fiend sovereign to turn infatuated with her. In fact, despite trying to keep her charm under wraps, she remained a young beauty. After all, as a nine-tailed fox, she was born beautiful. Qin Yun was dressed like a scion with a sword by his waist. Master, this place receives a lot of incense donations. Although this fiend is up to diabolical deeds, countless mortals aren't aware of the truth. They do not know that fiends have entrenched themselves in this monastery, said Qing Shuang. She was a Sky Immortal after all and could tell that in the monastery's backyard, which did not entertain devotees, there was an underground chamber filled with corpses that formed a pool of blood. Many mortal fiendish cultivators were cultivating in there. There were only 3 at the Essence Soul realm. The rest were mortal fiendish cultivators, but they were enough to plague an area. Destroy. Qin Yun pointed his finger into the distance. Invisible sword chi tore through the 3 fiend celestials' glabellas, killing them instantly. As for the Khanate level fiendish cultivators, all of them were maimed of their dermic powers. Killing mortals was still too troublesome. Although Qin Yun could easily withstand the karma at his realm, there was no need to do so. Maiming them of their dermic powers resulted in lesser effects. Furthermore, maiming them was an even more terrifying punishment than death. This was because there were a large number of devotees outside, but
boom!
A more terrifying sword chi collapsed the entire monastery, revealing the underground chamber and the massive number of corpses and the blood pool.
What's happening? What's that?
The monastery had numerous devotees. It was a great world after all, and most mortals cultivated. Although these devotees had yet to reach the essence soul realm, there were a few who had reached the Khanate realm.
There are so many corpses. These fiends have been cultivating with a pool of blood? How many lives have they harmed?
There are fiend celestials. 3 of them, but they are all dead. The fiendish cultivators have all been maimed of their dermic powers. The stronger devotees rapidly captured the fiendish cultivators, and in a rage, the devotees smashed these fiendish cultivators into meat pulp. Although the Wei nation served the Black Wind Fiend sect, it only began with the incumbent sovereign.
The Wei nation citizens still believed in Taoism or Buddhism.
The Black Wind Fiend sect would need a long time to fully penetrate the population.
"Let's go," said Qin Yun. "Yes, master," replied Qing Shuang. Qin Yun and Qing Shuang left on a cloud.
While flying, Qin Yun frowned slightly into the distance.
"Master?"
Qing Shuang was puzzled.
"Nothing." Qin Yun did not elaborate as he sighed wistfully. "What a bunch of good-for-nothings. I've already informed them of Fox Immortal Island's clan head's background ahead of time, yet the clan head was still able to turn the tables on them. Fox Immortal Island has fractured into 2. Darn it.
I was planning on slowly infiltrating them, and only when I held sufficient powerful would I control all the Sky Immortals in Fox Immortal Island, making them my slaves.
But my plans were brought ahead. More than half the Sky Immortals fled.
I only managed to take control of 100 Sky Immortals.
Fox Immortal Island's clan head sat on a throne as a huge group of Sky Immortals stood beneath him. A Tide Sky Immortal was kneeling there, and he was none other than Uncle Langer.
He was in deep despair at that moment.
"Clan head, I'm willing to submit to you, please spare my life," shouted Uncle Langer. "Langer, how did you know that I cultivated in the mental demon lineage?"
The clan head glared at him.
"How do you know of so many secrets of mine?" "It was a human Taoist named Taoist Phone.
He saved Qing Shuang and told me about you," said Langer hurriedly with intense desires to live on.
"Taoist Phone? He knows about me?" Fox Immortal Island clan head frowned. "Hui Fong Great World." In a study room. A white-haired, white-robed elder with a kind amiable look sat there.
He was flipping through large amounts of dockets. He was Patriarch Mental Demon, who struck fear into the Taoists and Buddhists of the 3 realms. Although Patriarch Mental Demon had the strength of a pinnacle great Tao, the threat he posed to the Taoists, Buddhists, and various factions was no less than a perfected great Tao. He had been tasked by the Fiend Ancestor to seek out Qin Yun's identity in the Hui Fong Great World. All sorts of intelligence was gathered in front of him.
A mysterious man obliterated Bone Fiend Mountain in the Chun Nation borders? Patriarch Mental Demon read the detailed report and nodded slightly. He has strength which is at least the late-stage Sky Immortal realm.
With such strength and a mysterious background, his modus operandi does resemble Qin Yun's.
Set it as B. Square Immortal Island had a swordsman slay demons? Seems ordinary. Designated as D.
A mysterious Taoist phone killed a Black Wind Fiend sect disciple and saved a 9-tailed fox.
His strength is suspected to be at the mid-stage Sky Immortal realm. He even knew that Fox Immortal Island's clan head was cultivating in the mental demon lineage? He even knows which Sky Immortals were under control?
To know that much, it's either a coincidence or a mighty figure.
Designated as B.
Patriarch Mental Demon flipped through all sorts of intelligence reports gathered from all across the Hui Fong Great World.
Now, there are 9 targets that are designated B. There are 28 CS and 1003 DS. That sword Immortal Qin might be among them. Patriarch Mental Demon was very collected and very patient.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 648 Bait. Chapter 648 Bait. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. In the following days, Qin Yun led Qing Shuang across the Wei nation and would occasionally take action against fiends. The Wei nation's populace were living in misery and, with the Black Wind fiend sect permeating the nation, the number of fiends increased. As they occasionally took action, intelligence on them would also be sent to Patriarch Mental Demon. This Taoist Feng hasn't changed much, but the woman beside him has been changing. The woman is skilled in sword kinesis arts. It's highly likely that she's the transformation of the nine-tailed fox. Patriarch Mental Demon constantly searched and gathered information. However, Taoist Feng and the nine-tailed fox appear seemingly at random. They suddenly appear somewhere and quickly depart. It's hard to prove if he's Qin Yun. If we launch an investigation by searching through spacetime in his direction, it would alert Taoist Feng if he were really Qin Yun. Patriarch Mental Demon knew this well. These suspected individuals needed proof. However, they were not to alert Qin Yun while acquiring the proof. Once they alerted him, Qin Yun could instantly tear through spacetime and return to the heavenly realm. Not only would Patriarch Mental Demon fail to accrue any meritorious service, he would even be at fault. The plans should unfold slowly. I'll find Qin Yun without alerting him. Patriarch Mental Demon was still rather confident. A few months passed in a blink of an eye. Master, we have arrived at the Wei nation's capital. High in the sky, Qing Shuang informed her master while looking at the massive city. She had become increasingly more impressed with Qin Yun over time. She felt that her master, Taoist Feng, was strong, but so was his ability at teaching. She would be enlightened every time he taught her something and, in the past few months, her strength had increased by leaps and bounds. She felt that she was close to the mid-stage sky immortal realm. What a huge city, Qin Yun marveled with an nod. It was a nation with a dominion spanning 150,000 kilometers after all. The more cultivators there were, the more extraordinary the capital was. The number of mortals living there exceeded 100 million while the sky immortals in the city numbered in the thousands. Let's enter the city. They directed the clouds down and entered through the east gates. As there were many cultivators, it was common to see people land at the city gates on clouds. Not only did the guards think nothing of it, they even treated Qin Yun and Qing Shuang warmly. Mighty figure, the most famous restaurant in Wei Nation is the Eight Immortals restaurant. Legends say that the immortals of the Eight Caves once demonstrated their means here and had eaten the dishes served here, said Qing Shuang. Of course, the reason why the Eight Immortals restaurant is so famous in the city has to do with its excellent culinary skills. Let's go and have a try. Qin Yun smiled. Qing Shuang laughed as she covered her mouth. Having been with her master for months, she long knew that her master enjoyed eating and drinking. Good food and drink. She was always thinking of ways to bring joy to her master by offering them to him. Eight Immortals restaurant was not large and it served a limited number of customers a day and the price to eat there was naturally high. When Qin Yun and Qing Shuang arrived, there were no seats available, but since Qing Shuang was not one to care about wealth, she purchased seats from a customer. Of course, it was only in the main dining area of the restaurant. The better and more private ones were reserved for the wealthy and powerful of the Wei nation. Although they only had a table in the main dining area, the environment was excellent. There were trickling streams that naturally separated the tables. It's no wonder they are so famous. Qin Yun marveled when he tasted the freshness of the soup he drank. To become the most famous restaurant in a capital, culinary skill was most important. They are most famous for their 8 flavors. I have ordered all 8 flavors, but it will take some time before they serve them, said Qing Shuang. The duo ate as they chatted. Unbeknown to them, in a private room on the second floor, a man in regal gown was resting on the railings while looking down.
He was enticed by Qin Yun when he swept the area.
Oh!
The regal-gowned man's eyes lit up. Qin Yun had transformed into what seemed like a beautiful girl from a humble family. However, the man had a sharp eye. He instantly saw the mesmerizing charm hidden deep in Qin Yun.
It left him itching.
What a beautiful demoness! She would be even more redoubtable if she were to cultivate in mesmerization arts. None of my harem can compare with this demoness. The man smiled as he immediately sent a voice transmission to his subordinate. Go, make sure you invite the azure-dressed woman with a sword by her waist up here, instructed the man via voice transmission.
Yes. A guard immediately complied. Your Highness wants me to make sure she is invited up? Then, I have to do it.
The guard went down to Qin Yun's and Qin Yun's table.
Greetings, lady.
The guard said with a smile, my master wishes to acquaint himself with you. He is upstairs, and I ask for you to not reject my master's invitation.
Qin Yun drank and ate by the side with a smile.
He did not say a word. Over the past few months, he had long known of his disciple's charm. The change in her looks only prevented mortals and weaker entities from seeing her true form, but those that were sufficiently powerful would experience an invisible form of attraction. Even the Wei Nation's sovereign and the black-robed sky immortal Taoist who had pursued her were affected. Of course, to those of a sufficiently high realm, the influence was weaker.
For instance, late-stage sky immortal experts were not affected at all. Lady, please follow me.
Noticing Qin Yun ignore him, he could not help but reach out his hand to grab at Qin Yun's wrist. He planned on taking her up by force.
Scram!
Qin Yun immediately flicked her sleeve when she saw him make a physical move.
A wave swept through the guard as he flew backward involuntarily with a bang.
He crashed through a few tables, shattering the tableware in the process. He finally slammed into a guardrail in the hall as an array formation barrier appeared to put a stop to his ballistic flight. However, the hall was already in a complete mess.
Oh no! Quickly get away from them! The customers immediately hid in a corner while some watched in interest from afar.
There were thousands of sky immortals in the Wei Nation, so it was common to see powerful cultivators clash. They were long accustomed to it.
What?
I have long cultivated to the third firmament essence soul realm, but I was thrown back by a mere flick of her hand? The guard held his chest as blood trickled from the side of his mouth. He looked in disbelief at the azure-dressed woman.
How dare you act with such impunity in the Wei Nation's capital? An angry bellow sounded. A few figures flew down from the second floor.
Leading them was none other than the man in a regal gown.
He had several subordinates beside him. Standing beside the man was a blue-robed elder.
He said with a sneer, I never expected my Wei Nation to produce another sky immortal I'm unaware of.
However, even a sky immortal has to abide by the Wei Nation's rules when in its capital. How dare you bully the third prince's guard? Third prince? Many people exclaimed as they looked to the regal-gowned man.
Among the many princes in the Wei Nation, the most famous ones were 18th Prince and the 3rd Prince because both of them were at the Sky Immortal Realm. According to the Wei Nation's rules, one had to reach the Sky Immortal Realm to be qualified to inherit the throne.
Of course, the incumbent sovereign was still in power, and his abdication would be thousands of years into the future.
At present, the 3rd Prince and 18th Prince had already amassed a large number of experts under them. It's so rare to have such good food to eat, but someone has to spoil my mood. Qin Yun sighed and put down his wine cup. There was no way for him to continue eating with this development. In fact, Qin Yun was not angry. On the one hand, he had come to the capital to resolve the Wei Nation's situation and save countless people from misery. On the other hand, it was also to use himself as bait. The Wei Nation had all sorts of people. If he were to resolve the Wei Nation's situation, he was bound to gain the attention of others. It was very likely for him to be discovered by the fiends. With the fiend ancestor's means, it was not difficult for him to determine his identity. That way, it would not be long before a perfected great Dao fiend expert was sent to assassinate him. He had long set up a trap and used himself as bait. He was waiting for the fish to bite. Stirring up trouble in the capital made it easy for the fiends to notice him. It's rare for my master to find a restaurant like this, but you have ended up spoiling his mood. Xing Shuang stood up and shouted at the third prince in company.
Scram! Master? The third prince's and the blue-robed elder's hearts jolted. This woman is at the sky immortal realm, but she calls that man master? What kind of strength would he be, considering he's a master to a sky immortal? How dare you act so belligerently in spite of knowing you're speaking to the third prince? Although the third prince and company were ordered to scram, they did not turn angry. Instead, they turned more wary. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 649, Coming from All Corners. Chapter 649, Coming from All Corners. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. Just as a battle was imminent, a white-dressed woman fluttered down from Eight Immortals' restaurant. She frowned slightly and lightly shouted, Yun Song, why are you stirring trouble at my place?
Aunt. The third prince immediately bowed humbly.
I was being rash.
Please don't take it to heart.
So what if I take it to heart? Would you, the high and mighty third prince, care?
Said the white-dressed woman coldly.
Aunt, you must be joking.
I'll visit you personally tomorrow and offer you reparations, said third prince as he shot a glance at his subordinates beside him.
They immediately left Eight Immortals' restaurant.
The moment he was out of Eight Immortals' restaurant, third prince's expression turned cold.
Investigate who that woman is, as well as her master. Third prince instructed.
To dare act so arrogantly in front of me, they had better have the strength or background to back it up. If not, they will know the price of offending me.
Yes, replied the blue-robed elder respectfully.
Inside Eight Immortals' restaurant, Xing Xuan secretly sent Qin Yun a voice transmission.
Master, this woman is the owner of Eight Immortals' restaurant. She's also Princess Wei Ran of the royal family. She is a disciple of Fairy He Xiangu of the Eight Immortals. However, now that the Wei nation serves the Black Wind Fiend sect, this Princess Wei Ran has found herself quite isolated among the royal family. However, she has a backer and she's a fifth firmament sky immortal. Even if she has been ostracized, no one wishes to offend her. Oh? Qin Yun was enlightened. He looked at Princess Wei Ran and secretly nodded.
She has a merit glow, that's not bad. Among the three Taoist lineages, two of the lineages were very strict on their disciples. It was normal for Princess Wei Ran to have merit glow protecting her. Instead, it was Qin Yun's green Turing Palace who had both the good and bad mixed in it.
I apologize on his behalf for a conflict between juniors, said the white-dressed woman politely. Fellow Taoists, if you don't mind, you can come up with me and allow me to play a good host. The both of you can also have a taste of my Eight Immortals restaurant's culinary skills. Ha, it's fine as long as there's good food and drink. Qin Yun got up with a laugh. Xing Shuang followed beside him. Qin Yun still intended to take certain actions in the Wei nation's capital. By doing so, he could attract the attention of the fiends. Of course, if the fiends did not discover his identity, he could always wait till the next time. Wei nation's capital. Royal Palace. The sovereign was slumped in his throne as he watched dancers parading themselves in the hall beneath him. As he drank alcohol, he watched expressionlessly. The dancing maidens were all extremely nervous and did not dare slack off in any way. Everyone knew how tyrannical the sovereign who was sitting high above them was. He was a true devil that could wipe them out if they accidentally crossed him. Your Majesty. A voice sounded as a red-robed bald Taoist walked in with big strides. Supremacy.
The guards in the hall were extremely reverent. The Taoist standing in the royal palace was extremely high, with him only second to the sovereign.
Uncle Master. With a wine cup in one hand, the sovereign immediately stood up. He walked down the throne with a smile and waved his hand. Immediately, the dancing maidens, the accompaniment musicians, maidservants, and guards retreated, leaving only the sovereign and the supremacy in the hall. Your Majesty, haven't you always been wanting to capture that nine-tailed fox?
Said the red-robed Taoist with a chuckle.
Uncle Master, do you have good news?
The sovereign's eyes lit up. Yes. I saw through her identity the last time she infiltrated the palace. I was also careless and thought too little of her, which resulted in the escape of that little fox, said the Taoist. However, I had left a mystic art seal on her body while she was escaping. As long as she's within 5,000 kilometers of me, I can sense her. Just today, I sensed her location and have determined that she's in the capital.
Furthermore, she's at Princess Wei Rant's 8 Immortals restaurant. In the capital and at 8 Immortals restaurant?
The sovereign turned extremely excited.
Good, good, good. That little demoness sure is bold.
She believes that as long as she avoids you, no one will be able to see through her.
She probably never expected for you to have left a contingency on her. She has invited herself into a trap.
Your Majesty, the nine-tailed fox's life preservation means are rather formidable, said the Taoist. Upon our capture of her, we must seal the capital and the void.
We must not let the little fox escape again. Rest assured. The sovereign laughed and said, we will be prepared. That little fox will not be able to escape.
With that said, he clapped.
So.
3 figures appeared in the hall from within the void. They looked at the sovereign and bowed slightly before straightening their backs. They had a unique standing in the Wei nation. They only obeyed the sovereign and the sovereign thought highly of them. Elders, the nine-tailed fox who attempted an assassination on me previously has infiltrated the capital again.
She's at 8 Immortals restaurant.
I would like to request that the 3 of you capture her and allow me to question her personally. Also, that nine-tailed fox has rather formidable life preservation means.
Make sure to seal the capital at the moment you take action, instructed the sovereign.
Yes, we will return shortly, said an elder coldly.
Make sure she's captured alive, exhorted the sovereign again. Your Majesty, rest assured, the 3 elders replied sulkily.
Following that, they vanished from the hall.
To them, capturing an early-stage Sky Immortal Fox Immortal was nothing worth mentioning.
Yet, the sovereign had sent all 3 of them.
He even wanted her captured alive? How could the 3 of them not understand what was on his mind? Congratulations, Your Majesty.
The red-robed Taoist said with a smile. I can tell that the nine-tailed fox is a virgin.
Ha ha ha. Thanks to you, Uncle Master.
If not, I wouldn't have known that she had infiltrated the capital. The sovereign roared with laughter as his eyes filled with anticipation.
Soon. That little demoness would be in his hand. The streets outside 8 Immortals restaurant were packed with people.
Beside a street stall was a linen-clothed elder eating soya bean curd. As he ate, he shot a glance at the 8 Immortals restaurant nearby.
Inside the elder's essence soul hid a power. It was Patriarch Mental Demon's avatar. I have come personally to investigate. Let's see if Taoist phone is Qin Yun or not. Patriarch Mental Demon's avatar secretly spied.
Qin Yun is a pinnacle mighty figure after all. Sending other subordinates to spy on him will definitely be detected by him.
It would easily alert him.
And if I were to do it myself, with the mystical charms of my mental demon lineage, it's impossible for pinnacle mighty figures to sense me.
Perhaps only perfected great Tao experts can faintly sense me.
Furthermore, even if they sense something, they will not be able to find me.
Patriarch Mental Demon was very confident. His spying was not obstructed by the 8 Immortals Restaurant's array formation or building. That is 8 Immortals Restaurant's owner, Princess Wei Ran.
Beside her is the 9-tailed fox. As for Taoist Feng, Patriarch Mental Demon also saw Qin Yun drinking and eating freely. Every major suspect would have Patriarch Mental Demon's avatar personally examine them. This was a standard practice. He had many suspected targets and Taoist Feng was only one of them. However, when he looked at Qin Yun, I actually can't see through him? Patriarch Mental Demon could not help but feel a jolt. Qin Yun was enjoying himself greatly by eating all sorts of delicacies and drinking fine wine in the best VIP room of the 8 Immortals restaurant. Although he appeared to be eating and drinking, he was well aware of everything that was happening in the capital. Doesn't the Black Wind Fiend sect feel the pinch? It actually sent a late-stage Sky Fiend to the Wei Nation to preside over it. Qin Yun could tell that the Supremacy was a late-stage Sky Fiend and had a high standing in the Black Wind Fiend sect. The sect was established by a mighty figure and there were 3 half-step mighty figures in the sect. They also had about 10 plus late-stage Sky Immortals, making them a very powerful sect in the Huifeng Great World. As for the Taoist and Buddhist sects in Great Worlds, they usually sent 2 or 3 late-stage Sky Immortals to manage them. They typically had greater influence than the Black Wind Fiend sect since if diplomacy failed, a Golden Immortal or Buddha might suddenly descend. The Black Wind Fiend sect's backer was relatively weaker, so it paid more attention into spreading its claws in the region it ruled over. This Wei Nation's sovereign has even sent 3 experts to capture Qing Shuang? Qin Yun chuckled inwardly. Oh. Suddenly, he felt like he was being spied upon. Someone is spying on me. Even with my perfected Great Tao realm, I can't detect him. Qin Yun was secretly alarmed. I can only barely sense the spying. Following that was joy and excitement. The fiends have finally discovered me? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.